Chapter 1 Rebirth of Zhao Ruilong. I shall defy fate. Ruilong. Ruilong. Zhao Ruilong slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, he was beset by a throbbing headache and a feeling of weakness in his back and knees. His vision flickered between clarity and obscurity. Faintly, he discerned a woman with light makeup and a beaming smile. Her eyes brimmed with affection, suggesting a close connection to him. Yet, why did he not recognize her? Who on earth was she? As he searched through his memories, a sharp pain pierced through his head. Zhao Ruilong closed his eyes once more, seemingly slipping back into slumber. "You little rascal, you must have had a wild night again," Zhao Xiaoyi sighed. She caught sight of the sisters Gao Xiaoqin emerging from the bathroom. Once impoverished and lacking even shoes, the sisters had undergone a complete transformation under Du Bazhong's meticulous training. Not only were they enchanting, but they also bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Such a rare pair of sisterly beauties could easily captivate any man, which explained why their brother was so hopelessly infatuated. "You two should go eat." The sisters nodded and departed. Zhao Xiaoyi turned her gaze to her brother Zhao Ruilong, who had now opened his eyes. "What are you thinking about?" Zhao Ruilong remained still, inwardly pondering. "What am I thinking? I think it's absurd that I have painstakingly fought to become a billionaire, only to wake up one day and find myself transmigrated. Moreover, I have reincarnated as Zhao Ruilong, the infamous son of Zhao Lichuan, the most formidable antagonist in the drama In the Name of the People. This character did not meet a pleasant end. Convicted of intentional homicide and several other charges, he was sentenced to death, which is only marginally better than Qi Tongwei, who succumbed to despair and took his own life. Wait a moment, I have been reborn. This body is mine, and the identity of Zhao Ruilong is also mine. It is only the year 2000, which means I can completely alter my destiny. Ding! A melodious electronic prompt echoed in his mind. The host has made a choice. The system has successfully awakened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Destiny Alteration System. Zhao Ruilong's heart soared with elation. In addition to his extraordinary identity, he even possessed a system as an auxiliary tool. Surely, this could not be a mere dream? He quickly familiarized himself with the details. It turned out that by completing tasks or undertaking actions beneficial for altering his fate, he could earn rewards. Moreover, the system had established a progress tracker for destiny alteration, comprising 12 tasks. Completing tasks not only yielded rewards, but also enhanced progress. Upon reaching 100, the alteration of destiny would be complete. As for the current status, the progress bar floating in his mind remained gray, with a progress of 0. Ding! The system's first task was issued. Task name: Persuade family to withdraw or cancel the Louisu Crescent Lake Food City project. Task reason: in the original plot, this project brought the Zhao family their first pot of gold, but also became the catalyst for their downfall during the anti-corruption storm. Thus, withdrawing or canceling this project would significantly alter their fate. Task reward: upon completion, the host's physical capabilities will be enhanced, and he will become a top-tier electronic information technology expert, with task progress increased to 20. Task deadline and penalty: none. Does the host accept? Without hesitation, Zhao Ruilong chose to accept. Since he was already here and could not return, if he wished to avoid a death sentence in the future, he had to seize the task promptly. Just as he intended to organize his memories to better adapt to his new identity, Zhao Xiaoyi waved her hand in front of him. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you staring at the ceiling like a statue? What are you thinking about?" "I have a slight headache," Zhao Ruilong replied nonchalantly. He expected to hear comforting words from his elder sister, but instead, he was met with a sigh. "Dealing with someone as ungrateful as Li Dakong gives me a headache too." Back in the day, he raised funds for road construction in Jinchuan County and held daily rallies that drove people to their deaths. Our father not only protected him, but also had him by his side as a secretary for 5 years, diligently mentoring him. When he desired a position in the local government, father arranged for him to become the mayor of Louisu, a city with a population of 3 million. Which secretary would be dispatched to such a prominent role? But what did he do? He repaid kindness with ingratitude. Using environmental protection as an excuse, he flatly refused to approve our Food City project. Truly heartless. Zhao Xiaoyi was visibly displeased. However, Zhao Ruilong found himself reveling in delight. Let him refuse. So what? What do you mean, so what? Zhao Xiaohui shot back, her brows furrowing. The Luiza Crescent Lake is a tourist destination. If we build a food city nearby, the annual rental income would be substantial. A veritable money-making machine. How can we just let it go? I believe Li Dakang's refusal is not just due to his ingratitude, but also because it's uncertain whether our father can defeat Liang Chuanfeng and become the top leader. This guy is likely trying to buy time. Zhao Ruilong casually rested his hands behind his head. Since you know that, why are you so anxious? Zhao Xiaohui frowned slightly. Wait, you're the one who was eager to take the blame for father and sit in prison, then hurry out wanting to achieve great things. Why are you now accusing me of being anxious? Zhao Ruilong was taken aback. Take the blame? Why? He quickly searched through his memories. It turned out that by 1992, Zhao Lichuan was already the executive vice governor of Handong, with a promising future ahead. Meanwhile, his previous incarnation harbored lofty ambitions to enter politics, believing that with his father's connections, he would surely ascend to great heights. He had even traveled to Jinchuan County to seek advice from Li Dakang, who had once trained abroad, writing a social survey report titled The Path to a Moderately Prosperous Society in Longhua. Unfortunately, a tragic car accident not only claimed his mother, but also forced him to shoulder the burden of his father's political career, resulting in a 7-year prison sentence. Because of this, in the original plot, the Zhao Ruilong with a criminal record was unable to enter politics and could only resort to business. Zhao Lichuan, who had his son bear the blame, inherently favored males over females. Since his son had safeguarded his political future, he naturally spoiled him even more. Thus, during his tenure as the top leader of Handong, he allowed his son to act recklessly and arrogantly. Reflecting on this, Zhao Ruilong couldn't help but smirk coldly. Li Dakang is the mayor of Luizhou, responsible for urban planning and construction. He uses environmental regulations as an excuse to stubbornly refuse our project. What good does our anxiety do? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xiaohui proposed, why not seek out Gao Yuliang? What? Zhao Ruilong exclaimed in surprise. Li Dakang has been our father's most trusted aide. If you want to prove the project, can you really expect Gao Yuliang, who was promoted by Liang Chuanfeng, to do so? Zhao Xiaohui muttered. I know he's Liang Kunfeng's man, but now that our father is competing for the top position against Liang Chuanfeng, this presents him with an excellent opportunity to switch allegiances. Moreover, I've heard that he and Li Dakang have a tumultuous relationship. The assertive Li Dakang has publicly embarrassed him several times and altered his urban planning proposals entirely. Zhao Ruilong was rendered speechless, lost in thought. He inwardly speculated that if he were to follow her suggestion, it would align perfectly with the original plot. At that point, Gao Yuliang would surely seize the opportunity to propose similar conditions, getting Li Dakang reassigned so he could approve the project. Zhao Lichuan would successfully rise to the top position, easily relocating Li Dakang to Lin City, which ranked last economically. With Liang Chuanfeng relegated to a secondary role, he could no longer serve as a reliable ally. Whether or not he employed the charms of a beautiful woman, Gao Yuliang would undoubtedly approve the Food City project. After all, this project was his ticket to the Zhao family. With approval, he could firmly attach himself to their fortunes. Oh, by the way, I heard from old Du that Gao Yuliang used to be a university professor, uninterested in money, but fond of calligraphy and historical research. He has a particular passion for the 15th year of Wanli. Do you think we should select one of the beautiful waitresses from the Huilong Hotel and train her meticulously, so we can win Gao Yuliang's favor? Zhao Xiaohui asked earnestly. Zhao Ruilong immediately sat up, his tone icy as he responded. The Gao Shaoqin sisters are already mine, Zhao Ruilong's. If you have any designs on them, do not blame me for turning hostile. Chapter 2 Dragon Brother, you seem terribly weak. Ha, you're quite impressive. You actually threatened my second sister for the sake of 2 country girls. Zhao Xiaohui raised her hand, ready to slap Zhao Ruilong. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Looking at her brother's earnest expression, she affectionately poked his forehead. What is going on? Have you developed genuine feelings for them? Who was it that told me they would indulge themselves after getting out of prison? With no intention of falling in love, Zhao Ruilong evaded the curious and doting gaze of his sister. No, I merely think those 2 sisters are exceptionally rare, and I can't bear to lose one. Zhao Xiaowei let out a soft huff of laughter. I was just speaking casually. You haven't even met Gao Yuliang yet. We don't know his stance, so why are you in such a rush? Zhao Ruilong immediately turned away. I want to be seeing him. If anyone should go, it's you. Knowing the potential hazards of the Meisher City project, and having already accepted the system task to have the family withdraw or cancel the project. Zhao Ruilong certainly couldn't meet Gao Yuliang again. That it would be easier for Zhao Xiaowei to face obstacles and be persuaded to withdraw. I'll go. Now get up quickly. It is almost noon, and you're still sleeping. As Zhao Xiaowei spoke, she began to tidy up the scattered clothes on the floor. You go about your business. I still want to sleep, so have them bring the meal to my room. With that, Zhao Ruilong lay back down. It appeared he was preparing to catch up on sleep, but in reality, he intended to sort through his memories. Why are you so lazy? Zhao Xiaowei turned away. Initially wanting to question how he hadn't developed good habits after spending 7 years in prison. However, considering her brother had endured hardships for 7 years, what was wrong with him enjoying a little extra sleep? Even if he were to continue living in indulgence, it would be his due. Having arranged the clothes neatly on the bedside table, Zhao Xiaowei tossed the few stinking paper balls on the floor into the trash before quietly closing the door behind her. As for Zhao Ruilong, he believed that the vigorous Zhao Lichuan would surely, like in the original story, defeat the aging Liang Xuanfeng and smoothly ascend as the head of Handong next year. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it would not be until 2 terms later, in 2011, that he would be subtly demoted and transferred to Yinjing to assume a powerless vice-national position. Thus, he still had ample time to defy fate. The pressing task at hand was to quickly sort through his memories, such as why only his second sister treated him well. That it turned out that Zhao Lichuan and his wife, like many people of that era, favored sons over daughters. To their surprise, their first child was a daughter. Zhao Lichuan, cradling the infant, remarked how much better it would have been if it had been a boy. Hence, the eldest daughter was given the name Runan, a homophone for like a man. Soon after, Zhao Lichuan and his wife had a second child, but again, it was another daughter. With the country imposing population control and implementing family planning, they hurried to have a third child. This time, they finally had a son. Zhao Lichuan and his wife doted on their son immensely. Even the name Zhao Ruilong was evidently more melodious and imposing than Zhao Runan. Thus, from childhood to adulthood, the youngest son, Zhao Ruilong, was treasured, while the eldest daughter, Zhao Runan, remained as if invisible. The accident that claimed their mother's life nearly derailed Zhao Lichuan's career. To prevent the secret from leaking, Zhao Xiaowei had never dared to reveal the truth to her elder sister. Zhao Runan believed that Zhao Ruilong had caused their mother's death by driving under the influence, and naturally, she harbored resentment against him. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Dragon brother, it's time for lunch. A familiar voice called out. Instantly, Zhao Ruilong envisioned Du Boisjong's shameless visage. Come in. Du Boisjong entered with a smile, pushing a small dining cart. Dragon brother, after another night of hard work, you must be starving. Right here, I prepared several nourishing dishes for you. Stir-fried chives with eggs, steamed oysters, and sauced beef. Zhao Ruilong rose and glanced over. His stomach growled. He was indeed somewhat hungry today as he stood, his legs nearly buckled. But fortunately, Du Boisjong was quick to support him. Take it slow, dragon brother. Thank you. Zhao Ruilong hurriedly sat on the edge of the bed, feeling dizzy. Why was his body so weak? The reason was clear. In order to avoid being compromised by his political rival Liang Xuanfeng, Zhao Lichuan had not treated his son with any special consideration. Consequently, Zhao Ruilong had spent a full 7 years in prison without ever receiving a reduction in sentence, living and eating like an ordinary inmate. The meager prison diet had naturally left him emaciated and lacking in strength. After his release, he arrived at the Zhao Ruilong Hotel. Although he was now feasting on lavish meals, he could not compensate for the indulgence that had drained his body. Du Boisjong stood beside him, grinning. Dragon brother, it's clear you've overexerted yourself and your body is weakened. Why not take a couple of days to rest and recuperate? I'll take care of things. What did you say? Zhao Ruilong looked up at Du Boisjong, whose face was plastered with sycophantic smiles. You can frolic with any girl you want, but if you dare to touch the Gao sisters, just try it. Du Boisjong immediately adopted a servile tone, his voice high-pitched and ingratiating. Oh, dragon brother, you've played around long enough. Haven't you grown weary of it? Let me experience what it's like to be with those sisters. Would you? Zhao Ruilong rolled his eyes that I said no means no. After a heavy threat, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Internally, he cursed, and no wonder in the original story, Zhao Ruilong agreed to use Gao Xiaofeng's beauty as a ploy. It turned out this guy was genuinely incapable. I must work out and strengthen my body. Otherwise, how could I enjoy my status as the Prince of Handong? It would be better to just return to my old self. Du Boisjong maintained a lowly demeanor, standing by as Zhao Ruilong devoured his meal. After a while, he leisurely remarked, "Dragon brother, you haven't had enough fun with the Gao sisters. I can wait. But about that Lakeside Meisher City project, I can't afford to wait any longer." Zhao Ruilong casually responded, "ISNT that Lakeside Garden Community already approved for construction with a total area of 850,000 square meters. Once completed and sold, it could easily earn 10 billion. What more could you want?" Du Boisjong replied with a wry smile. "I only hold a tiny stake in that project. The Meisher City project is my main concern. Oh, Dragon brother. Come on. Enough already. I've already tried to approach Li Dakong, but he refuses to approve it. What can I do?" After a brief pause, Zhao Ruilong frowned slightly and said, "Furthermore, has my sister already gone to see Gao Yuliang? Let us see what she has to say when she returns." Du Boisjong nodded repeatedly. All right, take your time. Brother, I'll serve you some soup. This old soft-shelled turtle soup is quite nourishing." Living the life of a pampered prince was indeed comfortable. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zhao Ruilong took a leisurely nap. When he awoke, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon, and he no longer felt dizzy. His body was less sore, just under 2 years shy of 30. He was still relatively young, so his recovery was quite swift. Leaving the luxurious suite, he strolled around the Zhao Ruilong Hotel, the most upscale establishment in the city. Along the way, many staff members greeted him, some casting flirtatious glances, while others appeared fearful and anxious. Upon recalling his past memories, he discovered that his former self had bullied several beautiful waitresses. Even the blood of the Gao sisters had been forcibly taken from them by his former self. Damn it, what a beast! Wait, isn't cursing him, just cursing myself. Accustomed to abiding by the law in his previous life, Zhao Ruilong found it difficult to adapt to being the unscrupulous prince in this new existence. With hands behind his back, he strolled to the basketball court, contemplating whether to play a game for some exercise. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Ruilong. He turned to see his second sister looking anxious. Zhao Ruilong feigned nervousness while secretly delighted. "What is the news? Did Gao Yuliang agree?" Chapter 3: No construction for the Meisher City, but instead sell small phones. Zhao Xiaowei wore a face of frustration that I waited for him for a full 2 hours, and he only spoke to me for less than 2 minutes. Zhao Ruilong struggled to suppress his laughter. Only 2 minutes? That is quite disrespectful. Zhao Xiaowei was infuriated that I end that brief span of time. He even spent a portion browsing through the project proposal I handed him. So the actual conversation time was probably just a mere few seconds. Zhao Ruilong continued to stifle his amusement, deliberately pretending to be very upset. Damn it, that is really disrespectful. So what did he say? Zhao Xiaowei fumed. He said that the urban planning and construction of Zhou City is managed by Li Dakong. He also mentioned that Li Dakong was our father's former chief secretary, so it's only natural to seek his approval. Zhao Ruilong smirked inwardly. Did I end the original narrative? It was Zhao Ruilong who sought out Gao Yuliang only to be ridiculed. Now that it was Zhao Xiaowei in his place, the words of Gao Yuliang remained unaltered. Did he not propose any conditions? Zhao Xiaowei snorted. What conditions could he possibly propose? He has already made it clear. What else could I say? If he didn't propose anything, it seems he genuinely doesn't want to approve it. Zhao Ruilong could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips and decisively turned towards the nearby pavilion. What are we to do now? He pondered as Li Dakong and Gao Yuliang both refused to approve the project. Zhao Xiaowei followed closely behind, filled with resentment. Since the top 2 officials in Zhou refused to endorse this initiative, why not abandon it altogether? Zhao Ruilong halted and turned, continuing, "Let us not forget that our father and Liang Chuanfeng are currently vying for the top position. The outcome remains uncertain. That it is only natural that Li Dakong and Gao Yuliang are hesitant to take sides. Moreover, this project has its own issues. Without a planned sewage treatment facility, once operational, the numerous restaurants discharging waste into the Crescent Lake would surely render it a stinking cesspool. Zhao Xiaowei immediately countered. How could that be? The food city we intend to establish is not a chemical plant. The pollution cannot be that severe. Zhao Ruilong let out a light scoff, walking ahead while coldly remarking. The severity of the situation depends on the timing. Even if our father ascends to the top position smoothly, his term will last at most a decade. During that period, no one would dare to voice objections. But what happens 10 years down the line when he is reassigned to a secondary role? A new secretary could easily use environmental concerns as a pretext to dismantle our food city project, targeting our Zhao family as a vulnerable point. Furthermore, with our father and Liang Chuanfeng still in contention, if the project is approved and construction begins only for Liang Chuanfeng to take office and halt it, would we dare to defy him? Zhao Xiaowei clenched her fists in frustration. Alas, it all boils down to the fact that our father has yet to secure the top position. Otherwise, would Gao Yuliang dare to refuse approval? Unless he no longer wishes to advance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilong's heart trembled. Goodness, denying the Zhao family project would jeopardize Gao Yuliang's prospects for promotion. Is my sister so eager to engage in power games? If this is the path she chooses, then even when Zhao Lichuan is reassigned away from Handong in 10 years, our family would still be unable to evade the storm of anti-corruption. Sit down, sister. We need to have a serious conversation. What about? She retorted, the deal you have a solution. As Zhao Xiaowei took her seat, her curiosity piqued, with the top two officials in Zhou refusing approval. What can I possibly do? Zhao Ruilong, after some complaints, spoke solemnly. I simply cannot comprehend why our family insists on establishing a food city by Crescent Lake. Would we starve if we didn't pursue a venture fraught with potential pitfalls? Zhao Xiaowei seemed taken aback. Did you not mention to Du Boizhong that this food city, once completed, would be akin to a money-printing machine, generating endless profits? Why the sudden change of heart? Zhao Ruilong cut to the chase. There are 3 primary reasons for my reluctance. Firstly, I do not wish to leave ourselves vulnerable to future accusations that could undermine our family. Secondly, with both Li Dakong and Gao Yuliang refusing to approve the project, I am tired of groveling. Thirdly, I believe the 21st century is the age of information. Investing in electronic information holds far greater promise. Zhao Xiaowei shifted slightly to so, your plan is to simply give up? If that is your stance, I, along with our father, would be indifferent. Our family does not solely rely on this income, that we could easily facilitate connections for others, introduce some project opportunities, and earn a decent intermediary fee. But how will you explain this to Du Boizhong? The lakeside garden community we are currently developing was his investment. The reason he is willing to let us hold a significant stake without any financial input is not only due to our connections, but also because we promised to build the food city. Zhao Ruilong laughed coldly. Isn't the ultimate goal of establishing a food city to generate profit? If we seek to earn money, it is quite simple. I will scout out a more lucrative project. Zhao Xiaowei chuckled. You speak so nonchalantly. If it were that easy to find a viable project, why would we be going through all this trouble? Father has stated that our nation's economic development is stagnating primarily due to our lack of entry into the World Trade Organization, resulting in overcapacity and sluggish consumption. To rejuvenate the economy, the best strategy is to develop the tertiary sector. Otherwise, we would not have ventured to exploit the tourism resources of Crescent Lake. Zhao Ruilong shook his head repeatedly. Where is this so-called sluggish consumption? It is simply due to products and services failing to meet the public's needs. Take out your phone and examine it closely. Isn't it convenient to remain connected while out and about? Do you believe the common folk do not desire such things? Of course, they do. However, with prices soaring into the thousands, who can afford it? Furthermore, every call incurs a fee, with city calls costing 40 cents per minute. Such exorbitant rates deter many users. Zhao Xiaowei furrowed her brow. So, your suggestion is that we abandon the Food City project and instead invest in a mobile phone factory. This is high-tech. We have no expertise in it, and it would be challenging to recruit skilled workers. Zhao Ruilong inquired with a smile. Have you not heard of the cordless mobile phones, which are far cheaper and have been selling like hotcakes in cities like Hangzhou, Jinghai, and Anxi? With our Zhao family's connections, we could swiftly enable the launch of this service across major cities in Handong. Would you still worry about making a profit by opening a few hundred specialty stores? Holding her phone, Zhao Xiaowei pondered thoughtfully. Is selling these mobile phones truly profitable? If you doubt it, call our second uncle Zhao Lidong. He is the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee in Jinghai. He will surely know whether the mobile phone business is thriving. As he spoke, Zhao Ruilong reflected on the vastness of the Zhao family. Apart from their father Zhao Lichuan, who was already serving as the governor of Handong, their second uncle Zhao Lidong was the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee in Jinghai. Their third uncle Zhao Ligan was the deputy director of public security in Shimen District, Luteng City, Zhongjiang Province. Additionally, their father had a cousin named Zhao Anbong, who was quite adept in economic matters and now seemed to be the deputy governor of Handong Province. Perhaps it was precisely because of the numerous influential members in the Zhao family that the character Zhao Ruilong had once been exceedingly arrogant. Even the imperial envoy sent by the Supreme Procuratorate to investigate cases in Handong. Ho Yongping, the son-in-law of Zhong Zhenghua, had nearly fallen victim to Zhao Ruilong's schemes. Now, the fishmonger Gao Qiqiang, who had just toppled Su Jiang and taken Chintai as his godfather, was but a mere insignificant figure compared to Zhao Ruilong. At this moment, Zhao Shelui made a call to Zhao Lidong. After a brief conversation, she suddenly rose to her feet. Is it really that booming? Then we must set off for Jinghai immediately. Chapter 4. Returning to Jingzhou to meet Qi Ting. Mission accomplished. What do you mean? Departing for Jinghai immediately. Have you even checked the time? Are there any high-speed trains available at this hour? After Zhao Ruilong's rapid-fire questions, he noticed his sister's bewildered expression and realized he had let something slip. Damn. Are there any high-speed trains in the country right now? The first experimental high-speed railway line only began construction in the northeast last year and is yet to be completed. What do you mean by high-speed train? Zhao Shelui asked, her curiosity piqued. It is a high-speed train capable of speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, already available abroad. Zhao Ruilong replied quickly. However, there are two provinces, Hanjiang and Zhongjiang, separating Handong and Lingjiang. Moreover, Elzhou and Jinghai are not the capitals of these two provinces, and there are no direct flights or trains between them. How do you propose we get there? Without hesitation, Zhao Shelui replied. Of course, we will drive there. Our hotel recently purchased a Buick GL 8 business vehicle, perfect for long distances that we can bring along a couple of drivers to take turns, and we could reach Jinghai by tomorrow morning. Zhao Ruilong decisively shook his head that no. The journey is too long, and driving overnight is too dangerous, that I would prefer to return to Jingzhou first and fly to Jinghai tomorrow during the day. He had just crossed over and had yet to enjoy the pleasures of being the Prince of Handong or the gentleness of the Gao sisters, that if he were to meet with an accident, it would be a tremendous loss. That I will quickly call and arrange for us to have 2 plane tickets. As she spoke, Zhao Shelui prepared to make the call. Zhao Ruilong hurriedly reminded her. Buy 3 tickets. Include Du Boizhong as well, that if he does not witness the success of the mobile phone business for himself, he will not abandon the idea of building the food city. Moments later, after Zhao Shelui finished her call, she summoned Du Boizhong. Upon learning that Gao Yuliang also refused to approve the food city project, he agreed to accompany them to Jinghai to investigate the mobile phone business after being persuaded by the siblings. All right, after all, business is all about making money. Zhao Ruilong could hardly contain his joy. This is the right approach. What is the point of establishing that food city? It is neither compliant nor environmentally friendly, and it would require a great deal of time and resources to construct and lease or sell. In contrast, if we expedite the establishment of telecommunication stations across various locations to facilitate the sale of mobile phones, we can start generating profits swiftly. Du Boizhong smiled with a hint of skepticism, though we haven't even been to Jinghai yet. So how can you be so certain that we will make a profit? Zhao Ruilong scoffed dismissively. This is not my assertion. It is my second uncle's, that he is a prominent figure in Jinghai's political and legal circles. Do you think he would have any reason to deceive us? Du Boizhong nodded slightly. All right then, let us set off for Jingzhou now. 10 minutes later, a brand new Buick GL 8 merged onto the highway. Zhao Ruilong observed for a moment and noted that despite over 20 years of reform and rapid economic development, the roads of Handong in 2000 still lacked a significant number of private vehicles. Additionally, the highway, established many years prior, was still made of concrete, leading to numerous seams that caused noticeable bumps and considerable tire noise. Coupled with the first-generation Buick GL8, which boasted sparse features and a central console that merely housed a tape player, there was a distinct lack of entertainment. At that time, car manufacturers did not prioritize soundproofing and noise reduction, resulting in a rather noisy interior. Moreover, throughout the journey, the old-fashioned button phones had sporadic signal, let alone any internet access that in this moment. Zhao Ruilong found himself yearning for the smoother, quieter asphalt roads of the past. The new energy commercial vehicles laden with advanced soundproofing technology, and the smartphones that allowed for uninterrupted chatting and scrolling through short videos no matter where one was. Ding dong, Zhao, shall we unlocked her phone. Dad replied. He said we should meet tonight to talk. Great. Zhao Ruilong closed his eyes, pretending to rest, while secretly calculating that with his elder sister's agreement, he could persuade Zhao Lichuan tonight, as long as he also agreed to abandon the Food City project. His first system task would be complete. By evening, the siblings exited the vehicle at the entrance of the Handong Provincial Party Committee compound. After passing through a security check manned by armed guards, they proceeded to Villa Number 2. Hey, this villa looks quite familiar. Zhao Ruilong slowed his pace and turned his head. He quickly recalled that this was the very villa where Gao Yuliang resided in the original narrative. However, at this moment, it was occupied by Liang Lu's father, Liang Chuanfeng, who was also the father-in-law of Qi Tongwei. Therefore, the front yard of the villa remained a small garden. If nothing changed, Gao Yuliang would eventually move in here and would likely transform the little garden into a vegetable patch, allowing him to dig away his worries whenever he felt troubled. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up. I'm checking if Liang Chuanfeng is dead. Zhao Shui said in fright, quickly glancing around. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Have you lost your mind? If the Liang family hears you, you'll be in serious trouble. Zhao Shui exclaimed, punching Zhao Ruilong lightly. Why did you hit me? Don't you wish for it? Zhao Ruilong retorted with irritation. Just as Zhao Shui was about to respond, Qi Tongwei emerged from the door. She immediately smiled and nodded in greeting. That Qi Tongwei, who was preparing to smoke, also smiled and nodded back. Zhao Ruilong squinted slightly. So this is Qi Tongwei, right? Damn, just like in the original story, he really exudes a masculine charm. No wonder that old woman Liang Lu used her father's power to force Qi Tongwei to kneel and propose publicly. He mused. Men seeking to conquer exceptional women are mirrored by wealthy and powerful women who also aspire to subdue extraordinary men. Zhao Ruilong contemplated silently. However, he chose not to greet Qi Tongwei. Back when he was engrossed in the drama, he would have eagerly welcomed a relative like him. He would have gone to great lengths to turn the wild dogs in his hometown into police dogs enjoying royal rations. But now, with Liang Chuanfeng and Zhao Lichuan still in a standoff and Qi Tongwei not yet having reached his full potential, why bother with pleasantries? Moments later, they entered the somewhat familiar, yet strangely alien Villa No. 2. Zhao Lichuan, who was still under 50 with dark hair, was seated on the sofa watching the news broadcast. Dad, we're back. Good. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Zhao Lichuan immediately stood to turn off the television. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ruilong spoke up. Dad, we don't want to build the Food City at Yahoo in Luzhu anymore. Zhao Lichuan's eyes sparkled with affection, his smile warm and gentle, entirely unlike the decisive and commanding Zhao governor he was during work hours. All right. You're agreeing just like that. Aren't you going to ask why? Zhao Ruilong was taken aback. As long as you three siblings have discussed it, that is all that matters. Zhao Lichuan replied, pointing towards the sink. Go wash your hands quickly. Tonight's dishes are all your favorites. Zhao Ruilong felt somewhat dazed. This what it feels like to be spoiled. No need for explanations. Just do whatever one wants. How liberating. He had meticulously prepared his words in fear of failing to persuade, completely forgetting how indulgent Zhao Lichuan was toward him. Just as he was about to head to the bathroom, a chime echoed in his mind, resonating with an ethereal electronic voice. Congratulations, host, your first task is complete. Would you like to claim your reward now? Chapter 5. Physical Enhancement. Teach Zhao Lichuan a lesson. Claim. Zhao Ruilong decisively agreed. Although he had only been in this new world for less than a day, he had already grown weary of this frail body. Warning. Claiming the task reward is expected to take 5 minutes. If dizziness, nausea, or diarrhea occur during the process, these are normal phenomena. What? Diarrhea? Am I supposed to detoxify and feel light as a feather? Zhao Ruilong hurried into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Hearing the loud thud, Zhao Lichuan did not get angry. Instead, he cast a somewhat reproachful glance at his second daughter. Zhao Shui, didn't you take a break at the service area on your way back? Look at how pent up Xiaolong is. Zhao Shui mumbled, it's only a little over 2 hours. Why bother stopping at the service area? His kidneys aren't too great. It's because he has been indulging himself almost every day since getting out of prison. Zhao Lichuan immediately frowned in displeasure. What nonsense are you talking? Your brother is in good health. Yes, yes, very healthy. Zhao Shui thought about the sumptuous spread before her and inwardly mused that if her elder sister were here, she would surely complain about their father's favoritism, with the table laden solely with dishes her younger brother loved. After all, he could devour 10 dishes without a second thought. However, mere minutes later, Zhao Ruilong emerged from the bathroom, towel-wrapped and bare-chested, making a beeline for the dining table. As soon as he sat down, he launched into a frenzied eating spree. Not a single dish was left untouched, and he polished off 3 large bowls of white rice. After he had consumed more than half of a soup bowl, he let out a resounding belch of satisfaction. Finally, content, he set the soup bowl down. The father and daughter duo of Zhao Lichuan and Zhao Xiaowei, who had been dumbfounded throughout, finally regained their composure. Bro, it seems you are truly starving. You didn't leave a single vegetable for Dad and me. Zhao Xiaowei exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the empty dishes. You didn't eat this much when you just got out, did you? And why does your complexion look a bit sallow, while your muscles seem quite well-defined? Zhao Lichuan, who had initially intended to chuckle, suddenly furrowed his brow. The thought of his son enduring 7 years of imprisonment filled him with a bittersweet ache. Xiaowei, shut your mouth. If you're hungry, go ask Annie to stir-fry a few more dishes. Zhao Shui quickly realized her slip and hurriedly excused herself. Dad, I'm sorry. I was just too hungry to no worries. Seeing you eat so heartily brings me joy. Zhao Lichuan replied, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, offering one to Zhao Ruilong. Those years were tough on you, and I feel for you. But rest assured, I will make it up to you. Zhao Ruilong accepted the cigarette and the lighter. Although he still struggled to accept this new father figure, he felt compelled by the ingrained values of respect for elders and care for the young, making it awkward to let an elder light his cigarette. Why don't you have one too? Sure, all right. With a flick of the lighter, the flames sprang to life. Zhao Ruilong clearly noticed the glimmer of moisture in Zhao Lichuan's eyes. Logically, after over 20 years in the political arena, Zhao Lichuan should have mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Yet in this moment, seated at the dining table with only his son, he could not help but reveal his true feelings. At this instant, he was devoid of the authority that came with his high position. He was simply a father reveling in the joy of familial affection. After smoking in silence for a while, Zhao Ruilong took the initiative to break the quiet, briefly explaining the decision to abandon the Food City project. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lichuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Gao Yuliang doesn't need to be sought out. It is clear he won't approve. Liang Chuanfeng and I have yet to settle our rivalry. He wouldn't dare to align with me so easily. However, the fact that Li Dakong, who has followed me for 5 years, has turned into an insatiable wolf is truly disheartening. Zhao Ruilong promptly advised. He has studied abroad and possesses a broader vision. I bear him no grudge for not signing. Really? Zhao Lichuan, somewhat taken aback, inquired. When we initially discussed the Gourmet City project, you were resolute in your determination to see it realized, declaring that it must be built at all costs. Why is it that you now refrain from blaming him? Zhao Ruilong took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied, unhurriedly, Moonlight Lake is not only a scenic treasure of Luzhu City, but also the nurturing mother lake of over 3 million people. To construct a gourmet city, which will inevitably contribute to pollution, besides such an ecologically sensitive lake, is troubling. While there may be no immediate repercussions, what of the future? Even a single drop of wastewater entering Moonlight Lake would become a sensational issue. Even if you win this time, Father, you may only have a decade more in Handong. Yet Li Dakong is determined to ascend the ranks and surely does not wish for any blemishes on his record. Having navigated the system for over 20 years, Zhao Lichuan was undoubtedly astute, grasping the implications swiftly. Your point is well taken that a new ruler brings new subjects. Once a person departs, the warmth dissipates. When one wields power, no one dares to criticize. Yet once that power wanes, even the slightest infraction is scrutinized. Zhao Ruilong chuckled thus. You must triumph over Liang Chuanfeng. Otherwise, our family may soon face turbulent times. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lichuan offered a faint smile. Devoid of arrogance or trepidation, seemingly resigned to fate. What brings you amusement? Do you lack confidence in victory, leaving matters to chance? Certainly, the position of the top leader is not one that can be won merely by desire. Zhao Lichuan mused, taking a puff of his cigarette, his brow slightly furrowed. Even if Liang Chuanfeng possesses seniority, a formidable background, and the endorsement of Zhong Jinghua, what of it? The ultimate decision-making power does not reside in Handong, but in Yanjing. Zhao Ruilong flicked the ash from his cigarette. Smiling, I understand that such a pivotal position will undergo comprehensive evaluation, yet I firmly believe you will prevail ditto. And what leads you to that conclusion? Zhao Lichuan asked with a curious interest. Zhao Ruilong smiled faintly. Must I elaborate? At the 15th Congress 3 years ago, it was clearly stated that the period leading up to 2010 is crucial for achieving modernization and constructing a moderately prosperous society. Thus, prior to the 18th Congress, our nation's focus has been on economic development, which evidently requires a vigorous and daring leader. Liang Chuanfeng, with his background in political law, lacks the understanding necessary to accelerate economic growth. Furthermore, he should be nearing 60 this year, an age when he ought to step back. How can he possibly compare to your youthful vigor? Flattery, however insincere, is universally appreciated, even by Zhao Lichuan, who could not help but smile at the compliment. Yet, Zhao Ruilong swiftly doused the enthusiasm with a sobering reminder. However, Li Dakong is capable of thinking long-term. Father, you must weigh this carefully, that do not allow a decade of fervent development to yield economic success paired with insurmountable problems. In the end, accolades may be absent. Yet issues could be relentlessly pursued, leading to a bridge-burning scenario. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lichuan's brow furrowed and concerned. He was acutely aware that rapid economic growth often accompanies pollution, corruption, and widening wealth disparities. Yet, given the current climate, he felt compelled to prioritize economic development. Stagnation was not an option. That I never anticipated that you would possess such insight, Zhao Ruilong remarked with a chuckle. After all, I am one of the few university graduates of the 1980s, and even authored a graduation report on the path to a moderately prosperous society in our nation. During my 7 years in prison, I remained attuned to domestic and international news. How could I lack even this modicum of understanding? Zhao Lichuan took a casual drag from his cigarette and asked, "What do you propose I do after winning to avoid being undermined a decade later?" Zhao Ruilong responded earnestly. It is imperative to focus on the future and pursue a path of high-quality development. In simpler terms, embrace high technology. If you can transform Handong into a province of high-end manufacturing, who could possibly impede your ascent? Chapter 6. Resolute and decisive. The son of a tiger is no dog. High-end manufacturing. Zhao Lichuan smiled bitterly, shaking his head slightly. Who wouldn't he desire to engage in high-end manufacturing? Who wishes to remain a low-end industrial producer? A mere sweatshop. Yet, while discussing high-end manufacturing sounds effortless, actualizing it is fraught with challenges. Ruilong. Policy is one hurdle. But what of funding, technology, talent? Where do we acquire these three critical elements? After flicking the ash from his cigarette, Zhao Lichuan offered a sheepish smile. Much like the impoverished populace in the countryside, who wouldn't he wish for a good job or a thriving business to escape poverty? The reality, however, is that most have received little education, lack skills, and possess neither the capital nor the means to start a business. What do they have? Only their labor, the will to endure hardship, thus, to lead them out of poverty. We must establish more factories and build more sites. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lichuan continued. Returning to your earlier suggestion, I am well aware of the merits of high-end manufacturing, that IT not only minimizes pollution and maximizes profits, but also creates a multitude of high-paying jobs. Expands the middle class, strengthens domestic demand, and significantly enhances national strength. The reason the West, led by the United States, enjoys economic prosperity, advanced technology, formidable military power, and generous welfare is precisely because they dominate high-end manufacturing. As latecomers, if we aspire to catch up, we must invest significantly more. Talent is manageable, as we have cultivated millions of university graduates over the years. But what of funding and technology? Even if we were to sell everything to resolve the funding issue, the advanced technology will not be easily relinquished by the West, and developing it independently will require an unknown amount of time and resources. Moreover, the West will undoubtedly exploit its leading position to suppress us in the market and block us with patents. making it arduous to turn our hard-earned research into profit. And if profitability is elusive, how can we sustain development? Zhao Ruilong inwardly marveled. To have navigated the treacherous waters to become the second in command of Handong. Zhao Lichuan was indeed no ordinary individual. He possessed not only vision beyond the ordinary, but also practical considerations, making him difficult to deceive. That so, according to you, if developing high-end manufacturing is fraught with difficulty, should we abandon it? No, we must pursue it. Zhao Lichuan declared emphatically, his voice resonating with conviction that in the long run, if we aspire to achieve national rejuvenation and shared prosperity, we must adhere to the principle of invigorating the nation through science and education, and we must develop high-end manufacturing. However, our immediate priority is to stimulate the economy and ensure that the impoverished citizens who lack basic necessities can achieve food security. Last year and this year, we have successfully negotiated with the U.S. and the European Union. By the end of this year at the earliest, or next year at the latest, we will join the World Trade Organization, which will undoubtedly propel our economic growth. Zhao Ruilong extinguished a cigarette. From a top-level perspective, your analysis is sound, but our discussion pertains to the Handong province that you are about to govern. Consider this. When everyone rushes to adopt a crude, growth-at-all-costs economic development model, fixated solely on GDP without regard for sustainability, while you lead Handong along a path of sustainable, high-quality development, wouldn't that set you apart? Before Zhao Lichuan could respond, Zhao Ruilong leaned forward, his bare torso leaning in. I know you are about to argue that high-end manufacturing is challenging, but I never suggested that the government should solely bear the burden of personnel, funding, and technology, as long as you take the lead in Handong. Encouraging, supporting, and guiding the private sector, granting entrepreneurs their rightful status, and creating a fair competitive environment. I believe the fighting spirit embedded in the veins of millions of citizens will erupt with unprecedented vigor. You need not worry. They will undoubtedly invest fervently and innovate continuously. Zhao Lichuan gradually raised his hand, inhaling deeply from his cigarette. After extinguishing the cigarette butt, he leaned back in his chair, lost in contemplation. To further persuade Zhao Lichuan, Zhao Ruilong earnestly advised, do not forget that at the 15th Congress 3 years ago, it was stated that our nation's economy should primarily be based on public ownership, with state-owned enterprises playing a leading role, but it was also made clear that the non-public economy is a vital component. Since it is an essential part, why choose to remain indifferent and allow it to grow unchecked? If you were the first to step forward and robustly support private enterprises, I believe Handong would surely create an economic miracle. With that, Zhao Ruilong felt he had said enough. The reason Zhao Lichuan had ascended so rapidly over the years, overtaking Liang Xuanfeng, was primarily due to his willingness to break conventions and his adeptness in economic matters that in the original narrative. Once Zhao Lichuan became the secretary, he fiercely supported private entrepreneurs, propelling Handong's economic boom. Thus, he was merely encouraging him to be the first to take the plunge. History remembers the pioneers. Even if the second and third place achieve commendable results, the champion remains unforgettable. People will only remember the champion. This holds true across all fields, including within the system. Go tell your second sister not to wait for me for dinner. I am returning to my study to draft a report. Zhao Lichuan rose and departed. Observing his swift and decisive manner, it was evident that he was now brimming with inspiration, ready to pen his thoughts with the fervor of a deluged, how exhilarating this is, before my time travel. Even a glimpse of the district chief was a daunting task. Yet now, I find myself imparting lessons to the second-in-command of Handong province. However, this lesson is imperative. Otherwise, how could I fulfill my second system task? To venture into the burgeoning electronic information industry of the 21st century and achieve revenues exceeding 100 million within 2 years. Convincing Zhao Lichuan to robustly support private enterprises in Handong is essential for making significant inroads into the telecommunications sector and aggressively marketing small communication devices. Zhao Ruilong sighed deeply. Where's Dad? Zhao Xiaohui inquired curiously as she set the dishes on the table. He's in the study writing a report. Zhao Ruilong replied as he rose. Are you still hungry? Do you want to eat something more? No, I just want to sleep now. You take your time eating. With that, Zhao Ruilong turned and left, observing his brother's healthy wheat-colored skin and distinctly defined muscles. Zhao Xiaohui couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why does this fellow appear so athletic after his release, despite indulging in daily pleasures without exercise? No, he seems to engage in quite the physical exertion daily. Although he was nearly at the spiral staircase, the physically enhanced Zhao Ruilong, with keen senses, still caught his sister's murmurs. The subtle changes in his physique had already aroused her suspicions. It seems I must devise a means to convince everyone that I possess a profound understanding of electronic information technology, a product of innate talent and self-directed learning. The following day, with the first light of dawn, Zhao Ruilong awoke hungry. Seizing the opportunity of an empty stomach, he commenced several sets of sit-ups, push-ups, and squats. After rummaging through the wardrobe for a set of sportswear, he descended to request the housekeeper to prepare a hearty breakfast, particularly boiled eggs, that he then ventured outside, taking a warm-up jog around the expansive, lush grounds of the provincial party committee. Following some stretching exercises, he began a rapid circuit run. The exact distance he covered was lost on him. He simply ran with abandon, reveling in the exhilaration. However, Liang Chuanfeng in Villa No. 3 was acutely aware. What a remarkable kid, already on his 8th lap. Zhao Lichuan's third son is certainly formidable. Liang Lu glanced up, watching Zhao Ruilong dash by, and with a hint of envy, quipped, "It seems that labor reform in prison indeed enhances inmates' physical fitness. It has transformed a privileged scion into a remarkably athletic runner." Chi Tongwei nearly choked on his porridge, hastily dabbing his mouth with a napkin to mask his reaction. The elderly Liang Chuanfeng slowly set down his utensils, narrowing his eyes and reflecting. A tiger father begets no dog son. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Chapter 7. Battling Liang Chuanfeng. I, Zhao Lichuan, ardently aspire to progress. Dad, what are you saying? What do you mean by a tiger father begetting no dog son? What is this about the younger generation being formidable? With the support of Zhong Shuji, are you still worried about not defeating Zhao Lichuan? The proud and confident Liang Lu was resolute. Yet, sitting beside her, Chi Tongwei harbored different thoughts. 8 years prior, her father-in-law, Liang Chuanfeng, had become the deputy secretary of Handong, a solid third dash in dash command at that time. Zhao Lichuan was merely the vice-governor. However, the youthful and vigorous Zhao, adept at fostering economic development, ultimately surpassed the highly regarded Liang Chuanfeng to become the second-in-command of Handong. Now, as Zhong Jinghua, the old secretary, prepared to depart from Handong, many believed Liang Chuanfeng, with his extensive experience and Zhong Shuji's backing, would surely ascend. Yet, in Chi Tongwei's view, this was nothing but a pipe dream. We are now in an era dedicated to economic competition. Having risen through the ranks from grassroots levels in Handong, Zhao Lichuan, who currently held a prominent position as the provincial governor, was seasoned, accomplished, young, and daring. In stark contrast, Liang Chuanfeng, who had predominantly operated within the legal system, had little expertise in economic matters. Moreover, he had failed to challenge Zhao Lichuan for the second-in-command position in the past. What credibility did he have to vie for the top position now, merely due to Zhong Jinghua's nomination? Handong, a critical economic province and industrial powerhouse, required a leader whose appointment reflected a comprehensive understanding of strategic development. If it came down to a choice, even a fool would know to select Zhao Lichuan. Yet, the son-in-law who publicly knelt to curry favor with the powerful had no standing to voice his opinion. After wiping his mouth, he began to help Liang Lu peel eggs. Although he and Liang Lu were no longer a couple in any meaningful sense, they found themselves residing in her father's home due to the ongoing renovations of their new house, thus maintaining the facade of intimacy as for Liang Chuanfeng. He, through years in the system, possessed a keen self-awareness. Xiaolu, what nonsense are you spouting? Such talk is better suited for private conversations. Just because Zhong Shuji nominated me, does that guarantee I will succeed him? If that were the case, I would have become governor 5 years ago. Moreover, given the current domestic and international circumstances, Zhao Lichuan is evidently more suitable than I. Rather than occupying a position without contributing, I would prefer to step back and make way for the younger generation. This juncture, Liang Chuanfeng turned to Chi Tongwei. In a few days, it will be your mentor Gao Yuliang's birthday. His daughter, Gao Fangfang, is studying abroad and will not be present. So as one of his favorite students, you must ensure the arrangements are impeccable. Chi Tongwei immediately affirmed. Rest assured, Dad, I am already making preparations and will ensure Professor Gao is satisfied. He understood clearly that Liang Chuanfeng had promoted Professor Gao to cultivate a successor. With his vast knowledge and numerous disciples, Professor Gao had indeed lived up to expectations, now serving as the secretary of Wuzhou City. With promising prospects for advancement to the provincial committee, there was even a chance he might ascend to the third-in-command of Handong, much like his father-in-law Liang Chuanfeng, should circumstances shift in the future. And the emphasis no longer be solely on economic development, but rather on strengthening the rule of law. A professor of law like Gao Yuliang could very well become Handong's top leader. Thus, Liang Chuanfeng's words carried profound implications, suggesting he recognized the limitations imposed by both the broader environment and personal capabilities, leading him to seek to enhance his relationship with Gao Yuliang to secure future backing. Meanwhile, Zhao Lichuan entered the dining hall and observed Zhao Shelly peeling a large bowl of eggs. Have you lost your mind? Peeling so many eggs. Do you think you can eat them all? It's not for me. It's for Ruilong, she replied. Is he eating this much? He has gone for his run and is taking a shower. You'll soon find out if he can finish it all. Running? Are you joking? When did he develop such a good habit? Isn't that a requirement in prison? Zhao Lichuan's face suddenly changed. You should refrain from mentioning that place. Zhao Shelly shot him a glance. Didn't you ask me? Zhao Lichuan let out a heavy snort to avoid a repeat of last night's incident. He quickly sat down to eat something, just as he finished his meal and set down his bowl and chopsticks. He noticed his son descending the stairs, clad in casual attire. For a moment, it felt as if his beloved son, brimming with youthful vitality and just starting university, had returned. Ruilong, you look particularly radiant and handsome today. Usually eloquent Zhao Lichuan suddenly found himself stumbling over his words. Haha, it's all right. Approaching the table, Zhao Ruilong immediately began to eat. The bowl of egg Zhao Shelly had peeled for quite some time seemed to vanish in an instant. Observing a large plate of beef and a bowl of porridge quickly consumed, Zhao Shelly stared in astonishment. Ruilong, are you going through a second growth spurt? How can you eat more than when you were in middle school? I don't know, I just feel quite hungry. By the way, have you two eaten? Dad already had breakfast, but I'm still hungry. Those buns are for you. I'm satisfied. Zhao Shelly chuckled. You really are a true brother. Leaving 2 buns from such a lavish breakfast for me. Compared to last night, he did show a bit of consideration. By the way, what time is our flight this morning? It departs at 10:30. We should arrive at the airport by 10:00. In that case, let us stop by the bookstore. I want to pick up a few books to read on the way. Are you that fond of studying? Just something to pass the time. Don't you also enjoy those romance novels? At this, Zhao Ruilong turned to her. I saw your suitcase. Are you planning to go down to the grassroots for inspection? Zhao Lichuan slightly shook his head. No, I intend to go to Yanjing to submit the report I hastily wrote last night. This is a crucial phase for me to confront Liang Chuanfeng. If I don't make more moves and reports, how can I progress? Saying this, Zhao Lichuan opened his briefcase and presented the handwritten report to Zhao Ruilong in an era before widespread computer use. Crafting a report by hand with elegant penmanship was the most basic skill for a civil servant. Zhao Ruilong scanned it rapidly. TSK, it's no wonder you've achieved the position of second-in-command in Handong in just over 20 years. Last night, we engaged in a rather casual conversation, yet he was able to connect theory with practice and produce such an impressive report. With such capability, even in the world before my time travel, he could easily achieve a perfect score on the civil service examination. Amidst my admiration, Zhao Ruilong took a moment to reflect deeply. From the perspective of a time traveler, this report still had a few shortcomings. As Gao Yuliang stated in the original play, understanding the future is far less clear than comprehending the past. Zhao Lichuan, who is not a time traveler, still lacks a bit in forecasting the trends in the manufacturing industry. To aid Zhao Lichuan's improvement and for his own future, Zhao Ruilong felt compelled to speak up. Dad, I suggest you add a line here. Lucid waters and lush mountains are invaluable assets. And here, while it's true that green and sustainable practices are the trend of the future, I can assert that hydrogen energy cannot possibly become a green new energy source within the next 30 years due to technological and cost constraints. Furthermore, while vigorously supporting the automotive manufacturing industry is commendable, its significant impact on the entire industrial system means that we should focus on new energy vehicles for an advantageous leap. Additionally, the aerospace sector is too advanced, and the West will undoubtedly obstruct us that we must rely on self-sufficiency. But for railways, shipping, and aviation, we can certainly adopt a strategy of exchanging market access for technology. 10 minutes later, Zhao Lichuan departed with the revised report in hand. He hurriedly boarded the dedicated vehicle to the airport, rewriting the report again on the plane. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruilong, accompanied by his second sister, visited a bookstore and purchased numerous books related to computers and the internet. He then took a taxi to the airport, where he met with Du Bozhong at AT-1030. The plane took off, heading straight for Jinghai. Chapter 8. Affordable and practical. What more could one want? At Jinghai Airport, two police cars with flashing lights escorted a Coaster minibus. Inside this seemingly ordinary yet spacious and comfortable vehicle, Zhao Xiaowei experienced the little communication device that Secretary Wang had purchased in advance. Its functions are rather limited, aren't they? She remarked. Aside from making calls and sending texts, it lacks any entertainment features that IT can't even function as a radio, nor does it have games like Snake or Tetris. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaowei handed the device to Zhao Ruilong. But it's so inexpensive. Zhao Ruilong chuckled as he tried it out. Indeed, not only was it poorly made with minimal functions, but it also had no signal. After all, it was still a phone. How could it be so cheap? Du Bozhong leaned closer to Zhao Ruilong, filled with curiosity. Secretary Wang, eager to assert his presence, quickly added, "It is indeed quite affordable. Only 800 yuan after the discount. And the monthly fee is merely 20. Each call costs 2 dimes. And receiving calls is free. I also heard that the little device has low power consumption and minimal electromagnetic radiation, so even prolonged use won't cause dizziness. It's suitable for the elderly and pregnant women." Really? It's that good and only costs 800? Zhao Xiaowei exclaimed, quickly pulling out her recently purchased Nokia 8850. The silver-gray magnesium aluminum alloy casing made this compact phone appear very fashionable and high quality. Its sliding cover design, along with small, protruding buttons, further enhanced its elegance. In that moment, Secretary Wang couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. Truly, she was the niece of Zhao Lidong, the secretary of the Handong province, and the daughter of Governor Zhao Lichuan. This was the latest Nokia model, priced at nearly 6,000 yuan. Most ordinary office workers would struggle for a year to afford it. My phone, he continued, was also bought at a discount through a friend's recommendation and still cost nearly 5,000. Thus, the difference in price made purchasing an 800 yuan little device quite feasible. Hearing Zhao Xiaowei's remarks, Du Bozhong, who had previously looked down on the little device, quickly changed his attitude that it's only 800 yuan. Why nitpick over such a low price? When Zhao Ruilong offered him the device, he eagerly began to explore it. He attempted to call the front desk of the Zhao Ruilong Hotel, only to find that it wouldn't connect. Upon closer inspection, he discovered there was no signal. Why is there no signal? Secretary Wang replied with a smile. That's the most significant drawback of the little device. Poor signal quality. Without a signal, it's useless, no matter how cheap. Du Bozhong grew anxious. The signal is likely weak because there aren't any base stations nearby. Once we reach the city, it should have a signal. Secretary Wang's words left Du Bozhong speechless. What do you mean? Are you saying that if we buy a little device, we can only use it in the city? At the moment, it seems so. However, I heard from the store staff that Jinghai Telecom is in the process of building base stations, and once there are more, the signal will improve significantly. Du Bozhong's lips twitched as he looked down at the little device in his hand. Even if it is healthy and affordable, if the signal is particularly poor, the general public will surely be reluctant to buy it. Zhao Ruilong immediately countered, but do they have a better choice right now? Pagers are cheap and have a wide signal coverage, but they are incredibly inconvenient. Meanwhile, phones using 2G technology have more powerful signals, but how many people can truly afford them? Du Bozhong found himself at a loss for words. Look, there's a signal, Secretary Wang suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a building at the 9 o'clock direction. Everyone turned to see a pole with 3 signal receivers affixed in a triangular formation atop the roof. Is that a base station? It looks so small. Aren't communication base stations usually tall towers? Zhao Ruilong chuckled. The little device uses analog signals, which connect to the local landline network through microcell base stations. So the base stations don't need to be large or complex. This is precisely why, as long as there are telephone lines, microcell base stations can be installed. Once enough are in place, extensive signal coverage can be achieved. Du Bozhong frowned. Even if these small base stations are cheap, covering major cities and towns across the country would still require the construction of hundreds of thousands of them, costing billions. Would the 3 major carriers be willing to invest that much? Zhao Ruilong smiled nonchalantly that it's hard to say for the other two carriers, but the telecom company, which has reached its limit for fixed-line installations and lacks mobile communication licenses, will definitely be enthusiastic to as soon as he finished speaking. Secretary Wang eagerly added, Jinghai's little device service is indeed provided by the telecom company. Sales are doing well, and Jinghai Telecom is working overtime to build base stations. The one we just saw was likely installed in the last 2 days, because I didn't TC it when I went to the airport 3 days ago. Zhao Ruilong shrugged towards Du Boisjon. Did you hear that? Building a lakeside dining center is challenging, but getting the telecom company to build base stations is straightforward, that it's a win-win collaboration. The more little device users there are, the more they profit from monthly fees. So there's no need to worry about too few base stations and poor signals. The affordable and practical little device will undoubtedly sell well. Du Boisjon immediately began to calculate that if each little device user pays 20 a month, that's 2 billion from a million users in a year. That's 24 billion. Not to mention call charges, text fees, and so forth. And that's just based on a million users. What if the user base reaches tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? Then the annual monthly revenue could soar to 2 or 300 billion. Even if building the base stations costs tens or hundreds of billions, the telecom company would certainly be eager. With this realization, Du Boisjon finally stopped dismissing the little device. That it seems this little device has real potential. Zhao Ruilong chuckled. You may not know, but the company producing the little device, Skunda, has seen its stock soar in the U.S. Really? How do you know that? Shouldn't I inquire thoroughly before suggesting you switch to the little device business? True. It seems you aren't just indulging in leisure all the time. Zhao Ruilong shot him a sidelong glance. Du Boisjon immediately offered an awkward smile. 20 minutes later, 3 vehicles came to a halt outside the old factory street. Naturally, Zhao Lidong, who preferred to remain unexposed, waited in the car. Zhao Ruilong and the others disembarked, following Secretary Wang towards the Changxing Little Device Specialty Store. Along the way, Zhao Ruilong spotted several familiar faces. Chao Chuang, Jiang Chao, Li Xiang, Zhang Biao, and others, all dressed in plain clothes, scattered around the vicinity. What's going on with Zhao Lidong? How afraid is he of something happening to us siblings that he has summoned so many members of the Jinghai Criminal Investigation Team for covert protection? Even though public safety wasn't particularly robust in this era, with daytime motorcycle robberies still occurring, there seemed to be no need for such an extravagant display of force. That as Zhao Ruilong approached the entrance of the store, he was momentarily taken aback. There, seated behind a fruit stand, was an Exine adorned with headphones, her gaze vigilant as she scanned her surroundings. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Zhao Ruilong. During his initial viewing of the drama Quang Biao, he had perceived an Exine as a tragic hero. He had witnessed firsthand how Gao Qiqiang transformed from a humble fishmonger into the notorious overlord of Jinghai. In his relentless pursuit of Gao Qiqiang, he had forsaken his childhood friend Meng Yu. Zhao Ruilong had watched as the once youthful and passionate young man matured into a grizzled middle-aged man. What are you looking at? Let's go, urged Urji. Pulling Zhao Ruilong from his reverie, he turned and entered the bustling Changxing Xilingtong specialty store. Chapter 9. A distinguished visitor. I am Gao Qixing. If I don't use it, will I still be charged a monthly fee of 20 yuan? Why was there no signal when I went to Xiuan yesterday? Can we urge the telecom company to expedite the installation of a base station? Can you make it any cheaper? When the store first opened, Gao Qiqiang promised a 60% discount for the neighbors. I had someone send a unit to my daughter in the provincial capital, and she told me it was completely unusable. What is going on? The store buzzed with voices, filled with potential buyers posing various inquiries and previous customers providing feedback on their purchases. However, what piqued Zhao Ruilong's interest was not the Xilingtong itself, but rather the 2 owners of the store, the Gao Qiqiang brothers. Yet after a thorough search, he found no sign of them. Instead, he encountered Zhang Xiaofeng, nicknamed Bald Brave. True to his character in the original drama, he appeared robust and formidable. In Quang Biao, he served as Gao Qiqiang's enforcer and was involved in covert drug trafficking alongside Gao Qixing. After the exposure of his underling, a Chung, Tang Xiao had summoned him to an arcade, where Gao Qixing and Chen Jima had swiftly eliminated him. Subsequently, the duo had gone to a scrap yard where Chen Jima dispatched Zhong AC, while Gao Qixing, wielding a frozen fish, refrained from killing Li Hongwei, who had insulted Gao Qiqiang by calling him a smelly fishmonger. Good day, sir. Are you here to purchase a Xiling Tong? Bald Brave approached with a friendly smile. Where are your bosses? Secretary Wang was the first to inquire that they'd gone to scout a location for a new store. Is there something you need to discuss with them? Bald Brave asked curiously. Judging by their demeanor and appearance, he could tell they were not ordinary individuals. The grand opening banner still hung at the entrance, suggesting they had only recently opened. Are you already planning a new store? Du Boisjong asked impatiently. Dao Sheng said that despite the Xiling Tong's appeal, there aren't many customers nearby willing to buy, so we should take advantage of its popularity and open more stores to maximize sales. Bald Brave explained, gesturing for them to follow. Please, come to the counter, that we have several models of Xiling Tong for you to choose from. The group followed suit, but Zhao Ruilong was impatient to hear Bald Brave's explanations. Internally, he marveled. Gao Qixing truly lived up to his reputation as the intellectual prodigy from Biao, that a graduate of the Zhongling Institute of Technology with a degree in finance. He was indeed sharp-minded. However, the early loss of his parents and a life of poverty had left him sensitive and insecure. Thus, after amassing a fortune through the Xiling Tong business, the Platinum Han Club was acquired by Qin Tai and gifted to his older brother. This led Gao Qixing to a path of decadence, indulging in pleasures without ambition, gradually dimming his once brilliant intellect. Trapped in a comfort zone, he failed to adapt, resulting in an overstock of outdated Xiling Tong devices, forcing him into the drug trade to cover his losses, ultimately leading to his premature downfall. Though it was still the year 2000, and his Xiling Tong venture had only just commenced, he was already embarking on a frenzied expansion, likely heading down the same path as depicted in the original drama at that moment. The sound of honking echoed from outside. Bald Brave peered out. My apologies, everyone. Please wait a moment while I assist with some deliveries. It won't take long. Soon, several employees ventured outside, swiftly unloading boxes from a tricycle into the storeroom. Zhao Ruilong spotted a familiar figure. Gao Qixing, dressed in work attire and sporting glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor. At this moment, he still resembled an aspiring entrepreneur, lacking the polished elegance of a businessman. After the deliveries were completed, Bald Brave whispered something in his ear. Moments later, Gao Qixing washed his hands and approached with a brisk stride. He was astute enough to have already noticed the increased presence of plainclothes officers outside, including an XIN from the Jinghai Criminal Investigation Team. With Su Jiang deceased and the Platinum Han Club soon to be auctioned, it was evident that an XIN and her colleagues had come to protect key figures. Hello, I am the owner of this store, Gao Qixing. Are you here to purchase a Xiling Tong as part of our grand opening celebration? All models are available at a 20% discount. Zhao Ruilong remained silent, directing his gaze towards Du Boisjong. The primary objective of this trip to Jinghai was to convince Du Boisjong to abandon the idea of establishing a food city and instead dive into the Xiling Tong business. We've come from Handong to is it convenient for us to step outside for a chat? Of course. It just so happens to be lunchtime. Allow me to treat you all to a meal next door. That sounds splendid, but this meal is on us. We can't allow the owner to incur any expenses. Very well. I shall not be modest. And a short while later, the group relocated to a small restaurant next door. Gao Qixing ordered several local specialties and snacks that Du Boisjong wasted no time in stating their intentions. Sitting nearby, Zhao Shaohui opened her handbag and placed a bulging envelope in front of Gao Qixing. What is this? Just a small token of appreciation, Zhao Shaohui replied nonchalantly. Although Handong and Lingjiang are quite far apart, we are indeed competitors in the same industry, that if we enter the Xiling Tong business, it will inevitably affect your operations at the very least. Once we join the fray, the supply from manufacturers will fall short, causing prices to rise. Adjusting his glasses, Gao Qixing had already anticipated that a successful business would attract numerous inquiries. However, he had not expected these individuals to possess such influence and be so generous. He pushed the envelope back toward Zhao Shaohui, smiling as he said, "You are too kind, that I appreciate the sentiment. But please take this substantial sum back. I am well aware that as the Xiling Tong business flourishes, followers will undoubtedly increase. Thus, I secured a long-term supply agreement with the manufacturers in advance. Your operations in Handong will not impact me." Zhao Shaohui raised an eyebrow. That's so. You may appear young, but your audacity is commendable. According to our information, currently, only Hangzhou, Anxi, and Jinghai have launched Xiling Tong services in the country. How can you be so certain it will succeed? Worthy of a long-term supply agreement. What if it fails to take off and becomes unsellable? Wouldn't that be a significant loss? Gao Qixing offered a somewhat bashful smile. Because the business manager of Skunda is my senior. He was invited to the Millennium Anniversary Gala and introduced their company, showcasing the Xiaolingtong. Although it has been mockingly dubbed the poor man's phone, I believe this aligns perfectly with our national context. The common people may not be wealthy, but they have an insatiable demand for communication. Secretly, I visited Hangzhou, conducting thorough research on their company and the market, and I am convinced the Xiaolingtong will thrive. So I took the gamble. Zhao Xiaowei nodded with a smile, her eyes filled with admiration. The anniversary gala, are you a university student? Du Boizhong inquired with curiosity. Yes, I graduated from the Jiangling Institute of Technology. Majoring in finance. Gao Qixing confirmed with a smile. The Du Boizhong's expression shifted to one of realization. That explains it. I wondered how you could dare to take such a risk. It turns out you are a finance major. Adept at leveraging opportunities to maximize profits. Gao Qixing spoke calmly. In life, opportunities to change one's fate are rare. As a child from a poor family, I may have only this one chance that if I seize it, I can rise. If I fail, I will live a life of hardship and poverty. That my older brother, Gao Qiqiang, has spent over a decade selling fish at the nearby market, and I do not wish for him to toil for a lifetime. Well then, since it is already noon, let's call him over to join us for lunch. Zhao Xiaowei suggested eagerly. Gao Qixing hesitated that he has found a new job and is currently employed at the Jinghai Construction Group. Chapter 10. A hidden agenda? The course is set. Working at the mention of those words, Zhao Ruilong nearly burst into laughter. Your brother, Gao Qiqiang, is not simply working. He has clearly ascended to power. However, even with the support of the beautiful sister-in-law, Chen Shooting, and the so-called underground godfather of Jinghai, Chen Tai, Gao Qiqiang would require time to consolidate his influence and secure his position as the leader. Thus, he was undoubtedly quite busy lately and would hardly have the time to join them for a meal in the old factory street. Did you not just say he was selling fish at the nearby market? How is it that you now say he is working? Du Boizhong furrowed his brow and inquired. Previously, yes, but not long ago. Certain events transpired. Chen Tai, the chairman of the construction group, took a great liking to him and adopted him as his godson. Gao Qixing was just speaking when the restaurant proprietress brought a dish to the table. And he immediately shifted the topic to try this white-cut chicken. It is quite delectable, a classic dish in our Cantonese cuisine. All right, let me taste it, exclaimed Zhao Ruilong, who, after his body enhancement, was extremely famished and immediately picked up his chopsticks to eat. It is indeed delicious. Madam, please bring 2 more plates. Can you finish that? Gao Qixing was utterly astonished. Fear not, my brother has a particularly hearty appetite. He will surely finish it. Zhao Xiaowei quickly explained, and no sooner had she spoken than she asked. Isn't the pig's trotter noodle your restaurant's breakfast specialty? Then please bring me a bowl of that, a large portion, and add an extra pig's trotter. Gao Qixing was completely bewildered. What is happening? Is this person even normal? Du Boizhong quickly diverted the conversation. Could you kindly provide a contact number? We would like to visit Skunda Company for an inspection and discuss potential cooperation. Of course. ILL, write down the address and phone number for you, and then I'll call my senior brother. No need to rush. Let us eat first. It's fine. The dishes haven't even been served yet. Have they? With that, Gao Qixing took out his address book and a ballpoint pen to jot down the details. Naturally, the astute individual did not forget to leave his own phone number as well. After finishing the call, he addressed the questions posed by Zhao Xiaowei and Du Boizhong during the meal, being forthright with all he knew. After lunch, Gao Qixing brought everyone back to the store for a warm introduction. As the group departed from the old factory street, he lingered by the roadside, smiling and waving for quite some time until he noticed 2 police cars escorting the minibus away. Who are these people? Inquired the bald-headed Yong. Filled with curiosity, you think ordinary folks could prompt the officers from the Jinghai Criminal Investigation Team to be on alert in plain clothes. With police cars providing escort, Gao Qixing turned back to the store, having a crucial thought left unspoken. Their surname is Zhao, hailing from Handong. The Zhao siblings are certainly beyond my reach. However, that person's surname Du is clearly their go-between. They're partnered. If I can cultivate a rapport with him, I may have a chance to align myself with the powerful Zhao family. But how could he earn his trust and become friends? Suddenly, Gao Qixing recalled a recent shipment. Though Skunda Company was rapidly expanding its production capacity, there was currently no surplus available to supply the eager Zhao family for opening their store. Therefore, if he allocated a portion of the goods to the Zhao family, they could expedite their store's opening in Handong. With this bond, it would be difficult for their relationship not to flourish. That is a splendid idea. Yet he resolved that he must not take the initiative. Otherwise, it would appear that he had ulterior motives and was insincerely ingratiating himself. With this thought, Gao Qixing promptly decided to reduce the number of branches he would open. Instead of 5 branches all at once, he would only establish 2. That after all, if there weren't enough goods to sell, how could he support the Zhao family in Handong? At Jinghai Airport, after a heartfelt farewell to Zhao Lidong, Zhao Ruilong and the others hurriedly prepared to fly to Hangzhou. Upon arriving at the VIP lounge, Zhao Xiaowei immediately took out the small phone sent by Secretary Wang as she settled into her seat. Ruilong, it seems there is indeed signal in the airport. Should we call Dad and inquire how things are on his end? Why don't you use your own phone instead of the small one? Our phones are in Jinghai, and using them across provinces incurs exorbitant long-distance roaming fees. Come on, you can afford a phone that costs 4,000 to 5,000, but you can't spare 80 cents per minute for long-distance roaming? But this small phone only costs 20 cents per minute. We should save where we can and spend where necessary. All right, then go ahead and call. Zhao Ruilong understood his second sister's intentions well. Being their father's favorite, he knew that whatever he asked would be answered truthfully. But the same could not be said for his second sister. Taking out a computer principles book he had already perused halfway, Zhao Ruilong continued to read. Having completed his first system task and become a top-tier electronic information technology expert, he found what had once seemed uninteresting now quite engaging, akin to a doctoral student flipping through elementary school textbooks. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaowei was exceedingly curious about whether their father, Zhao Lichuan, could indeed become the top official in Handong. All those years of patience had been for the sake of waiting for their father to become a regional governor. Hello, Dad. This is Xiao. We met with Uncle Air and confirmed that the small phone business can proceed. We're heading to Hangzhou to discuss cooperation with the manufacturers. How are things on your end? What do you mean by not bad? Ruilong. Yes, reading. All right, I'll hand him the phone. You chat with him. After saying this, Zhao Xiaowei thrust the small phone directly to Zhao Ruilong's ear. Xiaolong, are you there? I am. Go ahead. That I presented the report to old Lu, and after he read it, he spoke with me for quite a while, stating that the report was excellently written and perfectly aligned with the decision to enhance technological innovation, develop high-tech industries, and achieve industrialization released last August. Great. So does this mean the overall situation is settled? Not necessarily. He suggested that I draft a detailed pilot plan so they can discuss it in their meeting next month after General Shin returns from his trip. This is truly giving me a headache. Zhao Ruilong set the book down and took the small phone, stepping a few paces away. Keep pretending. Them asking you to write a pilot plan is clearly a hint for you to become the top official in Handong. How could you possibly claim ignorance? I understand, but the ideas were all yours. How would I know how to execute them specifically? Zhao Lichuan spoke the truth. He was aware of the prevailing trends and that defeating Liang Chuanfeng wouldn't be difficult. However, crafting a genuine plan that could facilitate high-quality development in Handong was quite another matter. It's easy to say that vigorously developing the electronic information industry benefits both economic growth and enhances national defense capabilities. But how exactly does one go about it? Where does one begin? How should it be supported and guided? Even if it is merely theoretical, it requires considerable expertise. Zhao Ruilong halted, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the aircraft on the tarmac. Since the proposal isn't due until next month, why the rush? Just focus on outlining the framework, and I'll handle the specifics. Zhao Lichuan exclaimed. Are you certain you can manage that? Zhao Ruilong snorted in derision. If a time traveler doesn't know how to achieve high-quality development, what is the point of having traveled? Besides, even if I've never seen a pig run, I've at least heard of how the country developed and the detours it took. With a bit of improvisation, I can assemble a decent plan. The key point is that this is merely a pilot plan, and if it's approved, it will only be implemented within Handong province. It's a trial to test the good and the bad. Even if mistakes are made, they can provide valuable lessons. Rest assured, it's just a pilot plan. It needs to be bold and progressive, and any errors will merely serve as experience. What is there to fear? That is true that I'll visit more and gather opinions from the veterans in the next couple of days. It will also aid in drafting a solid pilot plan. All right, enough talk. We need to board our flight to Hangzhou that if the negotiations with the small phone manufacturers don't go well, we'll just return to Handong and manufacture it ourselves. Chapter 11. Supply fails to meet demand. It is this insane. As the sun set, a taxi slowly approached the entrance of Skunda Company. Before Zhao Ruilong and his companions could alight, someone approached them. "Excuse me, are you Manager Han?" Du Boisjong asked as he got out of the car. Mistakenly believing the person to be the awaited Manager Han, "Ditto, how I wish I were." The man chuckled lightly, sliding into the front passenger seat. Peering back at Du Boisjong and the others, he advised, "I suggest you leave. There are no available units. Not a single one. There's no point in going inside and wasting your time. However, if you're willing to sign a letter of intent, you should be able to receive the goods by January next year." Du Boisjong was utterly flabbergasted. "What? Goods won't be available until January next year?" The man chuckled. "Indeed. The precondition is that they must successfully complete the investment of several billion in the research and production base they're constructing in the western suburbs of Hangcheng, which is slated to commence operations in November. Well, I need to hurry to the train station. Otherwise, I'll miss my train. That if you're still keen, feel free to go in and inquire yourselves." Watching the taxi depart, Du Boisjong turned to Zhao Ruilong and his sister, his smile more pained than amused. After much deliberation, they had decided to abandon the Food City project in favor of the small phone business, only to discover that the manufacturer was already unable to meet demand and had no stock available. "What should we do?" "What do you mean? What should we do?" "We've come all this way. Let us at least go in and talk." "Exactly. We were introduced by Manager Han's disciple. Perhaps they'll give us some consideration." The trio registered at the entrance and proceeded to the office building. The marketing department's office was located on the first floor. Just before reaching the manager's office, they heard someone inside pleading desperately. 3,000. Would 3,000 units suffice? I've brought cash. If you provide me with the goods, this money is yours. That it is not that I am unwilling to provide you with goods. Rather, it is that I genuinely have none available at the moment. If you do not believe me, I can take you to the warehouse, and you will see that there is not a single unit in stock. Is it possible for you to divert some of the supplies meant for others and reserve a portion for me? Regardless of the penalty, I will cover it for you. Have you lost your mind? Are you truly considering such actions? What about our company's reputation? Enough. Please return for now, and I assure you that I will inform you at the very first opportunity when there is good news." The short, stout, balding Manager Han ushered the person out of the office. Upon seeing Zhao Ruilong and the others, he was momentarily taken aback. "Are you friends of Shaoxing?" "Yes, Manager Han, greetings. We just flew in from Jinghai." Du Boisjong stepped forward energetically, exuding warmth. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Manager Han gestured for the three to take a seat. Without even serving tea, he spoke directly. "We have sent someone to Handong to persuade the telecommunications company to cooperate. But it is still unclear when they will agree. That if you have influential connections, you could expedite the collaboration. Once our base is completed, we can prioritize supplying you," Du Boisjong quickly replied. "Rest assured. We have sufficiently powerful connections. A single phone call can secure the cooperation of Handong Telecom today. But the question remains, when will your so-called base be operational? What is its production capacity? Can it supply us with 2,000 to 3,000 units per day?" Manager Han was drenched in sweat. "Brother, are you joking? 2,000 to 3,000 units per day? What about the other distributors? Furthermore, are you certain that you can sell that many units in a day?" Du Boisjong insisted. "Never mind how much we can sell. Just tell us the earliest you can supply us." "The earliest would be February of next year." Manager Han took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. "What? February? We just encountered someone outside who said the earliest supply would be in January. Isn't that another order signed? If you do not place your order promptly, it might not be delivered until March." "Huh?" Du Boisjong was left dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" "Ah." Manager Han put away the handkerchief, unable to hide his smug smile. "Considering you are friends of Shaoxing, I will share a bit more with you. The Shaoling Tong is economical and efficient. It will surely become increasingly popular, with annual sales potentially reaching tens or even hundreds of thousands of units. Currently, only our Skunda company can produce it nationwide. Signing your order early will allow you to receive goods before others and earn money sooner." The Du Boisjong nodded vigorously and immediately turned to Zhao Ruilong. "Let us place our order quickly." Zhao Ruilong seemed not to have heard, gazing at Manager Han with a contented smile. "Your company is now in exclusive control. No other manufacturer can compete, correct?" "Certainly. Manager Han responded, hands clasped behind his back. Head held high. Our company successfully went public in the United States this past March, with a market value exceeding $70 billion US, providing ample funds to recruit and expand production. Huawei believes that the Zhao Ruilong technology is outdated and not worth the investment, insisting on pursuing 3G communication. Meanwhile, Longxing, although attentive, has only recently developed its product, and its performance, production capacity, and quality cannot compare to ours. Zhao Ruilong frowned slightly at as pioneers in the domestic Zhao Ruilong industry. Skundao indeed holds an undisputed leading position. However, in terms of state-owned background, even domestic telecommunications giant Longxing cannot be compared. ISNT that a bit too arrogant. The Zhao Ruilong is hardly a cutting-edge electronic product. What are you still hesitating for? If you wish to make money, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, it will be too late. After saying this, Manager Han raised his wrist to check the time. That Du Boisjon, looking anxious, said, Manager Han, we will definitely place an order, but we need to rent a shop, renovate, and hire staff, which will take at most 2 months. Moreover, during these 2 months, Handong Telecom will have ample time to establish base stations in major cities and prepare to launch services. However, your company won't be able to supply us until February next year. Does that mean we will have no goods to sell during those 2 months? Manager Han smiled. Since you were friends of Xiaosheng, you could ask him for some goods to get your store started. To be honest, he was indeed quite bold to sign a long-term agreement with us. Most of the goods produced by our company are supplied to him. Thus, at present, only he has sufficient Zhao Ruilong stock on hand. If you are eager to open your store, you must seek his assistance, as I have no solution. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilong couldn't help but chuckle. To seek help from the astute and uncorrupted Gao Qisheng, with his shrewdness, he would undoubtedly go out of his way to assist. Though it may seem to yield lesser immediate profits, it would garner invaluable goodwill. So, should I establish a connection with the Gao brothers? As Zhao Ruilong contemplated, Du Boisjon blurted out, I will speak to Brother Xing about this, but can't you expedite production and supply us sooner? Manager Han sighed and shook his head. There is nothing we can do. We are not unwilling to profit, but aggressively recruiting and building factories is of little use. Suppliers of components such as shells, motherboards, keys, batteries, and electronic parts also require time to expand their production capacity. Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door that a man in a shirt and trousers with a bag slung over his shoulder entered. Manager Han, I have made my decision. Can we sign the contract now? Please go to the conference room. I'll be right there. As the man left, Manager Han spread his hands. Did you see? It's this hectic. We simply cannot keep up. If you do not decide soon, I fear you might not receive your goods even by March next year. Du Boisjon suddenly sprang to his feet. Sign it. Let us sign it now. A few minutes later, the three exited the building and arrived at the street. Second sister, please call and check if there are any flights to Shenzhen tonight. What? Shenzhen? Aren't we heading back to Handong? Du Boisjon looked astonished. Zhao Ruilong shook his head slightly. We are going to Shenzhen to find Longxing Communications. Chapter 12. Nonsense. I, Liang Chuanfeng, am going to be driven mad by you. Handong Jingzhou. Liang Chuanfeng stood upright before his desk, answering the phone. All right. Zhong Shuyi, I will certainly study it thoroughly. After respectfully placing the receiver down, Liang Chuanfeng let out a long sigh. You want me to analyze the report submitted by Zhao Lichuan? Zhong Shuyi, you truly overestimate me. Liang Chuanfeng, it's one thing to engage in legal work. Is it reasonable to expect me to craft a superior report? Am I that capable? Gradually settling into his seat, Liang Chuanfeng continued to review documents. Regardless of whether he advances further or steps back next year, he is still the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee of Handong Province this year. He oversees all political and legal work across the province. Although the economic situation has improved somewhat since the year 2000, the crime rate remains alarmingly high. Particularly, the transformation failures of some state-owned enterprises have led to workers being unable to receive their wages, resulting in numerous cases. Liang Chuanfeng found this utterly vexing. The employees of Handong Hongxing Electronics are simply lawless. They collectively voted to agree to the public-to-private transformation, and the province even arranged for a bank loan. Now, unable to adapt to fierce market competition, the company is on the brink of bankruptcy. They can only blame their own incompetence. Failing to repay the loan, the bank seizes the factory and equipment. What crime have they committed? Why are they causing a scene? They even assaulted bank personnel. On this thought, Liang Chuanfeng picked up his pen and wrote a stern directive. Severe punishment without exception. Having a background in political and legal affairs, he has engaged in related work for many years that in his view, regardless of who commits a crime or the reasons behind it, they must be punished severely. Otherwise, yielding to compromise and handling cases lightly will inevitably lead to imitation. In such a scenario, enterprises struggling due to unsuccessful transformations will cause chaos. And when trouble arises, the government will have to step in to bail them out. If this continues, it lead to disorder. Where is the dignity of the law? What significance does enterprise transformation hold? For the next several cases, Liang Chuanfeng issued similar directives. Subsequently, he made a phone call to the highest procuratorate in Handong. Is this Deputy Procurator G? This is Liang Chuanfeng from the Provincial Party Committee. Recently, several mass incidents have occurred, causing extremely adverse effects, especially concerning the employees of Handong Hongxing Electronics, who even assaulted bank staff, legally seizing collateral assets. Is this behavior acceptable? It is utterly lawless, and I believe it must be met with severe repression to avoid fostering such unhealthy trends. You must issue a notification promptly. All levels should intervene in the relevant cases at the fastest speed, ensuring early reviews and harsh judgments. On the other end of the line, Ji Chaming dared not utter a word of dissent. He immediately responded robustly. Understood, Secretary Liang. I will convene a special meeting to study the case details and arrange tasks. Liang Chuanfeng further instructed. Those who violate the law must be resolutely punished and dealt with severely. It is imperative for all to understand that the law is an inviolable boundary. Any disputes should be resolved within the confines of legality. If a business is unable to sustain itself, it must face bankruptcy. We cannot allow the impoverished and the weak to claim righteousness. Ji Chaming hastily replied, Understood, understood. With a decisive click, he hung up the phone. Liang Chuanfeng was just about to sip his tea to quell his rising anger when he noticed his buzzing phone. Upon seeing that it was his eldest son, Liang Hai, he immediately answered. Hello, Xiao Hai. What is the matter? Dad, the Handong Telecom Company has applied to launch the PHS business, and the report has landed on my desk. Liang Chuanfeng lifted his teacup and blew gently on the surface. What is this PHS business? I haven't heard of it before. Liang Hai promptly explained in simple terms, it is a wireless phone that requires no telephone lines for calls and messages. Featuring a straightforward structure and low power, the IT resembles a mobile phone, but is significantly cheaper in price and service fees. However, due to its limited power, ensuring good signal quality necessitates the establishment of numerous microcell communication base stations. Fortunately, installing these small base stations is not complicated. They can be set up wherever there are telephone lines, allowing for rapid coverage across Handong's major towns. Liang Chuanfeng took a sip of tea. I am not well versed in technical matters, but isn't this within the jurisdiction of your Communications Management Bureau? If it meets policy requirements and benefits the public, you should approve it without consulting me. Liang Hai snorted lightly. Judging by the market responses from Jinghai, Anxi, and other regions, the affordable and efficient PHS indeed meets the communication needs of the populace. The telecom sector, lacking mobile communication licenses, is eager to expand their fixed-line business and wishes to promote the PHS. The current issue is that there is no explicit permission from the department, nor is there a prohibition, leaving it to local provinces and cities to decide. That I am reluctant to approve the PHS business in Handong. Why not? Liang Chuanfeng set his teacup down, intrigued. Liang Hai replied bluntly, the PHS technology is outdated and will inevitably be replaced by 3G technology in the future. Building numerous base stations now only to dismantle them later is wasteful. Moreover, I have heard that Zhao Ruilong and his sister are the ones facilitating the collaboration between Handong Telecom and Longxing Communications for the PHS business. Consider their motives. They aim to profit immensely from the PHS once it launches. Hearing his eldest son's assertion, Liang Chuanfeng grasped the situation. Although he lacked technical knowledge, he was astute in matters of politics. Xiao Hai, you mentioned that the market in Jinghai and Anxi is responding positively. If the public favors it, it will undoubtedly become a nationwide trend that if you withhold approval, you risk becoming a target. Liang Hai dismissively retorted, I am not afraid. This is the time for our families to compete. Why should I approve Zhao's project? This is preposterous. Liang Chuanfeng slammed his hand on the table, rising to admonish him. What kind of political insight is that? Are you opposing simply for the sake of opposition? Just because it is Zhao's project, you refuse to approve it. What if I lose the competition and Zhao Lichuan takes charge? How will you respond then? Blocking someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents. By sabotaging them now, they will surely retaliate in the future. When that time comes, do you think you will progress? They could easily pin a crime on you, and you'd be left scrambling, transferred to a remote location to guard a machine room. How will you manage then? Liang Hai, infuriated, exclaimed. Do you have so little faith? Why don't you say you will defeat Zhao Lichuan? Liang Chuanfeng trembled with rage. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Do you not realize that we are in an era where economic development is paramount? If we do not select a vigorous new secretary, how will we build a moderately prosperous society? If you lack even this basic awareness, I fear your years have been in vain. After his outburst, Liang Chuanfeng slammed down the phone and quickly sought a heart-saving pill. Being of advanced age, his heart was not in the best condition. Had he been younger, he might have dared to contend more fiercely. However, at this stage, all he desired was a safe landing, paving the way for his family. After swallowing the medication, Liang Chuanfeng reclined in his chair, still simmering with indignation. From a young age, I taught you to leave a back door in all matters. It allows for amicable future encounters. My rivalry with Zhao Lichuan is merely a competition for advancement, not a life-and-death struggle. There is no need for such enmity. If I prevail, you need not hold anything against them. Conversely, if Zhao Lichuan triumphs and I retreat into the background, approving Zhao Ruilong's project might earn you a favor, potentially advancing your career. You foolish boy, why can't you see this? No matter how you look at it, there is no downside. Why do you insist on withholding approval? Having navigated the system for nearly 30 years, Liang Chuanfeng was undoubtedly shrewd. Faced with his father's reprimand, Liang Hai quickly came to his senses. Dad, you make a valid point. If it makes sense, why not approve it without delay? Chapter 13. A 10 billion investment. The unfortunate wind factory. In the office of the general manager at the Jingzhou Telecom building, Su Jinkui put down the receiver, brimming with excitement. It's done. It's done. Director Liang has finally signed off. Excellent. Wonderful. Zhao shall we exclaimed. Immediately turning to He Changzai. Mr. He, now Longshan Communications can boldly send people to Jingzhou to install base stations, right? He Changzai nodded with a smile. Of course. I will call them right away and have them set off. Zhao Xiaohui's gaze shifted to Zhao Ruilong, who was nearly sprawled over the coffee table, studying a map. Ruilong, did you hear that? Liang Hai has signed. I anticipated he would. This matter brings him only benefits and no drawbacks. Why wouldn't he sign? Zhao Ruilong continued to examine the map without looking up, picking up a calculator and starting to compute. The Du Boisjong, grinning widely, shifted closer. After a moment, he curiously asked, Longo, have you calculated how many base stations we will need? To achieve basic signal coverage in the urban area of Jingzhou alone, we will need at least 3,000 base stations. That's so many. That means across the province, including all major cities, counties, and townships, we will need several tens of thousands of base stations. Indeed, and that is a conservative estimate, that if we average it out to 100,000, that translates to several billion. And that doesn't even account for transportation and installation costs that if we need to rent rooftops or land. Additional rental fees will apply. Du Boisjong scratched his head in disbelief. My goodness. A rough calculation suggests we will easily need to invest 10 billion. Su Jinkui approached with his teacup in hand. For Handong Telecom, money is not an issue as long as we can secure a sufficient number of PHS users. Even an investment of 20 or 30 billion would be worthwhile. Zhao Ruilong set down the calculator. Mr. Su, you might as well say it outright. Su Jinkui placed his teacup down and smiled as he sat down. As always, Ruilong understands me. What I am concerned about is whether Mr. He and Longshan Communications can manage both base station production and PHS manufacturing. He Changzai bit his lip. To be honest, that is indeed a challenge. Since our establishment, Longshan Communications is focused on communication equipment, so producing microcell base stations is not a problem. However, our mobile phone division only began a year ago, taking a year to develop the PHS, which only succeeded at the end of last year, that we originally planned to produce 300,000 to 500,000 PHS units this year, but it seems we underestimated the market's explosive demand. Du Boisjong succinctly inquired in simple terms, you mean you can't meet the supply, correct? However, I assure you that this issue will be resolved swiftly, that we will increase our investment and expand our production capacity, aiming to boost it to 3 million or even 5 million units next year, that He Changzai proclaimed confidently. Su Jinkui glanced at Zhao Ruilong before meaningfully suggesting, since you are overwhelmed, why not delegate part of the production tasks to local enterprises in Handong? This would not only alleviate the capacity shortfall, but also lower costs through local production. Moreover, it would promote the development of Handong's electronic manufacturing industry, truly a threefold benefit. Before He Changzai could respond, Zhao Xiaowei chimed in. Mr. He, Handong is very supportive of Longxing Communications. Not only has the telecom company entrusted you with the entire province's PHS base stations and business platforms, but we have also placed an order for 1 million PHS units. Will you not consider giving something back to the citizens of Handong? He Changzai nodded vigorously. Certainly we will. Both as a company and as an individual, we are immensely grateful for everyone's trust and support. Therefore, if you know of any capable local electronic technology companies in Handong that can swiftly transition to PHS production, please introduce them to me. As long as the conditions are reasonable, I will acquire them for no more than 5 billion. Restructuring them into Longxing Communications Handong branch. Certainly, if we possess sufficiently robust production technology and have successfully passed our on-site inspection, we can undoubtedly entrust the processing of the small communication devices to a third party. With that said, there is no need for He Changzai to elaborate further. Whether it is a direct acquisition or a commission processing, those in the know understand the implications that IT is akin to a company valued at 200 to 300 million elevating its worth and ultimately being acquired at a premium of 500 million. Money will naturally flow in, won't it? 20 minutes later, with the original report of approval in hand, He Changzai and Su Jinkui, representing Shenzhen Longxing and Handong Telecom, formally signed a cooperation agreement, the AS for Zhao Ruilong and his companions. They hurriedly left the telecom headquarters and made their way to the Handong Business Hall. Regardless of whether they sought a full acquisition by Longxing or aimed to commission processing, it was essential to select a company that bore a semblance of relevance to electronic technology. After all, Longxing Communications is backed by state assets, and the scrutiny is quite stringent that IT would be imprudent to engage a mere shell company and expect them to invest 500 million to reclaim it or commission the production of hundreds of thousands of small communication devices. The current director, handpicked by Zhao Lichuan, was naturally eager to personally receive the Zhao siblings and promptly assisted in organizing a list that a cursory glance revealed that there were indeed numerous companies with a certain foundation, yet perilously on the brink of closure. Particularly state-owned enterprises that had failed to transform. These entities possessed existing factories, equipment, and employees, yet their poor management had led them to the edge of demise. That a quintessential example would be the once thriving Handong Hongxing Electronics Factory, which produced black and white televisions and transistor radios. In the 1980s, this factory was quite prestigious, with a 17-inch black and white television priced at over 500 yuan, an item that was in high demand. During that same period, the monthly salary for urban workers was merely 40 to 50 yuan. Thus, acquiring a Hongxing black and white television would nearly deplete an entire year's salary. In its most prosperous year, the factory sold over 500,000 televisions and more than 1 million radios, achieving a total output value nearing 400 million yuan, truly a tax-paying powerhouse and a star enterprise in Handong. However, as numerous connections infiltrated the factory and it failed to keep pace with technological advancements, the factory rapidly declined. Even after undergoing shareholding reform and launching new products like color televisions and video recorders, it teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. There were many similar enterprises. Upon reaching the third page of the list, a particular factory name caused Zhao Ruilong's brow to furrow in dismay. Damn it, Defy Factory. The downfall of the Zhao family in the original narrative was attributed to the environmental pollution caused by the Yueyao Lake Gourmet City and the forced demolition of Defy Factory by the Shanshui Group. Particularly with Defy Factory, had it not been for the unscrupulous businessman Kai Qinggong, who illegally mortgaged the workers' shares to obtain bridge loans, the subsequent events may not have transpired. Many years ago, Chen Yanshi, while serving as the deputy mayor of Jingzhou, privatized Defy Factory, yet it had failed to develop over the years. It seems Kai Qinggong is not as successful as he appears. Nonetheless, this fellow seems to have good fortune. Long was on the verge of joining the World Trade Organization, and the foreign trade industry is bound to improve. He and his Defy Factory might enjoy a few more years of prosperity. But the future remains uncertain. Zhao Ruilong understood that the gourmet city was the catalyst for the Zhao family's downfall, while defy factory represented a grim omen. Since he intended to defy fate, he would certainly keep his distance. After reviewing the list, he marked a few company names. Ding! A prompt echoed in his mind. Host, remain vigilant and avoid defy factory. This will aid in altering your fate and grant you a random reward chest. May I ask, host, if you wish to open the chest now? What? Staying away from that unfortunate defy factory could actually yield a random reward? Why wait any longer? Let's open the chest immediately. Chapter 14. Skills Abound. Rescue the fair maiden. Ding. The host confirmed the chest opening. Zhao Ruilong suddenly felt as if a virtual large screen appeared before him. Various prizes flashed in a card-like format. The assortment was vast, including tangible items such as gold and sports cars, as well as skills like culinary arts and martial arts. There were even options for intelligent factories, gene optimization fluids, and controlled nuclear fusion data. As the speed of the flashing card slowed, Zhao Ruilong beheld 100 million cash. The card's cover prominently displayed a neat stack of cash that if he could miraculously acquire such a substantial sum, it would indeed facilitate his investment endeavors. Alas, this reward gradually slipped past. Next came a card with a rather enticing prize, the ability to increase any body part by 2 centimeters. Did this even need to be stated? Although he was already exceptionally gifted. What man would not desire to be even more formidable? Hence, the preference was clear. However, it passed by. Zhao Ruilong felt a twinge of regret. Yet the subsequent prize that emerged was undeniably tempting. An intelligent factory. Beneath the icon of a large factory equipped with cooling towers was a description stating that the factory came with various intelligent industrial robots and production equipment. Providing sufficient raw materials and production blueprints would enable fully automated production. Good heavens! If he possessed such an intelligent factory, would he not soar to new heights? Why bother with small communication devices when he could directly manufacture chips, aircraft, and satellites? Just as he was lost in thought, the final card came to a halt and shimmered with golden light. Top-tier combat skills. System, are you kidding me? I am Zhao Ruilong of Handong. Next year, my father Zhao Lichuan will take up a prominent position, making me the veritable prince of Handong. What use do I have for this skill? Who among the well-fed would dare to challenge me? I would much prefer the increase by 2 centimeters option. After all, I would never complain about being too long. But what good is lamenting? The rewards were random and could not be altered. Very well, skills are never a burden, then I might as well accept it. After all, while the odds of fighting other men are low, the chances of engaging in combat with beautiful women will undoubtedly be high. Zhao Ruilong silently confirmed, and a tingling sensation surged from his feet to the top of his head. He vaguely sensed that his body felt lighter and more agile. Have you made up your mind? You've been dawdling for quite some time. Zhao Xiaowei nudged Zhao Ruilong's elbow. Yes, let's review the information for these companies. Zhao Ruilong handed over the list, and the director quickly glanced at it before hastily offering a kind reminder. You should also investigate Hongxing Electronics. This could be a significant headache. The executives have long since fled, unable to pay wages or settle debts. Just a few days ago, after the bank filed a lawsuit, they attempted to assess and seize the factory's equipment, but were assaulted by the workers, injuring several of them. Zhao Ruilong furrowed his brow. Seriously, that intense? Absolutely. Moreover, the latest news is that Liang Shuji is particularly furious, demanding strict and severe measures to be taken. The workers involved in the disturbances have already been arrested, and they may well face imprisonment. Zhao Xiaowei remarked, it's hard to believe that this once was a star enterprise in Handong province, a major taxpayer, that MY family still has a Hongxing black and white television. Yet it has fallen to such a fate. The director smiled wryly, so perhaps you should look at other companies instead. Even if you want this one, it would be prudent to wait for the bank to publicly auction it off. Perhaps after a failed auction or two to buy it at a lower price. This could save a considerable amount of money. Zhao Ruilong nodded slightly, that I understand that, but this situation is rather peculiar. The individuals who assaulted the bank, do they not owe a debt? Such an uproar not only incurs financial loss, but imprisonment as well. It seems decidedly unwise, yet they resorted to violence. Zhao Xiaowei immediately suggested. It feels like a deliberate attempt to stall. Perhaps there are unsavory matters within the factory, or the workers have secretly relocated assets. There is definitely something amiss. That is why they dared to resort to violence, and prevent the bank from entering the factory for assessment and seizure. Du Boisjong chuckled coldly. Why concern ourselves with so much? Since Director Wang has stated that it is a significant headache, let us simply avoid it. We should promptly gather the information, conduct thorough assessments, and select a company that is somewhat respectable to acquire. Moments later, the three descended and entered their vehicle, quickly delineating their tasks. The two out-of-town companies were assigned to Du Boisjong for investigation, while Zhao Ruilong and his sister would each be responsible for two companies located in Jingzhou. After returning from the Zhao Ruilong Hotel, they had taken a business vehicle. Naturally, Du Boisjong would leave in the business vehicle for his trips. Zhao Ruilong and his sister each took a taxi to the two companies they were assigned to. Suddenly, Zhao Ruilong realized he had traveled back a bit too early. The Yueyao Lake Gourmet City had yet to be constructed. The lakeside garden community had not yet been delivered, and the Zhao family had not yet earned their first pot of gold. How is it that I, the esteemed son of Handong's Governor Zhao, am without even a vehicle to transport myself? No, even if I had a car, I could not drive, as my license had been revoked due to that car accident incident years ago. Amidst his complaints, Zhao Ruilong promptly consoled himself. There are indeed advantages to having traversed time early. The Zhao family has yet to succumb to corruption and moral decay, and their former selves have not yet acted with reckless abandon. Thus, the challenge of altering one's fate is comparatively less daunting. That he hailed a cab and arrived at the first company. According to the provided information, this company, several decades prior, was quite formidable, a transistor factory established with the aid of a northern benefactor. During the era of planned economy, it enjoyed a brief period of prosperity, complete with a hospital, school, dormitories, and a cafeteria. However, as time has passed, the once thriving factory that employed thousands now barely sustains over 100 workers. After a brief exploration, Zhao Ruilong decisively abandoned his interest. How could such a dilapidated old factory possibly be worth 500 million to Longxing Communications? Moreover, directly opposite was a row of low, shabby buildings housing several massage parlors glowing with pink lights, where women frequently cast suggestive glances. Feeling rather embarrassed, Zhao Ruilong opted to wait for a cab by the roadside as he strolled along the street. He soon spotted a woman ahead, her hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a shirt and trousers. She held a file under her arm, engaging in a phone conversation that seemed to involve complaints. The phone she used was a Nokia 8850, the same model as his sister's, its aluminum-magnesium alloy casing exuding a distinct metallic feel. Yet in comparison to the phone, her long legs and slender waist were undeniably more captivating. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him. In the next moment, he witnessed that shadow snatch the woman's phone. The woman let out a startled scream. Observing the assailant preparing to flee, Zhao Ruilong wasted no time in pursuing him. Thanks to his enhanced physical capabilities, his explosive speed was remarkable. He quickly tackled the thief to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a motorcycle sped into view, skidding to a halt. The rider dismounted and, without hesitation, brandished a folding knife, lunging at Zhao Ruilong, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was broad daylight on a busy street. "Watch out!" the woman screamed. Yet in the next instant, she felt her warning was unnecessary. Zhao Ruilong deftly seized the assailant's wrist, twisting with a sharp pull while delivering a powerful elbow strike. The motorcycle rider staggered and fell. Before he could regain his footing, Zhao Ruilong unleashed a devastating kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Incapacitated, meanwhile, the initial thief, who had intended to flee, was met with a swift kick from Zhao Ruilong, landing heavily on the ground. Zhao Ruilong retrieved the phone still clutched in his hand, turning to return the phone to the woman with the ponytail. He was taken aback upon seeing her face that wasn't this the strikingly beautiful head of the investigation department, Lu Yike, who had a significant background, prompting Ji Changming to show her respect and making Ho Liangping reluctant to provoke her. Before Zhao Ruilong could utter a word, Lu Yike furrowed her brows. "I think I know you. Your name is Zhao Ruilong, correct?" Chapter 15. No debts of gratitude. Lu Yike, having power, need not worry about money. "How do you know me?" Zhao Ruilong inquired, somewhat astonished. "How could I not know you? Your case was handled by our Jingzhou City Prosecutor's Office back in the day." Lu Yike spoke plainly and directly, unafraid of offending anyone. "You possess impressive skills. Have you trained?" Before Zhao Ruilong could respond, Lu Yike noticed the motorcycle rider attempting to rise and flee. Without hesitation, she dashed forward and delivered a forceful kick to the rider's back. Wearing high heels, the impact of her kick caused him immense pain, resulting in a piercing scream as he fell. "Return my phone. I need to call the police." Liu Yike turned back to accept the phone Zhao Ruilong offered. As she prepared to make the call, she realized the line was still connected. "Director Xiao, I want to elaborate now. I just encountered a phone thief. Fortunately, Zhao Ruilong assisted me in apprehending the robber. I am unharmed, but I need to call the police immediately." "Yes, goodbye." After hanging up, Liu Yike was ready to report the incident. Eager to proceed to the second company for an inspection, Zhao Ruilong noticed an empty taxi approaching and waved it down. "Hey, where are you going?" "I haven't called the police yet. You can simply tell the police what happened. I have matters to attend to," Zhao Ruilong replied. "Could you at least give me your number? I'll treat you to dinner later. I dislike owing favors. Since your office handled the case, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find me." Zhao Ruilong opened the door and quickly departed. Liu Yike, whose mother is a judge and father a general, has never resorted to flattery or ingratiating herself with superiors at work. How could she afford to be courteous to a thief who dared to rob her? "Hello, City Criminal Investigation Team. I am Liu Yike from the City Prosecutor's Office." After briefly explaining the situation and location, Liu Yike ended the call, her gaze vigilant upon the two thieves, should either attempt to escape. She would ensure they received another kick in broad daylight. How dare they attempt to rob me? Do they not realize I am from the prosecutor's office, tasked with dealing with criminals like them? I am already busy with work and am furious. They dare provoke me. If I don't send them both to prison for a few years, I shall not bear the surname Liu. In the taxi, Zhao Ruilong quietly reveled in his unexpected heroic rescue. Initially, he believed the top-tier combat skills randomly awarded by the system would be of little use. To his surprise, they had proven instrumental so quickly. And he had even saved someone of considerable stature. Liu Yike recalled that in the original plot, she was under Ho Liangping's command, assisting in bringing down the Zhao family. Now that he had aided her, surely it would contribute to altering his destiny, right? Why then, had the system not reacted, failing to grant him a random reward? After a moment's reflection, Zhao Ruilong understood that Liu Yike, possessing a proud and uncompromising character, would not deviate from her principles even after receiving a life-saving favor. She had explicitly stated her dislike for owing debts of gratitude. Thus, the system concluded that assisting Liu Yike would not significantly influence his fate, and therefore offered no reward. Perusing the materials for the second company, Zhao Ruilong chose to dismiss the earlier occurrences from his mind. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Handong Longting Optoelectronics. The building was evidently more modern and imposing than the previous one. After paying the fare and exiting the vehicle, Zhao Ruilong approached the security room beside the entrance. Through the glass window, he observed an elderly man munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. The show was My Fair Princess, and the old man appeared thoroughly engrossed. "Excuse me, sir." The old man turned in surprise, clearly not expecting any visitors. "What can I do for you? Is this company closed?" Zhao Ruilong inquired with a smile, offering a cigarette. The old man immediately dropped the seeds and stood up to accept the cigarette. "Yes, but who are you?" Zhao Ruilong lit the cigarette and took a puff. "I have a friend interested in investing in electronic equipment production and asked me to check out the factory. Would you be so kind as to show me around? Feel free to look around, but avoid the southeast corner. There are 2 large guard dogs there." As he spoke, the old man picked up the remote control and opened the sliding gate. Zhao Ruilong was taken aback. "Wow, that was quite accommodating. Aren't you worried I might steal something?" Out of curiosity, Zhao Ruilong asked, "I heard this company was once quite successful. What caused its decline?" The old man snorted derisively that IT was indeed thriving when the big boss was around. But once his daughter took over, it fell apart. You know why that is?" Zhao Ruilong inquired with keen interest. The old man took a drag from his cigarette. "She claims it's because the foreigners found a new factory over in Dongguan for supplies. They say ordering from there is much cheaper than here, plus being close to the sea makes exports easier. But in my opinion, that's just a flimsy excuse. The real reason is her stinginess. Afraid that employees might earn a bit more. Last year, they clearly secured several foreign trade orders, and everyone thought they'd receive a bonus for the prosperous year. Yet she still whined about being broke. Isn't that ridiculous?" Zhao Ruilong chuckled. "I see. The new boss lacks management skills and has driven away the capable staff, which is why the factory can't continue operations. the old man lamented. Exactly. If only she were a bit more generous, offering some bonuses, those skilled technicians wouldn't have left. After all, they had been with the big boss since the beginning. They still held some affection for the company. She foolishly thinks that just because she has studied abroad, she can manage the company better than her father. And what happened? In just a few months, the company collapsed, leaving only this old man here to guard it. Zhao Ruilong nodded slightly. All right, I understand. I'll go take a look inside. Thank you, Sir Ditto. It's no trouble. Just go in. You can't steal the machines anyway. Upon concluding his words, the old man settled back into his chair, crossing his legs as he resumed watching television. Zhao Ruilong took the opportunity to cast a glance inside the security room. To his surprise, several monitoring screens adorned the side wall. Entering the factory premises, he observed the towering walls, topped with barbed wire electrified for added security. Not having ventured far, he was soon met with a cacophony of barking guard dogs. Given such security measures, it was indeed sufficient for just one elderly man to serve as a symbolic gatekeeper. Pushing open the door to the office building, he was immediately enveloped by an eerie atmosphere. In the first-floor lobby, the bulletin board was filled with a plethora of information, recognition for outstanding employees, safety announcements, holiday notifications, and the like. However, upon inspecting the dates, he noticed that all the postings were over 2 months old. Traversing through the office, he arrived at the rear where an enormous factory loomed, stretching beyond his line of sight. Damn it, how he wished for a drone. Regardless of the vastness of the site, an aerial view would allow for a swift assessment. Alas, such a marvel was a formidable instrument that had transformed the nature of warfare. After voicing his frustrations, Zhao Ruilong approached the factory to his astonishment. The factory was remarkably well equipped, and the machinery appeared far from antiquated. It was evident that regular maintenance was diligently performed. Clearly, the elderly gatekeeper had not been mistaken. The company's downfall was entirely due to poor management. Prior to his transmigration, Zhao Ruilong had witnessed numerous instances of returnees dismantling family businesses. His phone chimed insistently. Indeed, cheap things are often of inferior quality. Ruilong mused as both companies seemed unpromising. Zhao Ruilong chuckled. The Handong Longting optoelectronics I'm currently assessing is quite promising. Although it has been shut down for 2 or 3 months, the factory and equipment are all intact. Zhao Xiaohui was elated. That's great. Let us purchase it. Do we have that much money? She questioned that it would take at least 100 million. Rest assured, little brother, as long as one wields power, acquiring funds is not a concern. Chapter 16. Ruilong, the son-in-law. Wu Sini yearned for advancement. Zhao Ruilong's mind buzzed momentarily. Damn it, he had indeed become accustomed to the routine. Before his transmigration, in business dealings, he had grown used to seeking favors and humbling himself. After his arrival in this new world, he had yet to fully adapt to his identity as a privileged scion. However, it was of little concern, having only been here for a few days. Such an adjustment was to be expected. After all, how swiftly could a commoner acclimate to the life of a prince? After finishing his call, Zhao Ruilong exited the factory. The elderly gatekeeper was quite diligent. So, how did it go, young man? Not bad. I'll have a friend come by to take a look later. Then don't hesitate to negotiate with General Shui. You're the only one who has visited in the past 2 months. I understand. Thank you, old man, that if I do end up purchasing it, I'll ensure my friend gives you a raise. Sounds good? I'll thank you in advance. Zhao Ruilong replied with a faint smile, hailing a taxi. He rushed to meet his second sister. She had already arranged to meet with the vice president of Handong Oil and Gas Group, in the oil and gas sector. How could they possibly lack funds? In the original storyline, Zhao Lichuan had assigned his longtime secretary, Lu Xinjian, to lead the group. Lu had not only funneled over 3 billion worth of benefits to the Zhao family, but had also utilized the group's funds for bridge loans to earn interest. Thus, seeking financial assistance from Handong Oil and Gas Group should be a straightforward endeavor. As evening fell, Wu Sini hurried back home. Xiao Mom, I'm cooking. Dropping her briefcase, Wu Sini quickly changed her shoes and dashed to the kitchen. Are you hurt? Let me see. As she spoke, Wu Sini began to inspect Lu Yike. Oh dear, I'm fine. Not a scratch on me? Please step aside. I'm in the midst of cooking. Ignoring her daughter, Wu Sini conducted a thorough examination from head to toe. Once assured that her precious daughter was indeed unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death with such a serious incident. Why didn't you inform me? Lu Yike shot her mother a sideways glance. What serious incident? I was injured, and you're so busy with work that even if I called, you likely wouldn't have answered. Wu Sini raised her hand and poked her daughter on the forehead. At least try to call. What if I had answered? After work, I saw the message from my aunt on my phone. And that is how I learned you were robbed, that I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. It really stressed me out. Lu Yike chuckled that I was busy all afternoon, and my phone died. It was charging in the living room. But how did my aunt find out? Wu Sini scoffed. Have you forgotten she teaches at Handong University and is a colleague of Liang Lu? Not only is Liang Lu the daughter of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee Secretary, Liang Chuanfeng, but her husband, Qi Tongwei, also works at the Jingzhou Public Security Bureau. Your daytime robbery by motorbike thieves stirred the entire city bureau. Once your aunt heard, she quickly messaged me that Lu Yike shrugged dismissively. It was just a minor robbery. Why make such a fuss? What do you mean by making a fuss? Wu Sini leaned against the table, her hands clasped. Your father has been in the military for years. Your older sister and second sister are both married out of province, and you are my only daughter. Upon hearing of your misfortune, how could I not be alarmed? However, I heard that Zhao Ruilong, the son of Governor Zhao, happened to pass by and helped you subdue the two robbers. That is that true? At her mother's words, Lu Yike immediately became alert. That I warn you, don't read too much into it. He merely happened to be passing by and lent a hand when he saw me getting robbed. That Wu Sini expressed her amazement. Oh, how intriguing. He doesn't assist others but chooses to help you. Lu Yike halted her cooking, glaring at her mother. Why are you framing it so peculiarly? This incident was purely coincidental. If you keep insisting, it sounds as if everything was meticulously planned, all to rescue me. Have you considered my worth? A hot-tempered 30-year-old woman. He wouldn't look my way even if he were blind. Wu Sini let out an exasperated huff. It may not have been planned, but it's clear that fate has aligned for you too. Lu Yike rolled her eyes and quickly stirred the vegetables in the pan. Yet Wu Sini was invigorated. But this is Zhao Ruilong, the beloved son of Handong's Governor Zhao Lichuan. Everyone in the Handong system knows that this year, Zhong Zhengguo's term is ending, and Zhao Lichuan is highly likely to take over DAS for Liang Lu's father, Liang Chuanfeng. He has no spring chicken, and his capabilities are lacking. Even if rumors suggest Zhong Zhengguo might nominate him, he is evidently unqualified. DAS, a court official at Handong's highest court, Wu Sini naturally aspired for advancement. That if her daughter were to be with Zhao Ruilong, she would surely rise beyond merely being a vice president of a small civil court. A rapid promotion to chief judge could very well be within reach. However, after a lengthy lecture, Lu Yike remained unmoved. Wu Sini grew increasingly anxious. Come on, say something. Are you trying to give your mother a heart attack? Do you look down on Zhao Ruilong for having once been imprisoned? But that was in the past. Who hasn't he been young and reckless? Driving under the influence and causing a fatality was wrong. Yet he has paid his dues and served his time, truly repenting. His immediate response to assist you when you were robbed demonstrates his innate kindness and sense of justice. That Lu Yike could no longer contain herself. Turning to Wu Sini with an innocent expression. Mom, I don't look down on him. Given his background, I have no right to. Today's incident was merely coincidental. He just lent a hand. Why do you want to marry me off to him? Many have helped me in my studies and work. Why don't you think it's fate and try to marry me off to them? Wu Sini was rendered speechless by her daughter's rebuttal. Lu Yike turned back to the stove, extinguishing the flame and serving the dishes. That to be frank, isn't it his status that appeals to you? His father, Zhao Lichuan, is poised to be the head of Handong next year. You are just hoping he becomes your son-in-law so you can strut around the court. Wu Sini kicked her daughter lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm a crab? I am just trying to cook. You're making my heart race. Lu Yike loosened her apron and stepped aside, pouting. I think you're just anxious that I'm nearly 30 and still unmarried. At least you're aware. Wu Sini tied her apron back on, bustling about energetically. Seeing that she could offer no assistance, Lu Yike served rice at the table. Noticing her phone screen lighting up while charging, she pulled it down to check it. There were numerous missed calls and new messages. Seeing that Liang Wei had called 3 times and sent a message, Lu Yike felt utterly speechless. How could Liang Wei be so persistent? She had long told him they were incompatible, yet he continued to pursue her. It seemed that like his second sister, Liang Lu, he too was unable to let go. Lu Yike was well aware that the woman Qi Tongwei had once loved was none other than Chen Yan. the daughter of the former chief prosecutor, Chen Yanshi. But what about Liang Lu? Relentlessly pursuing Qi Tongwei, she shamelessly wielded her father's influence to assign him to a remote judicial office, under the pretense of fostering his grassroots experience. But in truth, it was an effort to compel him to yield. With the unfortunate fate of Qi Tongwei looming in the background, Liu Yike harbored a deep-seated aversion toward the Liang family. To her astonishment, however, her aunt Wu Huifan acted as a matchmaker, introducing Liang Lu's brother, Liang Wei, for a blind date with her. Consequently, she found herself ensnared. Time and again, they would dine and watch films together. And on festive occasions, he would shower her workplace with flowers and gifts. Thus, Liu Yike felt no need to peruse Liang Wei's messages, as she was certain they were replete with syrupy sentiment. Just as she contemplated deleting his contact, an incoming call interrupted her. "Liang Wei, I'm unscathed. Thank you for your concern. Moreover, it was Zhao Ruilong, the son of Governor Zhao, who rescued me today. He is young and handsome, with remarkable agility. I found myself captivated by him. Therefore, there can never be anything between us that if you have no further matters, do wash up and get some rest." Chapter 17. A life-saving grace, relentless pursuit. Liu Yike ended the call and tossed her phone aside. Throughout the exchange, Liang Wei had not uttered a single word. Turning around, Liu Yike was startled to find her mother, Wu Sini, holding a platter of food. Gazing at her in disbelief, as she observed her mother's expression shift from shock to delight, Liu Yike silently lamented her predicament. "Mom, don't overthink this. I have not fallen head over heels for Zhao Ruilong. I'm utterly exasperated with Liang Wei. I merely wish for him to retreat and cease his incessant pursuit." Wu Sini revealed a mysterious smile that, "Oh, I understand. No need for explanations. I've been through this myself. The reason I fell for your father was that after our blind date, he accompanied me home, and upon witnessing someone attempting to steal a bicycle, he shouted and rushed to confront them." Liu Yike quickly covered her ears, weary of her parents' love stories, which she had heard countless times since childhood. "Hey, I'm sharing my experience, and you're not listening." After placing the dishes on the table, Wu Sini tugged at Liu Yike's right hand. "Just admit it. When a man displays bravery, it's easy for a woman to be infatuated. Moreover, Zhao Ruilong indeed saved you. You will surely think of him day and night from now on." Without waiting for her daughter to retort, Wu Sini returned to the kitchen. This was it. She was convinced that Liu Yike harbored feelings for Zhao Ruilong. Liu Yike pulled out a chair and sat down, watching her phone light up and vibrate incessantly. Liang Wei, that persistent leech, was calling again. Liu Yike's frustration mounted. Picking up her phone, she promptly hung up and then long pressed to power it down, determined to avoid any further calls from him. Before long, Wu Sini brought the soup to the table. Without waiting for her to speak, Liu Yike interjected, "If you mention Zhao Ruilong again, do you believe I'll pack my bags and move out immediately?" Wu Sini paused, taken aback. "What do you mean? I wish for him to be my son-in-law, but that's contingent upon your consent and his willingness. That if you two are not fated, what good would my insistence do? I am not the one seeking a partner." Lifting her bowl, Wu Sini continued, "Let me add one more thing. Regardless of your fate together, he has helped you, and you must express your gratitude. You heard about that robbery case in Guangming district last month, right? A woman was robbed, and despite her struggle to keep hold of her bag, she ended up being repeatedly stabbed by another assailant. Liu Yike interjected. "That was the same duo that attempted to rob me today. The one on the motorcycle even tried to stab Zhao Ruilong with a folding knife. Thankfully, Zhao Ruilong reacted swiftly and wasn't injured. He downed the assailant with a swift elbow strike." Wu Sini looked astonished. "Goodness, so you encountered those notorious criminals. It's fortunate Zhao Ruilong intervened. Otherwise, with your temper, you would have likely pursued them to fight back. They are infamous for being ruthless, and if someone doesn't let go, they will stab without hesitation." Wu Sini spoke. She hesitated, wary that her daughter might be incensed enough to leave. Nevertheless, the conversation ceased, but the harrowing scene replayed in Liu Yike's mind. In truth, she had felt no fear during the incident. Only a thrill. It was only later, upon learning that the culprits were seasoned offenders with a string of robberies and homicides, that she began to feel a chill. She understood well that had Zhao Ruilong not intervened, she would have pursued them to reclaim her phone. Despite her training in self-defense, she knew she would have been no match for two grown men. The one on the motorcycle, in particular, wielded his knife with alarming efficiency. Unlike the dramatized portrayals in films, speed was of the essence, and they would strike and flee without hesitation. Thus, Zhao Ruilong truly saved her life today, even though she had never anticipated anything to transpire between them. It was only right to treat him to a meal in gratitude for his life-saving assistance that I plan to invite him to dinner this weekend. What do you think about hot pot? Hot pot, Wu Xini chuckled. Why not invite him for barbecue instead? Lu Yai quickly inquired. Is that acceptable? Acceptable, my foot. Wu Xini shot her daughter a fierce glare. He is the son of Governor Zhao. If you wish to express gratitude for his life-saving act, can we not aim for a bit more refinement? To consider inviting him for hot pot is just absurd. It seems you merely crave it for yourself. Lu Yike retorted, what is wrong with hot pot? Does the governor's son not eat hot pot? Besides, I saw him taking a taxi this afternoon, not a luxury car. He seems quite down-to-earth. That Wu Xini sighed in exasperation. Dear daughter, he may be down-to-earth, but you must not be impolite. Hot pot is suitable for gatherings with friends. You should show proper gratitude by dining in a restaurant, whether it's Western or Chinese cuisine. At the very least, it would be more formal and sincere. That Lu Yike lowered her head, realizing she could not argue this time. Inviting him for hot pot was indeed her way of expressing gratitude while indulging her own desires. Having navigated the bureaucratic landscape for many years, she understood that offering hot pot was less than appropriate. Otherwise, why wouldn't hot pot be arranged for official receptions or business dinners? By the way, you should invite him tomorrow night. Otherwise, this Saturday we'll be heading to Luzhou to celebrate your uncle's birthday, and we likely won't return until Sunday. Why do we have to celebrate his birthday every year? When is it your turn for him to come to Jingzhou to celebrate yours? What are you saying? He is the head of Luzhou City, while I am merely a deputy court director. How could I expect him to celebrate my birthday? Wu Xini mused silently. If Zhao Ruilong were to become my son-in-law, would I still need to travel to Luzhou to celebrate Gao Yuliang's birthday? I'll call him tomorrow morning and invite him to dinner at Jiangnan restaurant. Great, that place is excellent. That Wu Xini set down her bowl and quickly went to get her wallet. Here, take this 800 yuan. And don't hesitate to order. Don't worry. Do you not know me? When it comes to food, I never skimp on myself. Lu Yike chuckled, tucking the money away. Her mind began to hum with a catchy tune. Boil salty meat, steamed sausages, garlic cloves steaming with eel. Mixed vegetables, sour long beans, saltwater duck chopped on a plate. Then, of course, the crispy, tender, sweet and sour squirrel fish must also be ordered. However, she had yet to decide on drinks for tomorrow night when the doorbell rang. Who is it? How would I know? Could it be someone coming to check on you after your near miss? I'm perfectly fine. That is common knowledge. The doorbell rang again, without waiting for her mother to prompt her. Lu Yike sprang up to answer the door, as soon as she opened it. She wished to slam it shut again, for standing before her was none other than Liang Wei. Didn't I tell you over the phone that there can never be anything between us? Why do you keep bothering me? Dressed in a shirt and slacks, with slick back hair, Liang Wei spoke with a serious demeanor. It was my fault not to be by your side during your time of danger. And I sincerely apologize to prevent such incidents from occurring again, and to facilitate your outings, I have decided to buy you a car. What? A car? Lu Yike's eyes widened. Are you out of your mind? I am not crazy. On my way here, I inquired about it. The newly released Santana is appealing and well-equipped, and it will cost only 120,000 to get everything sorted. What a mere 120,000. It seems the salaries and benefits at the City Transportation Bureau are quite generous, allowing even a lowly subsection chief like you to afford a Santana with ease. Xiaoku, please do not misunderstand. I have never engaged in any form of embezzlement or bribery. Every cent I possess can withstand scrutiny. My intention was to gather funds with my brother and sister to purchase a car for you. Lu Yike nearly fainted at this revelation, hastily supporting herself against the doorframe while shaking her head repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you to your entire family. We are not related by blood, and I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. Liang Wei stepped forward, staring intently at Lu Yike. Of course you can accept it. Our entire family holds you in great affection. Upon hearing of my desire to buy you a car, even my father wholeheartedly supports it. Lu Yike immediately raised her hand, pointing at Liang Wei, and proclaimed, Do not keep invoking your father. No matter how esteemed he may be, I, Lu Yike, do not covet such connections. Furthermore, let me reiterate for the last time. There can never be anything between us, absolutely never. You should return home and take a bath before resting, that do not dwell on me. I will marry no one in this lifetime except Zhao Ruilong. Chapter 18. The young master of the Liang family is jealous. What nonsense is Shao Ke spouting? Zhao Ruilong saved you. We should indeed express our gratitude. Yet, you need not declare that you will marry no one but him. Moreover, he is a released convict, having spent 7 years in prison. Liang Wei's words were cut short as Lu Yike glared at him, demanding, "What of it? Do you look down upon those who have served time? In fact, I shall marry him regardless. Even if we do not wed, I would gladly accept being a mistress. Aren't the Liang family particularly fond of wielding their influence? Should you not follow in your sister Liang Lu's footsteps and have your father banish me to some remote corner? While Qi Tongwei may have knelt before your sister in public to propose for the sake of his future, I would not do the same. I would sooner resign from my job." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Liang Wei barely avoided being struck in the face by it. Liang Wei stumbled back a step, raising his hand in an attempt to ring the doorbell. But after pausing for 2 seconds, he lowered his hand again. "Why am I so angry? Where did I err? What standing does Zhao Ruilong, a former convict, have to compare himself to me? His father is Zhao Lichuan, whereas mine is Liang Chuanfeng." Liang Wei cast a glance at the door that had just been forcefully closed. She must have been traumatized by the daytime robbery, that I should return home. The more I speak, the more agitated she will become. Resolving this, Liang Wei leaned toward the door crack and shouted, "Xiao Ku, please do not be upset. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow." "Get lost!" came a thunderous roar, akin to a lion's roar in the east. Even through the door, every motion sensor light in the stairwell of the building illuminated instantaneously. Liang Wei did not dare linger and hurriedly descended the stairs. If he said anything further, Lu Yike would likely emerge wielding a broom to chase him away. What nonsense about marrying no one but Zhao Ruilong? I could tell she was merely venting. She is not some naive young girl. How could she still be so innocent? It was merely a matter of assisting in subduing a robber. Must she love him to the ends of the earth? What heroics in saving a damsel? It was merely a happenstance act of bravery. Such emotions, at most, last a few days before fading away. After soothing himself, Liang Wei exited the neighborhood. Just as he prepared to hail a taxi home, his phone rang. "Xiao Wei, where are you? My brother and I have prepared the bank cards. Why are you not here yet?" As soon as the call connected, Liang Lu's impatient voice came through. "I just left Xiao Ke's place. I will be there shortly. How is she? Is she terribly frightened?" Liang Lu's tone softened significantly. "She is unharmed, but she may have experienced some mental distress, and I know more details. I am on my way." Hanging up, Liang Wei hurried toward the taxi that had pulled over to the provincial party compound. Watching the driver expertly shift gears and accelerate, the taxi quickly reached a speed of over 50 kilometers per hour. The few kilometers of distance were covered in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, he was shielded from sun and rain, as well as the biting wind. Most importantly, driving out meant he would not have to fear theft or robbery. How could anyone dare to snatch a bag or phone when they were riding alongside a partner on a motorcycle? Watching the taxi roar away in the distance, Liang Wei clenched his fist and resolved, no matter what, he would buy Xiao Ku a car. Once she was behind the wheel of the car he purchased for her, she would surely think of him daily, cherishing his kindness. Entering the provincial party compound, he headed straight for Villa number 3. Upon entering, he discovered the entire family waiting for him in the living room, including his brother Liang Hai and sister-in-law Yang Em. He had as the son-in-law Qi Tongwei promptly rose to greet him. He asked Xiao Wei, "Have you had dinner yet?" "Not yet. Please hurry and prepare something for me." Liang Wei plopped down, immediately accepting the 2 bank cards Liang Lu extended to him. "All the savings from my brother and I are yours. I will send you the password via text shortly." "Thank you, sister." "Thank you, brother and sister-in-law." Liang Wei grinned widely as he accepted the cards and casually inquired, "By the way, how much is in your cards?" "I have 32,000. I have 45,000. That still may not be enough." Liang Wei anxiously glanced at his father. "Liang Chuanfeng, that I asked a friend selling cars, and the new Santana will cost 12,000 altogether." But before he could finish, Liang Chuanfeng produced a savings book and tossed it onto the coffee table. "Take this. All the money we have saved over the years is inside. The password is your mother's and my birthdays." "Thank you, Dad." Liang Wei exclaimed joyfully, his smile broadening. Then he quickly tucked the savings book and bank cards into his bag. Observing the radiant expression on his youngest son's face, Liang Chuanfeng chuckled. Xiao Wei, a $12,000 car is certainly not cheap. To help you win over a wife, we can be said to be fully mobilized as a family. Since your acquaintance with Lu Yike, you have pursued her for quite some time, and no matter how cold-hearted she may be. Surely your sincerity must have melted her heart by now. Liang Wei replied with confidence. Absolutely. I believe that gifting her a car will surely move her to tears, and no longer will she have to endure the elements while commuting or worry about theft or robbery. Liang Lu immediately concurred. Indeed, having a car is more convenient and secure. Had she been driving today, she would not have been robbed. That I heard it was Zhao Ruilong, the son of the governor, who helped her subdue the robbers. Is that true? Sister-in-law Yang Mei asked curiously. Liang Lu sighed softly. It is true, and those two robbers are habitual offenders, having multiple lives on their conscience. Their attacks are completely erratic, yet extremely brutal. Any victim who dares resist would be stabbed mercilessly on the spot. As we all know, Lu Yike's character. Without Zhao Ruilong's intervention, she would have certainly engaged in a struggle with the robbers. And she would have undoubtedly suffered several stab wounds. Yang Mei remarked, perhaps not just a few. Remember that woman who was robbed in Guangming district last month? She was stabbed 18 times on the spot. They say there was blood everywhere, and she did not survive. Liang Lu chimed in. Thus, Lu Yike was truly fortunate to have encountered Zhao Ruilong today. Otherwise, her fate would have been dire. All right, what dire fate? Can we not speak of something more uplifting? Liang Wei abruptly stood up, clearly displeased. Zhao Ruilong was indeed heroic in saving Lu Yike today, but we should express our gratitude where it is due, without repeatedly recounting the story as if he is some hero deserving of universal acclaim. Liang Wei's complaints silenced the others, as it was evident that he was feeling jealous. The goddess he longed for had been rescued by another man. Who would feel comfortable about such a situation? It was precisely for this reason that Liang Wei proposed buying Lu Yike a car, and the entire family supported him that if they did not act swiftly. What if Lu Yike ended up falling for Zhao Ruilong? If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. I will go pick up the car first thing in the morning. But you haven't had dinner yet. Chi Tongwei has even gone to prepare it for you. I won't eat. As Liang Wei strode out, the others dared not stop him. Bang. The front door slammed shut. Liang Chuanfeng shot a glance at Liang Lu and Yang Mei. Aren't you two stirring the pot unnecessarily? Sigh. Xiao Hai, come with me to the study. I need to speak with you. As the father and son left the living room, Liang Wei, who was furious and storming out of the provincial party compound, waited for quite a while without seeing a taxi. Finally, one arrived, and he waved it down eagerly. To his surprise, it was Zhao Xiaowei and Zhao Ruilong who were returning by taxi. I sent this Xiao Wei. Long time no see. Zhao Xiaowei greeted cheerfully as she got out of the car. However, Liang Wei, still fuming, did not respond. He cast a sidelong glare at Zhao Ruilong before silently getting into the car and driving away. Chapter 19. Internet cafes are a profitable business. What does this guy mean? Ignoring me is one thing, but to glare at me. As she watched the taxi disappear into the distance, Zhao Xiaowei found herself enveloped in a haze of confusion. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Zhao Ruilong retorted in astonishment. How would I know? Who is he anyway? You don't recognize him anymore. Zhao Xiaowei gestured towards the direction the taxi had taken. He is Liang Weiyang, the third son of Liang Chuanfeng. You two were in the same graduating class at Jingzhou No. 1 High School. However, while you gained admission to Handong University, he went to Tianai Transportation University. And it seems he is now employed at the Transportation Bureau of Jinghai City. Zhao Ruilong swiftly rifled through the remnants of his memories, but it appeared that his recollection of Liang Wei was rather scant. He knew of the individual but struggled to recall any significant interactions. Perhaps it was simply the passage of time that had dulled the importance of such memories, leading them to fade into oblivion. We were in the same class, yet different sections, and it has been years since graduation. How could I possibly remember? He mused. Just like you, how many names and faces of classmates can you still recall? Zhao Xiaowei nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, after graduation, many people and events gradually slipped from memory. Besides, it doesn't matter if you don't know him. It's not a big deal, she added. Zhao Ruilong scoffed. That guy must be looking down on us because his father lost to ours. But what can he do about it? Come on, Dad is waiting at home for me to discuss the plan. Moments later, the siblings returned home, where Zhao Lichuan, engrossed in drafting the plan in his study. immediately set aside his pen and rushed to Zhao Ruilong's side. "Dad, what are you doing? Let me see if he is injured." "Injured? What are you talking about? Don't you know, this afternoon, your brother acted heroically and assisted Liu Yike from the Jingzhou Procurator's Anti-Corruption Investigation Division in apprehending 2 habitual robbers responsible for multiple homicides." "Huh?" Zhao Xiaowei exclaimed in astonishment, turning to her brother in disbelief. "Is that true? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" Zhao Ruilong replied with a calm smile. "I was at the old transistor factory for an inspection. Just as I was about to take a taxi, I stumbled upon Liu Yike being robbed, so I helped subdue the assailant, but I thought it was no big deal, so I didn't mention it to you." Zhao Lichuan huffed in disapproval, crossing his arms with a stern expression. "Did you realize those 2 were seasoned criminals with numerous lives on their hands? They can kill without a second thought, wielding a folding knife that has claimed 6 victims." Zhao Ruilong felt a bit dazed, shaking his head slightly that moment. He hadn't given it much thought. He had simply rushed in, fueled by youthful passion and a sense of justice. Without considering whether they were habitual offenders, that I just acted on impulse. What did it matter if they were criminals? I acted. Zhao Lichuan glared at his beloved son with mixed feelings of admiration and exasperation. "I just got off the plane when I heard about this. You are indeed reckless. What if something had happened to you?" Zhao Ruilong chuckled. "Any real man would instinctively jump into action in such situations. Would I just stand by and do nothing?" Zhao Xiaowei interjected urgently. "While your intentions were noble, you must exercise caution in the future. You understand? Those are desperate individuals who can kill without hesitation." Zhao Ruilong sighed. "How was I to know? The robbery happened in a split second, that if I hadn't acted immediately, would I still be considered a man? Enough of this discussion." Zhao Lichuan waved his hand dismissively. "The public security situation has not been favorable in recent years. Just be cautious whenever you go out, that if you encounter theft or robbery, it is wise to back down rather than risk your life over material possessions." With that said, Zhao Lichuan turned back to his desk, but as he sat down and picked up his pen, he added, "By the way, Liang Chuanfeng issued directives this morning regarding the recent surge in cases, demanding strict and severe punishment. Since you acted heroically this afternoon and helped the police apprehend 2 grievous robbers, they will likely be treated as examples and face swift and harsh sentencing. While you will naturally receive commendation." Zhao Ruilong chuckled. "No matter how grand the commendation, it will only amount to a certificate and a monetary reward. Let us discuss your plan instead. How is it coming along?" "I've already written quite a bit. Take a look." Zhao Lichuan set down his pen and handed over 2 pages of his draft. "Dad, before we discuss the report, shouldn't we consider getting a computer and a printer for the house? It's the year 2000, the 21st century. We should keep up with the times and learn to utilize computers and software for our work, and no matter how fast you write by hand. You can't compete with a computer which also allows for easy revisions, that if you write something by hand and need to make changes, you have to rewrite the entire thing." Zhao Xiaowei glanced at the door, ensuring it was closed, and whispered, "I believe it's not just about getting a computer and printer. We also need to replace the secretary. Our current secretary, Zhou, lacks the capabilities of Li Dakong and falls short in other areas too." Zhao Lichuan pondered for a moment. "The role of a secretary is vital, and I certainly want to change until I find a suitable candidate. However, Ruilong's words have indeed reminded me that we are in the 21st century. Informatization is synonymous with modernization. Our Handong province must carve out a high-quality development path, and government departments should take the lead in vigorously promoting informatization and digitalization to enhance work efficiency." Zhao Xiaowei murmured, "But computers are not cheap. Even the most basic ones cost several thousand, and many people must go without food for months just to afford one." With a thud, Zhao Lichuan slammed his hand on the desk. "Computers are expensive, phones are expensive, cars are expensive, planes are expensive. Damn it. Any product with a hint of technology is exorbitantly priced, making it difficult for ordinary citizens to afford. The root cause lies in our inability to independently research and produce these high-tech products. Many key components need to be imported, which keeps prices high. If we are to pursue high-quality development and create a high-end manufacturing industry, we must target those high-tech products that the public needs but cannot afford, focusing our efforts on filling those gaps." As soon as Zhao Lichuan finished speaking, Zhao Ruilong had completed reviewing the 2 pages of the draft. "What do you think?" "It's quite good, but it lacks content. I am in the process of writing it." Writing by hand is still too slow. I could write this much in 5 minutes at an internet CAF. Wait, an internet CAF? Zhao Ruilong's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He suddenly recalled that internet CAFs were a lucrative business. Countless youths from the 80s and 90s had their formative years intertwined with them. Many skipped classes to play games and chat on QQ. He remembered sneaking out of the dormitory after lights out to spend the night at an internet CAF, only to struggle to stay awake in class the next day and face punishment for it. Ruilong, what is going on with you? Is the internet CAF the place with a lot of computers for people to surf the web and play games? Exactly. Are there any nearby? Surely Jingzhou has many internet CAFs by now. There aren't any close to our home, but I think there's one down by the commercial pedestrian street, and another at the north gate of Handong University, that they're not only overpriced but also have terrible conditions, smoky and unpleasant. Zhao Ruilong burst into hearty laughter. Internet CAFs are indeed a great business. It's just that they lack management, and their equipment is likely subpar, plus the internet speed isn't fast enough, which diminishes the overall experience. Zhao Lichun interjected, "What are you two discussing? Didn't we say we were investigating the Xiling Tong business? How do we end up talking about internet CAFs? Dad, stop writing the plan by hand. Let us discuss the ideas tonight, and tomorrow I'll get a computer and printer, and we can write the main text." Subsequently, Zhao Ruilong succinctly recounted the events of the past 2 days, and they continued discussing the plan until late into the night. The next day, Zhao Xiaowei went to negotiate a purchase with General Shui from Handong Longting Optoelectronics, while Zhao Ruilong headed to the computer market. After completing his first system task, he became a top-tier electronic information technology expert. Selecting components such as the motherboard, hard drive, and memory stick, assembling a computer was a piece of cake for him. Just as Zhao Ruilong was testing the newly released Microsoft system and discovered several vulnerabilities, his phone suddenly rang. "Zhao Ruilong, this is Lu Yike. I'm inviting you to dinner tonight at 8 p.m. at Jiangnan Restaurant." "Sure." Zhao Ruilong promptly hung up the phone, his gaze fixated on the screen. In that moment, he felt as though he was not seeing vulnerabilities, but rather a treasure trove. Chapter 20. The Lucrative Vulnerabilities. The jealous Liang Wei, brother, what interface is this? I've never seen anything like it. The owner of the computer assembly business, filled with curiosity, leaned closer. Having been in the industry for years, he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about technology. Yet, at this moment, he could not comprehend the strings of code displayed on the screen. I don't know. Perhaps some hardware is incompatible, causing compatibility issues. With that, Zhao Ruilong simply powered off the device. "Why not let me help you assemble it? I can guarantee a setup with the best performance within your budget. Plus, I'll install an optimized XP system for free. It's very stable and smooth. Additionally, I'll extend the warranty for another 3 months. What do you say?" Zhao Ruilong smiled and shook his head. "I want to continue researching on my own." "All right, then keep researching. Call me if you need anything." After the boss handed Zhao Ruilong a cigarette, he turned to the counter to attract customers. With a snap, he lit the cigarette and watched as the computer slowly booted up. On the surface, everything appeared calm, yet his heart raced with excitement. What is an operating system? It is the very soul of a computer. In today's world, the application of the internet in computers has become exceedingly commonplace, even in the economically weaker Long Kingdom. Since 1994, when the first 64K international dedicated line was officially connected, the Long Academy of Sciences established the first web server. To date, the number of computer users has reached tens of millions, encompassing many vital industries and sectors such as finance, transportation, and customs. In contrast, the scope and depth of application in the developed Western nations are even broader and more profound to meet the needs of cross-border payments. The International Funds Clearing System was already in operation as early as 1973. The frenzied growth of the internet industry rapidly led to a bubble in the 1990s, which only burst this March. Many multinational corporations in the West have long been accustomed to working with computers, sending and receiving emails via the internet, while banks and securities firms have also utilized the network for transactions. Now, Zhao Ruilong, who has become a top-tier expert in electronic information technology, unexpectedly discovered numerous vulnerabilities within the operating system. This implies that the vast majority of computer users worldwide, as well as many connected banks, insurance companies, and financial securities firms and departments, are completely unprotected against Zhao Ruilong. It is as if every household has installed Microsoft Security Door, Yet Zhao Ruilong possesses numerous methods to enter undetected. Given that he can come and go without a trace, the potential for exploitation is immense. At this moment, Zhao Ruilong feels as though he has stumbled upon a vast treasure trove, left unguarded. Should he merely indulge his curiosity by exploring some confidential materials, or should he extract a little money from those large multinational financial institutions? Regardless of the approach, it would certainly be more advantageous than directly selling the vulnerabilities to Microsoft. Even if they offered him $100 million, there would eventually come a time to exhaust it. Before they manage to seal these vulnerabilities with successive updates, he essentially possesses an infinite ATM. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Zhao Ruilong made his decision that a century ago, the Empress Dowager had already received compensation. Today, what crime is there in reclaiming a portion for personal use? Boss, prepare 2 sets according to my specifications. Also, arrange for a printer and throw in some extra ink cartridges. Pulling out his phone, Zhao Ruilong quickly contacted the telecom company to install broadband at home. The provincial government compound already had a dedicated server room, and the telecom company dispatched elite personnel. Soon, Zhao Ruilong was provided with the fastest ADSL broadband currently available, capable of achieving an upload speed of up to 1 megabit and a download speed of 8 megabits. After helping his father set up the computer, connecting it to the printer, and conducting a test to ensure functionality, Zhao Ruilong retreated to his room to begin a frenetic flurry of activity. To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. Although he was aware of many vulnerabilities, it was evident that he could not recklessly traverse the digital realm without any disguise. Thus, it was imperative to equip himself with a full arsenal of essential tools such as firewalls, proxies, and scanning utilities that counter potential tracking and counter-intrusion efforts. It was also necessary to develop some Trojan programs and secretly control a multitude of computers and servers, what hackers refer to as zombie machines. Time slipped away swiftly. Immersed in his work, Zhao Ruilong's fingers danced across the keyboard, oblivious to the ringing phone. It wasn't until a series of knocks echoed at his door that he hastily returned to the main system desktop, launched a game of Red Alert, and then rose to open the door. "Why didn't you answer my call?" As soon as the door swung open, Zhao Xiaowei inquired, her tone tinged with mild reproach. "I was playing a game with headphones on, didn't hear it." Zhao Ruilong chuckled. "Is this the computer you assembled yourself?" Zhao Xiaowei approached the computer, examining it closely. "Indeed, I assembled it myself. It's more economical than purchasing a branded machine. For the same price, I could achieve a higher configuration. I wondered why you have been so engrossed in those books lately. Turns out you were self-learning how to assemble computers. I've been playing for half the day, and it's running very smoothly. Why don't you give it a try?" "I won't play. I wouldn't even know where to start." Zhao Xiaowei turned serious as she gazed at Zhao Ruilong. "That I spent the better part of the day discussing with Du Boisjon and Shuizong, and we managed to reduce the price from 230 million to 185 million, but we simply can't cut any further. Do you think this price is acceptable? Are you sure there are no other debts?" "None." She guaranteed that we could casually check with industry, tax, and banking authorities, and she even offered to keep 30 million as a deposit, to be paid 3 months after the transfer. "All right, but I suddenly have a new idea. After we get the company up and running, we could sell it at a high price to Longxing Communications and make a profit. But why can't we partner together?" "What do you mean?" "I ask you, if we send people out to find shops to prepare for opening, are we just going to sell small telephones for a few years? Certainly not. If there are other good electronic products, we could sell those too. In that case, why don't we take advantage of our collaboration with Longxing Communications to cultivate our own electronic technology company?" Seeing the confusion on Zhao Xiaowei's face, Zhao Ruilong straightforwardly stated, "If our main streets, national and provincial highways, and expressways in the Long Kingdom all had surveillance cameras, wouldn't that be a more effective way to prevent and combat crime?" Zhao Xiaowei nodded. "Undoubtedly, if there were cameras everywhere, those 2 habitual robbers you subdued yesterday would have likely been caught long ago." Zhao Ruilong smiled. "Thus, we establish a technology company, even if we only produce security surveillance equipment. Given the Zhao family's connections, do we need to worry about a lack of projects?" At that moment, Zhao Xiaowei seemed to awaken from a dream. Indeed, the procurement budget for this aspect is quite significant. But will Longxing Communications agree to cooperate? Zhao Ruilong snorted with a smile. As long as there is profit to be made, how could they possibly refuse? Zhao Xiaowei nodded repeatedly. "That makes sense. So how do you propose we cooperate?" Zhao Ruilong elaborated on his ideas with clarity. Now that he possesses both technology and funding, why should he sell the company to Longshan Communications? As their conversation continued, they were unaware that the day was drawing to a close. All right, I'll follow your lead, but what would you like to eat tonight? I'll have Annie prepare it. I want to be eating at home tonight. Lu Yike invited me to dinner at Jiangnan restaurant at 8. Fine, just remember to leave early. It's your first time having dinner alone with a girl, so don't be late. All right, I'll leave as soon as I finish this round. Zhao Xiaowei closed the door and departed. After locking the door, Zhao Ruilong shut down the game and returned to programming. It wasn't until 7 that he began to tidy up to leave. Arriving at the upscale Jiangnan restaurant, he had 5 minutes to spare before 8. However, Lu Yike had already arrived, waving at him from a distance. Tonight, she was not in her uniform and had even applied light makeup. As Zhao Ruilong nodded in acknowledgement, he noticed Liang Wei glaring at him from a neighboring table. Did my previous self offend him? Why did he look at me with such hostility last night, and now he seems even more menacing? Zhao Ruilong felt puzzled but chose not to dwell on it. As he approached the table, Lu Yike greeted him with a radiant smile, handing over the menu. Then, resting her chin on her hand, she gazed at Zhao Ruilong with tender eyes. Order whatever you like. Don't hold back. Are you sure you want me to order freely? Of course. You are my savior. I would do anything to repay you. And a meal is nothing. Lu Yike said this loudly on purpose. Naturally, Liang Wei, who heard every word, immediately clenched his fists, seething with anger. Chapter 21. Fierce women love to play with fire. Can you please keep your voice down? I merely helped a little. Don't exaggerate this as a life-saving grace, all right? Zhao Ruilong shot a sidelong glance at Lu Yike, inwardly pondering that in the original story, the fearless Lu Yike is not shy about drawing attention in public. It truly was a life-saving grace. Lu Yike leaned forward slightly, a beaming smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Zhao Ruilong. Don't you know? Those 2 robbers you took down were notorious criminals with many lives on their hands. If you hadn't stepped in to help me yesterday, I would have rushed to reclaim my phone, and facing them alone, I would have stood no chance, especially the one on the motorcycle. He is quick and ruthless with a knife. Without your assistance, I could have been fatally wounded. Zhao Ruilong leaned back slightly. That is not necessarily true. With your skills, you could very well have taken them on. Besides, you were wearing high heels yesterday. It's quite possible you wouldn't have caught up, and they would have escaped on their bikes. Lu Yike chuckled. Moving closer, it is possible I wouldn't have caught up. But they definitely wouldn't have stood a chance against me. Don't forget, there were 2 of them, and one of them had a knife. Zhao Ruilong smiled awkwardly, but politely. Quickly, let us order. Aren't you hungry? I am indeed hungry, and to be frank, I have yet to partake in lunch that I may indulge rather excessively shortly, so I hope you won't take offense that so. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up, make haste. After a long day immersed in my cases, I am absolutely famished. Very well, you have said it. The waiter, Zhao Ruilong, begins to take our order. Although the selection is ample, Lu Yike remains unfazed. She lifts her teacup and takes a delicate sip, simultaneously casting a sidelong glance at Liang Wei, who is seated at the adjacent table, his countenance darkened with fury. The more agitated Liang Wei becomes, the more satisfaction she derives. Not only did she clarify matters over the phone last night, but she also laid everything bare in person. Yet what is the outcome? Liang Wei, undeterred, has gone so far as to procure a brand new, vibrant red Santana sedan, delivering it to the Jingzhou City Prosecutor's office for her to sign for. Previously, his gifting of roses during holidays had already caused Lu Yike considerable embarrassment, but she never anticipated that Liang Wei would go to such lengths, presenting her with a vehicle worth over 100,000. Can one simply bestow such extravagant gifts? Not to mention, she has no affection for Liang Wei, focusing solely on the act of gifting a car. If a woman accepts such a precious present from a man, how could she possibly refuse to marry him? Thus, as her colleagues erupted in a frenzy, Lu Yike not only refrained from descending, but also switched off her phone. Despite Liang Wei's relentless pursuit, waiting for her to finish work, Lu Yike remains resolute, refusing both the car and any further advances from him. Arriving at Jiangnan restaurant, she naturally has no intention of engaging him in conversation. Thankfully, I am not Chi Tongwei. My mother is a judge, and my father a general. Were it otherwise, Liang Wei would undoubtedly emulate his sister Liang Lu, using his influence to coerce me into submission. Just as Lu Yike silently rejoices, Zhao Ruilong suddenly inquires, I've ordered 5 dishes. That should suffice, right? Is that really enough? Hand me the menu. Allow me to decide. Lu Yike promptly orders 3 more main dishes and a soup. Then cheerfully asks, shall we have a drink? Don't tell me you drove here. Your license was revoked ages ago. I have matters to attend to this evening. Let us just have some refreshments. Shall we? At this hour, what could possibly be so urgent? A date with your girlfriend, perhaps? No, I have a bit of work to finalize. Then let us enjoy a couple of drinks. A little wine will invigorate the spirit for overtime. With that, Lu Yike hands the menu to the waiter. Another pot of sake and a plate of peanuts, please. All right, please hold on a moment. Just as the waiter departs, Zhao Ruilong locks eyes with Liang Wei. Observing his resentful, unyielding, and furious gaze, Zhao Ruilong turns to Lu Yike. What is the situation between you two? Am I intruding? Lu Yike smirks coldly. Do you know him? Are you aware he has a sister named Liang Lu? Zhao Ruilong nods. Lu Yike expresses her disdain with a sigh. They are both notoriously obstinate. Ever since my aunt introduced us for a blind date, he has clung to me like a stubborn weed, haunting me relentlessly that I have told him time and again that I do not harbor feelings for him, that we are utterly incompatible, yet he remains undeterred. What can I do? Lu Yike's voice grows increasingly louder. Liang Wei, unless deaf, surely hears every word. Unable to contain himself any longer, he promptly strides over. Xiaoke, I genuinely like you. I vow to cherish and care for you for a lifetime. Lu Yike glares at him. Who invited you over? If you continue to harass me with your words, do you believe I want to report you? Others may fear your father, Liang Xuanfeng, but I am not intimidated. Liang Wei recoils in fear, acutely aware that Lu Yike's fiery temper is not to be trifled with. Returning to his seat, Liang Wei ceases to glare at Zhao Ruilong, instead gazing longingly at Lu Yike. Zhao Ruilong observes him, noting his demeanor is akin to a stray dog yearning for affection. It's curious. With his attributes, finding a partner shouldn't pose a challenge. Why is he fixated on you? Lu Yike scoffs. Some individuals are perhaps innately drawn to masochism, eschewing gentleness for someone domineering and assertive. Yet, I believe the primary reason is hereditary. It is said that when his father pursued his mother, he penned her love poems daily, utterly cringeworthy. His sister is even more relentless, neglecting her teaching duties to cling to Qi Tongwei, ultimately forcing him to publicly kneel and propose. Thus, I sometimes feel fortunate for my advantageous birth. Without a family background to support me, I might have been relegated to some remote corner. Such scathing remarks would surely provoke embarrassment in anyone else. However, Zhao Ruilong notices that Liang Wei remains utterly unmoved. Goodness, what a tenacious individual. His skin must be bulletproof, impervious to even armor-piercing rounds, at that moment. The waiter arrives with the sake and peanuts that Lu Yike promptly pours Zhao Ruilong a drink. With a beaming smile, she raises her glass enthusiastically. Thank you, Brother Ruilong, for saving my life. Why call me brother? Shouldn't I be the younger one? Is that so? I'll turn 30 by year's end. How about you? I'm 28. Does that mean I am a case of an old bull courting tender grass? Zhao Ruilong is momentarily taken aback. Goodness, Lu Yike, you truly dare to speak so boldly. It is commonly said that a woman's weight and age are secrets not to be divulged, yet you not only state them outright, but also jest about being an old bull. Oh dear, why do you blush after just a sip? Lu Yike giggles, leaning closer to inspect Zhao Ruilong's face. That moment, Zhao Ruilong feels as though he is a young girl being flirted with by a rogue. This is all wrong. If you're using me to provoke Liang Wei, why should I hold back? Setting his cup down, Zhao Ruilong looks at Lu Yike, whose eyes sparkle with mischief. That if you find it amusing, I can play along. But let me make it clear. I am no saint. Lu Yike chuckles. That I am well aware. How could a good person serve a 7-year prison sentence, if you know this? Why engage in risky play? I'll indulge. What of it? Then don't blame me when I refuse to acknowledge you. They exchange smiles, drawing ever closer, just as it appears they are about to share a kiss in the bustling hall. Liang Wei can no longer contain himself. Ahem. Liang Wei coughs loudly twice, but it proves utterly ineffective. That I, Zhao Ruilong, am destined to be the Prince of Handong, with a beauty willingly throwing herself at me. How could I refuse? Thus, despite the watchful eyes of the crowd, He leans in and kisses Lu Yike's exquisite lips, gazing at her. He wears a look of pure bliss, and gradually, she entwines her arm around his neck. In the midst of the crowded hall, oblivious to the onlookers, the two share an intimate embrace. Liang Wei is instantly overwhelmed, as if the sky has fallen upon him. Many are astonished, pointing and whispering. Parents hurriedly cover their children's eyes. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Liang Wei rushes to the table, slamming his fist down with a resounding thud. Enough of this! The two, entwined, finally part that Lu Yike can hardly conceal her blissful smile. Snuggling affectionately against Zhao Ruilong's shoulder, that my apologies. We simply share a deep understanding and could not resist. Chapter 22. Liang Wei's Fury. Lu Yike relish the thrill. Liang Wei glares with furious intensity, his eyes burning with wrath as he gazes upon Zhao Ruilong, who has just publicly kissed his goddess. A look of utter enjoyment upon his face he can no longer endure, seizing a bottle of wine. Smash! If you have the courage, smash it over his head. If I don't see you imprisoned for several years, it would mean my years at the prosecutor's office have been in vain. Lu Yike assertively defends her love, sending Liang Wei into a complete rage. Bang! With a deafening crash, Liang Wei shatters the wine bottle against the floor. Instantly, the entire hall falls in a stunned silence. Countless heads turn, curiosity etched upon their faces. Why? Why are you so intent on provoking me? Have I not treated you well enough? I have gifted you presents during every holiday, and today I even bought you a car. Liang Wei's voice booms, his words laden with desperation. Yet nestled against Zhao Ruilong's shoulder, Lu Yike merely replies nonchalantly, I never asked you to treat me well. I told you last year that we were incompatible after our blind date. What do you mean by incompatible? What about him? Liang Wei, furious, points an accusatory finger at Zhao Ruilong. Unfazed and devoid of any shame, Zhao Ruilong leisurely snacks on peanuts, then takes a sip of wine at a leisurely pace. The peanuts paired with wine are simply delightful. His nonchalant demeanor infuriates Liang Wei, his chest heaving as if ready to explode. He merely intervened to assist you yesterday, and today you are publicly affectionate with him. Why is that? Heroic rescue leading to love at first sight. Is that a concept so difficult for you to grasp? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be deceiving me. You are merely trying to provoke me. Observing Liang Wei's frenzied demeanor. As if on the brink of madness, Lu Yike found herself seething with indignation. She turned her gaze towards the nearby waitstaff, who were engrossed in the spectacle. Excuse me, could you please bring another bottle of liquor? Thank you. In no time, the server not only delivered the alcohol, but also presented a platter of cold dishes. Come, my dear, indulge in these delicacies. Lu Yike gazed affectionately as she picked up food to feed Zhao Ruilong. After all, they had just shared passionate kisses in plain sight. What was feeding him compared to that? Furthermore, Lu Yike realized that being the center of attention while openly displaying their affection was exhilarating. For the first time in nearly 30 years, she truly felt the happiness of being a woman. Thus, her eyes and gestures brimmed with affection, perfectly embodying the phrase as inseparable as glue. Zhao Ruilong, of course, reveled in the attention. With someone to serve him food and pour him drinks, he felt pampered. The daughter of remarkable parents, Lu Yike was quite striking herself, coupled with her years of athleticism. Her skin was smooth, and her figure was graceful. Here was a female prosecutor, unafraid of authority, who was now treating herself with utmost tenderness. What a delightful indulgence this was, and the best part was, it cost nothing. Indeed, this renowned establishment serves delectable salt-baked duck. If it's delicious, let us have more. With that, Lu Yike picked up a piece of duck and affectionately fed it to Zhao Ruilong. Their intimacy was so pronounced that many around them could hardly bear to witness it, their skin crawling in discomfort. As for Liang Wei, he was tightly clenching his fists, grinding his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the seemingly shameless couple before him. One might think he was there to catch them in the act. Yet after shattering a bottle, he remained motionless, not even uttering a curse. Gradually, the onlookers began to disperse. The waitstaff continued to bring dish after dish to the table, removing empty plates with each round. Initially, Liang Wei was furious, believing Lu Yike was using Zhao Ruilong to provoke him, hoping he would retreat in despair. However, as he watched Zhao Ruilong devour plate after plate, His attention was forcibly diverted. After consuming a dish of braised pork accompanied by a large bowl of rice, Liang Wei could no longer contain himself. Zhao Ruilong, have you turned into a pig? Eating so much. Just as Zhao Ruilong was about to toast with Lu Yike, he paused. What? You think I'm a pig? Then are you a dog? A pathetic one at that? You. Liang Wei began to advance, but was halted by a single look from Lu Yike. Mr. Liang, your audacity is astonishing. After everything that's transpired between Zhao and me, you still have the gall to linger here. What are you waiting for? To pick up the tab after we finish, or perhaps to feast on leftovers? Liang Wei scoffed, I want to pay the bill or eat leftovers. Today, I'm determined to see how long your little charade will last. With that, he stepped back and sat on a nearby chair. Arms crossed defiantly, glaring at the couple. Are you going to watch when we head to the hotel? Lu Yike asked unabashedly. What? A hotel? Liang Wei shot up, his eyes bulging in shock. What? Is that not allowed? Lu Yike playfully hooked her arm through Zhao Ruilong's, smiling brightly as she said, We're both unmarried adults. What is wrong with sharing a room after falling for each other at first sight? Our country has no law against such things, right, Zhao? Zhao Ruilong nodded enthusiastically, his thoughts racing. Why should I care? I already made it clear that I want to recognize you afterward if you, Lu Yike, wish to use me to rid yourself of Liang Wei. Then I'm entitled to enjoy this free meal and stay. You better watch yourself, Zhao Ruilong. If you take her to a hotel, I want to let it slide. Liang Wei erupted, finally losing his composure. He had followed Lu Yike to the Jiangzhou prosecutor's office, waiting until dark. Now, witnessing her and Zhao Ruilong openly flaunting their affection, and learning they intended to go to a hotel after dinner, was the last straw. It was as if the final grain had toppled the overloaded camel, igniting a powder keg of pent-up rage. Yet Lu Yike had a chance to relish the moment before Liang Wei exploded. Suddenly, with a clatter, Zhao Ruilong dropped his chopsticks, leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin, and sipped his tea. Though he hadn't said a word, Lu Yike felt a twinge of concern. She had witnessed Zhao Ruilong's prowess firsthand. He had bested 2 armed robbers effortlessly. After 7 years in prison, he had surely honed his skills that if he truly decided to act, Liang Wei wouldn't last 2 seconds, perhaps even falling with a single punch. I am full. How about you? Zhao Ruilong suddenly inquired, his face still adorned with a smile, seemingly unfazed that I'm full too. Shall we leave? Zhao Ruilong rose and naturally took Lu Yike's hand, leading her towards the cashier. You two stop. Liang Wei shouted repeatedly, but Zhao Ruilong appeared to be deaf to his cries that Lu Yike, feeling the warmth and strength of Zhao Ruilong's hand, felt her heart race. The thrill of the moment was exhilarating beyond compare. Most other women might have second thoughts, fearing their playful act might turn all too real. But who was she? She was Lu Yike, unafraid to challenge even her superiors. What did rank matter? What did societal morals hold? Her mind was fixated on one question. After 30 years of singlehood, was this night truly the end? Lost in thoughts of what was to come, she even forgot that she had invited him out. It wasn't until they stepped outside that it hit her. Wait, wasn't I supposed to pay? How much did you just spend? I'll cover the meal. You handle the hotel. Deal? What is there to fear for me? Lu Yike, as soon as she spoke, Liang Wei burst out of the establishment. Never mind him. Let us head straight to the hotel. Lu Yike affectionately linked her arm with Zhao Ruilong's, strolling down the sidewalk. Liang Wei, who had previously shouted threats, was now completely flustered. Xiaoko, please listen to me. Don't go to the hotel with him. I shouldn't have lost my temper. I apologize. Please, don't be angry with me. You can hit or curse me. Just don't go to the hotel with him. I beg you. Chapter 23. The Powerless Fury. Liang Wei's Revenge. Liang Wei followed closely, pleading desperately, but Zhao Ruilong and Lu Yike did not falter. Many onlookers rushed from the Jiangnan dining hall, with some even trailing after them. They were simply too curious to see if the couple would indeed enter the neighboring hotel. Wow, they really went in. My goodness, is this becoming a reality? That guy is shameless. The girl clearly doesn't like him, yet he clings on. I'll bet once they're in the room, they won't do anything at all. It's all just an act, right? Please give me a double bedroom. Thank you. Lu Yike retrieved 200 yuan and her ID from her bag, handing them to the front desk. But don't give her a room. No. Liang Wei's threatening shouts startled the receptionist into a stupor. Don't mind him. Just give me the room. I have every right to bring any man to a hotel. It's my choice. As soon as Liu Yike finished speaking, the receptionist began the registration process. Do you know who I am? Am I just a passing breeze to you? If you dare to give her a room, I swear one phone call will shut your hotel down. Liang Wei growled menacingly. His threats only served to amuse Liu Yike. Oh, how impressive. So authoritative. Liang Wei, you've finally revealed your true self, just like your sister. You think you can bully others just because of your father's high position. How arrogant. If I had a camera, I would have captured this moment, showcasing to all of Jiangzhou, no, the entire Handong region. How brazen the son of Provincial Secretary Liang Xuanfeng is. You think you can just threaten a legitimate business because you feel entitled? Isn't that an abuse of power? Isn't that using power for personal gain? Isn't that treating the authority granted by the people as a tool for oppression? Liu Yike, who has been working at the Jingzhou City Procuratorate for many years, was subjected to a relentless interrogation that felt like a soul-crushing assault. Once she finished speaking, she noticed Zhao Ruilong's gaze. Following his line of sight, she couldn't help but break into a wide smile. Wow, how wonderful. The hotel reception has surveillance cameras. Well done, my dear sister. Remember to save the footage later. And make sure to keep multiple copies, lest someone absconds with a hard drive and your recordings vanish. If someone were to create trouble in the future, scrutinizing this and that, it could jeopardize your hotel's operations. That footage could prove invaluable. The disciplinary inspection department adores such hard-hitting material. Liang Wei panicked. Instinctively, he glanced up. Damn it. There are indeed cameras. Moreover, the surveillance is cross-deployed, not just one that his earlier threats and intimidation must have been recorded. Even if he called to report now, it would suffice for the disciplinary committee to summon him for questioning that I was just angry, speaking off the cuff. Xiaoka, please stop this nonsense. I know I was wrong. Even if you dislike me and don't want to be with me, you needn't share a room with him. What about your reputation? Do you think he would marry you? He will certainly not take responsibility. Liu Yike scoffed coldly that I never claimed he should be responsible. It's the 21st century. Who says men and women who have shared a room must marry? The room is booked, 306. Please keep the room card safe. The receptionist handed the room card and identification to Zhao Ruilong, that the two clasped hands, and walked towards the elevator. Liang Wei, filled with anger and frustration, hurried after them, just as he intended to follow them into the elevator. Liu Yike turned around and glared fiercely that if you dare to come in, I swear I will call the police immediately. Liang Wei, with a face full of despair, ultimately lacked the courage to enter the elevator. The elevator doors closed, in a fury. Yet feeling helpless, Liang Wei slammed his fist against the wall. Seeing the elevator indicator light up on the third floor, visions of the two of them hand in hand. Emerging from the elevator and walking down the carpeted corridor to room 306 flooded his mind. Once the door closes, they would likely become like kindling meeting a roaring flame, entangled in a fervent embrace. And then no! Liang Wei let out a heart-wrenching howl. That deafening cry was filled with resentment and despair. Curious onlookers in the hotel were startled by his outburst. Liang Wei turned around. Furious, the crowd scattered in fright. Upon exiting the hotel and stepping onto the street, he noticed many whispering and exchanging glances. Though he couldn't hear their words, he felt as if he were being stripped bare in public. What are you looking at? Get lost. All of you, get out of here. Liang Wei roared like a defeated lion, filled with impotent rage. After scaring off the onlookers, he couldn't help but gaze up at the hotel. The thought of his beloved goddess being held in Zhao Ruilong's embrace at that very moment made him scream in agony. After the long wail, he hung his head, gasping for breath. Liu Yike. Zhao Ruilong, you wretched couple. It's you who have forced me into this. You've pushed me to this point. You wanted to call the police, right? Fine, I'll help you call them right now. I'll ensure you two fall head over heels in love. I'll make sure you share a room and indulge in each other. Damn it. May you both rot in a fit of rage. Liang Wei cursed vehemently while trembling as he scrolled through his contacts. Hello, Director Liu. Are you on duty tonight? Great. Please bring some people to the hotel next to Jiangnan restaurant immediately that I suspect there is a young couple in room 306 involved in illicit activities. Dispatch immediately and bring them in for a thorough interrogation. If it's not done within 24 hours, I'll hold you accountable. Regardless of whether there is anything to investigate, I will certainly speak well of you in front of Director Wang. After hanging up, Liang Wei made his way to the roadside. He unlocked and sat in his newly purchased Santana sedan, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. His father, Liang Chuanfeng, had dedicated much of his life to legal work. Growing up in such an environment, he understood the law quite well, that he knew that Lu Yike and Zhao Ruilong had not committed any crimes. However, according to the law, the police had the right to summon suspects. Generally, this would not exceed 12 hours. Yet, since Zhao Ruilong was a released convict, classified as a person of particular concern, he could be detained for up to 24 hours without any legal ramifications. Thus, he intended to exploit this loophole to vent his frustrations. Just like the time when his sister, Liang Lu, couldn't win the heart of Qi Tongwei, she had him assigned to a remote judicial office under the pretense of nurturing his talents from the grassroots level. Who would dare question such a move? Soon, the piercing sound of sirens echoed. Liang Wei had contacted the local police station in advance, ensuring their swift arrival, as he saw the police car pull up. Director Liu, accompanied by officers, sprinted into the hotel like sprinters at the starting GUN, that moment. A smirk crept across Liang Wei's lips, more satisfying than a victory. Lighting a cigarette, Liang Wei took a deep drag. His mind involuntarily conjuring vivid scenes that he envisioned Director Liu and his team bursting into the room, catching Lu Yike and Zhao Ruilong entwined and startled. The two, flustered, would hastily reveal their identities in a futile attempt to intimidate Director Liu and his officers. However, such tactics would be utterly ineffective. The ambitious Director Liu would not relent, ordering them to dress and handcuffing them, forcibly escorting them downstairs. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Liang Wei rolled down his car window. Eagerly anticipating witnessing Zhao Ruilong and Lu Yike being brought down, disheveled and humiliated. The mere thought of their disarray thrilled him. However, as time ticked by and his cigarette nearly burned out, there was still no sign of Director Liu and his team. What is happening? Didn't I specify room 306? Could they have gotten it wrong? Is it possible that Lu Yike and Zhao Ruilong resisted arrest and fled? Liang Wei discarded his cigarette butt and hastily dialed. What is going on? Haven't you apprehended them yet? There is no one here. Wei good we've checked the entire floor. There are no young couples as you described. Chapter 24, a good show. This is retribution. What? No one? How is that possible? I saw them take the elevator up with my own eyes. Liang Wei exited the car, his gaze fierce as he stared at the hotel entrance. He was certain that Zhao Ruilong and Lu Yike had not left the building. Could it be that after taking the elevator upstairs, they slipped down the fire escape? Upon hearing Director Liu's words, Liang Wei quickly shouted, "Hurry and check if the hotel has a back exit." Yes, there is a back door. We've inspected the hotel several times since its opening, and I'm certain there is one. Damn it. Then they must have escaped. Liang Wei grew even more furious. He had hoped to see Zhao Ruilong and Lu Yike, disheveled and humiliated, brought down. Yet now, it was clear that this couple had anticipated his retaliatory move, playing a game of openly fixing the path while secretly traversing the back road, and had long since fled. Wei Gu, should we send more personnel to expand the search? Expand my foot. They slipped out the back door. If they took a taxi, they're probably already beyond the third ring road. Are they really suspects? Can you provide more information about them? I'll enlist help from the brother units for assistance. No need, no need. If they can't be found, let it be. You can stand down. At this point, Liang Wei could no longer afford to escalate the situation. Without solid evidence, stirring up a storm would only lead to an embarrassing conclusion. If he had caught them in the hotel room, he could have claimed suspicion of illicit activities and brought them in for questioning. By the way, you performed well tonight. I'll definitely speak a few good words for you in front of Director Wang. Thank you, Wei Gu. Thank you. If anything arises, feel free to call on me anytime. Liang Wei hummed nonchalantly before hanging up. Damn it, they actually got away. However, it's very likely they never intended to do anything in the room from the start. Their purpose for booking the hotel was purely to provoke me, to drive me into a frenzy and reveal my true self. Subconsciously glancing around, Liang Wei didn't see Zhao Ruilong and Lu Yike, but noticed many eyes on him. This made him immediately abandon his intention to go upstairs and check room 306 since he realized that Zhao Ruilong and Lu Yike were merely toying with him. Why bother looking for them in the hotel? He got into the car and started the engine. The brand new Santana was indeed a pleasure to drive, but Liang Wei's heart felt anything but comfortable. 1,200,000. A full 1,200,000. In pursuit of acquiring such a vehicle, our family savings were nearly depleted. Damn it, Lu Yike. Not only did she fail to appreciate my efforts, but she also conspired with Zhao Ruilong to infuriate me. The more Liang Wei contemplated, the more his anger festered. He deeply regretted not having given that pair of scoundrels a thorough beating at that moment, that if they were to appear before the car now, Liang Wei would undoubtedly have no hesitation in flooring the accelerator and colliding with them. However, on the dimly lit street, where were their figures in the vast metropolis of Jingzhou who could possibly know where they had fled? Distracted, Liang Wei neglected to fasten his seatbelt. Oblivious to the blinking warning lights that asked for the traffic light ahead, the glaring red signal went completely unnoticed. The Santana sedan surged forward at a rapid pace. Liang Wei remained utterly unaware of a truck hurtling towards him from the right side. Honk! Honk! The blaring horn pierced the air, prompting Liang Wei to instinctively turn his head. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a deafening crash ensued. Liang Wei felt as though he had been violently hurled through the air by an unseen force. Soon after, it was as if he had been tossed into a concrete mixer. Violently tossed about. Instinctively, he shielded his head with his hands and curled into a ball. The brand-new Santana contorted and twisted in a series of rolls, glass shattering around him. Within the span of merely 2 or 3 seconds, it felt as though he had been simultaneously pummeled by a multitude of professional boxers. Heavy punches, powerful kicks, elbow strikes, knee collisions. The tremendous force of impact felt akin to being struck with a steel pipe. When the rolling Santana finally came to a rest, wheels up, Liang Wei found himself with multiple fractures, gasping for breath as if his very body were falling apart. His vision flickered, revealing a world turned upside down. The blaring horn remained an incessant assault on his ears, but he could muster no strength, oblivious to the extent of his injuries and fractures. The pain was so intense that even calling for help felt impossible. As if his chest were ablaze and his mouth would not open. Dimly, he perceived a gathering of onlookers, some seemingly shouting for help and to call the police. "Help! Help me!" Liang Wei rasped that a warm liquid trickled down his cheek, seeping into his lips. He knew instinctively that he was bleeding. In that instant, terror seized his heart. "I cannot die. I do not wish to die. Save me, someone please. My father is Liang Xuanfeng. I am his beloved youngest son. Who will come to my aid? I promise to ensure his promotion and prosperity. Please, someone, save me." Liang Wei, desperate to live, was engulfed in a whirlwind of panic. Yet trapped within the car, he was utterly immobile. The piercing wail of sirens approached. Upon seeing the police car come to a halt, Director Liu and the officers swiftly exited and rushed over. Liang Wei could not help but smile bitterly. Damn it. Unable to capture that pair of scoundrels, I ended up saving my own life instead. Liang Wei found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Just as he closed his eyes, Director Liu shouted, "Wei Go, whatever you do, do not fall asleep. Wei Go, wake up, please. I am not sleeping. Hurry, get me out of here. I am bleeding. Did I see it? I see it. Hold on, just hold on." Director Liu promptly organized his colleagues into a line, straining to lift the overturned Santana. "You all hold steady. You must hold steady. Quick, we need more people. Stabilize the car," Director Liu bellowed. Several concerned bystanders rushed over to assist in supporting the vehicle. Without hesitation, Director Liu removed his jacket and placed it beneath the shattered doorframe. Then, alongside a colleague, he exerted all his strength to forcibly extricate Liang Wei from the wreckage. There was no time for bandaging. They hurriedly carried him to the police car. Sirens blared as they sped towards the hospital. On the rooftop terrace of the hotel, Zhao Ruilong and Liu Yike witnessed the entire car crash unfold before their eyes. They had initially planned to descend once Liang Wei departed and the police wrapped up their investigation. To their astonishment, Liang Wei had run a red light and crashed. "Aha! This is karma, pure karma," Liu Yike exclaimed, her mirth unrestrained. "After shamelessly pursuing me, he resorts to wielding his power for vengeance, and now he faces the consequences. Ha ha!" As she watched the police car drive away and the battered Santana, Zhao Ruilong silently lit a cigarette, savoring a deep inhale that I knew if I stepped out to the terrace, there would be an entertaining spectacle to behold. But I never expected him to unwittingly add to the drama. What a spectacle, akin to a Hollywood blockbuster. Liu Yike ceased her laughter, brushing aside her hair blown by the wind. Movies pale in comparison to reality. That collision was not only powerful, but also visually captivating. The key difference is that films use old, wrecked cars, while Liang Wei was driving a brand new one. It must have been purchased early this morning with the money his family scraped together. Initially intended as a gift for me, which I declined. Zhao Ruilong furrowed his brow, a cold smirk playing on his lips. So, if you put it that way, before midnight tonight, the insurance won't even be in effect yet? Lu Yike paused, then burst into laughter, playfully slapping Zhao Ruilong's shoulder. 120,000. My goodness, if they had not been greedy, it would have taken them 2 or 3 years to save that much. If Liang Wei's family knew he had carelessly wrecked it, would Liang Chuanfeng not be driven to despair? Zhao Ruilong's brow knitted tightly as he pondered, wouldn't that be even better if he were to perish? His rise to power would be guaranteed. That don't forget, he ran a red light. The blame lies entirely with him, that he will have to compensate for the truck's repair and business losses. Lu Yike nodded enthusiastically. Exactly, he must pay. He initiated this vendetta against me, so he mustn't blame me for seizing the opportunity to retaliate. With that, Lu Yike hurriedly retrieved her phone. Hello, Director Kong. It's Lu Yike. Please send someone to the intersection on the southeast side of Jiangnan Restaurant. An accident has just occurred. Oh, don't say it lacks drama. The one who ran the red light and crashed is Liang Wei, the youngest son of Liang Chuanfeng. Have you forgotten who was responsible for your demotion back in the day? Who ruined your son's bright future? Chapter 25. No mercy. Utterly finished. All right, hurry and bring people over. I will contact my friends in the traffic police to obtain a copy of the surveillance footage from this intersection. Don't worry. This major thoroughfare has been equipped with cameras, and I can see the infrared lights on the poles. After hanging up, Lu Yike continued to make calls. Zhao Ruilong naturally understood and supported her actions. If they had acted impulsively tonight, disregarding Liang Wei, they would have overlooked the notorious powerful and willful nature of the siblings. Did I end that case? He and Lu Yike would likely have found themselves in disarray. Arrested for interrogation under the pretext of investigating potential illicit dealings. Just like in the past, when Qi Tongwei loved Chen Yang, but refused to submit to the older woman, Liang Lu. Liang Lu had her father reassign Qi Tongwei to a remote judicial office, citing the need for grassroots training. Knowing that Liang Wei was also a vengeful character, Zhao Ruilong refrained from acting impulsively and chose to wait on the terrace with Lu Yike to observe the unfolding events. Sure enough, Liang Wei soon began shouting and calling for help, swiftly summoning police officers. His father, Liang Chuanfeng, served as the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee in Handong Province, ensuring that there were no shortage of individuals willing to assist him. However, Liang Wei had connections, and Lu Yike did as well. Her confidence in standing against authority stemmed from her own background and connections. Although not on par with the Liang family, they were still formidable. Especially since her work at the Jingzhou Procuratorate involved anti-corruption efforts, necessitating interaction with public officials. Over the past 2 or 3 decades, as Liang Chuanfeng climbed the ranks, he undoubtedly made quite a few enemies. Now presented with the opportunity to utilize the rules and power to strike back, everyone was eager to take part. Moreover, it was common knowledge that Liang Chuanfeng was vying for the top position in Handong against Zhao Lichuan. Targeting the Liang family at this juncture would only serve to assist the Zhao family. Thus, as Lu Yike completed her third call, a news van from Handong television sped towards the scene. Their speed suggested they were not merely in search of news, but rather seeking vengeance. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of sirens filled the air. Accident investigation vehicles, tow trucks, and others arrived one after another, all blaring horns and flashing lights. The television crew was remarkably professional, splitting into multiple teams. Reporters held microphones while cameramen carried cameras, interviewing drivers and bystanders. Others captured footage of the accident scene and the damaged vehicles. It was astonishing that a son of a seasoned political figure, with nearly 30 years of experience in the field, had raised a child who disregarded traffic rules and ran a red light. How could he possibly expect to progress? Lu Yi's lips curved slightly as she turned her head to look at Zhao Ruilong, a radiant smile gracing her face. That it appears that you not only wish to make Liang Wei compensate the innocent truck driver for damages, but you also intend to jeopardize both his and his father's political careers. Lu Yike scoffed, declaring, If I cannot have him, then I shall see him destroyed, since he initiated this conflict, seeking to ruin my reputation. Why should I show him any mercy? Furthermore, based on my understanding of the siblings, even if we cleverly evade trouble tonight and he escapes the accident, he will inevitably seek revenge in the future. For a despicable and shameless person like him, the best way to prevent him from using his power to bully others is to strip him of that power. As she spoke, Lu Yike tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Stirred by the wind, that my actions are also a means of assisting you, helping you vent your frustrations and giving your father a greater chance of success. Zhao Ruilong flicked away his cigarette butt, crushing it underfoot. Oh, how do you wish for me to repay you? How about offering myself to you? Are you certain? Do you think I am jesting with you tonight? I paid the 200 yuan for the room. I do not wish for it to go to waste. Lu Yike stepped closer, her captivating gaze locked with Zhao Ruilong's. What? Are you afraid? In the grand hall of Jiangnan restaurant. You were quite bold. Were you not? In the next moment, Lu Yike's lips were firmly sealed by his that a fierce flame seemed to ignite within her, threatening to consume them both. Amidst a dizzying sense of suffocation, Lu Yike tightly wrapped her arms around Zhao Ruilong's neck. On the rooftop terrace, the night wind howled. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed. Liang Xuanfeng, who was discussing how to draft a report with his eldest son Liang Hai, was startled. Hurry, hide it! Liang Hai hastily tucked away the copied report from Zhao Lichuan. This was a confidential document specially sent back from Yanjing by Secretary Zhong Jinghua, and it must remain highly classified. In the next moment, the door swung open, and Liang Lu, clad in pajamas, rushed in. Panic etched on her face. Dad, it's bad. Xiaowei's had an accident. What? When did this happen? It just occurred moments ago. It was Director Lu from Jianglin Police Station who called Tongwei, informing him that he has already taken Xiaowei to Jingzhou 3rd Hospital, where he is currently undergoing emergency treatment. As soon as the words left her mouth, Liang Xuanfeng leaned back, his face turning pale. Dad! Liang Hai shouted urgently. Almost simultaneously, Qi Tongwei, who was hurriedly changing clothes to rush to the hospital, burst into the study upon hearing the commotion. The siblings quickly laid Liang Xuanfeng down and administered medication. Qi Tongwei swiftly activated the oxygen machine, fitting his father-in-law with a breathing mask that he then prepared a blood pressure monitor, a defibrillator, and other equipment for use. The operation was executed with remarkable proficiency. Throughout this ordeal, no one called for an ambulance, as the family had long reached a consensus. The fact that Liang Xuanfeng had heart issues must remain a secret. If the outside world were to learn of it, they would stand no chance against Zhao Lichuan. The higher-ups would never select someone with a heart condition to take the helm, as they could collapse at any moment. Hence, the family not only kept this secret, but also prepared ample medical supplies and equipment as a precaution for the annual health checkups. They naturally took medication in advance to ensure the results appeared healthy. After a while, Liang Xuanfeng gradually regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he urgently exclaimed, Xiaohai, Tongwei, don't worry about me. Hurry to the hospital. Spare no effort to save Xiaowei. Qi Tongwei immediately reassured him, Dad. Rest assured, we're heading to the hospital right away. You drive. I'll contact the major hospitals to arrange for the best doctors to assist. Liang Hai spoke while pulling out his phone and heading outside. When the two of them sped to the hospital in Liang Xuanfeng's Audi, they found not only several police officers waiting outside the emergency room, but also reporters and cameramen. What is going on? Why are there people from Handong television here? Qi Tongwei felt a chill of foreboding. Meanwhile, Liang Hai, as the elder brother, had no time to ponder. He rushed forward. How is it? Is my brother all right? Why did he have an accident? Seeing Liang Hai, Director Lu, who was in no mood for interviews, quickly turned to him. Weigo has multiple organ ruptures, several broken ribs, and suffers from pneumothorax, a concussion, lung contusions, and acute kidney injury. How can it be so severe? He wasn't wearing a seatbelt and was overturned by a truck, rolling multiple times along with the vehicle. What? Liang Hai's eyes widened in fury, his hands on his hips. Where's the truck driver? How dare he hit my brother? Does he wish to die? Director Lu quickly gestured for Liang Hai to be mindful of the reporters and cameramen nearby. What are you filming? Who allowed you to come here for an interview? Get out of here. In a fit of rage, Liang Hai blocked the camera with his hand, but Qi Tongwei stepped forward hastily. Gentlemen, I understand that you wish to obtain first-hand news, but please consider the family's feelings and refrain from filming. If you would, I heard that the driver who ran the red light and caused the accident, who was also seriously injured, is Liang Wei, a section chief from the City Transportation Bureau. Is that true? The reporters did not leave, but instead thrust their microphones in front of Qi Tongwei. The cameraman took a couple of steps back, firmly locking onto the scene. With his keen political instincts, Chi Tongwei immediately sensed something amiss. How did reporters from Handong television arrive so swiftly after the accident? And how did they know that the injured party was Liang Wei, and that the accident was due to him running a red light? I am sorry, I just arrived, that I'm not quite aware of the circumstances you mentioned. For specific details regarding the accident, I suggest you inquire with the Traffic Management Department in a few days. Chi Tongwei maintained a polite demeanor. However, Liang Hai, filled with anger and anxiety, could not control his temper. I told you to leave. Get out. If you don't go, do you believe I will smash your camera to pieces? Liang Hai glared fiercely, his demeanor menacing, as if ready to lash out. Having already secured substantial material, the reporters and cameramen retreated hastily. Chi Tongwei let out a quiet sigh. This is it. It's all over now. Chapter 26. Adding fuel to the fire. A point of no return. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope. Third brother Liang Wei ran a red light, causing a horrific car accident, and is currently in critical condition. Eldest brother Liang Hai stands outside the hospital's emergency room. Venting his fury at the reporters, Chi Tongwei is certain that this sudden accident will irrevocably tarnish the Liang family's reputation. In this moment, will Liang Wei be rescued and spared a life-threatening fate? If he survives, will he still be able to return to the Jingzhou Transportation Bureau? Will Liang Hai, who is threatening and berating the reporters from Handong television, face repercussions and be summoned for questioning? Chi Tongwei deemed these concerns irrelevant, that he knew that his father-in-law Liang Chuanfeng was finished. With such two sons causing a significant uproar, there was no way he could continue to vie against Zhao Lichuan. The position of the Handong leader is firmly in Zhao Lichuan's grasp. For even though Zhao Lichuan's son Zhao Ruilong had also been involved in a drunk driving incident, resulting in the deaths of 3 pedestrians, the circumstances were far more severe. However, Zhao Ruilong did not flee the scene. He remained to call for help and report the accident. Furthermore, the Zhao family later reached out to the victims' families, actively apologizing and compensating them to gain their understanding. Zhao Lichuan did not leverage his connections or power to absolve his son of blame. Even after Zhao Ruilong was sentenced to 7 years for his traffic offense, Zhao Lichuan did not intervene for a reduced sentence. Crucially, there were no television stations to sensationalize the incident, which allowed Zhao Lichuan, already successful in his political career, to continue his ascent unscathed. However, the situation today is starkly different. Originally, Liang Wei, as a member of the Transportation Bureau, running a red light and causing an accident was already disgraceful enough. Yet Handong Television swiftly dispatched a team to the hospital for interviews, clearly intending to escalate the matter. Yet Liang Hai, in his fury, seemed oblivious to the need for damage control, failing to prevent the media from pursuing this story. Instead, he brazenly threatened and berated the reporters and cameramen that I end this scenario, once the footage is edited and broadcasted. How will the public perceive the Liang family? Under such a storm of outrage, does Liang Chuanfeng still aspire to progress? Does he still wish to become the leader of Handong? If he does not engage in self-reflection, he will be fortunate to escape with his reputation intact. Nevertheless, Liang Hai, having added fuel to the fire and committed a grave error, remains unaware of the gravity of his actions, continuing to shout, "What are you still filming? Get out, get out!" Liang Hai stood with his hands on his hips, furiously questioning Director Lu. One might think he was the director's immediate superior. Director Lu did not respond immediately. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling the other colleagues to step away. Once everyone had distanced themselves, he lowered his voice and said, "I am quite certain that Wei Ge was not under the influence of alcohol when I rescued him from the car. I detected no scent of liquor at all, that is for why he ran the red light. I surmise he might have been in a poor mood, which led to his lack of focus and failure to notice the signal." Liang Hai immediately exclaimed, "Impossible! How could he be in a bad mood? Just last night, our family pulled together some money to buy him a new car as a gift for the girl he is pursuing." As he spoke, Liang Hai faltered, turning to Chi Tongwei with a furrowed brow, asking, wasn't he supposed to give the car to Lu Yike? Why would he still be driving and run a red light, leading to an accident? Could it be that the $12,000 car was never delivered and Lu Yike completely rejected him, thus putting him in a foul mood? Chi Tongwei nodded slightly. That is a possibility. Director Lu quickly added, "Moreover, there is another detail. Prior to the accident, he was particularly agitated and called me, demanding that I promptly dispatch officers to the Fonglin Grand Hotel next to Jiangnan Restaurant. He claimed to suspect that in room 306, a pair of young lovers were engaged in illicit dealings, insisting that I must bring them in for a 24-hour interrogation. However, when I arrived with my team, I found the room utterly vacant. We scoured the entire floor, but did not encounter the young couple, leading me to suspect they had already slipped out through a back exit. That I even suggested expanding the search radius and requested assistance from our brother unit. But Wei Ge flatly refused, not even divulging their names, and insisted I withdraw. Just as I was descending the stairs to leave, I heard a tremendous crash. He had been in an accident. Liang Hai took a deep breath, his face pale, and nodded gravely. That I understand now. It must be Lu Yike. It has to be her. Xiao Wei, in his good intentions, went to deliver the car, only to stumble upon her with another man at the hotel. In his fury, he wanted you to apprehend them and bring them in for questioning to vent his anger. Unfortunately, in his rage, he overlooked the red light, which led to the accident. Both Director Liu and Chi Tongwei nodded in unison. Such speculation, though possibly flawed, was undoubtedly close to the truth. After pacing back and forth twice, Liang Hai pointed at Director Liu, commanding, "You must return to the hotel immediately and investigate thoroughly to confirm whether my assumption holds true. Moreover, if you uncover anything detrimental to Xiao Wei, it must be destroyed." At this juncture, Liang Hai abruptly turned to Chi Tongwei. "Aren't you a police officer as well? You should go too. We cannot allow those reporters to obtain any incriminating evidence against Xiao Wei." Chi Tongwei promptly produced the car keys. "Here is my father's car key for you. There will undoubtedly be many witnesses at the scene, and driving his car would not be advisable." "All right, then you two hurry." Liang Hai took the keys at that moment. He realized that Chi Tongwei was indeed meticulous and composed in a crisis. He himself had been so enraged earlier that he had angrily threatened a reporter from Handong television. "Wait!" Liang Hai stepped forward, resting a hand on Chi Tongwei's shoulder, his back to Director Liu. "I just had a thought. Those reporters from Handong television do not come with good intentions. See if you could devise a way to prevent them from reporting on this accident." Upon hearing this, Chi Tongwei's mind buzzed. "What do you mean? Are you out of your mind? Your request is no less than asking a mere mountain sprite to capture the Tang monk." Seeing Liang Hai's serious demeanor, Chi Tongwei felt compelled to say, "Even if I were the director of the Jingzhou Public Security Bureau, I wouldn't possess such capability." Although administratively, Handong television was only slightly above him, it represented an insurmountable chasm. He was merely a minor figure. They would hardly pay him any mind. "I think it would be better for you to call my father after we leave. Only he can help mitigate this situation." Liang Hai rolled his eyes. "That do you think I am unaware? The issue is that my father has to settle things with Director Kong. You should head to the hotel quickly. I will call my father to see if we can devise a plan to contain this matter." Chi Tongwei, being an astute individual, understood Liang Hai's unspoken words. Reflecting on that evening, he pondered why, amidst the daily occurrences of accidents and fatalities, this particular incident had drawn such swift attention from a heavyweight organization like Handong Television. Director Kong must have been eagerly anticipating this moment, ready to use it to undermine the Liang family and add salt to their wounds. Moments later, police cars sped away from the hospital. As they passed the accident site, they beheld a crane hoisting the severely twisted and deformed Santana sedan. "Hey, 12,000. Picked up the car in the morning, and it's totaled by night. And it's not even noon yet. The commercial insurance hasn't even taken effect." For reasons unknown, Chi Tongwei felt a twinge of satisfaction. Was it because he had long found the Liang family distasteful, tired of the humiliation of being a son-in-law? Or was it simply that Liang Lu had given money to her brother to buy a car without first consulting him? Regardless of the reason, Chi Tongwei found immense gratification in the situation. Yet after reveling in this feeling, he was also beset by concern that if his father-in-law, Liang Xuanfeng, could not rise to the top position in Handong province, what good would it do for him to cling to the thigh of Gao Yuliang? Without securing a substantial patron, he might only ascend to the ranks of El Zhou, ultimately relegated to a position devoid of power, awaiting retirement. "Director Chi, we have arrived. This is the hotel." Chi Tongwei immediately exited the vehicle, striding purposefully into the hotel towards the front desk. The room was booked under Lu Yike. "Here is the surveillance video hard drive you requested." The receptionist appeared well prepared, and Chi Tongwei realized that even his father-in-law's intervention would be futile. Chapter 27. My Chi Tongwei, finally at ease. "Is there anything else we can assist you with?" The receptionist's words brought Chi Tongwei back to the present. I would like to view the surveillance footage now. He handed the hard drive to Director Liu and then displayed his identification. Certainly, please follow me. I in the surveillance room. Seated before the computer, as Chi Tongwei grasped the mouse, he inquired, what time did they check in? They arrived at 8:31:17, the receptionist replied. Hearing such precise timing caused Chi Tongwei to feel a sense of foreboding. Wait a moment. Can the hard drive you provided still be played back? Of course, we have a dual hard drive backup. There is another one in the main unit. All right, let me see. With headphones on, Chi Tongwei adjusted the progress bar. When he saw that the man Liu Yike was intimately linked with was none other than Zhao Ruilong, the son of the provincial governor, it felt as if a catastrophic explosion had detonated in his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. His thoughts blanked out. Wasn't he this way go? These two individuals were indeed the young couple he had spoken of? As he heard Director Liu speaking, Chi Tongwei furrowed his brow. What nonsense are you spouting? Mind your identity. Director Liu paused, suddenly realizing. All right, Chi Tongwei smiled at the receptionist. Please continue with your duties. We will call you if needed. Understood. Setting the time to 31 minutes and 17 seconds, Chi Tongwei clicked play. Book me a room with a king-size bed, thank you. Do not give her a room, no. At that moment, Chi Tongwei finally comprehended why Liang Wei had run the red light and met with an accident. He had pooled money from his family to buy a new car as a gift for the goddess he had been pursuing for so long. Yet, not only did she reject his gift, but she was also at the hotel with Zhao Ruilong. How could he not be enraged? Given that both their fathers were vying for the top position in Handong, it was only natural for Liang Wei to harbor disdain for Zhao Ruilong, particularly wanting to stir up trouble. Upon realizing that the plan had failed and that the two were not in the hotel room, Liang Wei's heart must have shattered in despair. Driving away in a daze, he failed to notice the red light, resulting in a catastrophic collision. Please step outside. I need to make a call. All right, I'll wait by the door. Call me if you need anything. Director Liu exited the surveillance room and closed the door behind him. Chi Tongwei retrieved his phone and searched for his brother-in-law's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please hold. After hanging up, Chi Tongwei put down his phone, threatening the hotel not to allow room bookings and instructing Director Liu to apprehend individuals. How familiar this tactic seemed. How reminiscent this feeling was in an instant. Chi Tongwei was reminded of his own past, when he was relentlessly pursued by Liang Lu. Even though he openly declared that the woman he cherished was Chun Yang, Liang Lu remained undeterred. Becoming even more fervent in her pursuit, he did not wish to spend his entire life confined to that remote judicial office. He had once struggled against such a fate, risking his life. He had volunteered to become a narcotics officer, facing extreme danger. Subsequently, he engaged in a fierce battle with drug traffickers at Lonely Eagle Ridge, suffering 3 gunshot wounds, and emerging as a hero in the fight against drugs. Yet, what was the significance of it all? What does it mean to be a hero? Merely a tool. In the face of power, heroes are powerless. As he pondered these thoughts, Chi Tongwei silently lit a cigarette. Liu Yike and Zhao Ruilong were rather astute. They knew that Liang Wei, like his sister, harbored a strong desire for revenge. Hence they booked a room without actually checking in. Otherwise, if Director Liu followed Liang Wei's instructions and apprehended the two for interrogation, the night would have been even more tumultuous. One Zhao family was already enough to give his father-in-law a headache. Adding the Liu family would mean he might as well retire rather than take a step back. With a sigh and a bitter smile, Chi Tongwei took a deep drag of his cigarette. He now had but one thought in his mind. The Liang family's vessel was likely to sink. He had to find a way to avoid being implicated. However, before he could devise a plan, his phone rang. Upon seeing wife on the screen, Chi Tongwei hastily answered. Hello, wife. I've arrived at Fonglin Hotel and just reviewed the surveillance footage. I know, brother told us. Can you identify who was with Liu Yike in the room? Zhao Ruilong. Liang Lu's voice rose in disbelief that it was indeed him. Zhao Ruilong, the third son of Governor Zhao, that I saw it clearly. And I even heard Xiao Wei threaten the hotel front desk. As Zhao Ruilong's words fell, Chi Tongwei heard his father-in-law Liang Chuanfeng exclaim, How could it be him? He was just released from prison not long ago. How could Liu Yike be with him? If Liu Yike had been with another man, Xiao Wei might not have lost his mind, but alas, it's Zhao Ruilong. Why do you say that? He doesn't want Zhao Lichuan to triumph over you. Naturally, he looks down upon Zhao Ruilong, believing he is usurping love. This little brat is foolish. It's just a woman. What is the point of fighting over her? Hearing the conversation between his father-in-law and Liang Lu on the phone, Qi Tongwei wanted to remind them that discussing who was with Lu Yike was pointless. The two biggest troubles were Liang Wei running a red light causing an accident, and Liang Hai verbally assaulting and threatening reporters. Yet, he held his tongue. What was there left to say? At this juncture, what could be said? Moreover, as a son-in-law, what right did he have? Resolving to remain calm, Qi Tongwei smoked leisurely until Liang Lu finally remembered the call had not ended. Tongwei, I'm going to find my colleague Wu Huifan. She is Lu Yike's aunt and was the one who introduced Xiao Wei to her. Don't worry about the hotel. You should hurry back to the hospital. With that, the call ended abruptly that Qi Tongwei couldn't help but chuckle. What good would it do to seek out his mentor, Wu Huifan? Even if she found Lu Yike herself, it would be too late. The focus should be on those harboring grievances against the Liang family, targeting Liang Wei and Liang Hai to create public pressure, thereby affecting his father's advancement and enhancing Zhao Lichuan's chances. How could this foolish woman not grasp the situation? Though Qi Tongwei grumbled, he dared not redial the number. Snuffing out his cigarette, he exited the surveillance software interface that Qi Tongwei refrained from deleting the footage, as it had likely been copied and archived numerous times already. Upon leaving the hotel and returning to the hospital, he noticed his brother-in-law was on the phone. That Qi Tongwei slowed his pace. Drawing closer. Okay, I understand that it's all right. Worst case, I'll just receive a warning. At most, I'll be demoted and reassigned. That I'm not that petty. Thanks for your hard work, brother. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Liang Hai smiled as he hung up. But in the next moment, bang! With a resounding crash, Liang Hai hurled his phone against the wall with fury, shattering it to pieces. Director Lu, who had been standing respectfully beside him, was startled. Yet Qi Tongwei remained unfazed, not even batting an eyelash. Damn it. It's already on the evening news. Tomorrow morning, it will undoubtedly appear in several newspapers. And my brother is still in critical condition, already deemed solely responsible for the accident. After all these years, I've never seen such efficiency. Liang Hai's eyes bulged with rage. Panting heavily, Qi Tongwei remained silent, discreetly waving to the others to disperse. Still seething, Liang Hai, after catching his breath, bellowed, the top dog of Handong hasn't even been determined yet, and they're already so eager. They all believe my father won't make it, so they rush to show their loyalty to the Zhao family. Qi Tongwei caught sight of an increasing number of night shift patients and their families curiously watching. He quickly patted Liang Hai's hand, kindly advising, brother, don't lose your temper. There are many people watching. What are they looking at? What is so interesting? In a fit of rage, Liang Hai abruptly stood up and unleashed a torrent of insults towards the onlookers. That Qi Tongwei's expression turned blank, momentarily taken aback that a phrase involuntarily floated into his mind. Not a family, not a shared door. Liang Lu and Liang Wei were both petty and vengeful, and as the eldest, Liang Hai was even more so. His unrestrained tirade soon provoked a trio of drunken men. Amidst the shouting, Liang Hai suddenly lunged to strike. Outnumbered, how could the others show weakness? In an instant, the four were locked in a chaotic brawl in the emergency room lobby. Just as Qi Tongwei was about to intervene, he witnessed Liang Hai, bloodied from punches and kicks, suddenly draw a pen and unscrew the barrel. Stabbing wildly, one hefty man was caught off guard and was viciously stabbed in the abdomen. In that moment, Qi Tongwei felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His heart, which had been in suspense, finally sank. Chapter 28. Life's joys must be fully enjoyed. Late at night, a crisp ringtone suddenly pierced the silence. The relentless sound was particularly jarring. I asked at your phone? Hurry and turn it off. It's so annoying. With disheveled hair and flushed skin, Lu Yike lay languidly, devoid of any strength that moment. All she desired was sleep. The incessant ringing, I can tell it's a Nokia. It's your call. Answer it. Zhao Ruilong reached out to rummage on the bedside table. After retrieving the vibrating phone, he held it to Lu Yike's ear. Xiaoko, where are you? Mom. Lu Yike stirred slightly. That I'm asking where you are? I'm outside. Want to be back tonight. You should sleep quickly. I'm hanging up. Wait a moment, Wu Sinny shouted, urgently inquiring. Where exactly are you? Do you realize the trouble you've caused? What trouble? What do you mean? Lu Yike retorted irritably. You haven't broken the law, But do you know that Liang Wei was so upset he ran a red light and got into an accident? He is still in critical condition. What does his accident have to do with me? Why don't you ask him? How does my room with Zhao Ruilong concern him? Why should he get the police to arrest us? Then you shouldn't have escalated the situation. What do you mean, I shouldn't? Am I supposed to be bullied? You're afraid of offending the Liang family, of Liang Chuanfeng, but I'm not. Besides, I'm your daughter. Who are you speaking up for? With 3 rapid-fire questions, Lu Yike regained her composure. After her interrogation, she quickly asked, "What did you just say? Liang Hai got into a fight in the hospital and stabbed someone with a pen? Is that true?" Wu Xini confirmed with a heavy attacking someone in public, especially in a hospital emergency room. The police have already detained him, and the injured party is still in surgery. All right, fantastic. Lu Yike shot up, only to be seized by a sudden sharp pain, gasping and quickly lying back down, pulling the blanket to cover herself. Tonight, the Liang family was utterly finished. One ran a red light, causing an accident with uncertain life or death. The other, publicly injuring someone, was bound to serve time. After 20 to 30 years in the political and legal field, Liang Shuju had truly raised 2 fine sons. If he dies of anger tonight. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Xini scolded. Regardless, he is the current political and legal secretary of Handong province. So what? Lu Yike switched her phone to her left hand, slightly turned her body, and exchanged a knowing smile with Zhao Ruilong. The proximity was such that Zhao Ruilong certainly heard everything. The news of Liang Wei's car accident had spread rapidly, undoubtedly infuriating the Liang family. However, he never anticipated that the eldest brother, Liang Hai, would be so utterly overwhelmed by rage. Throwing his phone, engaging in heated arguments, and even brandishing a pen as a weapon. Such creativity was truly astonishing. It is not something that would occur to the average person. To wield a pen as a tool of aggression, at that moment, Zhao Ruilong was convinced that the signs of the powerful were, after all, flesh and blood. Being human, they have tempers and limits to their patience. Once those limits are breached, a breakdown is inevitable. Liang Wei's abuse of power, which failed to prevent the police from detaining me and Zhao Ruilong while nearly costing him his life, can hardly be blamed on me, can it? And what of a man employed at the Traffic Bureau who disregards the law and traffic regulations? If the media chooses to report on it, is that my fault? Liang Hai, as the director of the Communications Bureau, resorting to shouting and fighting in a hospital, ultimately injuring someone, surely that is no concern of mine. After posing 3 consecutive questions, Lu Yike sneered and asked, "So, mother, what exactly was the meaning of your late-night call? Could it be that Liang Lu has contacted my aunt, who in turn reached out to you, hoping you would persuade me? But if you think about it calmly, can you truly blame me for how things have unfolded? Isn't at all, just the Liang family's own doing." Wu Xini remained silent for a moment. What do you suggest we do now? What is there to do? It's the middle of the night. Obviously, I should be sleeping. The Liang family is the one facing calamities, not us. Why are you so worried? So, are you really not coming back to sleep tonight? I've already settled in at a friend's house. Why would I return? What friend? Are you really spending the night with Zhao Ruilong? What do you think? How would I know if you two are merely putting on a show tonight? If you can't guess, then forget it. Aren't we going to Elju tomorrow to celebrate Anna's husband's birthday? You should hurry and get some sleep. I understand. After hanging up, Lu Yike casually held her phone like a microphone and brought it close to Zhao Ruilong. Let us conduct an interview. How do you feel right now? Is it particularly exhilarating? Exhilarating? Zhao Ruilong replied with a chuckle. Isn't it? At such a critical juncture in your father's struggle against Liang Chuanfeng. Both of his sons encountering misfortune overnight must surely have adverse effects on him, significantly enhancing your father's chances of success. Moreover, Liang Wei pursued me for over a year, trying every means to win me over. Yet, just 2 days after meeting you, you've taken away my innocence. Isn't that something to be proud of? Lu Yike smiled gently, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhao Ruilong. Perhaps she hadn't noticed before, or simply hadn't paid attention. But now, with their relationship deepening, she realized just how manly and handsome Zhao Ruilong truly was. With sharp brows, bright eyes, and sun-kissed skin complemented by well-defined muscles, he was already quite the catch for any woman. Moreover, he exuded a confidence tinged with a hint of mischief. Such a combination of charm and devilish allure was utterly captivating to Lu Yike. What is there to be proud of? Isn't this merely what I deserve? Zhao Ruilong proclaimed unabashedly, instantly inciting a flurry of embarrassment and anger within Liu Yike. You shameless cad! How can you take advantage and then act innocent? She was about to punch Zhao Ruilong playfully in the chest when he seized her wrist, his gaze gradually shifting downward. What are you staring at? I'm so embarrassed. Why should you be embarrassed? We have gone this far. Haven Tiwi. And weren't you quite bold before? Why the sudden shyness now? I am a girl. It's instinctive to be bashful. Let me correct you. You are now a woman, you. Liu Yike blushed and playfully hit Zhao Ruilong. Feeling flustered, her face turned even redder. Zhao Ruilong lifted her chin. Don't worry, as long as I don't speak of it, nobody will know that Liu Yike shot him an incredulous look that so. Should I thank you for that? No need for formalities. Perhaps you might consider repaying me with your body. Zhao Ruilong's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze burning with intensity. With the Liang family facing turmoil overnight, Liang Xuanfeng's prospects were virtually extinguished, and with such a proud beauty by his side, how could one not revel in their success? What? You want me to repay you with my body? Absolutely not. I can't possibly endure that. I just tried sitting up and it hurt terribly. If we continue, I might truly perish here. At this juncture, Liu Yike suddenly furrowed her brows, as if interrogating a suspect. You seem quite the player. How many girls have you led astray? What do you mean by led astray? Didn't they enjoy themselves too? Besides, tonight, it was clearly you who led me astray. Saying this, Zhao Ruilong raised his right shoulder slightly. Look at the bite you gave me. I still bear the marks of your teeth. Are you a dog? Do you enjoy biting people? Yes, I'm a 1970 model. By nature, I'm a dog and I'll bite you. I'll bite you to death. Hey, don't bite my shoulder. I'll teach you to bite other places. You scoundrel. I have no intention of biting. As the clock approached 9, at the Jingzhou bus station, Liu Yike had yet to arrive that Wu Huifeng glanced at her watch and inquired, shouldn't you give her a call? Ask where she is. Just as Wu Xini took out her phone, a taxi pulled up at the entrance to Liu Yike emerged from the vehicle, walking in at a leisurely pace. This sudden change in demeanor puzzled Wu Xini, as her usually straightforward daughter typically walked with her head held high and a brisk stride. Why was she suddenly so poised and demure today? As Liu Yike approached, Wu Xini immediately asked, which friend's house are you staying at? Is it far from here? Why did you arrive just as the bus is about to leave? Why all the questions? I'm not a 3-year-old. Grabbing a ticket, Liu Yike hurried to line up for boarding. Once on the bus, she fastened her seatbelt and promptly closed her eyes to catch some sleep that Wu Xini and her sister exchanged glances as they boarded the bus. Could it be that she really spent the night with Zhao Ruilong? Chapter 29. A game turned real? My moment of glory. Do you think that is possible? Those two sharing a room? You must be joking. She merely intended to use Zhao Ruilong to shake off Liang Wei's entanglement that Wu Xini spoke with conviction. How can you be so sure? Wu Huifeng looked at her elder sister with curiosity. In fact, the night before, Liang Wei came to our house. Wu Xini recounted the conversation she had overheard in the living room. Upon hearing this, Wu Huifeng sighed deeply. Had I known that Liang Wei and his sister shared such despicable traits, I would never have introduced him to Xiaoke, that Wu Xini chuckled. Who could have imagined that a man could sink to such depths of despicability? A normal man would, at most, give it 6 months or even half a year before giving up if he had not succeeded. But not only did he refuse to give up, but he also intensified his pursuit. Even when Xiaoke openly declared her infatuation with Zhao Ruilong and her intention to marry him, he remained undeterred. Wu Huifeng sighed again, that if I were Xiaoke, I might also seek out a man to stage a performance, ensuring he would be thoroughly disheartened. Otherwise, the entanglement would continue indefinitely and affect my work. Wu Xini lowered her voice and murmured, indeed, just yesterday morning, he bought a car and went straight to the Jingzhou prosecutor's office to find Xiaoke. That flashy new red car was impossible to ignore. Later that evening, when Xiaoke invited Zhao Ruilong to dinner, he shamelessly tagged along. Knowing Xiaoke as I do, she likely acted on impulse, wanting to use Zhao Ruilong to stage a performance, for in all of Jingzhou and even the entire Handong region, only Zhao Ruilong would dare to defy Liang Wei's abuse of power and retaliate. Wu Huifeng chuckled with a hint of resignation. That is true. Reflecting on the past, Liang Lu's relentless pursuit of Qi Tongwei ended tragically for him. He was shot 3 times, nearly losing his life. Yet becoming a drug-fighting hero changed nothing. Wasn't it only after he publicly knelt to propose to Liang Lu at Han University that he received promotion and recognition? Upon hearing Qi Tongwei's name, Wu Xinyi froze. Wait, with the Liang family facing such turmoil last night, Qi Tongwei and Liang Lu surely won't be going to Elzhu today, right? Wu Huifan glanced out the window and coldly chuckled. That is hard to say. At such a critical juncture, with both sons in trouble, Liang Shuju's awareness must have made him realize that his hopes for advancement were dashed. So, if I were him, I would temporarily set aside my 2 sons and accompany my daughter and son-in-law to Elzhu. After all, our old Gao is someone he promoted himself. Though still young, his position is significant. He is undoubtedly the future support of the Liang family. Wu Xinyi nodded in agreement. Indeed, within the system, if one does not advance, they regress. Once he realizes he is at a dead end, he will certainly seek support for his children. Moreover, his eldest son has been formally detained for intentional injury, while the younger son lies in the intensive care unit, making it impossible to visit. Rather than sulking at home alone, it would be more prudent to make a trip to Luzhu. Just as Wu Huifan was about to continue the conversation, her phone rang. She initially thought it was a call from her husband, Gao Yuliang. To her surprise, it was Qi Tongwei. It was him. She answered, curious to hear what he would say. Wu Huifan connected the call. And Wu Xinyi leaned in closer. Wu Laoshi, it's Tongwei. Have you set off yet? I'm already on the bus. What about you? I was going to drive over to pick you up, but it seems you have already left. We should set off immediately, Qi Tongwei replied. All right, drive safely. See you in Luzhu. Okay, Wu Laoshi. Wu Huifan smiled as she ended the call. In the next moment, her smile vanished. Did you hear that? He said we. This implies that either Liang Lu or Liang Chuanfeng, or perhaps both, will accompany him to Luzhu. Wu Xinyi, feeling somewhat troubled, glanced at her daughter, who was already fast asleep in the adjacent seat. Even if just one of them came, it would be quite awkward to meet. Although Liang Wei and Liang Hai brought this upon themselves, the root cause was indeed Xiao could go into a hotel with Zhao Ruilong. An idea struck Wu Huifan. Then why not turn this into a real act? Let it be as if the two of them truly became a couple and checked into a hotel. And no matter how unreasonable Liang Lu may be, would she dare to scold her? Even if Liang Chuanfeng were to go and see Xiao Ku, he wouldn't dare to mistreat her. As for the slumbering Lu Yike, she was oblivious to the conversation between her mother and aunt. Having been fierce and domineering for nearly 30 years, she found herself utterly defeated when encountering Zhao Ruilong, begging for mercy on her knees. Now, aboard an air-conditioned long-distance bus, she slept soundly until the final destination. Had it not been for her mother's gentle nudging to wake her up, she felt she could have continued sleeping. Drowsily, she followed the group off the bus and into a taxi, where she resumed her slumber. Upon arriving at a tranquil and elegant farmhouse near Crescent Lake, Lu Yike was awakened and got out of the car, still feeling a bit groggy. However, upon seeing a black Audi with the license plate Handong 00003 parked in the courtyard, she suddenly became alert. Liang Chuanfeng has arrived? Wu Xinyi immediately shot her a look. Mind your manners. You should still call him Liang Shuji. Wu Huifan smiled and said, today is not a work occasion. You can call him uncle if you like. The three of them entered the courtyard, and before they reached the main hall, Qi Tongwei, dressed formally in a shirt and trousers, hurriedly approached them. Wu Laoshi. Hello, Wu Ai, hello. Xiaoko, nice to see you. Looking at Qi Tongwei's warm and radiant smile, Lu Yike felt a twinge of admiration. That a man who could publicly propose to a woman a decade his senior is indeed extraordinary. With her elder brother detained and her younger brother in the ICU, he still managed to maintain such an untroubled demeanor that we set off early, yet we still arrived late. Tongwei, you didn't speed on the way here. Did you? Wu Huifan teased. No, absolutely not. I adhered strictly to the speed limit. Qi Tongwei hastily waved his hands in denial. Has your father-in-law arrived? Wu Xinyi inquired with a smile. Yes, he's over there chatting and having tea with Gao Laoshi and others. Let me take you there. Qi Tongwei responded enthusiastically. One might think he was Gao Yuliang's biological son, given his eagerness. Not far ahead, they spotted Gao Yuliang, Liang Chuanfeng, Li Dakong, and several leaders from Luzhu enjoying tea and chatting. Liang Lu was also present, but she was seated at a nearby table, conversing with Li Dakong's wife, Ouyang Jing, and other ladies. As Qi Tongwei brought Lu Yike and the others over, Gao Yuliang immediately stood up. Wu Laoshi, come sit down. Xiaoko, please, make yourselves comfortable. Lu Yike presented a box of tea leaves, prepared by her mother, with both hands and smiled, saying, "Uncle, happy birthday." "Thank you, Xiaoko, knowing that I love tea. You are very thoughtful." Gao Yuliang replied with a bright smile. However, to Lu Yike, his demeanor was quite repugnant, that as a man of scholarly background. Gao Yuliang had not favored her in the past, often remarking that she was nearly 30 and still single due to her lack of gentleness. Yet now, he clearly understood the events that transpired in Jingzhou last night. Aware that Liang Chuanfeng's prospects were dim, but that his own chances of becoming Zhao Lichuan's daughter-in-law had increased, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. Even when accepting the tea leaves she offered, he leaned slightly forward, receiving them with both hands. That asked the secretary of Luzhu. Gao Yuliang's newfound cordiality was evident, and naturally, everyone else followed suit with enthusiasm. Even Liang Chuanfeng praised Lu Yike for being young, beautiful, and promising. It seems that the rumors about my relationship with Zhao Ruilong have spread widely. Those who used to ignore me at gatherings are now all overly friendly. It appears everyone has decided that I am to be the future daughter-in-law of Secretary Zhao. Thus, today is destined to be my shining moment. Just as Lu Yike reveled in her thoughts, Ouyang Jing called out, "Xiaoko, long time no see. You look radiant today. It seems you have good news." Standing up with a smile, she beckoned, "Wu Fa Guan, please join us as well." The ladies all shifted positions to accommodate. Even the typically haughty Liang Lu actively helped move 2 chairs closer. What good news could I possibly have? If anything, I was fortunate to escape with my life after a robbery a few days ago. Lu Yike replied that as soon as she sat down. Someone chuckled. "Surviving a great disaster must bring great fortune. Clearly, your fortune is falling in love with the son of Governor Zhao." Lu Yike cast a glance at Liang Lu, whose smile was stiff and sighed heavily. "What a pity, with everything that happened, I couldn't even check into a hotel, let alone fall in love." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Liang Lu hesitated for a moment before standing up and bowing. "Xiaoko, I apologize on behalf of my reckless and ignorant brother." Liang Wei, Chapter 30. Who dares to remain arrogant? All I, Qi Tongwei, want is to escape quickly. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Liang Lu's apology was entirely unexpected. Lu Yike could hardly believe that the typically proud Liang Lu would publicly bow an apology. It was simply astonishing, akin to a notorious bully suddenly shedding their arrogance and becoming polite and courteous. "Are you sincere in your apology?" "Of course, I am sincere," Liang Lu replied, lifting her head and biting her lip. "That I know you do not like him and have already rejected him. That it was he who was relentless, pursuing you stubbornly, and last night he went too far, nearly causing a disaster. However, he is now in an accident, and we do not know if he will survive. That I beseech you to show mercy and forgive his impulsiveness." Lu Yike chuckled coldly. "What a noble sentiment. When your brother was arrogant, why didn't he show mercy? Now that he's in trouble, you asked me to be magnanimous. Moreover, you intentionally chose to apologize publicly to garner sympathy. If I don't forgive him, it will appear that I am lacking in generosity. That's fine. I have been in a good mood these past few days, so I won't hold it against him. But is he still in the intensive care unit? That place doesn't come cheap." Lu Yike deliberately brought up the topic, wanting to rub salt in the wound. Her words sent a jolt to Liang Lu's heart. And Liang Chuanfeng at the adjacent table suddenly appeared gloomy. Just the night before, the family had nearly depleted their savings to help Liang Wei buy a car. Following the accident, they had summoned numerous doctors for consultations and surgery, which clearly did not come at a low cost. Although the hospital covered the expenses initially, they had been added to the surgical fees. Thus, when they inquired that morning, it had already cost nearly 50,000. The intensive care unit is notoriously expensive, costing at least 1,000 to 2,000 per day, equivalent to Liang Lu's monthly salary for just a single day for her brother. Their remaining savings were insufficient to last until his discharge, let alone compensate the truck driver for damages that make matters worse. Their eldest brother, Liang Hai, had gotten into a fight and injured someone with a pen, resulting in hospitalization. Although the victim was not permanently injured, medical expenses and lost wages would still need to be compensated. Seek a lighter sentence and reduce his prison time by 2 years. They needed to pay up and gain the victim's forgiveness. On the way to Luzhu, the father and daughter roughly calculated that they would need to gather 200,000 to cover all expenses. But how could the Liang family possibly come up with such a sum? Liang Xuanfeng, having dedicated his career to law enforcement without engaging in corruption, had risen swiftly through the ranks to become one of the top 3 officials in Handong. However, without any illicit gains. How could they have so much money? If they borrowed from outsiders, would that not tarnish the Liang family's reputation? Hence, after deliberation, the father and daughter decided to sell their house to AS for whose house to sell. The elder brother's house is certainly not for sale, but he has now been criminally detained and will soon face imprisonment. The position of the Transportation Bureau chief is already precarious that if the house were to be sold. The elder sister-in-law would undoubtedly seek a divorce that AS for the third brother, Liang Wei. He still resides in a welfare apartment allocated by his workplace, with ownership not in his name. Selling it is simply not an option. Only the properties belonging to Liang Lu and Chi Tongwei are viable for sale. They are both located in a prime area and, with renovations nearing completion, have never been occupied. Such new homes are highly sought after in the market, ensuring a swift sale. Moreover, the most crucial factor is that Liang Lu has come to a stark realization. The events of last night were not solely detrimental to the elder brother and the third brother. Their father, Liang Xuanfeng, will inevitably suffer negative repercussions as well. His hopes of becoming the top leader in Handong are dashed. Next year, he will have to step back, and how could he afford to make enemies on all sides? Thus, Liang Lu, in her current state, can hardly remain proud. Holding back her tears, she spoke in a humble tone. He is still in critical condition and will likely need to be monitored for several more days. No sooner had she finished speaking than someone interjected. The intensive care unit doesn't come cheap. My mother-in-law was there recently for 3 days, and it cost 5,000. Life is paramount, and no amount is too great to ensure proper care. However, he was hospitalized after a car accident. Will insurance cover it? Insurance can cover it, provided it is within the validity period, but he only took the car out yesterday morning and had an accident that evening, rendering the insurance void. That isn't there also employee medical insurance? Yes, indeed. The Transportation Bureau must have provided him with health insurance. That AS the crowd offered their condolences to Liang Lu. Lu Yike could no longer bear to listen. Silently, she rose and excused herself to the restroom, sending a text to Zhao Ruilong to vent her frustrations to the adjacent table. Chi Tongwei, who appeared composed on the surface, was inwardly tormented. To outsiders, his association with the Liang family seemed to promise a bright future. Yet, in reality, he had married an older woman who had undergone an abortion and was a decade his senior. The emotional connection between them was hardly conducive to happiness. Furthermore, Liang Lu controlled the finances, allowing him only a meager allowance each month, barely sufficient for his smoking habit. Thankfully, the workplace benefits were decent. During official dining events, he could discreetly procure cigarettes. However, when it came to purchasing a house, Liang Lu acted as she pleased, decorating it to her liking. When her brother expressed a desire to buy a car, she unhesitatingly provided the funds. Now, with her elder and third brothers in dire need of money, she decided to sell the house without even consulting Chi Tongwei, completely indifferent to his feelings. What significance does it hold for a son-in-law, no matter how high-ranking his position, if he is disregarded? Lifting his teacup, Chi Tongwei sipped the bitter tea, yet no bitterness compared to the turmoil within his heart. With his father-in-law's stagnation, he would inevitably step back next year. The elder and third brothers would lose their public positions, one imprisoned, the other incapacitated. Chi Tongwei could not allow himself to sink with the Liang family's ship. He must extricate himself swiftly. Setting down his teacup, Chi Tongwei's gaze fell upon his esteemed mentor, Gao Yuliang. At this juncture, only teacher Gao could offer him assistance, that as long as he could be transferred from Jingzhou to Elzhou, even to the economically disadvantaged Jinshan County, as the police chief. He would accept it. For as long as he could distance himself from the Liang family and Jingzhou, Chi Tongwei believed that with power in hand, he could lead a carefree life in Jingzhou. At the number 2 villa of the provincial party compound, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Zhao Ruilong, who was testing a Trojan horse, promptly switched his game screen. As he stood to answer the door. His second sister, Zhao Xiaowei, immediately inquired, "Did you really spend the night with Lu Yike?" "I asked Mom, and she said you returned just before 9 this morning." "Yes, and what's the issue with that?" "What's the issue? Wasn't it just the dinner?" Zhao Ruilong turned back to his computer desk, feigning interest in his game. That Liang Wei clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. "She asked me to play along, so I obliged." Zhao Xiaowei pressed on. "You went back after Liang Wei ruined your first hotel stay. Did she really fall for your gallant rescue?" Of course, she was captivated by my handsome charm. Zhao Ruilong retorted with a laugh. Enough joking. Let's be serious, Zhao Xiaohui replied. The only reason I agreed to play along with her was that she is indeed attractive, fitting my taste, moreover, by becoming embroiled in rumors with her. The Liang and Wu families would naturally lean toward our Zhao family. Just look at last night. We didn't even have to lift a finger, and she turned the Liang family's situation into a scandal. Zhao Xiaohui chuckled awkwardly. You've covered the benefits, but what about the drawbacks? Are you seriously considering turning this farce into a genuine relationship, even discussing marriage? Don't forget, she's about to turn 30. If she latches onto you, she might push for a quick wedding. Will you still be able to live carefree after that? Zhao Ruilong laughed. Don't worry. Before we went to the hotel, I made it clear that once I pull up my pants, I won't recognize her. Yet, she still wanted to play with fire. How can I be blamed for that? Besides, she knows well that our connection is purely utilitarian and impulsive. Once the novelty wears off, there will be no further contact. You really are incorrigible, Zhao Xiaohui teased, poking her brother's head. But what if she truly becomes pregnant? At her age and with her family background, they likely wouldn't agree to an abortion. As if getting pregnant is that easy. Zhao Ruilong scoffed dismissively. Even if she does get pregnant, if she dares to keep it, I will dare to support it. What's the big deal? Now, hurry along and feed the baby. I'll join you after I finish this game. Once his sister had left and closed the door, Zhao Ruilong swiftly switched screens. Glancing at the test results, he felt an exhilarating rush. The old Empress Dowager had once paid hefty sums to the Western powers. Now, reclaiming a portion of that interest seems only fitting. Accompanied by the sound of keyboard strokes, the Super Trojan swiftly engulfed the globe. Chapter 31. Bold and audacious. The furious Zhong in the afternoon. After Zhao Ruilong had eaten his fill, he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Sister, I need to discuss something with you. Zhao Xiaohui handed her daughter over to the nanny and quickly followed Zhao Ruilong upstairs to the study. Have your friends in Xinjiang find different agencies to help me anonymously register a dozen offshore companies as quickly as possible. The registered capital should be substantial, covering various fields such as international trade, financial investment, and electronic technology. Moreover, let us keep this under wraps from Du Bourgeon for now. That guy is entirely profit-driven, yet overly cautious, making collaboration exceedingly vexing and restrictive. Zhao Xiaohui inquired with curiosity. You wish to venture into another business, but don't want him meddling? Smart. Zhao Ruilong responded as he lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Convincing him to cancel the Yuya Food City project in Elzhou and pivot to the small telecommunications business took considerable effort. Now, I need to align with Dad to vigorously develop high-tech industries in Handong, which will require a significant financial outlay over an extended period before seeing results. Do you think I can afford to include him in that? Zhao Xiaohui chuckled. Seeking quick returns is understandable. But if you aim for high technology, the investments will be substantial. Where will you find the money to burn? That is precisely why I need you to help me register some offshore companies to raise funds from abroad. As for how to raise them, I'll fill you in once we secure the first round of funding. After Zhao Ruilong finished speaking, he noticed Zhao Xiaohui looking at him with suspicion. What's wrong? I feel like you're hiding many secrets from me. Not at all. Don't overthink it. Just make the call. Entering the startup password, Zhao Ruilong pulled up a chair and began reviewing the high-quality development pilot plan for Handong province that Zhao Lichuan had drafted late into the night. Rather than a mere proposal, it resembled a comprehensive blueprint that IT encompassed various sectors including transportation, communications, electricity, energy, pharmaceuticals, information, and manufacturing, outlining the development goals and pathways for the next 5 years, along with potential challenges and corresponding solutions. Though it remained a draft, it was considerably more detailed than the initial brief report, demonstrating a broader scope of consideration. However, there was still a lack of focus on metallurgy and chemical industries, which are foundational to industrial development and must be vigorously advanced without hesitation. The focus must shift from merely expanding production capacity and scale to reducing energy consumption, enhancing efficiency, and maximizing the utilization of raw materials. Zhao Ruilong placed the cigarette in the ashtray and proceeded to amend the proposal. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaohui dialed a number in Xianjiang. Before long, Zhao Lichuan entered, cradling his granddaughter. After handing her over, he fetched a stool and sat beside Zhao Ruilong. Accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of keystrokes, lines of text rapidly appeared. Initially taken aback by his son's swift typing after 7 years in prison, Zhao Lichun soon found himself captivated by the proposal's content. Observing the father-son duo engrossed in their work, Zhao Xiaowei quietly exited the room. Time passed slowly. Zhao Lichun refrained from voicing any opinions on the earlier content, but when he saw Zhao Ruilong type, "We must resolutely curb the rapid development of the real estate sector and uphold the principle that housing is for living, not for speculation," he could no longer contain himself. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by that? Are we not vigorously developing the real estate industry in Handong? It is the only sector capable of rapidly boosting the development of industries such as building materials, home appliances, and construction machinery. Furthermore, it is the sole industry that can absorb a vast amount of rural labor. No other sector can compare." Zhao Ruilong turned his head, smirking as he retorted, "Real estate? What a farcical notion of a high-end industry. It is merely a typical low-end, labor- and capital-intensive industry. Why should we promote its development? Do you wish for cities and counties to become reliant on land finance? If we do not sell land at exorbitant prices, how will we generate sufficient fiscal revenue to cover expenditures and fund infrastructure projects? Or do you want the populace to engage in frenzied speculation, draining their savings and mortgaging their futures to purchase a plethora of concrete and steel in urban areas for healthcare, education, and investment? We ought to focus on advancing high-end manufacturing, attracting numerous enterprises and talents to Handong. Instead, we should strive to suppress housing and land prices. How can you still advocate for the vigorous development of real estate?" The barrage of rhetorical questions left Zhao Lichun feeling quite awkward. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed, "I am aware that aggressively promoting real estate is unwise. There have been countless failures, both domestically and internationally, over the past few decades. However, the issue is, without engaging in real estate and selling land to raise funds, how can we finance the support of high-tech initiatives?" Zhao Ruilong's smile was cold. "So, we must make the people of Handong suffer, forcing them to deplete their savings and shoulder mortgage burdens to contribute to urban development and technological progress." Zhao Lichun replied with a wry smile, "What other options do we have? The higher-ups have clearly stated that while policies can be provided, there is no actual funding. Then you cannot depend on real estate to generate revenue." Zhao Ruilong took a drag from his cigarette. "The DOU believe that once housing prices rise, many will lose interest in pursuing high-tech advancements. People will be frantically buying land and building homes, speculating on properties, and making easy money, who will then toil away in research and the real economy." Zhao Lichun shrugged his shoulders. "What do you suggest I do?" Zhao Ruilong extinguished his cigarette. "Did they not say that policies could be provided? Let us fully utilize this and open up industries that do not jeopardize the national economy and people's livelihoods to domestic and foreign private capital. Once there is ample room for development, you won't need to offer incentives or subsidies. Numerous enterprises will be eager to invest in Handong." Zhao Lichun furrowed his brow, contemplating before nodding resolutely. "All right, then write according to your ideas. Lay out your fanciful and unconventional thoughts. Since Handong province is to be a pilot, let us be bold and radical. Even if we err, it will serve as valuable experience for other provinces, helping them avoid detours." Zhao Ruilong thought to himself, "I've been waiting for you to say that. As for detours and mistakes, how could that be possible? Wouldn't that render my journey through time pointless?" The following day, Zhao Lichun hurried to the airport early in the morning and flew to Yanjing. Meanwhile, the then-secretary of Handong province, Zhong Zhenghua, did not bid farewell to his daughter, Zhong Xiaowei, and son-in-law, Ho Yangping, until nearly noon before heading to the airport to return to Jingzhou. Consequently, when Zhao Lichun submitted the proposal to the higher-ups, Zhong Zhenghua had already departed from Yanjing. Upon arriving home, Zhong Zhenghua promptly arranged to meet Liang Chuanfeng for afternoon tea. Unfortunately, Liang Chuanfeng was at the hospital visiting his son, Liang Wei, who had just recovered from a life-threatening situation after incurring significant medical expenses. Thus, Liang Chuanfeng only arrived at Villa No. 1 by evening. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Lichun, having reported the proposal, was preparing to fly back to Jingzhou. With a considerable network in Yanjing, Zhong Zhenghua quickly received the news. "Well, I perfectly timed my departure from Yanjing to allow the proposal to be submitted to the higher-ups." After exchanging a few words of gratitude, Zhong Zhenghua ended the call, turning his gaze towards Liang Chuanfeng, who sat upright on the adjacent sofa. Zhong Zhenghua squinted slightly. You recently issued directives demanding severe crackdowns on illegal activities. Yet almost immediately, your eldest son, Liang Hai, commits assault, and your younger son is involved in a traffic incident. Are you not slapping yourself in the face? Liang Chuanfeng lowered his head in self-reproach that IT is my failure in parenting. I will issue a profound reflection to the Provincial Party Committee tomorrow. Reflection. Zhong Zhenghua huffed disdainfully. IT is such a critical juncture. What exactly are your sons doing? Look at Zhao Lichuan. He diligently writes reports and proposals. How proactive and ambitious. If you were in a leadership position, who would you choose in the current climate? Liang Chuanfeng buried his head deeper. Zhong Zhenghua's anger was not yet spent. Setting aside your son's misdeeds, have you noticed that the security situation in Handong has regressed to levels reminiscent of the 1980s? The granddaughter of General Lu Yike, was robbed by a gang in broad daylight. You have brought disgrace upon us in Yanjing. Liang Chuanfeng gradually raised his head. The security situation is indeed linked to the economic environment. In recent years, overcapacity, diminished exports, and poor foreign trade have hindered the economy. However, I firmly believe that with our nation officially joining the WTO, the situation will soon improve. Furthermore, I am confident that the pilot scheme proposed by Governor Zhao will enable Handong to seize favorable opportunities and achieve leapfrog development. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhenghua immediately straightened up, leaning forward. What do you mean? I have not given up. I have been recommending you all along, yet you are the one backing down. Chapter 32. Cunning and Calculated. A masterstroke of retreating to advance. Zhong Zhenghua was infuriated that he had staunchly supported Liang Chuanfeng's rise, only to find Liang Chuanfeng capitulating. This was for him nothing short of betrayal. Under questioning, Liang Chuanfeng sheepishly replied, Secretary Zhong, I am truly grateful for your trust and support. However, in terms of economic management, my abilities are indeed far inferior to those of Governor Zhao. Zhong Zhenghua raised a finger, indignantly pointing at Liang Chuanfeng. Excuse, you are merely seeking a self-soothing justification for your retreat. What is so remarkable about Zhao Lichuan's ability to manage the economy? As long as you become the head of Handong province, you will have plenty of advisors and strategists to assist you. In my opinion, you are simply timid, self-righteous, and afraid of the repercussions of your son's scandals, worried about what others might say during the organizational assessment. Liang Chuanfeng shook his head repeatedly. No, I am not withdrawing from competition because of their troubles. Then why are you? Zhong Zhenghua demanded, glaring, that do you realize you have reached an age where not advancing means retreating? If you do not succeed in this election, you will only be left with the option to step back and prepare for retirement. The DOU understand. Liang Chuanfeng nodded earnestly. Did I understand? I understand. You understand nothing. Zhong Zhenghua shouted angrily, taking a large sip from his teacup, but he then slammed the cup down, exclaiming, You have worked in Handong longer than Zhao Lichuan. Your extensive background in legal affairs has given you deeper connections than he possesses. You have spent 8 years in the positions of Deputy Secretary and Secretary of Justice. Now I am supporting you to advance further, and even in Yanjing, I have personally advocated for you. Yet, what have you done? At this point, Zhong Zhenghua suddenly recalled something that I went to great lengths to obtain a copy of Zhao Lichuan's report and sent it to you. Have you thoroughly reviewed it? I have. Liang Chuanfeng raised his head, speaking earnestly. After reading it, I was profoundly impressed. The ideas were innovative and the strategies unique. Even if I were to ponder for days, I could not conceive anything so insightful. After more than 20 years of reform and opening up, our development goals have shifted from merely achieving basic subsistence to comprehensively building a moderately prosperous society. TO realized new objectives under the new international landscape. We must summon greater courage and determination for deeper reforms. Before he could finish, Zhong Zhenghua impatiently waved his hand. Stop. Stop. There are no outsiders here, so spare me your nonsensical chatter. How could I be unaware that the next decade is a pivotal period for economic competition? The higher-ups tasked Zhao Lichuan with drafting a pilot plan, which clearly signifies that if his proposal is approved, he will undoubtedly be tasked with its implementation. Similarly, if you can swiftly produce a proposal that surpasses his, the higher-ups will naturally select you. Liang Chuanfeng sighed and shook his head. However, Zhong Shuji, I truly lack the knowledge and ability to accomplish this. Even if I sought assistance in ghostwriting, I doubt I could find anyone of comparable caliber. That report he crafted exhibits a remarkably advanced vision for development. I can only imagine how astoundingly insightful and meticulously detailed the refined proposal will be. His words carried an undertone of complaint. Since you, Zhong Zhenghua, are so supportive of me, why not enlist more formidable experts and scholars to assist me in drafting a proposal? After taking several deep breaths, Zhong Zhenghua let out a long sigh. Damn it, I have no idea which fool suggested he write the report to earn recognition. With my support, the odds were initially in our favor, but now, thanks to his meddling, hope seems bleak. Upon hearing this, Liang Chuanfeng discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. Secretary Zhong, we need not lament. Consider this. If Zhao Lichuan is intent on vigorously advancing the economy, he will inevitably engage with numerous entrepreneurs, having worked in political and legal affairs for many years. I am acutely aware that the greater the pursuit of political achievements, the more susceptible one becomes to corruption. Those business magnates will find ways to infiltrate and ensnare officials and their families. Even if Zhao Lichuan can withstand temptation, what of his children? At this point, Liang Chuanfeng leaned forward. To my knowledge, the Ruilong group registered in Xinjiang appears to be owned by Du Boizhou. But the Zhao siblings secretly hold substantial shares. In the past, the Ruilong group participated in several major infrastructure projects within Handong province, seemingly insignificant, yet they profited considerably. The Ruilong hotels that have opened in multiple cities and the lakeside garden community currently under construction in Luzhu are all enterprises under the Ruilong group. Last week, they also collaborated with Handong Telecom and Shenzhen Longxin Communications, with Longxin and Telecom responsible for establishing base stations while they handle large-scale retail of small telephones. Zhong Zhenghua scoffed dismissively. What does it matter if the signs of the privileged engage in business? As long as they do not overstep, how could that possibly undermine Zhao Lichuan? Liang Chuanfeng smiled coldly. Even if the Zhao family adheres strictly to the law, Zhao Lichuan will only serve 2 terms in Handong at most before inevitably stepping down. By that time, Handong's economy will surely be thriving under his stewardship, and you could send someone to reap the benefits, which would be quite advantageous. Zhong Zhenghua furrowed his brow. 10 years is a long span. Even with rapid promotion, the younger generation will still not hold sufficient rank. Take my daughter, Zhong Xiaoai, and my son-in-law, Ho Liangping. 10 years from now, they will evidently still be unqualified. Liang Chuanfeng chuckled, suggesting, why not select a younger candidate from our camp to serve as a temporary solution? If the Zhao family is found to be corrupt, let him investigate the corruption and clean house, making it easier for the transition. If not, it would ensure a smooth handover while focusing on economic growth and preparation for the future. At this juncture, Liang Chuanfeng suddenly considered a certain individual. I calculated the timeline, and in 10 years, Zhao Ruilong will be sufficiently qualified. Once Zhao Lichuan is reassigned from Handong, we can parachute him in. Then we can seize the opportunity to have your son-in-law, Ho Liangping, conduct a thorough investigation into corruption. Even if the Zhao family manages to uphold their integrity over the next decade, those who align themselves with the Zhao family will not all be virtuous officials. As long as there is one corrupt individual, it will serve as our breaking point. Not to mention, take Li Dakong, who followed Zhao Lichuan for 5 years. He is a man driven by ambition and a lust for power. His sole focus on GDP will undoubtedly foster a multitude of corrupt elements. Zhong Zhenghua leaned back slightly, reclining on the sofa. I know Li Dakong well. That he is a typical pragmatist, someone who proclaims that anything not expressly forbidden is permissible. I hear that shortly after returning from training abroad, he took up his position in Jinshan County and, eager to expedite fundraising for road repairs, held motivational meetings daily, ultimately exhausting an elder party secretary. After serving a few years as Zhao Lichuan's secretary, he was transferred to Luzhu as mayor. Yet he unceremoniously altered the urban planning initiated by Secretary Gao Yuliang beyond recognition. It was only a matter of time before someone like him encountered trouble. Liang Chuanfeng added, thus, whether I ascend to power is inconsequential. What truly matters is that we are currently quite impoverished and in dire need of economic development. Otherwise, much like my family, we must deplete our savings just to purchase a small car. Therefore, allowing Zhao Lichuan to rise to power and develop the economy for a decade, what harm could it do? After all, in the end, it will be a case of the rabbit dying and the hound being cooked, the bird perishing and the bough being put away. Zhong Zhenghua chuckled coldly. That's fine. The achievements gained will have no bearing on him, yet all the ensuing conflicts and issues can be laid at his doorstep. Precisely, he is merely a tool to be utilized. Liang Chuanfeng leaned in closer and whispered, "At our age, continuing to vie for power holds little significance. Focusing on the future and paving the way for those who come after us is the paramount task." Zhong Zhenghua nodded silently, raising his teacup for a sip. What if he performs admirably and gains recognition, advancing significantly in 10 years? Do you think that is plausible? Liang Chuanfeng replied with an awkward smile. Zhong Zhenghua's lips curled upward. Indeed, unless he can defy fate and alter his destiny. The next morning, in the forenoon, Zhong Zhenghua convened a meeting to outline the work arrangements for the fourth quarter in Handong province, focusing on engineering construction, safety production, and social security. Subsequently, Zhao Lichuan proposed new economic development initiatives, while Liang Chuanfeng submitted a written self-reflection regarding his lack of discipline in parenting. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, as Zhao Lichuan returned to his office, he called his beloved son. "Ruilong, you truly are a visionary. They have indeed retreated." Zhao Ruilong responded nonchalantly. "They are clearly retreating to advance, preparing for the decisive battle ahead. However, it matters not. I assure you, within 5 years, I will render their resurgence impossible." Chapter 33. The frantic expansion of Huilong Group. Jingzhou, Guangming District. The thunderous sound of firecrackers abruptly erupted. The somewhat dusty sign for Handong Longting Optoelectronics was taken down and replaced with a brand new golden sign, reading Handong Huilong Electronics Company Limited. Following the cacophony, a group of former employees, lured back with high salaries, excitedly rushed toward the office building. "Boss, may you have great fortune. Wishing you a prosperous opening. May your business flourish." The crowd surged eagerly into the office building, each offering a blessing before receiving a red envelope from Zhao Ruilong with the heavy envelopes in hand. Their enthusiasm soared. Cleaning and equipment inspections commenced. The factory, which had been quiet for over 3 months, was once again buzzing with activity. Just after distributing the red envelopes, 2 large buses honked as they entered the factory area. Zhao Ruilong swiftly stepped outside to greet them. It was He Changjai from Shunqing Longxing Communications, leading a group of technical experts to provide support. They would assist in debugging the production line and training personnel over the next 2 weeks. Once production was on track, an increasing number of talents would join the company. Zhao Ruilong was determined not to limit Huilong Electronics to merely processing and assembling small telephones and desktop computers, that he had already arranged for recruitment advertisements to be published in several first-tier cities, offering high salaries to attract talents in microelectronics, semiconductors, software programming, and related fields. Upon hiring, candidates would not only receive substantial relocation allowances, but also enjoy top-tier industry salaries. In Zhao Ruilong's vision for development, Huilong Electronics production and assembly were merely the starting point. Next, they aimed to develop MP3s as a foundation, gradually advancing to create more sophisticated and technologically advanced electronic products. For the present, the priority was to swiftly stabilize the company's operations. Only by continuously producing small telephones could they meet the surging market demand. Otherwise, with specialty stores beginning to renovate and recruit staff, how could they open for business with stock shortages? Moreover, the venture into operating chain internet cafes was also set to commence in full swing. The TO established his internet cafe as a gaming sanctuary for the youth. He needed to assemble computers and install software according to his standards, ensuring an unparalleled experience. Mr. He, welcome to Handong Huilong Electronics. I hope you will assist us generously in our rapid growth. Zhao Ruilong expressed his polite welcome, leaving He Changjai pleasantly surprised. Upon arriving in Jingzhou a few days prior, he had learned of Zhao Ruilong's identity and witnessed the formidable capabilities of the Zhao siblings. They had struggled for months to negotiate with Handong Telecom, yet the Zhao siblings had effortlessly succeeded, swiftly obtaining the approval from the Handong Communications Bureau. "Zhao General, you are too courteous. We are merely helping each other. Aiding you is also aiding myself." He Changju tightly clasped Zhao Ruilong's hands. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they promptly led their team to the workshop. Time was of the essence, and the task was formidable. Longxing Communications had been tirelessly assisting Handong Telecom in the installation of microcell base stations around the clock. According to the plan, the small-scale communication services in major cities of Handong would be operational by the end of next month at the earliest. Given the telecom company's frenzied investments, They naturally hoped to amass a substantial user base for the small-scale communication services to generate rental fees and call charges. Thus, at this critical juncture, Longxing Communications eagerly anticipated that Ruilong Electronics would swiftly evolve into their small-scale communication manufacturing partner. Consequently, He Changzhu and Zhao Ruilong, disregarding their status and image, joined the workers in their strenuous efforts. As for Zhao Xiaowei, she too was far from idle. The structure and functionality of the small-scale communication device, being simpler than that of a mobile phone, did not involve high technical complexity. Aside from the core components shipped from Deep City by Longxing Communications, the other elements such as shells, buttons, and packaging could naturally be sourced from local suppliers within Handong province. Therefore, Zhao Xiaowei leveraged her network to connect with numerous relevant manufacturers and convene a supply chain conference for the small-scale communication devices. Detailed blueprints and technical specifications were provided for various components, along with explicit stipulations regarding pricing, quality, supply volume, and delivery timelines. With the backing of Longxing Communications and the Zhao family's influence in Handong, manufacturers were eager to participate, considering future collaborations beyond merely producing small-scale communication devices. They could also supply components for computers. After signing confidentiality agreements, several manufacturers returned to diligently prototype a batch of components. In contrast, the responsibilities undertaken by Du Boizhong and his team were relatively straightforward. They scouted locations to establish small-scale communication retail stores, subsequently seeking premises for a chain of internet cafes. The site selection for internet cafes was considerably easier than that for retail stores, as they did not necessarily need to be street-facing or on the ground floor, being situated near schools, commercial districts, or transit hubs with substantial foot traffic sufficed. Rather than pondering why Zhao Ruilong had suddenly conceived the idea of opening an internet cafe, Du Boizhong found himself more curious about the source of funds for the Zhao siblings. Ruilong Electronics was continuously recruiting high-salaried personnel, with compensation packages rivaling those in first-tier cities, regardless of whether it was a retail store or an internet cafe. There was a concerted effort to hire well-educated young individuals, offering not only competitive salaries but also accommodation and meals. The commercial spaces they targeted were often available for purchase rather than lease, with prices exceeding those of typical residential properties. The areas suitable for establishing stores were also substantial, with many large premises costing hundreds of thousands to millions. However, the Zhao siblings seemed to purchase these properties as if they were mere cabbages, relentlessly acquiring them. Coupled with their ongoing recruitment, the size of the group expanded rapidly. This left Du Boizhong perplexed, yet he refrained from inquiring too deeply, as such extensive property acquisitions and subsequent business operations bore a striking resemblance to money laundering. Transforming large sums of money into lucrative fixed assets through mere transactions. As days passed, the business of Ruilong Group continued to expand. Meanwhile, Liang Wei had transitioned from the intensive care unit to a standard ward. With multiple fractures throughout his body, rendering his neck and limbs immobile, he resembled a mummy, with only his eyes, fingers, and lips able to move. Upon witnessing her once handsome brother in such a state, Liang Lu was understandably heartbroken. Liang Xuanfeng, however, remained relatively composed. As long as he was alive, money could be earned again, and women could be pursued anew. Just focus on your recovery. Once you are fully healed, I will arrange work for you. Unable to turn his neck, Liang Wei cast a sidelong glance at his father, who stood at the bedside with graying hair, and his tearful second sister. Where are my elder brother and sister-in-law? They are busy with work. They will visit you another day. Liang Xuanfeng lied, not wishing for his younger son to know that his brother Liang Hai was also in trouble, currently detained for suspected intentional injury and awaiting sentencing. And Lu Yike, that wretched woman, wouldn't he truly be with Zhao Ruilong? Would she? Liang Wei asked, seething with anger. Following this incident, his feelings for Lu Yike had transformed from love to hatred. Liang Lu was about to speak, but was interrupted by Liang Xuanfeng. The matter has passed. Please refrain from inquiring about her, all right? Liang Wei remained silent for a considerable time. Fine, I won't ask. Despite his words, he was intensely curious about whether Lu Yike had indeed gotten together with Zhao Ruilong. This woman had not only caused him to squander the money his family pooled to buy a new car, but had also led to his severe injuries and hospitalization, likely resulting in job loss. This animosity festered within him, fueling a silent vow to seek vengeance in this lifetime. He could not swallow this bitterness. In the following days, only his second sister Liang Lu visited him. Their father Liang Xuanfeng did not come to the hospital, and neither did his elder brother and sister-in-law. Even his former workplace had not sent anyone to offer condolences. However, Liang Wei was not oblivious. The ward had a television, and daily viewing of Handong TV news made him sense something amiss. News regarding his father diminished, while that of Zhao Lichuan increased. Even the coverage of Handong's top official, Zhong Jinghua, had significantly decreased. This alone indicated to him that his father's prospects for advancement were bleak. Furthermore, new advertisements appeared on television. Handong Telecom seemed to have invested a fortune, flooding the airwaves with ads for small-scale communication services. Beyond their service centers, the primary purchasing avenue was Ruilong Communications chain stores. The mere mention of Ruilong made it evident that it was the business of Zhao Ruilong and his sister. With his father's prospects dimming and himself rendered nearly incapacitated, he observed Zhao Ruilong's business flourishing. Liang Wei seethed with anger, eagerly awaiting his discharge. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he had no one to care for him at home. That it was nearly 2 months before he was finally discharged. Nevertheless, he ignored the doctor's advice to rest at home and immediately took a taxi to the flagship store of Ruilong Communications in the city center. Upon witnessing the throngs of people queuing to purchase small-scale communication devices, Liang Wei was utterly bewildered. Cursed small-scale communication devices. Have they truly made Zhao Ruilong a fortune? Madness. These people must be insane. Queuing in this frigid weather for a mere small-scale communication device. What's so special about it? He grumbled, observing someone exiting the store with a grin. He approached, but the individual quickly tucked the small-scale communication device into their pocket, casting a wary glance at him. Brother, I mean no harm. I'm merely curious. Why are you so pleased with your purchase? Ah, you wouldn't understand. This is all the rage now, the man replied, brandishing his brand-new small-scale communication device before Liang W. It's inexpensive and durable. With it, I no longer need to seek out public phones for calls. The signal is excellent, conversations are crystal clear, and it doesn't overheat or cause dizziness that I can't afford a 2,000 or 3,000 yuan phone. But can I manage a few hundred for this? Making calls costs only 20 cents, receiving calls is free, and a single charge lasts several days. That if you want one too, you better hurry and queue, as there are only 1,000 available each day. Liang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? There's a limit. Oh, if you don't want to wait, see those folks with backpacks. For an extra 200 yuan, they'll sell you one, the man retorted with a sneer. Liang Wei stood there, utterly speechless. The daily limit of 1,000 had already astounded him, but the emergence of scalpers was beyond his comprehension. Indeed, the people of Longhua have an innate talent for commerce. Any hint of profit quickly spawns a thriving industry. That I have a phone. I'm not buying, just curious. Discovering that he was conversing with someone who could afford a phone, he felt no further inclination to engage. Before long, the man walked away, dialing a number. Old Lu, I got one. Haha, I even won a 50 yuan recharge card. The boisterous voice faded into the distance as Liang Wei furrowed his brow, observing the man walk away while chatting on the phone. It seemed that a few hundred yuan small-scale communication device was no different from a few thousand yuan phone. Both could make and receive calls, offering the same freedom to converse anywhere. Moreover, with a price tag of only a few hundred yuan and low usage costs, it was no wonder that ordinary citizens were clamoring for them. After all, while 2 to 3 jiao per minute at a phone supermarket seemed cheap, it added up over time and frequent use. Especially for the workers who venture outside, it is common to stay in touch with family back home. Conversations often extend from 20 to 30 minutes, or even an hour. I end the phone booths at the supermarket. Each individual occupies a small cubicle with a tiny stool and a landline telephone. The summer heat is oppressive, the winter chill biting, and mosquitoes abound. During peak hours, the cacophony is not only loud, but also accompanied by unpleasant odors. Hence, spending a few hundred yuan on a small communication device becomes a sensible choice for the average citizen. Moreover, having a portable means of communication fosters timely contact in case of urgent matters, preventing the frustration of being unable to reach someone when it matters most. Damn it. Zhao Ruilong has just spent 7 years in prison. Hasn't he? How did a released convict come up with the idea of selling small communication devices for profit? Moreover, this device resembles a mobile phone, yet it is priced at less than half of a smartphone. Surely, it must have its drawbacks. With these questions swirling in his mind, Liang Wei continued to inquire among acquaintances. Everyone acknowledged that the signal quality of the small communication device is inferior to that of mobile phones. However, due to its remarkably low price and service fees, people found it acceptable. After all, most individuals spend the majority of the year working in the city, returning home only during holidays. Even an expensive mobile phone struggles to function in rural areas. As for why it is so inexpensive, some speculate that the telecommunications company is running promotions to attract users. Others suggest that Ruilong Communications is offering substantial discounts. Still, there are those who claim that the small communication device does not turn a profit, instead relying on monthly rental and call fees. Yet no one could provide Liang Wei with a technical explanation. Fine, I shall wait for my elder brother to return from training and ask him in person. He studied communication engineering, so he must understand the technical principles behind the small device. Resolved in his mind, Liang Wei prepared to hail a taxi home. Across the street, a flickering advertisement caught his attention. Ruilong Internet CAF. Beneath the large characters, a smaller line read, "High-speed broadband, surf the internet. Members pay only 2 yuan per hour." With a furrowed brow, Liang Wei pondered. Named Ruilong, could this be yet another venture of Zhao Ruilong and his sister? ISNT and Internet CAF merely a place where a few computers are set up for people to pay for internet access. Such a capital-intensive, low-profit business, and Zhao Ruilong is actually interested. Out of curiosity, Liang Wei decided to take advantage of the green light and slowly walked over. He ascended the stairs with some difficulty, then an no entry for those under 18, read a conspicuous notice as he entered. Next to the bar, there was a beverage machine and a shelf of snacks, and near the entrance, a fire cabinet and a medical cabinet were positioned. Upon turning around, Liang Wei gasped in astonishment. Goodness! Inside the hall, computers and chairs were lined up in neat rows that a quick glance revealed at least several hundred stations, yet not a single one was vacant at that moment. Many patrons wore headphones, busily clicking away at their keyboards and mice while playing games. Behind some, throngs of young onlookers gathered, seemingly admiring the gaming skills of others or waiting for their turn in that instant. Liang Wei felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He remembered a time when he frequently asked his grandparents for pocket money after school, sneaking off to the arcade to watch others play, even if he couldn't get a machine. Now, the same scene unfolded before him in an Internet CAF as he moved through the crowd. While the scent of cigarettes and instant noodles wafted around, it was still bearable. The CAF seemed to be equipped with a large central air conditioning system that filtered and deodorized the air. After a cursory exploration, Liang Wei noted that this Internet CAF not only boasted a spacious layout and numerous stations, but also displayed meticulous attention to detail in its decor. Safety was evidently a priority, with fire extinguishers placed strategically and exit signs indicating evacuation routes, ensuring that patrons could swiftly exit in case of emergencies like earthquakes or fires. It was quite astonishing to see such thorough attention to detail. Judging by the bustling activity, the hundreds of computers likely operated around the clock, with patrons always waiting to log on, even if everyone paid the member rate, with 300 computers in use. The daily gross income would exceed 10,000 yuan. Aside from the initial investment in renting the space, installing equipment, and hiring staff, the ongoing expenses would primarily consist of utilities and internet fees, which were not substantial. Just as Liang Wei was lost in thought, a staff member wearing a reflective vest navigated through the crowd, delivering a large bag of cigarettes, snacks, and drinks, along with a few lunchboxes to a gaming station. "Help yourselves to whatever you like. Today, I'm treating you all to a good time," shouted a young man with bleached hair and earrings. As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby patrons erupted in cheers. Quickly devouring the contents of the 2 large bags in that moment, Liang Wei's realization struck him like lightning. I see it now. In addition to the internet fees, they can sell goods. Many customers come to game online, and even if they don't snack, they inevitably buy cigarettes and drinks. Especially for groups gaming together, their spending on food and beverages surely exceeds the internet fees. With this thought, Liang Wei could barely contain his excitement. An Internet CAF could easily generate a gross income of several 100,000 yuan a month. For the Zhao siblings, the net profit must be around a third of that. Calculating it out, could they really be pocketing over 100,000 yuan a month with such ease? Damn it, that's enough to buy a new Santana every month. I want one too, but it requires my entire family to pool their money, practically depleting our savings. Yet Zhao Ruilong could effortlessly afford one with just a month as profit. No, this guy must be running more than just this one establishment. Like his communication shop, he is likely operating a chain. So, with his internet CAF and small communication devices, he could be raking in tens of thousands a day. Damn it, at this rate, he could be making millions each year. The more Liang Wei calculated, the more envy consumed him. His monthly salary barely crossed 2,000 yuan. Even with some benefits from work, he could hardly save a few thousand in a year. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruilong might be earning millions annually. As the chain of stores expands, he could easily reach annual earnings in the hundreds of millions. Damn it, he is truly raking it in. I can't let this go on. I must start a business too. Why should Zhao Ruilong be able to do it while I, Liang Wei, cannot? Chapter 35. No more iron rice bowl. Driven to desperation, young Master Liang. In the evening, Liang Chuanfeng returned home from work, upon seeing Liang Wei watching television in the living room. He immediately rose to his feet. Dad, I've been discharged early. What? Liang Chuanfeng, still with one foot in his slippers, hurried into the living room. Seeing his youngest son, Liang Wei, he was momentarily flabbergasted and scolded. Who allowed you to leave the hospital early? You're nearly 30 years old. How can you still be so irresponsible? I was practically growing mold in the hospital. Sitting around all day is tedious. It is better to leave early. The doctor said that as long as I avoid strenuous activity and rest well, I'd be fine. Liang Chuanfeng pointed at his son before angrily retreating to the entrance to change his other slipper. Once seated in the living room, he was met with an even greater surprise. Dad, I want to resign. What? Resign? Liang Chuanfeng was once again taken aback, his eyes bulging as he stared at Liang Wei. Do you have any idea how much effort Director Pan and the others put in to minimize the consequences for you? They managed to reduce your punishment to a mere reprimand. You are not grateful, and now you want to quit? Liang Wei coldly snorted, unfazed. It was my fault for running a red light and causing an accident. But I merely broke the law. I didn't commit a crime. Nor did I cause any injuries to others. A reprimand and demotion were to be expected. Don't act as if Director Pan and the others did me a favor. Before his father could scold him again, Liang Wei quickly continued, what is the point of a mere deputy position? After being reprimanded and demoted, I'll still need surgery to remove the steel pins and plates after half a year of recovery. If I go back, where would they place me? I'd probably just be shuffled off to the human resources or publicity departments, sipping tea and reading newspapers. Without any real power, promotions would be difficult. And my salary and bonuses would surely be much lowered. At my young age, why should I settle for such a position? Liang Chuanfeng's face turned a deep shade of anger. If you don't want to cling to your iron rice bowl, then what do you want to do? I want to start a business. I want to be an entrepreneur. Liang Wei exclaimed, his tone somewhat agitated. Zhao Ruilong has been running hotels and real estate, making quite a fortune in the past 2 months. He has gone crazy selling small communication devices and opening chain internet CFS. He must be making a killing. Why can he invest and do business while I cannot? There are no laws prohibiting me from doing so. Liang Chuanfeng was furious. That you've lost your mind. Haven't you? You're throwing away a perfectly good job to pursue business. You only see the thief enjoying the meat. But what about the thief getting caught? You only see Zhao Ruilong and his sister making money. But what about the losses? Even taking the siblings as an example, do you know how much they have invested in purchasing factories, renting shops, hiring employees, advertising, and so forth? Liang Wei coldly scoffed. I understand that a considerable amount must be invested initially, but if they can find partners, then surely I can as well. What do you intend to do? Liang Chuanfeng pointed at his younger son, sternly warning, moreover, I must remind you that there are no explicit regulations preventing direct relatives of leaders from engaging in business. There are merely certain prohibitive restrictions. However, the higher the position, the more numerous the limitations that if you wish to invest and conduct business within my jurisdiction, it would be prudent to abandon that notion at once that if discovered, either your company will be shut down, or I will resign. Liang Wei retorted casually, what are you afraid of? You're about to step back into the shadows anyway. Liang Chuanfeng paused momentarily, then asked in astonishment, how do you know that? Did your sister tell you? She didn't. I deduced it myself from watching the news. Reports about you are dwindling while those about Zhao Lichuan are proliferating. It's quite evident who is rising and who is falling. At this point, Liang Wei changed the subject. Dad, you needn't persuade me any further. I have made up my mind to venture in a business and earn more money. I do not wish to have to gather the entire family to buy a car, nearly exhausting our savings just to afford it. Moreover, my second sister had to sell the newly renovated house, having lived in it for only a day, to help me. How can I repay her if I do not engage in business and earn money? Am I supposed to rely on a meager salary of 1,000 or so a month when I return to the Transportation Bureau? Even if I save for ages, it would never suffice. Liang Chuanfeng shot him a glare. You think 1,000 yuan is insignificant? How many ordinary people earn only a few hundred a month? However, if you wish to do business, then go ahead. After all, our family has no money to support you, and I cannot exploit my position for your gain. Liang Wei was overjoyed. Dad, rest assured, I do not need you to provide money or effort. Before he could finish, the sound of the door opening interrupted him. Soon, Liang Lu entered carrying groceries. Sister, you returned just in time. Dad has agreed to let me resign and venture into business. I assure you, I will make our family prosperous soon. Liang Lu stared in confusion for a few seconds before hesitantly asking, Why did you leave the hospital early? Did you get Director Shi's approval? I am nearly recovered. How could he possibly deny me? As he spoke, Liang Wei quickly got up, deliberately moving briskly to Liang Lu's side to help her carry the groceries, attempting to demonstrate that he had indeed almost fully recovered. Liang Lu, somewhat anxious, glanced at their father before hurriedly heading to the kitchen. After a few exchanges, Liang Wei naturally broached the topic of his elder brother. Since the accident, nearly 2 months had passed without Liang Hai visiting him in the hospital. Even Qi Tongwei, who had been reassigned to Luzhu City as a deputy district chief, had come to see him twice. Why had his elder brother been so busy for nearly 2 months? Liang Lu's awkward silence only served to infuriate Liang Wei. Sister, what kind of expression is that? Did something happen to elder brother? Speak up. Under the scrutinizing gaze of her younger brother, Liang Lu confessed the truth. After hearing it, Liang Wei felt as if he had turned to stone, his entire being frozen in shock. This startled Liang Lu at that moment. Their father, Liang Chuanfeng, changed into casual home attire and entered the kitchen. Previously, Qi Tongwei had been the one cooking and handling household chores. Now that he had moved to Luzhu, the father and daughter had to take on these tasks themselves. Your elder brother's situation is his own doing. Adults must learn to control their tempers. This is the punishment he deserves. Liang Wei was both angry and agitated. But Dad, he only injured someone, he didn't kill anyone. Why should he be sentenced to a year in prison after compensating the victim and receiving forgiveness? Do you think the political and legal committee in Handong is a mere decoration? How could the presiding judge be so unyielding? Liang Chuanfeng replied decisively, I was the one who ordered a strict crackdown on crime. Who could have anticipated that your brother would run into trouble? Liang Wei was rendered speechless. After dinner, Liang Wei thoroughly grasped the recent events, including the lingering thoughts about Lu Yike, who was now closely associated with Zhao Ruilong. There were rumors that the Huolong Hotel in Luzhu had handpicked a dozen beautiful waitresses, all of whom were entangled with Zhao Ruilong. Among them were a pair of stunningly identical sisters, both of whom were his lovers. Regardless of the truth of the rumors, it was undeniable that his beloved goddess, Lu Yike, had been snatched away by Zhao Ruilong. This pair of scoundrels would inevitably find themselves begging for mercy one day. Liang Wei feigned indifference, yet internally swore vengeance. The next day, Liang Wei arrived at his workplace, boldly submitting his resignation that he intentionally visited various departments to bid farewell to old colleagues, claiming he planned to recuperate and dabble in a small business. As his father, Liang Chuanfeng, was the third highest official in Handong, who would dare to disregard him. Thus, special arrangements were made, and within 2 days, all formalities were completed. Naturally, news of his resignation to pursue business spread rapidly. Aside from establishing a legitimate company for passenger and freight transport and road construction, there were also ventures into grade businesses such as bars, casinos, KTVs, and foot massage parlors. The once noble and incorruptible young Master Liang now had the opportunity to cling to powerful connections, prompting everyone to scramble to curry favor with him. Liang Wei took advantage of the situation, establishing multiple enterprises in consulting, antiques, and collectibles. Anyone seeking his assistance would have to pay handsomely for services or artwork. And he even provided official invoices. However, one cannot keep secrets unless one is blameless. Even though Liang Wei set up layers of protection, the news of his rampant wealth accumulation could not be concealed from the Zhao family. Particularly, his gray businesses were flourishing, attracting many outsiders to Handong for entertainment. Even if reported, he could swiftly relocate without being caught red-handed. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyi's account, Zhao Ruilong, who had been preoccupied with research lately, coldly chuckled. This Liang Wei fellow is truly desperate. With his connections, there are countless ways to make money that I never expected him to stoop to such degrading means, nor is he concerned about his father's reputation. However, he decided to ignore him for now. In half a month, the leadership transition would occur, and it was best not to stir the pot. Once his father ascended to the top position in Handong, it would be the perfect opportunity to use Liang Wei as a starting point for purging those appointed by Liang Chuanfeng. Chapter 36. The Art of Capture and Release. Who says MP3s must be cheap? Zhao Xiaoyi's eyes brightened, but that's a brilliant idea. Liang Chuanfeng had been involved in political and legal work in Handong for 30 years, and his connections were deeply entrenched that if Dad wishes to govern Handong effectively, he must replace many key positions with his own people. However, while Liang Chuanfeng may favor relatives, he has never been corrupt, making it difficult to target him. Instead, as he prepares to step back, his younger son, Liang Wei, suddenly emerges, frantically amassing wealth, dragging many previously untainted individuals into the mire that I end this way. Once Dad becomes the top leader in Handong, he can initiate a vigorous anti-corruption campaign, using Liang Wei as a breakthrough point to complete a thorough cleansing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilong couldn't help but smirk. What a familiar scenario. It felt so reminiscent. In the original storyline, Zhao Lichuan had been demoted after leaving the well-cultivated Handong. Xiao Ruijin's sudden arrival in Handong was precisely to enact a cleansing of the Zhao family through anti-corruption measures. It's no wonder Zhao Ruilong in the original plot uttered the profound saying, "How many corrupt individuals are there? Aren't they all part of your internal strife, to ensure a more thorough purge in the future? We should not interfere. Rather, we should allow Liang Wei greater freedom to act. The more he accumulates wealth recklessly, the more individuals he will entangle in his downfall." Zhao Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" After sipping on some strong tea, Zhao Ruilong replied with a smile, "Infrastructure projects are inherently rife with corruption that as the year comes to a close, if one hopes to secure projects for the following year. How could they not manage relationships? Previously, you facilitated connections and earned intermediary fees. Now that our Huolong Group's business is on track, you should cease those activities." That a knowing smile spread across Zhao Xiaoyi's face. By stepping back, she would provide Liang Wei with a larger platform. Although it appeared she would earn significantly less, she would land safely. Meanwhile, Liang Wei, who had already tasted the sweetness of power and profit exchange, would easily descend into madness. When God wishes to destroy someone, they first make them insane. Once his insatiable desires lead him to become increasingly frenzied in his pursuit of wealth, when his father Liang Chuanfeng steps back and Zhong Zhenghua is reassigned, Liang Wei, without a strong backing, would simply be a fat pig in captivity. Slaughter time would no longer be under his control. On Christmas, you aren't dating Liu Yike or seeking out the Gao Xiaoqin sisters. Yet you spend all your time researching this little gadget with a group of engineers. This is no trivial gadget. It is our cash cow for next year. As he spoke, Zhao Ruilong powered on a prototype MP3 currently in internal testing. Put on the headphones. I'll play a song for you. Such a diminutive device, significantly smaller than both a cassette recorder and a portable CD player. Can it truly play songs? If it can, all you need to do is listen to confirm, right? Zhao Xiaoyi, filled with skepticism, donned the headphones that, oh, there is indeed sound. Quite impressive, the audio quality is commendable. But could we switch to another song? I have a penchant for Cantonese love songs. Without hesitation, Zhao Ruilong handed the MP3 to his sister and pointed at the arrow-like symbol on it. With a gentle press, Zhao Xiaoyi quickly realized that it had indeed switched to the next track. This simple feature astonished her greatly, as changing songs on a cassette player was a cumbersome task. Point 1 had to long press the fast-forward button, allowing the tape of the previous song to swiftly advance. The precision of switching to the next song relied entirely on one's dexterity and luck. As for the portable CD player, while somewhat more advanced, it still required time to adjust the disc. A mere press would not facilitate immediate switching. Most critically, both tapes and discs were prone to malfunction with frequent playback and rewinding. However, this digital music player, the MP3, completely negated such concerns. Wow, the display even showcases the lyrics. Of course, compared to the MP3s already available abroad, I have implemented numerous innovations. Not only is the craftsmanship superior, but it also boasts more features, larger capacity, and longer battery life, excelling in durability, water resistance, and anti-static properties. Truly world-class. Zhao Ruilong casually picked up a thick experimental logbook. The reason I have labored over this little gadget for so long is not solely for product perfection, but also to utilize this research and development phase to train the team and establish a comprehensive R&D and testing management system. This way, in the future, I will merely need to assign new product development tasks, and each department will know how to collaborate effectively, significantly enhancing efficiency and reducing costs. Zhao, shall we set the headphones aside and flip through the experimental logbook? To her astonishment, she noticed that for such a small MP3, there had been hundreds of experiments conducted across various categories. The sheer volume startled her. She almost wanted to ask, is it truly necessary to pursue such meticulous perfection? I can't bear to look any longer. It gives me a headache. After placing the logbook down, Zhao Xiaohui quickly picked up the MP3 that this self-developed electronic product should, like the Xiaoling Tong, rely on its excellent quality and affordable price to capture the market, right? Zhao Ruilong lit a cigarette and shook his head. Sister, you have it completely backward. The reason Xiaoling Tong is priced so low is that it must compete with mobile phones. It needs to be affordable to attract buyers. The general populace has a strong demand for communication. As long as it is sufficiently cost-effective, people will be willing to spend. However, the MP3 is different. It is a non-essential entertainment product. Not purchasing it won't affect one's work or daily life. Zhao Xiaohui nodded slightly. That is true. I used to enjoy buying cassette tapes to listen to music. But later, whether I was busy taking care of children or earning money through business, life went on without music. Zhao Ruilong picked up the exquisitely crafted MP3, its shell finished in a striking sheen. Since it is a consumer product, we must build brand value and cannot sell it too cheaply, though we need to employ a series of marketing strategies to transform it into a fashionable trend sought after by countless individuals. It should become the top technology that young people around the globe yearn for, to the extent that they would consider selling a kidney to acquire one. How do we manipulate consumer psychology? How do we create sensational buzz? As a time traveler, Zhao Ruilong has witnessed myriad strategies that in the age of the internet economy. Even without demand, one could artificially create in this era, where the internet is still underdeveloped and information dissemination primarily relies on television and print media. Once my father becomes the head of Handong, igniting a media frenzy will be a piece of cake. So, how much are you planning to sell it for? Zhao Xiaohui inquired with great curiosity. Not 3,000 nor 2,000, just 1999. What do you think? Zhao Ruilong asked with a grin. What? 1999. For an MP3 that only plays music, you intend to sell it at such a high price? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Xiaohui exclaimed, utterly astonished at her brother's pricing, deeming it utterly outrageous. However, after taking a drag of his cigarette, Zhao Ruilong dismissively replied, setting aside the superior product capabilities, the processors and memory are imported, which inherently incurs higher costs. Moreover, if we price it too low, how can we establish a high-end luxury brand image? Where would the exclusivity that appeals to the affluent come from? Just like those luxury goods in the West, perfumes, watches, clothing, shoes. If they were sold cheaply, could they still be considered luxury items? Would you still be willing to splurge on them? Zhao Xiaohui smiled awkwardly. That of course not. Purchasing luxury goods is about satisfying the vanity of having what others do not. Right? Zhao Ruilong scoffed. Therefore, to cater to the need for ostentation, we must avoid pricing it too low. Additionally, I plan to launch it before the Qixi festival. Just think, if it's priced too low, will those love-struck suitors have the audacity to present it? Zhao Xiaohui was momentarily taken aback. Brother, while your words are pragmatic, they sting a bit. Stinging. That is the reality. Zhao Ruilong flicked the ash from his cigarette and rose with a smile. You might think I am exploiting the masses, collecting their intelligence tax. But consider it from another perspective. If gifting our MP3 helps someone win over their beloved, then 1999 is indeed well spent. And if we're talking about exploiting intelligence taxes, jewelers are far more contemptible for marketing diamond rings as wedding necessities. After all, it's merely a hard rock. Why should it be so exorbitantly priced? Having said that, Zhao Ruilong tucked away a sapphire blue MP3 and its charging cable. So, Are you now going to find Liu Yike to play the suitor? How could that be? Regardless of how fierce a woman may be, she still occasionally craves a touch of romance. Otherwise, why would Liang Wei struggle to win her over while I managed to tame her into a devoted admirer? Chapter 37 Approachable. Protecting the brother-in-law is tantamount to safeguarding the Zhao family. The cold wind howled. Just as Zhao Ruilong stepped out of the office building, he instinctively shrank his neck against the chill. The driver, Wan Kaiyan, swiftly dashed to the business vehicle, starting it and turning on the air conditioning. Once inside, Zhao Ruilong casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered it to Wan Kaiyan. Apologies, old one. I decided to leave work early on a whim without informing you. No problem, Dragon Brother. As your driver, I am always at your service. Zhao Xiaohui entered the vehicle and pulled the door shut. She exhaled a puff of warm breath, rubbing her hands together. After the spring festival, you should just enroll in a driving school and retake your driving test. Otherwise, how will you take your girlfriend out on dates in the future? Zhao Ruilong resolutely shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to drive, especially since I'm unfamiliar with the roads and lack navigation. Navigation? What is that? Zhao Xiaohui asked with curiosity. The ITSA device that can display real-time locations on a map and plan routes. It already exists abroad, but it still relies on helium gyroscope positioning, which isn't very accurate. Once the United States opens up civilian GPS satellite positioning signals, utilizing satellite navigation will significantly improve accuracy. But to be sufficiently precise, continuous updates of digital maps are necessary. Zhao Ruilong's explanation left Zhao Xiaohui bewildered. She couldn't comprehend a word. Sister Hui, shall we head directly back to the provincial party compound? No, first let's drop Xiao Long off at the Guangming community across from the Supreme Court of Handong. All right, let us set off then. Wan Kaiyan shifted gears and accelerated, and the business vehicle slowly began to move. As they approached the entrance, the gatekeeper, Old Wang, quickly emerged to open the gate. Good evening, Old Wang. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Ruilong lowered the window and offered a pack of cigarettes. Old Wang hurried over, gratefully accepting the cigarettes with both hands. Thank you, President Zhao. It's no trouble at all. I've long gotten used to guarding the gate. It's cold tonight. Turn on the air conditioning and don't skimp on electricity. That little bit of expense is negligible. All right, I'll turn on the air conditioning right away. It's chilly outside. Hurry back in. Yes, President Zhao. Take care. The business vehicle gradually pulled away. Grandfather Wang did not immediately return to the booth. Instead, after closing the gate, he wandered about with his flashlight, ensuring that there were no irregularities before he headed back. Although a pack of cigarettes holds little monetary value, the respect shown by the boss warmed Wang's heart in the midst of winter. Thus, he preferred to bundle himself tightly in his cotton coat rather than turn on the air conditioning. Meanwhile, inside the departing business vehicle, Zhao Xiaohui had long grown accustomed to her brother's approachable demeanor. Regardless of whether they were drivers, security personnel, cleaners, or ordinary production line technicians, Zhao Ruilong treated everyone equally. He often shared meals in the cafeteria with them and engaged in casual conversation, never looking down on anyone due to his privileged background. Coupled with the comparatively better salaries offered by Huilong Electronics, which included formal labor contracts and social security for all employees, the company stood in stark contrast to those that offered no contracts, no social security, and dismissed employees at will without overtime pay. In just over 2 months, Huilong Electronics had cultivated a commendable corporate culture, characterized not only by enthusiasm, but also by a sense of humanity. This people-oriented management model genuinely earned Zhao Xiaohui's admiration. Sometimes she found herself curious about whether her brother had spent 7 years in prison reform or had pursued further studies. Ruilong, she pondered, I believe you were correct in the laboratory. When we sell products, we are not merely selling the items themselves, but also the emotional value attached to them. As long as our products are of exceptional quality, commanding a higher price might actually benefit sales. High-end brands must carry high-end prices, and once established, many will purchase them as gifts. At this point, Zhao Xiaohui suddenly shifted the topic. However, if we sell it for $19.99, can we really make a profit of half? How could that be? Zhao Ruilong replied with a hint of melancholy. Due to insufficient investment and a shortage of talent, alongside being subject to Western technological embargoes, our domestic semiconductor industry has lagged behind the West by nearly 10 years. If we use domestic electronic components for the same products, we cannot achieve top-tier performance or a rich array of features. For instance, the assembled computers we provide for the ever-expanding Huilong Internet Cafe require many components like processors. memory, graphics cards, and hard drives to be imported. But that's all right, he continued. Once Dad becomes the top leader in Handong, with one of us creating market demand and the other implementing supportive policies, we will undoubtedly attract a multitude of enterprises to invest in Handong. At that time, under the immense stimulus of profit and the rigorous test of the market, everyone will actively seek talent, engage in research and development, and refine management, leading to rapid growth in the electronic information industry of Handong province. Zhao Xiaoyi suddenly understood. She finally grasped why the father and son had completed the pilot plan long ago and had discussed specific plans for various industries' development, yet had not rushed to implement them. It was not merely a matter of waiting for her father to officially become the top leader after the election at the beginning of the year, wielding significant power. They were also waiting for her brother's new product, the MP3, to be successfully developed, creating substantial market demand to attract manufacturers. The two efforts were mutually reinforcing and closely intertwined, capable of generating tremendous momentum for development. Otherwise, if her father held power without a good product, it would be difficult for manufacturers to invest in Handong merely for a few preferential subsidy policies. Conversely, if her brother developed an excellent product without their father holding power, it would be uncertain whether the research outcomes could be preserved, let alone attracting manufacturers to invest. No wonder Dad is increasingly eager to heed your words. I find much of what you say to be particularly insightful, especially that saying, without political power, economic proposals are merely empty words. Truly, a profound statement worthy of careful consideration by anyone engaged in business or politics. Zhao Ruilong cast a sidelong glance at his second sister, and if you truly find my words reasonable, then have your husband apply to return home as soon as possible. Although his position at the consulate in the United States is promising, long-term separation is not a viable solution. Zhao Xiaoyi nonchalantly replied. Our relationship is quite good, so there's no need for you to worry. Moreover, he's returning home for a family visit on the 10th of next month, that if there's anything you want him to bring, let me know in advance. All right, I'll let you know once I've thought it over. Zhao Ruilong turned his gaze towards the window, not contemplating what items to ask his brother-in-law to bring, but rather how to ensure his brother-in-law's safety. His brother-in-law had once been a commercial attaché and was likely to become a diplomatic ambassador in the future. Unfortunately, on September 11, he happened to be inside the World Trade Center when it was struck by the planes. If necessary, he thought he could fly over in advance and find a way to prevent him from going to the World Trade Center, which would surely help him evade disaster. Reflecting on this, Zhao Ruilong also considered his other brother-in-law, who was equally worth protecting, an ace pilot, a national treasure more precious than gold, a prodigy. Yet, he had tragically lost his life when his aircraft collided with a foreign reconnaissance plane while intercepting it. His heroic sacrifice not only added to the blood debt owed by the United States, but also became an indelible part of the collective grief of countless citizens. Had both of his brothers-in-law survived, leaving behind neither orphans nor widows, they could have become generals and ambassadors. The Zhao family would not have been so swiftly toppled by Zhao Ruijin. Therefore, for Zhao Ruilong, the two most crucial matters of 2001 were to ensure the safety of both brothers-in-law, not only to fulfill the system's tasks, but also to strengthen the Zhao family's standing. This spring festival, your eldest sister's family should be coming back, right? Zhao Xiaoyi slightly shook her head. That I don't know. Perhaps your eldest brother-in-law has to be on standby for military duty and can't come back to celebrate the new year together. Then you should call her tomorrow and tell her that Dad is set to be elected as the secretary of the Handong Provincial Party Committee. Such a momentous occasion deserves a family gathering for the new year. As soon as she finished speaking, the business vehicle arrived at the entrance of Guangming Community. All right, I will call my eldest sister tomorrow. Now hurry and go find your girlfriend. Long Ge, will you be coming to pick you up tomorrow morning? The driver, Wan Qian, asked hastily. No need. I'll take a taxi back myself. Although Lu Yike had only brought Zhao Ruilong home once, his exceptional memory allowed him to accurately find her doorstep that he lifted the doormat and used the key to unlock the door. Gently opening the door and stepping inside, he began to change his shoes quietly, planning to sneak into Lu Yike's room to surprise her. Xiao Ku is back, a robust voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Ruilong was instantly taken aback. The master bedroom door swung open, revealing a tall man with an imposing demeanor clad in a military coat that on the epaulets of his coat gleamed 2 golden stars. Chapter 38. Ruilong, the son-in-law. The warning of a dominant father-in-law. You are Zhao Ruilong, Xiao Ke's boyfriend. Lu Chongqing's expression was stern, his gaze vigilant. Hello, uncle. I am Zhao Ruilong. Has Xiao Can not returned yet? Zhao Ruilong inquired with a smile. Isn't that a question I should be asking you? Haven't you two returned together? Lu Chongqing's demeanor softened slightly that I just finished overtime at the company and wanted to bring her the latest technological products for her to experience. Zhao Ruilong quickly pulled out the MP3, along with the earphones and data cable from his pocket. He had long heard Lu Yike mention that her father had been to war, a battle-hardened general who had survived the hail of bullets and bloodshed. Now, seeing him in person, Zhao Ruilong felt an invisible pressure, as if he had shrunk in stature before him. What kind of technological product is this? An MP3, a digital music player that stores and plays songs in data form. This azure shell is quite beautiful, and the lacquer finish is well crafted to LYK is likely the initials of Lu Yike, right? Yes, as this is a prototype from our company that hasn't been released for sale yet. I used laser engraving to inscribe her initials since it doesn't bear the company logo. How thoughtful. No wonder friends and family have introduced countless suitors to her, yet she remains uninterested, while she is particularly fond of you. It seems you are not only a hero who saves the damsel in distress, but also quite adept at winning a girl's affection. With that, Lu Chongqing returned the MP3 to Zhao Ruilong. She is probably still working late at the office. Please make yourself comfortable in the living room. Uncle, please take a seat, then I will get you a glass of water. Zhao Ruilong placed the MP3 on the coffee table and hurriedly grabbed a cup to pour hot water. Wu Sini, donning a cotton coat, slowly strolled out. Upon seeing Lu Chongqing sitting with a commanding presence on the sofa and Zhao Ruilong dutifully pouring hot water, she felt a wave of amusement. Indeed, no matter how impressive a prospective son-in-law's background may be, when faced with the future father-in-law, one can only flatter and ingratiate oneself. With this thought in mind, Wu Sini cleared her throat. Annie. Zhao Ruilong quickly turned his head and warmly greeted her. Why didn't you give Xiaoko a call before coming over? I wanted to surprise her with a newly developed product that has just passed testing. Zhao Ruilong, having finished speaking, hurriedly went to pour another cup of water. A new product? Is your company not already manufacturing the small Lingtong and desktop computers? Wu Sini remarked as she settled onto the sofa, picking up the exquisitely crafted MP3 player to examine it closely. The small Lingtong is produced for Longxing Communications, and the desktop computers are merely assembled from supplied materials, lacking any significant technological content. It's purely a means to earn some laborious income. However, we cannot perpetually operate as a sweatshop, can we? Thus, I organized a group of research and technical personnel to develop this MP3 design for music playback. While speaking, Zhao Ruilong respectfully handed the cup of water to Wu Sini with both hands. Such a tiny device, even smaller than a cassette recorder. Can it truly play music? Of course it can. The sound quality is exceptional. You'll know once you give it a listen. Zhao Ruilong took the MP3, pressed the power button, and plugged in the headphones that he selected a classic old song from the directory to play. Annie, please put on the headphones. All right, I'll give it a try. Wu Sini set down the cup and donned the headphones. Hey, there really is music. And it's my favorite. Glorious years, she exclaimed, joyfully humming along. After a few lines, Lu Chongqing hastily waved his hand. What's wrong? Stop singing. It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to keep the neighbors awake? Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. Here, you should try it too, that I'll pass. I'm not fond of music, that come on, just give it a shot. This is your son-in-law's latest product, that if you don't try it, how will you know what he is working on? Wu Sini referred to Zhao Ruilong directly as her son Dash and Dash Law. In this situation, Zhao Ruilong certainly did not dare to object. Unable to resist, Lu Chongqing reluctantly put on the headphones. His stern expression gradually shifted to one of surprise. Soon after, he took the MP3 from Zhao Ruilong's hands, examining it meticulously from every angle. That it seemed hard to believe that such a small device, merely 2 fingers wide, could produce such enchanting music. After listening for a while, he found himself rather reluctant to part with it. However, Wu Sini grew anxious. Hey, you were supposed to try it, and yet you're still not willing to take it off. Hurry up and give it back. Noticing her husband's lack of response, Wu Sini directly reached over and removed the headphones. What are you doing? Weren't you the one who insisted I try it? I'll let you try, but I didn't say you could keep it on you. Lu Chongqing could hardly argue against his wife, that Wu Sini, having successfully donned the headphones, looked quite pleased with herself. Since both Uncle and Annie enjoy it so much, I'll bring 2 more tomorrow. However, as the product is yet to be officially released, I kindly ask you both to keep it confidential for the time being." As soon as Zhao Ruilong finished speaking, Lu Chongqing responded, "No need to send any. I'll be heading back to the army in a few days. It's just a small electronic device for listening to music. You can keep it in your dormitory at the base and listen to music to relax during your free time. I'll even help you download some nice military songs in advance. I don't need to make it so complicated. Let's talk about you instead. Sit down. Why are you standing?" Lu Chongqing picked up the cup of water and glanced at Zhao Ruilong. "I heard from Xiao Ke that you were the youngest son of Zhao Lichuan, the governor of Handong province, and that you were admitted to Handong University in 1988, graduating in 92 at the same year. You caused a fatal accident while driving under the influence, leading to a 7-year sentence for vehicular manslaughter, and you were only released earlier this year, right?" Sitting up straight, Zhao Ruilong nodded repeatedly. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. How can one aspire to be the prince of Handong and not acknowledge their past as a convict? To inherit the identity of Zhao Ruilong means accepting all that comes with it. I was young and foolish then, with a weak awareness of the law, and I made a grave mistake out of arrogance that I truly regret it. After taking a sip of water, Lu Chongqing smiled lightly. Who hasn't made mistakes in their youth? Back in my days in the army, I could recount my own indiscretions, but let us not dwell on the past as long as you recognize your mistakes and don't repeat them. That's what matters. Setting his cup down, Lu Chongqing tightened the military coat he wore. Xiao Ke mentioned that she met you during a mugging, and you came to her rescue, praising your skills. Have you practiced martial arts? Zhao Ruilong shook his head repeatedly. No, not at all. I just used to enjoy watching martial arts films and would mimic a few moves. You're quite modest, aren't you? Afraid I might call in the guards to test your skills? I wouldn't dare. Zhao Ruilong shook his head again, yet he couldn't help but think that having a father with a security detail must embolden Lu Yike against authority. Fortunately, his own father, Zhao Lichuan, was soon to be present. That if all goes as planned, his father as security aide would still be Lu Xinjian, a staunch ally of the Zhao family. In the original narrative, he had been captured for several days, yet remained tight-lipped. Most individuals would struggle to withstand 24 hours of pressure, which is already quite impressive. You saved Xiao Ke's life, and she holds you in high regard. So I have no objections to your relationship. However, she mentioned that you cannot pursue a political career due to your criminal record and can only engage in business, which seems to be going well. What I want to convey is that you should conduct your business ethically, as long as you earn your money through genuine talent. It doesn't matter how much you make. But if you exploit connections for profit or engage in corrupt practices, I assure you, regardless of your father's status, I will not let you off lightly if I find out. Lu Chongqing's tone was serious, his voice resonant, as if he were prepared to execute someone on the spot for any wrongdoing. At that moment, the door swung open suddenly, and Lu Yike burst in. "Dad, why are you shouting? What brings you here?" Zhao Ruilong quickly stood up. "I intended to surprise you, but it seems I woke up Uncle and Auntie." Lu Chongqing immediately replied, "We weren't disturbed. We hadn't fallen asleep while I in the middle of the night. What kind of surprise is this? I thought a burglar had entered." Lu Yike shot Zhao Ruilong a fierce glare before changing her shoes. As she entered the living room, she saw her mother wearing headphones, swaying her head to the music. She dashed forward and yanked the headphone cord away. "What are you doing?" This was a gift from Ruilong. "I wanted to try it." "Oh, I know it's for you. It even has your initials engraved on it," Wu Sini said as she handed the MP3 to Lu Yike, compared to the 3 letters LYK. She valued the exquisite azure finish of the device. Unlike other delicate females who preferred pinks and reds, her tomboy personality favored blue. Receiving such a finely crafted and compact gift after a long night of work in the cold warmed her heart. "This is quite impressive. Let us go. Teach me how to use it." After calling out, Lu Yike noticed Zhao Ruilong still in a daze. This irritated her, and she marched over, grabbing his hand and pulling him towards her room. Wu Sini couldn't help but smile broadly, while Lu Chongqing chuckled quietly. With a loud bang, the door closed. Before Zhao Ruilong could utter a word, he was met with warmth and moisture that silenced him. Following that was an experience of fervor and initiative he had never encountered before. Chapter 39. Zhao Ruilong. You young men have quite the ambition. As Zhao Ruilong was pinned against the wall by Lu Yike with a commanding demeanor. Wu Sini gradually moved closer to Lu Chongqing. "So, what do you think?" "What do you mean?" "Oh, don't play coy with me. I'm asking for your thoughts on Zhao Ruilong, our son-in-law. What do I think?" Lu Chongqing, unhurried, lit a cigarette. The young man is quite bright, full of spirit, and possesses a clear mind with quick reflexes. When conversing with me, he speaks fluently without any stuttering. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that he treats Xiao Ku exceptionally well. Wu Sini huffed proudly. Indeed, he is remarkably good. Just think about it. He is not an ordinary person. He is the beloved son of Zhao Lichuan, the governor of Handong province. That if it were anyone else with such an impressive background, would they treat our daughter so well? Xiao Ku's personality is straightforward and brash, and she is fearless. She is not gentle at all. That Liu Chongsheng, cigarette in hand, shot her a sidelong glance. That I ask that how you speak of your own daughter? I don't mean to disparage her. I simply feel that Ruilong treats her genuinely well. Wu Sini's smile radiated sheer joy. A wide it is often said that a mother-in-law's approval of her son-in-law only deepens with time. While Wu Sini had previously been skeptical, she now truly understood this sentiment. That of course, this change was largely due to Zhao Ruilong. Had it been her younger sister Wu Huifan who introduced Liang Ludi's brother, Liang Wei, Wu Sini would have felt no fondness for him whatsoever. Despite Liang Wei being under 30 and already promoted to deputy section chief, and even though his father, Liang Chuanfeng, served as the secretary of the political and legal committee of Handong province, effectively Wu Sini's superior, she remained unimpressed by the narrow-minded and unmanly Liang Wei. In fact, on the night her daughter was robbed, even when Liang Wei stood at their doorstep, she refrained from greeting him. That if he truly cared for her daughter, then let them develop their relationship at their own pace. There was no need to rush them into marriage, understood? Liu Chongsheng, though a resolute soldier with little understanding of romantic entanglements, was nonetheless a man of ambition. That he disliked being pressured by family during crucial phases of his career. The relentless push to find a partner, to hastily marry once a relationship was established, and the expectation to quickly bear children thereafter, such a sequence seemed absurd to him. Rest assured, had I been a feudal relic, I would not have allowed my daughter to remain single until this year. He asserted. This, Wu Sini could not suppress a smile. That in merely 2 weeks, once the electoral process concluded, her father would officially become the paramount leader of Handong. Given the current dynamics between their families, should they not consider having Xiao Ku present a small gift to Zhao Shuzi as a simple gesture of congratulations? Liu Chongsheng inhaled deeply. That a congratulatory gift is indeed appropriate. But let us avoid anything too extravagant. That a pen or a thermos would suffice. They are modest yet practical. If Zhao Shuzi were to host a banquet and invite them for a meal, it would imply that he had an interest in their daughter and wished to establish a familial bond. That Wu Sini nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall discuss this with Xiao Ku. With that, she rose to take her leave. Where are you off to? Liu Chongsheng inquired urgently. That I want to check if they are hungry and if they might like a late-night snack, she replied, pausing briefly before turning to ask. Do you want anything? Have you lost your mind? The young couple has finally managed to steal a moment together. Why would you want to interrupt them? Come, let us return to the bedroom and sleep. Liu Chongsheng insisted, hastily extinguishing his cigarette and guiding Wu Sini back towards their master bedroom, determined not to let her disturb the couple. However, Wu Sini's curiosity was insatiable, even when returned to the bedroom. She refused to lie down. Do you think they might have already? What do you mean by that? Is it not normal to be in a relationship? They are hardly children, Liu Chongsheng replied, shedding his military coat and lying down on the bed. Sleep now. What are you still doing standing there? I'm listening. Do you think they might go to the restroom? After a long day, how could they possibly sleep without a shower? Why are you so concerned? He retorted. Do you want to send a set of pajamas over to them? You've actually reminded me. I'll find a set of your old pajamas to send over to Liu Chongsheng closed his eyes, exasperated. Only a man could truly understand another man. What could be more romantic than delivering small gifts to a girlfriend in the dead of night? At such moments, the last thing one wanted was to be interrupted by the girl's parents. Stop rummaging around. Think logically. Do you really believe you would spend the night here? Anyone with a modicum of decency knows that if they are not sufficiently familiar, it is best not to stay overnight at the girl's house. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Sini countered, whether or not he stays overnight is his business. Whether or not I send pajamas is mine. That Liu Chongsheng was left utterly speechless. He suddenly realized that his wife was not genuinely interested in sending pajamas. Rather, she was eager to eavesdrop. But go ahead then. I shall not concern myself with you. He flipped over, closing his eyes in preparation for sleep. Meanwhile, Wu Sini discovered a set of pajamas belonging to her husband from years prior. Before he had entered middle age, just as she approached her daughter's room, She heard intense sounds emanating from within. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she hurried back to the master bedroom, shutting the door behind her. "Oh, you're back so soon? I thought it best not to intrude on them," she explained, placing the pajamas back in the wardrobe. Her daughter and Zhao Ruilong had both been particularly busy with work lately, and it was rare for them to have a moment together. Surely they had much to discuss. As she lay in bed, Wu Xini closed her eyes, but images she found distressing began to surface in her mind. She could hardly fathom how intense the sounds had been. The scene inside must have been quite wild. Not even taking a shower beforehand. How rushed could they be? However, she mused, perhaps being hasty would lead to an early pregnancy, and thus an earlier bond with Zhao Shizi. While Wu Xini was lost in thought, Lu Chongqing turned over and asked curiously, "What kind of business is that young Zhao involved in? I suddenly find his development of that MP3 quite intriguing. Previously, he ran a hotel, delved into real estate, and now he is selling pagers and opening chain internet cafes. Rumor has it he's continuously recruiting, seemingly aiming to develop a range of electronic products." Wu Xini picked up a pager from the bedside. "This is the Longxing pager produced by Ruilong Electronics, a subsidiary of our Ruilong group that is remarkably affordable and functional. I hardly feel the need to use my phone anymore." Lu Chongqing took the pager, sitting upright to examine it closely. That appears this young man harbors quite the ambition. He does not wish to be merely a factory worker earning meager wages. Instead, he aims to innovate and profit significantly from electronic products. Wu Xini replied with a smile. And why should that not be a good thing? Not only does it generate legal income, but it also stimulates the economy and creates jobs, truly beneficial for the nation and its people. In contrast, those privileged offspring who rely solely on their family background to engage in power and financial transactions, indulging in corruption, cannot even begin to compare. Lu Chongqing glanced at his wife. "You speak with such authority. Is there truly a privileged youth engaging in such dubious activities? Is that not obvious? I've heard that Liang Wei has been acting rather suspiciously of late. What happened? Wasn't he in a car accident? He was discharged from the hospital long ago, and shortly after, he resigned. Rumor has it he partnered with others to open several companies, all of which are prospering, particularly the antique collection shop, where even trinkets fetch exorbitant prices. Isn't that just a form of corrupt profit-sharing? How can he engage in such underhanded dealings without his father, Liang Chuanfeng, intervening? What could he do? He is about to step down, even if he wanted to act. Liang Wei could easily deny any wrongdoing. True enough, since the company isn't his and the money isn't in his hands, it would be difficult for the relevant authorities to investigate him. And with his father still in office, who would dare touch him? Lu Chongqing, having achieved the rank of Major General, was certainly no fool. Meanwhile, Wu Xini remained unfazed, smiling lightly. Their essay saying, "Those who lead a life of debauchery will eventually have to pay for it." Just because he is thriving now does not mean he will escape consequences once his father steps down. Lu Chongqing returned the pager to his wife and lay back down. "Let us not dwell on him. Greed will eventually lead to downfall. That I genuinely hope Zhao Ruilong can make significant strides in the field of electronic information technology. Our military lags considerably behind the West in this regard. If he can help us close that gap or even surpass it, I would be overjoyed even in my sleep." Wu Xini chuckled. In that case, why not visit Ruilong Electronics tomorrow? You'll discover whether he is truly a dragon or merely a worm. Chapter 40. The Opportunity for Overtaking. The Gamble of the Zhao father and son. In the early morning, Wu Xini prepared breakfast and knocked on her daughter's door. "Xiaoko, it's time to rise." "Knock, knock, knock." "Xiaoko, Mom, we're not hungry. You two go ahead and eat." "What? Don't you have work today?" "I took a leave of absence. I want to be going in this morning." Wu Xini was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly understood. Given the vigorous sound she had heard through the door last night, it was likely that they were simply exhausted and needed rest. Returning to the dining area, she had just finished serving porridge when her husband, Lu Chongqing, returned from his morning exercise. "Are they not up yet?" he asked. "Xiaoko said she took a leave of absence and wanted to be going to work this morning. You should hurry and freshen up." Lu Chongqing chuckled and shook his head. Having once been young himself, he understood all too well. However, upon washing up and entering the dining area, he was surprised to find Zhao Ruilong engaged in conversation with his wife. "Why aren't you still asleep?" "I have some matters to attend to at the company this morning," Zhao Ruilong replied. Indeed, a man should prioritize his career. "Well, don't just sit there, dig in. just as Zhao Ruilong was about to take his bowl and chopsticks. Wu Xini interjected with a smile. Changsheng, I've already arranged with Ruilong that you'll accompany him to Huilong Electronics for a visit shortly. Don't even think about saying you're too shy. You read just idle at home anyway. Liu Changsheng dared not object. Immediately, he took out his phone and notified the security guard. Moments later, the two of them descended the stairs, where a military green Leopard SUV was already parked at the entrance of the building. The security guard stood at attention and saluted, opening the car door. Ruilong, you sit in the passenger seat and guide the driver, Liu Changsheng instructed before bending down to enter the vehicle. Guide? Zhao Ruilong felt a bit bewildered. Without GPS, isn't this putting me in a difficult position? But given the circumstances, he had no choice but to proceed. He took his place in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt, quickly recalling the route from the previous night. After exiting the community, he made a left turn as the SUV roared to life and drove away. Down on the balcony above, Wu Xini, who had caught sight of the departing vehicle, hastily shut the window. She hurried to the guest bedroom, where she found her daughter sleeping soundly, her face glowing with a rosy hue, a testament to the joys of newfound love. This little girl, indeed, was blossoming with femininity. Amid her musings, Wu Xini noticed a pack of tissues on the bedside table. Goodness! She recalled that just 2 days prior, she had unsealed a new pack. Astonishingly, half of it had been used up overnight. Glancing at the trash bin, she saw a considerable amount of crumpled tissues. My goodness, you two are quite wasteful. She bent down to tie the garbage bag, preventing the lingering odor from wafting about, and exited the room quietly. After hastily tidying up, Wu Xini set off for work. Simultaneously, Zhao Ruilong, relying on his formidable memory, successfully guided Liu Changsheng to the company. It was peak working hours. Workers were streaming in from all directions. Upon seeing the military-registered Leopard SUV enter the premises and head towards the research lab, a considerable stir arose among the employees. Everyone was aware that Huilong Electronics had connections, but they never anticipated the extent of those connections. Zhao Ruilong, naturally, was oblivious to this. He was preoccupied with introducing Liu Changsheng to the company's current situation and research endeavors. The MP3, which he had been unable to fully experience the night before, was now available for exploration, including schematics of its working principles and assembly diagrams of its components. After a thorough understanding and experience, Liu Changsheng nodded with a smile. This product you've developed is quite impressive. I believe it will undoubtedly achieve remarkable sales once it hits the market. That if there is any shortcoming, it is the absence of domestically produced core components. What a pity, Zhao Ruilong explained with a hint of helplessness. Uncle, it's not that I don't want to use them, but the current domestic semiconductor industry indeed lags significantly behind that of foreign countries. Take chips, for instance. Foreign processing precision has already reached 180 nanometers. While we still struggle with a low yield at 800 nanometers to make our MP3 compact and enduring, we must utilize low-power, high-performance imported chips. Upon hearing this, Liu Changsheng furrowed his brow. How can our gap with foreign countries be so vast? I recall that in the 1950s, with the assistance of our northern allies, our semiconductor industry began to take shape. Numerous factories were established, and significant funds were invested in research. How have we fallen so far behind the West? Zhao Ruilong picked up an abandoned domestic processor, though we certainly didn't start late, and we have invested significantly over the years. As early as 1986, we proposed the slogan popularize 5 microns, develop 3 microns, and tackle 1 micron. Unfortunately, the West soon imposed technical restrictions on us, forcing us to purchase outdated second-hand equipment at exorbitant prices. Additionally, various regions and factories operated independently, lacking unified planning and cutting-edge research, leading to our slow progress and growing backwardness. Liu Changsheng pressed further. So you mean to say that we have made progress, but the foreign pace is simply faster? Indeed. Zhao Ruilong handed the processor to Liu Changsheng. This is currently the most advanced domestic processor, yet its technology level only matches that of products from the 1980s abroad. 10 years ago, we spent over 100 million yuan to import a 4-inch wafer production line, while at the same time, the cherry blossoms had already adopted an 8-inch line. The rapid advancement of the cherry blossoms and the southern cold is primarily due to their focused efforts and continuous investment in talent and funding, allowing for constant technological iteration. Liu Changsheng observed the processor. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. The domestic processor, with similar performance, is roughly the size of a matchbox, whereas the foreign counterpart is merely slightly larger than a thumb. Sleek and lightweight, that if processors, memory chips, and all components were to be sourced domestically, Zhao Ruilong's MP3 would be unable to achieve a compact design and would likely resemble a weighty dictionary. Who would carry around an MP3 the size and weight of a dictionary to listen to music? The disparity is glaring. If we do not strive to catch up, the gap will only widen. At that point, various industries will have to import high-performance electronic components from abroad, costing us an astronomical amount in foreign exchange each year. Noticing Lu Chongqing's worried expression, Zhao Ruilong quickly reassured him. "Uncle, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Although 4 years ago, over 30 countries jointly signed an agreement prohibiting us from purchasing relevant equipment and technology in 9 high-tech fields. Including electronic devices, computers, sensors, and new materials, this has compelled our country to pay greater attention to these sectors. Not only have we intensified talent cultivation and research efforts, but we have also invested heavily to establish several enterprises. The most notable being Tianhai Huahong Microelectronics Company. Furthermore, the burst of the internet bubble has severely impacted the global electronic information industry, which will inevitably lead to a downturn in the Western semiconductor sector due to a sharp decline in orders and investments, preventing rapid development for the next 2 to 3 years. Therefore, with a solid foundation, we are presented with a rare opportunity to catch up that if we introduce supportive policies and attract talent with significant investments. Not only can we catch up with the West, but we may even surpass them." Lu Chongqing raised an eyebrow. "I almost forgot. The internet bubble caused immense destruction, leaving many people globally with substantial losses. It is likely to take years before there is renewed interest in the electronic information industry. However, the opportunity for catching up and surpassing is indeed rare. Yet, as for the 3 measures you mentioned, it is evident that while formulating policies is relatively easy, recruiting talent and funding research will require at least hundreds of billions. Where will that money come from?" Zhao Ruilong smiled lightly. "Uncle, while the nation may not be affluent and the common people may be poor, do not forget that after more than 20 years of reform and opening up, a considerable portion of the population has already become relatively wealthy. It is unrealistic to expect them to actively uplift those who are still struggling, but if the returns are sufficiently high, they will certainly invest. What we need to do is instill enough confidence in them." "Confidence? How do we provide that?" Lu Chongqing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Zhao Ruilong responded with a grin. "In 2 weeks, once my father assumes leadership in Handong, the region will officially become a pilot area for high-quality development. With a series of supportive policies being rolled out, that in addition to the favorable policies, Handong will also establish a high-tech industry investment group, issuing special bonds to raise substantial funds for key enterprises and projects. I will also officially launch the MP3, which, while experiencing a surge in sales, will undoubtedly spark an investment frenzy. At that time, a flood of talent and capital will pour into Handong. Will we still have concerns about development?" The astute Lu Chongqing immediately questioned. "Isn't this a gamble for both you and your father? One gambles his entire fortune, while the other bets on his political future." Zhao Ruilong pointed to the steady stream of researchers arriving for work. "The opportunity to surpass is rare, and we are in a prime state of vitality. If we do not strive now, when will we?" Chapter 41. Ambitious Aspirations. Lu Chongqing, am also willing to take a gamble." Lu Chongqing's heart fluttered slightly, that he suddenly felt that he was no longer in a laboratory, but on a battlefield. The continuous influx of researchers represented soldiers striving to overcome difficulties and catch up with the West. Perhaps they were too young and inexperienced, lacking extensive knowledge and experience. Perhaps they were short on heavy weaponry and sufficient supplies, lacking sustained firepower. But they were young. They were fearless. They dared to unite and launch an assault on the pinnacle of technology. Even if it meant bloodshed and sacrifice, they would face it without fear or regret. The strength of 10 individuals is limited. Then let it be 100, 1,000, but if 10,000 is still not enough, let it be 100,000, a million. In our Dragon Nation, what we have in abundance is people. As long as we stand united, there is nothing that the people of the Dragon Nation cannot achieve. Reflecting on the past, when we were destitute and struggling, having just expelled imperial powers with a faltering economy and weak industry, billions of citizens could barely fill their stomachs. Yet, to avoid nuclear coercion and to prevent the hard-won resurgence of the Dragon Nation from being crushed by atomic bombs, hundreds of millions of citizens tightened their belts and devoted their full strength to scientific research. Did we not also succeed in developing our 2 bombs and 1 satellite, allowing our nation to no longer fear nuclear threats? And now, the West stands at the forefront of electronic technology. They employ various means to suppress and restrict the development of the Dragon Nation. But what is there to fear? Are the Westerners human, while the people of the Dragon Nation are not? Can they create high-tech innovations that the people of the Dragon Nation cannot master? We are in the year 2000, and the economic, industrial, educational, and technological advancements of the Dragon Nation have far surpassed those of several decades ago. Conditions have improved, and with the recent collapse of the internet bubble, the Western electronic technology sector is poised to experience a downturn for 2 to 3 years that if we do not seize this opportunity to narrow the gap and strive for a lead. When shall we wait until? Let us act. I wholeheartedly support you. If we desire prosperity and strength, we must vigorously develop electronic technology. A glance at the recent series of localized conflicts instigated by the United States is sufficient to illustrate that the future lies in high-tech, information-based warfare. Should we fail to advance our electronic technology, we will not be able to produce stealth aircraft or precision-guided munitions, and tragedies like the bombing of embassies will continue to unfold. After placing the large and cumbersome domestic processor aside, Liu Chongqing gazed at Zhao Ruilong with admiration. Here was a scion of a prominent family, not seeking a comfortable life in a monopolistic industry, nor attempting to exploit his connections for personal gain. Instead, he aspired to advance electronic technology, to develop cutting-edge products, and to drive progress in domestic science and technology and economic development. Such lofty ambitions naturally garnered Liu Chongqing's respect. "Uncle, allow me to take you to another place. Once we arrive, you will comprehend my urgency," Zhao Ruilong declared, gesturing invitingly. "Very well, a place that invokes such urgency in you must be worth a thorough inspection." As they exited the laboratory, the two made their way toward the staircase. Just as they reached the first floor, Zhao Ruilong suddenly halted. "Accountant Chung, how did you come in?" Startled by the unexpected call. Chung Anwen replied, "I came to deliver the payroll sheet. The end of the month is fast approaching, after all. The RD department had not sent anyone to collect it, so I took the initiative to bring it over." "Is that so?" Zhao Ruilong scrutinized Chung Anwen with a watchful eye that he wore black-rimmed glasses, dressed modestly, and bore a simple, honest smile, reminiscent of a village official from the 1980s that approaching him. Zhao Ruilong took the payroll sheet. Flipping through it briefly, "Why not just call them and have someone come to collect it? What compelled you to come in person? Since we are all colleagues and they're so busy, I thought it would be no trouble to help out a bit." Chung Anwen replied, his demeanor earnest. Zhao Ruilong frowned and inquired, "The experimental building and the office building are not in proximity. How do you know they are busy?" Chung Anwen hesitated. I heard that they are working overtime every day until late, even having meals delivered to the door." Zhao Ruilong nodded slightly. "Indeed, they are quite busy. However, in the future, if anything arises, simply notify them by phone. There is no need to make a special trip. Did you not see the warning sign at the entrance, prohibiting non-RD personnel from entering? Now, return, and remember, this is a one-time exception." Chung Anwen nodded repeatedly, an apologetic smile on his face as he turned to leave. "Uncle, please wait a moment. I will be right back." "Go ahead," Liu Chongqing replied, hands clasped behind his back. That he glanced at the departing accountant Chung Anwen, then observed Zhao Ruilong striding purposefully towards the RD office, a faint smile playing on his lips as he murmured to himself, "This fellow possesses quite a high level of vigilance." Before long, Zhao Ruilong returned. "I will immediately arrange for a security access system for the various departments, strictly prohibiting casual visits between them, especially for the RD department, which is engaged in developing new products and possesses many critical instruments." Liu Chongqing stated sternly, "The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Confidentiality is of utmost importance." Zhao Ruilong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, however, the company is currently in a phase of rapid expansion, and I am fervently recruiting talent both domestically and internationally. Whether they possess genuine skills can be determined through testing, but discerning any ulterior motives is much more challenging," that Liu Chongqing promptly remarked. "You must prioritize confidentiality. If you lack personnel and experience, I can recommend some individuals to assist you." Zhao Ruilong was elated. "That would be fantastic. Anyone you recommend will undoubtedly be reliable. They will have passed through rigorous selection and will contribute to the defense of our nation. Those who come to me will be exceptionally diligent and will not allow any unscrupulous individuals to succeed. Lu Chongqing chuckled. That may not necessarily be the case. Not every soldier remains steadfast after their service. These words were laden with meaning, prompting a knowing smile from Zhao Ruilong. Nevertheless, at least they will be relatively more loyal. As they spoke, the two arrived at the warehouse. Following Zhao Ruilong's renovations, it had achieved full automation. Lu Chongqing initially assumed Zhao Ruilong wished to showcase the efficiency of the automated warehouse. However, upon hearing the introduction, he realized that Zhao Ruilong aimed to demonstrate how many important components were used in the assembly of computers for various internet cafes. Transitioning from the warehouse to the production workshop, the workers swiftly assembled and tested computer after computer on the assembly line before packing them for shipment. Since the opening of the Ruilong chain of internet cafes, business had boomed, with demand far outstripping supply, attracting many eager to franchise. Uncle, the batch of computers you see here is about to be shipped to Linjiang province that we have 34 Ruilong chain internet cafes there. Urgently needing to install a total of 10,256 computers to commence operations before the Spring Festival. As our Ruilong chain internet cafes continue to thrive, we anticipate thousands more will launch across the nation. Just imagine how many computers will be required. Lu Chongqing felt a sudden chill run down his spine. If over 30 cafes required more than 10,000 computers, then what about 1,000 cafes nationwide? Wouldn't that amount to 200,000 or 300,000 units? Moreover, this was merely for the Ruilong chain. There would undoubtedly be others who preferred to purchase computers independently rather than franchise, coupled with the increasing demand from enterprises and individual households. The annual demand for computers in the Dragon Nation was bound to skyrocket. Furthermore, consider the ramifications if the core components such as CPUs, graphics cards, hard drives, and memory modules continue to be imported from abroad. Wouldn't that merely serve to enrich foreign companies? Thus, I am particularly eager for our numerous domestic manufacturers to unite and invest heavily, swiftly achieving localization of various electronic components to seize market opportunities and grow rapidly. After all, with the advancement of technology, an increasing number of industrial products will become digital and information-based in the future. For instance, mobile phones will undoubtedly evolve into ultra-compact, yet high-performance computers capable of running diverse software and taking photos and videos with a multitude of functions. If we do not prioritize the electronic information industry now, fail to lay a solid foundation, neglect to capture the market, and establish a sustainable development system integrating production, academia, and research, then in the future, attempting to catch up to the West will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties and subject to various blockades and sanctions. Lu Chongqing clasped his hands behind his back, his pupils narrowing, that a palpable sense of urgency surged within him. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to delay. You must immediately call your father. We need to arrange a time to discuss this thoroughly. Relying solely on your father and yourself to gamble on this matter, I fear we may miss out on opportunities for development, for the prosperity and progress of our nation, and for the military to achieve rapid modernization. I, Lu Chongqing, am also willing to take a gamble with you. Chapter 42, Visionary Insight. Words that shock. Uncle, are you certain you wish to take this gamble with us? Zhao Ruilong asked with a half-smile. Absolutely. Do you think I am jesting with you? Lu Chongqing replied with a serious expression. No. I am merely concerned that you might be startled by my suggestion. Zhao Ruilong said as he took out his phone to make a call. That Lu Chongqing snorted heavily, that I have emerged from the crucible of gunfire and chaos. How could I be startled by your words? Go ahead and make the call. Zhao Ruilong nodded in satisfaction and dialed his father's private number. Father, I have a matter of utmost urgency to discuss with you. Are you available this afternoon? Good. We will come to see you shortly. A moment later, the Cheetah off-road vehicle roared out of the factory premises. Were you not going to startle me? Pray tell, what is this terrifying suggestion of yours? Lu Chongqing inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor, that he had faced the deadliest of challenges and was unafraid of death itself. How could he be intimidated by a few words from Zhao Ruilong? My suggestion is quite simple. Draft a report proposing a strategy for military-civilian integration development. Upon hearing Zhao Ruilong's words, Lu Chongqing burst into hearty laughter. I thought you were about to present some sensational, earth-shattering proposal. It turns out you merely wish to promote military-civilian integration development. Your thunderous rhetoric amounts to little more than a drizzle. Do you not realize that the concept of military-civilian integration has existed in our country since ancient times? The system of military agriculture exemplifies the integration of military and civilian sectors, where soldiers engage in farming and training during peacetime and defend the borders and engage in combat during wartime. In modern times, particularly in the 1950s, our national defense industry operated under the guiding principle of integration of military and civilian sectors, blending peace and war with a military focus supported by civilian resources. The 1980s. This principle evolved from a military-centric approach to prioritizing military products, ensuring that military research and production were safeguarded while simultaneously advancing civilian product manufacturing and transitioning defense research results for civilian use. Within this context, numerous military enterprises began to explore civilian markets. For instance, aviation companies collaborated with foreign firms to develop and produce civilian jet aircraft and their components, while shipbuilding enterprises manufactured various civilian vessels. Armament factories produced motorcycles, televisions, automobiles, refrigerators, color televisions, and more. Even aerospace enterprises utilized missile technology to develop civilian launch vehicles, undertaking commercial space launch tasks. Were you unaware of any of this? Zhao Ruilong smiled faintly. Of course. I am aware of these matters, but the integration of military and civilian sectors remains insufficient. Upon reflection, their involvement in civilian product manufacturing is fundamentally aimed at absorbing excess production capacity. The report I wish for you to draft should revolve around the concept of embedding military capabilities within civilian sectors, emphasizing the mutual promotion, cross-conversion, and resource sharing between military technology and civilian scientific advancements, that we must maximize the utilization of both military and civilian technologies, these invaluable resources, to achieve unprecedented leaps in the development of high-tech military-civilian industries, rather than allowing them to remain separate entities. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing furrowed his brow slightly. So, you mean to break down barriers and promote integrated development? Military enterprises would produce various civilian products, engaging in market competition, while private enterprises could also participate in national defense research and development, procurement of equipment, and logistical support. Precisely. Zhao Ruilong, his expression now serious, stated, "No pain, no gain. If we are to engage, let us do so on a grand scale. We must facilitate both military to civilian transitions and civilian participation in military affairs. Military enterprises and private enterprises should cooperate while also competing with one another. Consider this. Within our national defense industrial system, there exists a plethora of capable research institutions, higher education institutions, and military enterprises that meet the demands of national defense construction. Tremendous human, material, and financial resources have been dedicated over the years, yielding commendable research outcomes. However, due to an imperfect system and inadequate institutional frameworks, these advantageous resources have not benefited the populace, nor have advanced technologies spurred economic growth. Furthermore, a heavy reliance on national defense budgets has resulted in many desired research projects facing severe funding shortages, which has consequently hindered the advancement of our cutting-edge weaponry research. Lu Chongqing, his gaze alert, pointed a finger at Zhao Ruilong. Who told you this? How did you come to know? Zhao Ruilong shrugged. Does it matter who told me? Any seasoned military enthusiast who frequently peruses military magazines is aware that our weaponry development lags behind the West. Take, for instance, the fact that America's fourth-generation stealth fighter is nearing service, while our third-generation fighter is still struggling along. Is it not? Without sufficient research funding for developing phased-array radar, aviation engines, integrated avionics systems, and advanced aerospace materials, how can progress be expedited? Lu Chongqing lowered his hand. So, according to you, a vigorous pursuit of military-civilian integration could resolve the funding issue? Certainly. Zhao Ruilong gestured towards a passing civilian vehicle. The civilian cars on the road prioritize fuel efficiency, and engineers are striving to reduce aerodynamic drag, that if our military enterprises could utilize wind tunnels, originally designated for testing aircraft and missiles, to also refine the aerodynamic profiles of civilian cars, would that not be mutually beneficial? Moreover, certain less critical military components could be entrusted to private enterprises with the requisite technical capabilities. Post-security assessments, to develop and manufacture, thereby significantly reducing costs and enhancing efficiency. Additionally, military enterprises producing civilian products should not face excessive technical restrictions. Technologies that private enterprises would inevitably develop should not be hoarded out of fear of leaks causing negative repercussions. For instance, during last year's globally impactful military parade, the intercontinental ballistic missile was indeed a core technology, but the heavy multi-axle off-road vehicle designed to transport it could be appropriately modified for civilian use. As there is a genuine need for it, we aim to establish large petrochemical bases that require the lifting of reaction furnaces and separation towers weighing hundreds to thousands of tons. Wind power generation and ultra-high voltage transmission also necessitate various lifting operations, for which heavy multi-axle off-road vehicles are essential. Just consider this. Since military enterprises have already developed heavy multi-axle off-road vehicles capable of transporting missiles, highly efficient and adaptable to various climates and terrains, why not create a civilian version instead of forcing private enterprises to import or develop it? Liu Chongqing's brow furrowed tightly, lost in thought. Zhao Ruilong's example is indeed highly representative. The intercontinental ballistic missile is undeniably a national treasure, and we must guard it closely. However, the heavy multi-axle off-road vehicle designed for missile transport does not require such stringent security measures. After all, private enterprises, in their quest to successfully lift oversized components, would eventually develop similar heavy multi-axle off-road vehicles, as they would be essential for construction sites, that if military-civilian integration could lead to the joint development of civilian heavy-wheeled cranes. Military enterprises could earn revenue through market sales and reinvest in research and development. Private enterprises would also avoid the hefty costs of importing technology from abroad or engaging in time-consuming and labor-intensive research efforts. You, my friend, are truly audacious, and you've genuinely startled me. It has become evident that our technological lag behind the West is not due to a lack of capabilities or talent or funding. Instead, we have fragmented our limited talent and funding into military and civilian sectors, resulting in a lack of close collaboration and significant waste. At this juncture, Liu Chongqing slightly turned his body, curiously inquiring, "Do you have any other innovative ideas for military-civilian integration that you wish to share?" Zhao Ruilong was momentarily taken aback. You still want to hear more? Allow me to propose an idea that may be somewhat audacious. Please do not take offense. During that large-scale exercise, when the United States suddenly shut down GPS satellite signals, rendering our missiles inaccurate, were they not essentially bullying us for lacking a satellite navigation system? While we have rightly pursued self-reliance in developing the beta navigation system in the face of Western technology embargoes, why not collaborate on military-civilian integration? The civilian sector also has a significant demand for satellite navigation. Just think about it. Aircraft in the sky, vessels on the water, and vehicles on land could greatly enhance travel efficiency and safety with satellite navigation. Furthermore, geological exploration, border patrol, and emergency rescue operations also require such technology. Since both the military and civilian sectors require satellite navigation, why not establish relevant enterprises responsible for research, launch, and operation, with the potential for public listing and capital operations? There would be ample funding to expedite the entire system's development. Moreover, there would be no need to worry about leaks. The control of the satellites would remain firmly in the hands of the relevant authorities. Merely allocating some resources to satisfy civilian needs, and civilian applications would not require centimeter-level accuracy. 10 meters would suffice. Upon hearing this, Liu Chongqing was left speechless. Good heavens! Zhao Ruilong has even contemplated military-civilian integration for highly classified satellite navigation technology. He truly wished to dissect this young man's mind to understand how it functions, that I believe there is no need to meet with your father. Hurry and draft that report. I shall take you to Yanjing. Chapter 43. Zhao Ruilong. You are indeed audacious. As evening descended, a military transport aircraft thundered down, landing in the southern suburbs of Yanjing. After decelerating and rolling for a distance, it veered onto the taxiway. Reaching the parking apron, ground personnel, who had been waiting in advance, swiftly brought over a steel ladder. As the cabin door opened, a frigid gust of wind rushed into the aircraft. Zhao Ruilong, having just removed his noise-canceling headphones, instinctively shrank his neck against the chill that Liu Chongqing, seated nearby, burst into laughter. Is it really that cold? Zhao Ruilong looked utterly speechless. Although it is indeed winter, can the north and south be compared, draped in a thick military coat? You naturally feel no chill. Meanwhile, I, having not even had the chance to return home for a change of my down jacket, have been whisked away to Yinjing by you. Moreover, the military transport aircraft is vastly different from a civilian airliner. It prioritizes durability over comfort, lacking substantial soundproofing materials, resulting in a cacophony during flight. Passenger comfort is of no concern, and thus, the air conditioning is practically non-existent. The takeoff and landing procedures are executed with a brutish simplicity, characterized by rapid ascents and steep descents, far from the gentle maneuvers of commercial pilots. Perhaps this is a necessity in preparation for warfare. The shorter the takeoff and landing times, the lower the chances of being shot down. Yet, such combat-ready flying nearly induces motion sickness in Zhao Ruilong for the first time in his life, that a blast of frigid air rushes into the cabin. While it is indeed cold, it serves to invigorate the senses. Grasping the icy handrail, he descends the stainless steel ladder from the transport plane. Once again, he is acutely aware of the military's pragmatic approach, functionality over all else. Just like the pilot who waves goodbye, a genuine prodigy. A talent as precious as gold, yet dons the most inexpensive white work gloves, identical to those worn by laborers. Breathable, sweat-absorbent, and non-slip, they are practical and cost-effective, likely to remain in use for another decade or two. Thankfully, upon entering the Jeep, the air conditioning has been turned on in advance, providing a welcome warmth. However, before he can relish this comfort, Lu Chongqing receives a pack of individual rations from the guard and hands one to Zhao Ruilong. "Is this what we're having for dinner?" Zhao Ruilong inquires. "What's wrong? If you don't want this, what do you wish to eat?" "Isn't there a cafeteria in such a large airport?" "There is, but we need to hurry to meet Minister Zheng. There's no time to take you there. Surely a pre-prepared boxed meal is preferable to field rations. In this cold weather, the boxed meal will freeze quickly. Are you certain you want to eat it?" Zhao Ruilong is rendered speechless, watching Lu Chongqing skillfully unwrap his meal and dig in with gusto. Reluctantly, he joins in, knowing there is little to be said. It is merely sustenance, devoid of any culinary delight. The compressed biscuits are particularly hard, nearly impossible for those with poor teeth to bite into. Outside, the cold wind howls. The military vehicle speeds out of the airport. Heading straight for the city center, in the year 2000. Yinjing is not yet sprawling, with few skyscrapers. After dark, the streets are devoid of heavy traffic, allowing for a smooth journey. After passing through security, they enter a heavily guarded compound. Upon meeting Zheng Peiyun, who oversees national defense, all fatigue and discomfort evaporate in an instant. "You are Zhao Ruilong, the son of Governor Zhao. Yes, that I've heard that your father's proposal was significantly influenced by your efforts. Is this true? I merely offered some suggestions that how humble of you. Please have a seat." "Thank you." Upon sitting, Zhao Ruilong notices a cup of tea in front of him, still steaming with warmth. Clearly, Zheng Peiyun has timed their arrival perfectly. Lu Chongqing, ever efficient, promptly presents the report. After departing from Huilong Electronics that morning, Lu Chongqing and Zhao Ruilong had met with Zhao Lichuan and, after a thorough discussion, drafted this report at his office. The living room is eerily quiet. Sitting upright, Zhao Ruilong feels as though he is being interrogated, anticipating a stern inquisition at any moment. Across from him, Lu Chongqing shares a similar anxiety. There is no escaping it. Zhao Ruilong's audacity is quite daunting, that he has suggested that since a gamble is to be made, it should be all or nothing, a bold all-in. Consequently, the report is characterized by its radical and daring proposals, elevating the integration of military and civilian development to a national strategic imperative. Centered around this theme, it outlines a series of reforms aimed at the existing national defense technology industrial system, offering remarkably progressive and audacious recommendations in terms of management structures, policy regulations, oversight mechanisms, and market operations that if these reforms were to be implemented, the benefits would be immense. Not only would national defense capabilities surge, but the economy could thrive as well. Yet such sweeping reforms inevitably threaten entrenched interests, particularly those who, lacking genuine competence, have long relied on national defense procurement for their livelihoods, that their iron rice bowls would be ruthlessly shattered. Previously, regardless of the quality of their products, procurement would default to them. Once corporate and market reforms are introduced, allowing private enterprises to compete in defense procurement, their days of easy profits would be over. To protect their interests, these individuals will undoubtedly rise in opposition. Time passes slowly. Initially lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, Zheng Peiyun unconsciously straightens his posture, his expression growing serious. After a cursory glance, he meticulously scrutinizes the document once more, that by the time he finishes reading the last page, the teacup on the coffee table has long cooled. Gently setting down the report, Zheng Peiyun raises the now lukewarm teacup. "Hey, you two, join me for tea. Don't just sit there like fools. Ah yes, let us have some tea." Lu Chongqing exchanges a knowing glance with Zhao Ruilong. Zhao Ruilong lifts the now-cold cup and takes a sip. "Do you have any cigarettes?" "Yes." "Hand me one. Didn't tea you quit long ago? Just give it to me. No need for so much chatter." After lighting up, Zheng Peiyun coughs a couple of times, but soon becomes absorbed in contemplation over the report on the table, occasionally taking a drag. The smoke flickers in and out as his brow gradually unfurls. As the cigarette burns low, Zheng Peiyun's gaze grows profound as he turns to Zhao Ruilong. "Weren't you imprisoned shortly after graduating from Handong University for causing a traffic accident? One can still learn while incarcerated?" "Ah, how interesting. While others are engaged in labor reform, you took the opportunity to further your education." Extinguishing the cigarette, Zheng Peiyun rises with a smile. "It's getting late. You two should head back to the guest house for some rest." Zhao Ruilong understands the gravity of the situation. Zheng Peiyun will not make a hasty declaration. "All right, you take care as well." The biting wind whips around them, snowflakes swirling as they watch the military vehicle depart slowly. Zheng Peiyun turns back to the living room, taking the report to his study. That night, a solitary lamp burns bright. Zhao Ruilong finds little solace in sleep. Plagued by a lengthy dream, he envisions himself bound tightly to an operating table, surrounded by numerous figures in white coats, bombarding him with questions. Before he can respond, a jolt of electricity sends tremors through his body. Awaking to the bright light of day, he pulls back the curtains to reveal a yard blanketed in pristine snow. The guards at the guest house wield shovels and brooms, clearing the snow from the path. A firm knock sounds at the door. "Come in." Lu Chongqing strides in purposefully. "Hurry, get dressed. I'm taking you to a wonderful place." "What kind of wonderful place?" "You'll find out when we arrive." "Can I have breakfast first?" "Of course." One must be well-fed to engage in meaningful conversation. 10 minutes later, the military vehicle pulls out of the guest house, and on the streets, snowplows and sanitation workers have cleared the roads. Yet within a secluded courtyard, the scene remains wintry and desolate. Treading through the snow and exhaling warm breath, Lu Chongqing leads Zhao Ruilong to a loft. Zheng Peiyun, clad in military attire, stands at the entrance, as upright as a spear. Zhao Ruilong notices that Zheng Peiyun's eyes seem a bit sunken. Upon entering, they are required to surrender all personal belongings, even removing their belts. They arrive in a spacious, bright, and elegantly designed office in that moment. Zhao Ruilong is reminded of his first encounter with the chairman of the group before his time traveling. That an invisible pressure had made him feel uneasy. Now, that familiar sensation returns. After standing for a while, General Shin suddenly looks up. "Don't just stand there. Take a seat. Wait 5 minutes while I review this again." His warm tone eases Zhao Ruilong's tension slightly. Before long, General Shin rises with the report in hand. Instantly, Lu Chongqing and Zheng Peiyun spring to their feet, and Zhao Ruilong follows suit, not daring to lag behind. "I've read your father's pilot scheme twice. This report of yours, I've read 3 times. General Shun, clutching the report, strides over to Zhao Ruilong. Instinctively, Zhao Ruilong lowers his gaze. "Why are you hiding your head? Are you afraid of me?" Anyone capable of drafting such a daring report has nothing to fear. Chapter 44. A rare talent. A formidable youth. Dingling, ding, dingling, ding. The personal phone suddenly rang. Zhong Zhenghua, leisurely perusing a newspaper, picked up the phone at a measured pace. In just over 10 days, he would officially depart from Handong and head to Yanjing. Zhao Lichuan, having passed the provincial committee's vote and organizational assessment, was merely awaiting the final election process to formally assume the position. Thus, Zhong Zhenghua had already entered a pre-holiday state of relaxation, savoring tea and reading the news in a leisurely manner. Glancing at the incoming number, he answered without haste. "Hello, Galao. I saw in the news that a strong cold front is moving south. Did it snow heavily in Yanjing last night?" "Indeed, it did snow heavily last night, but before the snow fell, Zhao Ruilong, Zhao Lichuan's son, had already arrived in Wyoming as a former convict, unable to engage in politics and only able to venture into business. It is rather normal for him to be traveling around, isn't it? Normal. Do you know how he got there? With his ventures in internet cafes and selling small telephones, he must have made quite a bit of money. Surely he flew there, not taking the train, right? All right, I'm not joking anymore, to be frank. He arrived on a military transport plane with Liu Chongsheng, and at this very moment, Zheng Peiyin is taking them to meet President Shen. What? Zhong Zhenghua felt as if he had been struck by lightning, abruptly sitting up. What the hell is going on? How could an unknown kid like him be brought to meet President Shen by Liu Chongsheng? Why is Liu Chongsheng, instead of staying in his military district, bringing Zhao Ruilong to Yanjing? Is he trying to help his future son-in-law secure a position in the military, or perhaps to conduct some business? How much benefit has Zheng Peiyin received from them to take them to meet President Shen? Has he gone mad? After a flurry of questions, the other end of the phone fell into silence. A few moments later, a resigned sigh emanated from the receiver that I still have no idea what the situation is. But the two possibilities you mentioned can be ruled out. Zhao Ruilong, with his father being the secretary of Handong and his father-in-law a high-ranking general, has no need to make this trip for personal gain, that I personally suspect that this young man has likely come up with an exceptionally brilliant idea that impressed Liu Chongsheng, leading him to introduce him to Zheng Peiyin. And once he received Zheng Peiyin's approval, the three went to meet President Shen. Zhong Zhenghua sat back down abruptly. After a swift contemplation, he felt that this inference was quite plausible, that it was common knowledge that Zhao Lichuan's upcoming pilot program had received numerous insightful suggestions from Zhao Ruilong. His ability to propose forward-thinking, significant ideas for the high-quality development of the national economy was well acknowledged. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising if he were to present some extraordinary insights for national defense as well. Damn it, how does this little brat, who has never been in a structured environment or served in the military, come up with so many brilliant ideas after being released from prison without really having explored society? He had already investigated more than once prior, discovering that Zhao Ruilong had not shown outstanding performance in either his academic pursuits or during his time in prison. Reports indicated that he had not been particularly diligent in his studies during his 7 years in prison. Otherwise, he could have enhanced his education or made an invention to reduce his sentence legally. Perhaps this was simply a matter of political talent. Zhong Zhenghua was momentarily at a loss for words. This reasoning was utterly irrefutable. Although geniuses are rare, there are indeed individuals who possess remarkable talent in certain areas. Take his son-in-law Ho Liangping, for example. Not only was he handsome and multi-talented, but he also exhibited extraordinary culinary skills. Initially, Zhong had merely taken him to observe the kitchen of a national banquet, to his surprise. Ho returned home and was able to replicate several dishes, achieving a level of taste and presentation that rivaled even the banquet's head chef. Such extraordinary talent truly defies scientific explanation. Upon recalling this, Zhong Zhenghua suddenly remembered that before Zhao Ruilong graduated from university in 1992, he had sought out Li Dakong in Jinchuan County to write a social investigation report titled The Path to a Moderately Prosperous Dragon Country. In 1992, when countless citizens were still striving to rise above the poverty line, Zhao Ruilong was already exploring ways to elevate the people of Longhua to a moderately prosperous standard. Could it be that this young man's talent lies in governance? This talent is alarmingly rare. On the other end of the phone, there was another side that as the century turned and the millennium approached, the emergence of an extraordinary talent is hardly surprising, just as in the past. When we were impoverished and weak, desperately needing military strength for self-preservation, figures like Qian Lao returned to serve the nation. They managed to achieve the development of the 2 bombs and a satellite from scratch. Allowing us to stand tall, Zhong Zhenghua forced a smile. Indeed, a genius is a genius. This cannot be explained scientifically. Moreover, they just happen to possess such talents and are willing to forsake a comfortable life abroad to serve their homeland. On the phone, a bitter smile was heard. Perhaps this is serendipitous. Perhaps this is our national fortune. What concerns me is that this talented Zhao Ruilong will not only propel the rapid development of Handong's economy, but also significantly enhance our national defense capabilities. With such indelible accomplishments, even if he cannot enter politics, he could still assist his father Zhao Lichuan in rising swiftly through the ranks. Rising swiftly. These words struck Zhong Zhenghua like a heavy hammer, sending his blood pressure soaring, almost causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. What does it mean when plans cannot keep up with changes? He finally had first-hand experience of this. Initially, he had strongly supported Liang Chuanfeng's rise, only to find him to be a lost cause. Thus, he planned to endure and allow Zhao Lichuan to ascend, revitalizing Handong's economy, and later swoop in to reap the rewards. Yet now, before Zhao Lichuan had even officially taken office, his prodigious son Zhao Ruilong was already poised to contribute to the national defense. That if this continues, what will become of the future? In 5 years, not only will he be unable to swoop in to reap the rewards, but Zhao Lichuan may very well find himself on equal footing with him, or perhaps even advancing further. At this thought, Zhong Jinghua felt a chill down his spine, that he quickly lifted his teacup and took a sip of strong tea to steady himself. That moment, a slightly hoarse voice emerged from the phone. Xiao Zhong, such a prodigy, the youth is formidable. We may need to alter our strategy. What do you suggest? I currently have no ideas, but our original plan is certainly unfeasible. Should I come to Yinjing immediately? No need. Let us both consider this thoroughly and reconnect when we have ideas that understood. And as for Zhao Ruilong, I will find a way to ascertain what they discussed with President Shin. Just as the words left his mouth, the call was disconnected. What a predicament! Putting down the phone, Zhong Jinghua found himself devoid of any interest in tea or reading. Anxiously, he stood up, hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth. In that moment, he longed for the ability to see and hear from afar, allowing him to discern what Zhao Ruilong was discussing with President Shun, facilitated by Lu Chongqing and Zheng Peiyun. Unfortunately, such abilities were beyond his reach. After pacing an unknown number of laps, the more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. Finally, he turned back to his desk and dialed his secretary's internal line. Book me a flight. I need to make a trip to Yinjing. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun shone brightly. The glistening white snow fell from the treetops, startling the foraging sparrows in the antique and warmly spring-like office. The atmosphere was harmonious and cheerful. There were no stern interrogations nor endless doubts in this relaxed environment. President Shun encouraged Zhao Ruilong to unleash his imagination and speak freely. Even lunch was delivered to the office by the secretary. The conversation had long shifted from military-civilian integration to discussions of future trends. Naturally, discussing the future was a forte of a time traveler. Zhao Ruilong believed that with Longgua's vast territory and abundant resources, coupled with its large population, as long as reforms continued to deepen and economic development progressed, and the strategy of revitalizing the nation through science and education was vigorously implemented, the economy would sustain its growth, and the quality of its citizens would continually improve, strengthening its technology and industry. In contrast, after the Northern hegemony collapsed, the United States became the sole global power, achieving an unprecedented peak in its capabilities. However, it too began to decline. The tide of economic globalization would continuously accelerate the outflow of manufacturing. Gradually, it lost its mid to low-end manufacturing, retaining only the lucrative high-tech and financial sectors, transforming into a hollow financial empire. How could it maintain global hegemony? The answer was to exploit the US dollar, draining resources from around the world through repeated interest rate hikes and the orchestrating of conflicts. As night fell and snowflakes drifted down, Ho Yangping prepared a sumptuous meal to welcome his father-in-law Zhong Jinghua. Just as the two were toasting each other, the phone suddenly rang. You two enjoy your meal. I'll take this call. Zhong Jinghua hurriedly stood up, phone in hand, making his way to the bedroom. Ho Yangping and Zhong Xiao exchanged glances, both reflecting concern in each other's eyes. Chapter 45, Seeking Favor and Power. Ho Yangping. Ambitious, Zhong Jinghua. Could something have gone awry? Ho Yangping was engulfed in worry. During his time at Handong University, he was regarded as a paragon of charm and talent, much adored by his female classmates due to his handsome looks and diverse abilities. He was acutely aware of Gao Yuliang's daughter, Gao Fangfang, harboring affections for him. Yet he unhesitatingly chose to pursue the more illustrious Zhong Xiai, becoming the son-in-law of Zhong Jinghua, which naturally brought immense benefits. Similarly, Qi Tongwei, an equally exceptional graduate, rejected the advances of Liang Chuanfeng's daughter, Liang Lu, and was assigned to a remote judicial office in a bid to reunite with his beloved Qinyang in Yinjing. He took the perilous path of becoming an anti-drug officer, ultimately becoming a celebrated hero after sustaining 3 gunshot wounds. Yet his wishes remained unfulfilled. In contrast, Hu Yongping was assigned to the Economic Crime Division of the Handong Procuratorate right after graduation. After more than a year of service, he was transferred to Yinjing to join the Supreme Procurator's anti-corruption efforts, citing the strain of a long-distance marriage on his relationship. However, he held Qi Tongwei in disdain, having witnessed him publicly kneeling to propose to Liang Lu on the school playground, all the while forgetting that he too had relied on a woman to ascend the ranks. Presently, as he observed his father-in-law, Zhong Zhenghua hastily retreating to a room to take a phone call. His anxiety intensified. Likewise, Zhong Xiai harbored her concerns. Her ability to act with impunity at the office stemmed from her father's stature. If he were to step down from his position, failing to secure a promotion to the Deputy Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, and instead retired to a lesser role without real power, what would that mean for her and Hu Yongping's future? Would they still be able to disregard authority and act as they pleased? Zhong Xiai set down her chopsticks and hurried to the door, pressing her ear against the crack to eavesdrop. Hu Yongping craned his neck, his expression tense. This perfectly validated the old adage: one may misname a child, but a nickname will always ring true. At Handong University, many referred to him as Monkey, not merely for his surname, but also due to certain moments when his demeanor mirrored that of a primate. As for Zhong Xiai, despite her ear pressed to the door, she gleaned no useful information. All right, I shall ponder this carefully and strive to devise a suitable plan. Once I have clarity, I will reach out to you. Good night. Upon hearing the phrase good night, Zhong Xiai hastily returned to the dining table, shaking her head at Hu Yongping. Soon, Zhong Zhenghua returned. Naturally, Hu Yongping dared not inquire further and instead filled his father-in-law's glass with a cheerful demeanor. Zhong Xiai, as the cherished daughter, was different. After glancing at Hu Yongping, she slyly turned her gaze to Zhong Zhenghua. Father, your hurried return this time must indicate something significant, right? Zhong Zhenghua peeled a peanut and replied, Is it not permissible to return to spend New Year's with you if there is no pressing matter? Zhong Xiai retorted playfully, Oh, Dad, just be honest with us. Liangping and I are not 3-year-olds. Nor is this our first day in the system. Who doesn't know how hectic the year-end can be? Your sudden return at such a critical juncture surely signifies something urgent. Otherwise, before she could finish her teasing, she noticed the smile on her father's face vanish, replaced by a grave expression. Instantly, both Zhong Xiai and Hu Yongping felt a wave of unease. Father, what exactly is going on? Is it possible that there has been a change in plans regarding your transfer to the Discipline Inspection Commission? Zhong Zhenghua shook his head slightly. No, my reassignment has long been confirmed. There can be no alterations. Upon hearing this, both Zhong Xiai and her husband sighed in relief that, oh my, you truly scared me. I thought you wouldn't progress. Hu Yongping smiled, contemplating that with his father-in-law's advancement, his own prospects might also soar. That it seemed plausible that reaching the esteemed title of Ho Ting in his 30s was not an impossibility. However, Zhong Zhenghua's subsequent words extinguished their mirth. Though my promotion is certain, it may very well be my last, while Zhao Lichuan, who appears to be a step behind me, now has a promising future ahead, potentially soaring to great heights with that. Zhong Zhenghua took a hearty swig from his glass. The high-proof liquor scorched his throat, yet this fiery sensation offered a cathartic release. Zhao Lichuan, potentially soaring to great heights. Zhong Xiai leaned forward, incredulous. Father, from whom did you hear such news? Such matters are not to be trifled with. Zhong Zhenghua set down his glass, a cold smile gracing his lips. Who said it matters? As long as those two can deliver on their promises. The probability tilts in his favor. Zhong Xiai furrowed her brow. What do you mean by delivering on promises? Father, could you clarify? You are leaving me utterly bewildered. After glancing at his daughter and son-in-law, Zhong Zhenghua decided to lay it all bare. Last night, Lu Chongqing brought Zhao Ruilong to Yinjing to meet with the director of the Ministry of National Defense, Zheng Peiyun. Early this morning, Zheng Peiyun took the two to meet with President Shun, and they conversed from before 9 until just 10 minutes ago. The specifics of their discussion remain known only to the four of them, but it is certain that President Shun holds Zhao Ruilong in high regard. He specifically instructed his secretary that after delivering the New Year's speech tomorrow, no further engagements should be scheduled, as he intends to meet with Zhao Ruilong again in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiai gasped, her brow raised as she disdainfully remarked, What is Zhao Ruilong, after all? A convicted felon who once killed a man while driving under the influence, and he has somehow won President Shin's favor? Is it because he suddenly became wealthy from running an internet CAF, or is it due to his assistance in drafting proposals for his father? Even if he had a moment of brilliance and provided good ideas to his future father-in-law Liu Chongqing, it doesn't mean Zhao Lichuan will necessarily rise to prominence. Zhong Zhenghua regarded his daughter with growing concern. She seemed to dismiss both Liu Chongqing and Zhao Lichuan, seemingly unaware of their significant positions. To the average person, their ranks were already beyond reach. You may voice such opinions at home, but outside, one must adhere to decorum and not be impertinent. After reprimanding her, Zhong Zhenghua's tone grew somber. What I just said was not the full picture. They spent the day discussing various matters, and while the specifics are unclear, the first topic was the military-civilian integration development strategy, although it is not a novel concept. Having been proposed years ago with limited trials, it has not yet ascended to the level of national strategy. The critical point is that Zhao Ruilong possesses unique thinking and foresight. After Zheng Peiyun met with him and Liu Chongqing last night, he dared to bring them to meet President Shun, which clearly indicates he came prepared. Zhong Xiai quickly interjected, "Are you suggesting he helped Liu Chongqing draft an extraordinary report?" Zhong Zhenghua took a sip of his old liquor. Is that not obvious? If he hadn't produced an exceptional report, would President Shun have spent an entire day with him, only to meet again tomorrow? Zhong Xiai felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had mocked Zhao Ruilong, labeling him a felon. Yet now, he had contributed to a report that garnered President Shun's approval not once, but twice. That in comparison, had her own academic achievements not been buoyed by her father's influence, she might not have even passed her graduation thesis. Without that diploma, how could she have secured a position in Yinjing and directly entered the Discipline Inspection Commission? Sitting across from her, Hou Yangping quickly sought to alleviate the tension. No matter how formidable Zhao Ruilong may be, he is still a released convict that he can never enter politics. At most, he can assist his father and future father-in-law, helping them achieve greater accomplishments and go further. Zhong Zhenghua sighed. Liang Ping, you are viewing this too simplistically, that if Zhao Lichuan can progress further, what of me? I am still relatively young. Must I merely take one small step forward before resigning myself to retirement? At this level, who does not wish to ascend to great heights and leave a mark in history? Fueled by the liquor, Zhong Zhenghua finally revealed his ambitions. Hou Yangping felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable that he too had married Zhong Xiai in pursuit of power and prestige. Were he in Zhong Zhenghua's position, he might very well harbor similar ambitions. Zhong Xiai offered her father a piece of chicken, smiling reassuringly. "Father, let us not rush, and no matter how excellent the report, what if it yields no results? Throughout history, there have been many who can only talk a good game, but how many truly achieve victory?" Hou Yangping quickly raised his glass, chiming in, Exactly. So let us not fret unnecessarily. Who knows? Perhaps after Zhao Lichuan takes office and implements the pilot program, it might result in a grand farce. Zhong Zhenghua frowned. But what if it does not lead to a farce? Zhong Xiai immediately responded with a sly grin. Did you not leave a contingency plan in Handong? If there are no blunders, we shall create a blunder. Let us see how the Zhao family fares. Chapter 46. Greed Clouded Judgment. Young Master Liang enjoys a moment of ease and joy in the opulent private room by the lakeside of the Jingzhou Handong Hotel. The atmosphere is lively under the night sky. The burly and rotund Yu Haifeng, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, beams as he pours Maodai for Liang Wei. Today, our company fortuitously secured the bid for the expansion and renovation project of the Jingzhou to Yantai National Road. And we must extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, Brother Wei. Without your assistance, how could I, Yu Haifeng, have the capability to land such a significant project? Sitting in the main seat, Liang Wei merely smiled lightly. You jest. Your company secured this substantial project on account of your own strength, which has little to do with me. Though he uttered that it was of no consequence, Liang Wei nonetheless reached for his glass. While we do possess strength, luck plays a pivotal role as well. And to know you, Brother Wei, is indeed a stroke of fortune for me, Yu Haifeng. Setting down the bottle, Yu Haifeng quickly lifted his glass with both hands, bending slightly at the waist with a beaming smile, that I shall refrain from saying more. It is all in the wine that I drink to you. Feel free to partake. Yu Haifeng gently clinked his glass with Liang Wei's. his glass's rim considerably lower than Liang Wei's, that he then downed the entire glass of white liquor in one go, flipping the glass upside down to signal that not a drop remained. As for Liang Wei, he merely took a small sip. Yet, none among the assembly dared to voice any objections, that as soon as Yu Haifeng set his glass down, he hastily picked up the serving chopsticks to offer Liang Wei a piece of bear paw. "Brother Wei, do try this bear paw. It is exceptionally delectable and nourishing." Liang Wei raised an eyebrow, coldly chuckling. "Mr. Yu, your capabilities are quite impressive. Bears are a protected species in our dragon nation, and you managed to procure steamed bear paw." Yu Haifeng quickly ingratiated himself. "Rest assured, Brother Wei, the bear we consume is raised by a friend of mine, not a wild protected animal. That's so." "Then let me have a taste." Liang Wei picked up his chopsticks and sampled the meat, which indeed was quite delicious. Steamed bear paw has long been a renowned dish, though its status as a protected animal has turned it into something of a legend. Many desire to eat it. Yet few chefs dare to prepare it, primarily due to the difficulty in sourcing the ingredient. However, at this moment, this once elusive delicacy lay before him, and he had just savored a bite. Additionally, after the bidding results were officially announced in the afternoon, Yu Haifeng immediately splurged a fortune on a plethora of high-quality replicas at his antique shop, reaping over 10 million with ease, coupled with the benefits gained from previous connections and resolving issues for others. He had effortlessly amassed several tens of millions in less than 3 months. He had indulged in countless exquisite dishes and enchanting beauties. The bosses around him were obsequious, eager to please. Perhaps even the emperors of ancient times did not enjoy such lavishness. Reflecting on the past, he realized that despite his father's high-ranking position as the Secretary of Justice in Handong, he had remained incorruptible and selfless. What folly it was! How much wealth had he foregone? How many days of comfort had he sacrificed in pursuit of a manly woman like Liu Yike? He had even had to gather funds from his family to afford a $12,000 Santana car. Wasn't that laughable? Had he known that the exchange of power and wealth could be so gratifying, with a robust network at his disposal and gifts aplenty at a mere hint, he would not have toiled so hard in the past. Nevertheless, now that he had come to his senses, it was not too late. That in less than 3 months, he had earned what an ordinary person could not in a lifetime. Moreover, even with his father poised to retire, his influence and connections from years in the justice sector remained intact. Thus, his days of comfort and joy could continue indefinitely. With this thought in mind, Liang Wei proactively reached for his chopsticks to take another piece of bear meat. It truly was delightful. This dish suited his palate quite well, that if you ever wish to savor steamed bear paw again, Brother Wei, feel free to come here anytime, or just let me know, and I will arrange for a top chef to provide you with home service. Home service is best avoided. If my old man sees it, it would be quite the uproar. Even if it's farm-raised, it would certainly earn me a scolding. The astute Yu Haifeng immediately grasped the implication. He leaned in slightly, exuding humility as he whispered with a smile, "Brother Wei, you may not know, but the neighboring community is one I developed myself, and there's a standalone villa that has been vacant for many years. If you wouldn't mind, I could have the keys delivered to you right away." Liang Wei shook his head slightly. "Your villa is for you to reside in. If I wish to stay, I will purchase one myself. How about I sell it to you for $1 million? Yu Haifeng asked with a cheerful grin. "$1 million for a standalone villa? Mr. Yu, isn't that a losing deal?" Liang Wei remarked with a half-smile. Fully aware of Yu Haifeng's intentions Brother Wei, that villa has been empty for years. Its size makes it difficult to sell. You would be helping me reduce inventory, and I would be ever so grateful." As he spoke, Yu Haifeng filled his glass once more, toasting Liang Wei again in gratitude that a lavishly decorated standalone villa worth millions was to be sold to Liang Wei for just $1 million. Such a losing deal was, for Yu Haifeng, a cause for great celebration. Just as the two finished their drinks, He Biao, the owner of the lynching coal mine, who had been eager to speak, hurried over to refill their glasses. "Brother Wei, your capacity for liquor is truly impressive. I admire you. However, since you've helped them, or that why you purchased that villa that has been unsold for years, could you also assist me with a favor?" Liang Wei turned to glance at He Biao, who, despite his robust physique, was bowing obsequiously. "What kind of favor? Do you wish to sell me your coal mine for $1 million as well?" What seemed like a casual jest often unveils true feelings. In recent years, as the economy has developed and electricity consumption has surged, coal prices in the Dragon Nation, reliant on thermal power, have risen continuously. Owning a coal mine is akin to possessing a money-printing machine. Thus, coal barons have become synonymous with wealth. Liang Wei, now consumed by greed, certainly wished to enter the coal industry and claim a share of the profits, to $1 million for a coal mine yielding annual profits in the tens of millions. For anyone else, He Biao would have met with an immediate slap to the face. Yet, the one making this jest was Liang Wei, the son of Liang Chuanfeng, the third-ranking official in Handong. Countless small business owners would never even dream of encountering such a privileged heir. Thus, even if He Biao had 10 times the courage, he would not dare display any displeasure before Liang Wei. Instead, he immediately brightened, bowing further as he said, "If you fancy our coal mine, you needn't pay $1 million. I would gladly give it to you. Give it for free? Really?" Liang Wei shifted slightly, his interest piqued that he understood that He Biao surely had ulterior motives. With his formidable connections, he could assist in resolving some minor troubles and receive dividends or equity in return. What a delightful prospect. Brother Wei, you may not know, while the coal business is quite lucrative, it also carries significant risks. Our Lynching coal mine has been in operation for many years, with little reserve left, and there are several subsidence zones. Just the other day, we experienced a subsidence accident in the mine, so, if you are interested, I would truly give it to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Haifeng immediately berated him. "Hey, you scoundrel! What do you mean by giving Brother Wei a coal mine? You are, in fact, handing him a hot potato. I suspect your mine is likely an illegal operation. Isn't it? And regarding the subsidence accident, I wager many miners are buried beneath, correct?" He Biao wore a pained expression as he responded. "There are many unlicensed coal mines in Lynching that have been excavating for years. I am not the only one that asked for the accident. Indeed, some individuals were buried, but as long as Brother Wei is willing to help me, this minor issue is nothing, right?" Setting down his bottle, He Biao cheerfully raised his glass to toast. Meanwhile, Liang Wei felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, that he had long suspected that there are no free lunches in this world. These unscrupulous merchants, with their incessant flattery, each had their own agendas. However, he never anticipated that He Biao would harbor such a significant plot than a mining accident. This was a matter of life and death. If it escalated, who knows how many people would be implicated? I was merely joking earlier. I have no interest in coal mines whatsoever. With that, Liang Wei symbolically lifted his glass to clink with He Biao's. Yet this time, while Liang Wei drank, He Biao remained frozen, a grimace on his face. "Brother Wei, I have sought connections with both the county and city levels, but none could assist me that I have worked hard to have the fortune of meeting you. Everyone says there is nothing you cannot resolve, Brother Wei. Please have compassion for me and lend me a hand. Would you? I promise to repay your kindness in the future." Having spoken, He Biao, a robust man, suddenly knelt with a thud. After downing an entire cup of white liquor, he prostrated himself before Liang Wei, resembling a well-fed yet submissive wolf dog beseeching its master for mercy. Chapter 47. The Value of Human Life? Then let it be a case of death without witnesses. A sudden stillness enveloped the room that He Biao's kneeling did not elicit surprise from the others, for they were no strangers to the underbelly of their dealings. Those in construction, entertainment, and mining. Behind these lucrative enterprises lay a shroud of filth and bloodshed. Take Yu Haifeng, for instance. His first encounter with Liang Wei was driven by a desperate need to commence operations swiftly, which led to his subordinates forcibly demolishing a house, resulting in the tragic death of an elderly couple who refused to sign. The couple had the audacity to resist because they had relatives entrenched in the system, wielding some authority. After their demise, Yu Haifeng was engulfed in fear, only to find that, contrary to his expectations, the relatives of the deceased assisted in the cleanup. Ultimately, a financial settlement was reached, and his employees faced mere days of detention. At present, He Biao, humbled to the ground, implored Liang Wei. The onlookers were acutely aware that his troubles were considerable. Had they been trivial, He Biao would have leveraged his local connections to resolve them. "You wish to repay me like a beast of burden. What era are we in?" Liang Wei remarked coldly as he lifted his teacup with a sardonic smile. "You might as well rise. Kneeling before me serves no purpose." That He Biao lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears. "Brother Wei, I beg you, have mercy on me. I am willing to pay any sum for your assistance." With a heavy thud, Liang Wei set down his teacup. "That I ask this a matter of money. You yourself have stated that you've sought help from the county and city connections, and none can assist you. That I ask for this mining disaster. I needn't inquire further. It likely claimed dozens, if not hundreds of lives that no, it's not that many, just a few dozen. He Biao hastily shook his head. Liang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? A few dozen? Do you think those are mere livestock? They are living, breathing individuals. Dozens of them equate to dozens of families. Are you aware that in this country, as long as no lives are lost, matters can be negotiated? But once lives are involved, it becomes a whole different ballgame. Yu Haifeng quickly interjected. Brother Wei, please calm down. This situation is indeed quite complex, with so many fatalities, but you possess great influence. For the sake of our friendship, could you offer a suggestion to mitigate this issue? Liang Wei snorted disdainfully. What suggestion is needed? If you wish to avoid repercussions, simply throw money at it to appease the families or find a scapegoat. After all, the penalties for serious liability and illegal mining can be served concurrently, and the sentence won't exceed 20 years. Liang Wei was aware that his counsel was feudal Dadayan lynching, where coal mining has a storied history. Accidents were not uncommon. There were established methods for downplaying disasters, but those tactics were unavailable to He Biao. This indicated that there were deeper, concealed issues at play. Dadayan anticipated He Biao with a mournful expression. Lamented Brother Wei, previously when mining accidents occurred in our area, we handled them in that manner. But this time is different. This month is designated as the Safety Production Month in our province. The media has publicized reporting and rescue hotlines. And some families of miners took note. After the disaster struck, they directly contacted the rescue hotline, alerting the Provincial Coal Supervision Bureau. The mention of the provincial governor, Zhao, sent a chill through Liang Wei. There is no way out now. If Governor Zhao is aware, the general office must know too. With dozens buried, such a significant mining disaster cannot be brushed aside. That He Biao inched forward on his knees. Brother Wei, I understand the gravity of this matter, but I truly do not wish to face imprisonment. Then find someone to take your place. I have tried, but Governor Zhao is not one to overlook such matters. He has ordered the freezing of all assets of several behind-the-scenes stakeholders, including myself, that I even drove my mistress's car to Jingzhou. What do you propose now? I hope to find someone to bear the full blame. Resolve this matter swiftly, and avoid dragging us all into it. Has your mind faced issues before? Yes, but it's unavoidable. Over the past decade, too many have illegally mined, leading to collapses or flooding. However, the previous incidents did not result in as many casualties as this one. And you continue to mine despite frequent accidents? What choice do we have, Brother Wei? The coal market is thriving. Despite the risks, everyone wants to participate. The miners themselves are aware of the dangers. Surely, you have no contracts with these miners? Of course not. They come and go as they please, and we pay them daily. After the incident, my brother burned the account books that I do not even know how many were buried. Liang Wei raised an eyebrow, silently lifting his teacup. The mine had collapsed, and miners were buried. The account books for attendance and wages have been destroyed. Thus the question arose, how many souls lay beneath that mine? Was it a few, or dozens, or perhaps none at all? Who could provide proof? With no bodies recovered, how could they ascertain the truth? Could Zhao Lichuan possibly expend vast resources to unearth the corpses, as Liang Wei remained noncommittal? He Biao grew anxious, quickly signaling Yu Haifeng. The two had previously coordinated their roles. Leaning closer, Yu Haifeng lowered his voice in a sycophantic tone. Brother Biao knows this matter is intricate, so he specifically brought a box of local delicacies from lynching for you. Brother Wei. Liang Wei set down his teacup. What local specialties could lynching possibly offer besides coal? Without a word, Yu Haifeng subtly gestured to his gold watch. That's so. A box of local delicacies translates to a box of gold. Liang Wei felt a jolt of realization that he understood all too well that gold was superior to cash. Not only could it be hoarded for investment, but it was also easily transferable and storied throughout history as a universally cherished currency. Mr. Yu, consider this. When a dish like bear paw is served, who can discern whether the bear was wild or farmed? Yu Haifeng chuckled. Indeed, no one could possibly tell. Liang Wei turned to the beseeching He Biao. How many are truly buried beneath your collapse mine? As He Biao opened his mouth to respond, he caught Yu Haifeng's gaze at a few. I suppose that I'm not entirely sure, and that mine isn't under my purview. Liang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. With that, He Biao swiftly grasped the implication. If it wasn't his mine, then fewer lives were lost. Thus, not only could he avoid imprisonment, but he could also evade considerable financial compensation. Should anyone raise a fuss, They would need to present evidence, with no bodies found, who could confirm the fatalities. He Biao hastily rose, respectfully pouring Liang Wei more liquor. Liang Wei retrieved his phone and dialed. "Hello, Uncle Gua, it's me Xiao W. Is this a convenient time for you? I heard there was an incident at an illegal small coal mine in Lincheng, and I knew you would be particularly busy. My father hasn't stepped down yet. He still oversees the province's legal affairs. Upon hearing of the mining disaster, he became quite anxious. With the Spring Festival approaching, such a significant event must have the families deeply concerned. So I wanted to inquire about the severity that 64 buried. Are you certain? Was the collapse deep? If it is, then the rescue would indeed be challenging, especially given the time elapsed that I believe, aside from rescue efforts. It is imperative to gather evidence to confirm that 64 individuals were indeed buried. One cannot simply trust the words of those nearby. After all, someone might attempt to claim compensation fraudulently. If it is a major mining disaster, it must be reported to the higher-ups, and the numbers need to be verified. Otherwise, claiming dozens were buried when in reality it was only a few, or perhaps none at all, would be quite the embarrassment. Wouldn't it? After subtly dropping hints, Liang Wei hung up, that he then leisurely raised his liquor cup and clinked it with Biao's. You are primarily engaged in the coal business, yet the coal resources in Lincheng are nearly depleted. Surely you must have invested elsewhere? Yes, indeed, that I have 2 mines in Lingjiang and Zhongjiang provinces that if Brother Wei is interested, I can take you to visit. Wonderful. It's been ages since I've had the chance to venture out. This is a perfect opportunity to stretch my legs. That no problem. Brother Wei, that I assure you that everything will be arranged to ensure your enjoyment. Whether tonight is pleasurable hinges on Mr. Yu, does it not? Yu Haifeng immediately responded with a sycophantic grin. Rest assured, Brother Wei, I have made arrangements, including models, particularly stunning ones. Amidst the clinking of cups and boisterous laughter, a stark contrast unfolded as Zhao Lichuan, stationed at the forefront of the mining disaster, wore a somber expression. Just moments ago, another collapse had occurred, nearly entombing the rescue workers. The anguished cries of the bereaved rang in his ears, prompting him to clench his fists tightly. Dig, keep digging, we must see the living. And the dead must be accounted for. Chapter 48. An unusual mining disaster, should it be handled with grandeur. In the depths of night, at the Longxi coal mine in Lincheng, police lights flashed against the backdrop of bright illumination. A throng of spectators and family members of the miners gathered outside the cordoned-off area. Despite the passage of over 2 days since the catastrophe, hope for a miracle lingered among the crowd. Yet, despair loomed as the rescue routes remained obstructed, compounded by significant water influx into the mine. Zhao Lichuan ordered an urgent deployment of numerous pumping devices, simultaneously engaging in frantic water extraction and support excavation. However, the manual digging not only progressed slowly, but was also exceedingly laborious. Around 11 o'clock, yet another group of exhausted and muddy rescue personnel was rotated out. The National Mine Rescue Team, freshly arrived from Yanjing, immediately took over the arduous task. Thank you all for your hard work. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Zhao Lichuan, undeterred by the cold and muck, shook hands with each rescuer, and he then hastily instructed Secretary Zhou. Inform County Head Luo to ensure the rescue teams are well fed and accommodated. That it would be ideal if they could take a hot shower for better recovery. Secretary Zhou promptly replied, the necessary arrangements have long been made. You should return to the command center for a meal. Your health is paramount. Zhao Lichuan turned his gaze to the anxious family members waiting beyond the barricade. Have the families received hot meals? What about them? Secretary Zhou glanced back. I'm not entirely sure at the moment. I will verify immediately. Go right away. Prioritize the families in this frigid weather. No one should go hungry. Zhao Lichuan navigated the muddy path to the rescue command tent adjacent to the mine. At the current pace, how much longer will this take? Preliminary estimates indicate approximately 10 more hours. Came the response point 10 hours. Why the delay? The collapse and water influx are far too severe, replied Guo Xiangshi, the head of the Coal Supervision Bureau of Handong Province, as he sketched a rough diagram. This is a quintessential illegal small coal mine. It operates without a license or approval, is suspected of illicit extraction, and exhibits chaotic management with severe overstaffing. Hence, we have no official documentation and must rely on descriptions from miners who have previously worked there to create a rough sketch to Guo's words settled. Zhao Lichuan felt a surge of anger. Local residents claim this mine has been operating for several years. Why has it not been detected or shut down? What have the relevant departments at all levels been doing? Guo Xiangshi bowed his head in shame. The oversight has been inadequate, and local protections have been compromised. This is our dereliction of duty. I will submit a thorough report to the provincial committee. Zhao Lichuan let out a heavy snort, his piercing gaze sweeping across the faces surrounding him. With over 20 years in public service, he was acutely aware of the immense interest tied to mineral resources and the intricate web of relationships involved. An illegal small coal mine could exploit resources for years, clearly with many individuals receiving bribes to turn a blind eye. Some may have simply preferred to avoid trouble, exhibiting a lackadaisical attitude towards governance. This is not the time for accountability. Let's focus on the rescue. Guo Xiangshi quickly added, we have divided the rescue teams into 5 groups, with each group working in 2-hour shifts. After hearing this, Zhao Lichuan scrutinized the rough sketch and then surveyed the others present that the number of trapped miners confirmed. Suddenly, the mine's overseer, Luo, changed his statement, claiming that only a handful of miners might be trapped instead of the previously stated 64. What? The discrepancy between dozens and just a few is monumental. Why such a vast difference in your accounts? He explained that the number of miners entering and exiting the mine was never fixed. It had always been a free-for-all, and thus he was unsure how many had actually gone down before the disaster. No roster. No ledger. How do you settle payments with the miners? He replied that payments were made in cash daily, without a guaranteed wage, and miners were compensated based on commission. 40 yuan per ton of coal. 40 yuan. The latest price for a ton of thermal coal at the power plant is 142 yuan. Yet you offer merely 40 as commission. Although he did not inquire further, Zhao Lichuan speculated that the perilous nature of underground mining, combined with the mine's illegality and tax evasion, allowed them to lure miners with high commissions. Zhao Lichuan ceased his questioning, folding his hands behind his back, lost in thought. Over his 2 decades in office, he had indeed witnessed numerous mining disasters. Yet this particular incident was exceedingly exceptional. Previous accidents had at least maintained a facade of legality and proper management. Most incidents stemmed from inadequate safety protocols and the relentless pursuit of profit, leading to unauthorized extraction. During rescue operations, they at least had complete documentation to devise a plan. But this Longxi coal mine, damn it, had no paperwork whatsoever and had inexplicably existed for several years. How much coal had been illicitly extracted over the years? Even if calculated at an annual production of 300,000 tons. The annual revenue would exceed 30 million yuan. Yet this substantial sum required no taxes, only a small commission for the miners and some operational costs, leaving the rest as pure profit, divided among various unscrupulous entities and shadowy owners. Zhao Lichuan recalled a mining disaster from years past in Lincheng. That coal mine, though ostensibly state-owned, had long been subcontracted in layers. Big bosses had small bosses beneath them, and those small bosses had foremen. The foreman's primary task was to organize production and coal extraction, in the pursuit of maximum profit. Safety training was non-existent, and protective measures were mere formalities. They often recruited impoverished outsiders as miners, indifferent to the dangers, compensating families with money when accidents occurred. Farmers, toiling under the sun for meager earnings, found the allure of earning 100 or 2 per day in the mines irresistible, often risking their lives for a better income. They lacked basic education and had never undergone training, merely descending into the mines with no knowledge of the risks involved. These thoughts crossed his mind. Zhao Lichuan felt an ominous premonition. Miners who had worked underground lacked education. Based on their descriptions and the hastily drawn sketch, the reliability of their information was dubious. The mine's overseer clearly played the fool, feigning ignorance. Such rescue efforts were destined to be futile. Ensure that rescue personnel are adequately protected and remain vigilant, that if the situation deteriorates, retreat immediately. Understood, Governor Zhao. Upon returning to the makeshift command center, Zhao Lichuan sat down, staring at the box meal before him, devoid of any appetite. More than 2 days had passed since the disaster, and regardless of how many were buried, it was certain that lives had been lost. Yet, as of now, the number of trapped miners remained unconfirmed. Rumors suggested that the mine's shadowy proprietor was He Biao, known as Biaogin Lincheng, a man infamous for his ruthless demeanor and unscrupulous deeds, now mysteriously missing. How could this be reported? Just as Zhao Lichuan sank into contemplation, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, Zhao Ruilong, he promptly answered. "Hello, Xiao Long. Have you landed? We just got off the plane. I'm taking Uncle Lou home first, then I'll come find you. This trip has been fruitful. We must have a good chat. That's wonderful to hear, but I'm not at home. That I'm in Lynching, where a major mining disaster occurred 2 days ago, with potentially dozens of miners trapped. Is it that serious? What is the status of the rescue? Zhao Lichuan glanced around before stepping into a secluded area to quietly summarize the situation. He shared his suspicions that many were colluding to deliberately obscure the truth of the disaster. After listening, Zhao Ruilong responded immediately. With the impending change in leadership, this mining crisis could be catastrophic. If not handled properly, it could lead to embarrassment and provide others with an opportunity to exploit the situation. In my opinion, since it's difficult to manage, let us make a grand spectacle of it. Create a situation that cannot be ignored. What? Zhao Lichuan was taken aback. What do you mean what? Regardless of whether it's a few or dozens of people, the miners have undoubtedly perished. The issue now is not the rescue, but rather the collusion among many to cover this up. Preventing proper management, doubt if that's the case, why hesitate? Make it as public as possible. The more significant, the better. It should be known nationwide that if it incites public outrage, the higher-ups will dispatch a special task force to investigate lynching, allowing you to eradicate those who have colluded for years and replace them with your own people. Otherwise, even if you were Governor Zhao, what difference would it make? Especially within the political and legal system, where the influence of Zhong Zhenghua and Liang Qiwenfeng reigns supreme. How could they possibly be inclined to lend you a helping hand? They would relish the opportunity to witness your misfortunes. Rather than allowing others to exploit the situation, it would be wiser to amplify the issue yourself. After all, when the inevitable blame arrives, it will still rest upon Zhong Zhenghua, who is yet to leave office. You have a mere 10 days until your own appointment. Let the sky fall. It will be he who bears the burden. What is there to fear? Chapter 49. Are you really still wandering around the market? Zhong Zhenghua, your life seems quite delightful. In the afternoon, the warm sun of Yinjing shone brightly to the New Year market. Throngs of people filled the streets, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. The small shops lining the street offered a plethora of agricultural and sideline products. Dried mushrooms from the northeast, seafood from the south, beef and lamb from the northwest, and nourishing products from the southwest were all available. Traditional crafts such as dough figurines, clay figures, flower flipping, sugar painting, and calligraphy were also on display. Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhong Zhenghua, clad in a thick overcoat with a fleece-lined hat atop his head and a scarf wrapped snugly around his neck, looked no different from the average citizen. No one would suspect that the powerful secretary of Handong province, Zhong Zhenghua, was also wandering through the market. As a true native of Yinjing, he relished the opportunity to visit the market, especially as the new year approached. Dad, it seems there is a performance ahead. Zhong Xiaoa exclaimed loudly, "Da! Let us go take a look." Zhong Zhenghua replied, his hands tucked into his pockets as he followed his daughter and son-in-law through the crowded streets. Arriving at a vacant area by an ancient city wall, behind the protective railing, a group of elderly men were beating drums, while several performers dressed in traditional Peking opera attire prepared for the show. A few individuals donned in vibrant colors were performing stilt walking, spinning in circles. Glancing to the other side, he noticed even more excitement. Numerous adults and children were busy tossing rings, attempting to encircle various prizes laid out on the ground. The deeper one ventured, the more valuable the items became. Cheers and laughter echoed throughout the area. Suddenly, the sound of clanging bells announced the commencement of the Peking opera performance. Zhong Zhenghua watched intently, occasionally humming along with the melodies. Zhong Xiaoa affectionately linked her arm with her father's. "To truly capture the spirit of the new year, one must return to our old Yinjing, rich in tradition and authenticity. If we were in Hanjing Prefecture, where would we find such a lively place to explore?" Zhong Zhenghua nodded with a smile, relieved that he would soon be reassigned back. He sincerely hoped to remain in Yinjing thereafter, without the need to travel elsewhere. Zhong Xiaoa discerned her father's double entendre and smiled confidently. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Suddenly, an elderly stilt walker began to perform a fire-breathing act, flames shooting forth and dazzling the crowd, who erupted in applause. Ho Yangping was exhilarated. Stilt walking and fire-breathing were indeed the hallmark skills of seasoned performers. Quite impressive. Zhong Zhenghua nodded in agreement. The trio remained focused on the performance, their joy palpable. Completely oblivious to the incessant ringing of their phones, that IT was not until the performance concluded that they finally decided to leave. Passing through an archway, they encountered a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Noticing Zhong Xiao's eager expression, Ho Yangping reached for his wallet to pay. It was then he noticed his phone screen lit up. I have a missed call from Uncle Ge. Uncle Ge, you should call him back quickly. After handing the vendor 2 coins, Ho Yangping tucked his wallet away and promptly returned the call. Hello, Uncle Ge, Happy New Year. Has your father-in-law returned to Yinjing? Are you all together? Yes, he came back to celebrate the new year, and we are currently at the market. Would you like to join us? It's quite lively here. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ge nearly had a fit on the other end of the line. After taking a deep breath, he replied sternly, You're at the market, are you? I wondered why you weren't answering my calls. Hand the phone to him. I need to discuss something urgent. All right. With a cheerful demeanor, Ho Yangping handed the phone to his father-in-law. Uncle Ge has something to say to you. Zhong Jinghua, savoring the sweet and tangy candied hawthorn his daughter had fed him, couldn't he help but wonder if Uncle Ge had devised a solution. Uncle Ge, it's me, Xiao Zhong. Shopping for New Year's goods, watching performances, tasting snacks, and playing games. Your secretary of Handong province is certainly enjoying life. Hearing this playful banter, Zhong Jinghua chuckled. It's only a short holiday for the new year. I came back to spend time with the children. Spend time? Oomph. I see you can hardly stand being in Handong for even a day. Your heart was already back in Yinjing, wasn't it? At these words, Zhong Jinghua's smile faltered. Questions flooded his mind. Did Uncle Ge somehow learn of his early return to Yinjing? Even if he did, what significance did it hold? At his level of authority, who truly needed to be present at work every day? Uncle Ge, is something wrong? Are you really asking me? Do you not know what is happening in Handong? What is going on in Handong? Uncle Ge on the other end of the line was seething, his blood pressure skyrocketing, that he quickly pinched his own skin to stave off dizziness. Meanwhile, Zhong Jinghua was racking his brain for any recent significant events in Handong. As far as he could recall, nothing major had occurred. That if he had to pinpoint something, Zhao Lichuan had called him about a mining accident at an illegal coal mine in Linqing. But such accidents were not uncommon in Linqing. They happened every year and had long since lost their novelty, that he had instructed Zhao to handle the situation properly over the phone. Following the usual protocol, they would conduct a rescue operation, comfort the families of the victims, and apprehend a few individuals to serve prison sentences. What else could be of concern? Surely, it wasn't a major traffic accident involving long-distance buses transporting migrant workers as the Spring Festival approached. Even in the event of a serious incident, there were established procedures in place, and, as the provincial head, he wouldn't need to be on site. There were plenty of capable individuals to manage the situation. Then what could possibly have occurred to provoke such outrage from Uncle Ge? Just as Zhong Jinghua was lost in contemplation, the voice on the phone boomed with a heavy tone. Did I ask you? Do you know about the severe mining accident at the Longxi coal mine in Linqing? I'm aware. Zhao Lichuan called me, and I instructed him to manage it properly. And then? What do you mean and then? Did you not hear me clearly? It's a severe mining accident. As the top official in Handong, you think simply saying handle it properly suffices? You're not even going to the site? Zhong Jinghua felt as if he had been struck by a sudden realization. Was there really such a necessity? Besides, how could he have gone? When he had received Zhao Lichuan's call, he was already in Yinjing. And what of it? Do you have any idea how grave this mining accident is? This so-called illegal coal mine has been operating without proper permits for many years. Just over an hour ago, the new news on Central Television aired a special report on this mining disaster. That do you know what Zhao Lichuan has been doing? While you frolic about the market, enjoying the New Year holiday, he has been tirelessly directing operations at the scene, trudging through the mud in the frigid winter, coordinating rescue efforts, and comforting the families of the miners. He was oblivious to which genius had edited the live news footage. But it was particularly heart-wrenching and moving. Various local television stations had scrambled to broadcast it, and Central Television had already dispatched a reporting team to follow up on the rescue efforts. The existence of an illegal coal mine for so many years clearly indicated severe issues within the Handong political landscape. This mining disaster had now captured national attention, and Secretary Shun had tasked multiple departments within the general office to form a special team to investigate in Linqing. The special team had already set off for the airport en route to Jingzhou and would undoubtedly arrive at the disaster site overnight. Regardless of whether the miners could be rescued, this incident would undoubtedly trigger a political earthquake in Handong. garnering Zhao Lichuan widespread public support, while you're still wandering around the market. Zhong Zheng was suddenly felt dizzy, as though struck by a heavy blow to the head, rendering him weak and disoriented. Fortunately, Ho Yongping, known for his quick reflexes, swiftly caught him. Otherwise, he would have collapsed to the ground. "Dad, I'm sorry. Uncle did it was my oversight. I will head to the airport and return to Handong immediately." No sooner had he spoken than the call was abruptly disconnected. Zhong Xiao hastily supported her father, her expression filled with concern. "Dad, what happened?" "There has been a severe mining accident at the Longxi coal mine in Linqing. I must return quickly to the disaster site." With that, Zhong Zhenguo returned the phone to Ho Yongping and turned to leave. "Dad, you're going the wrong way. The nearest exit is this way." Ho Yongping urged him, while Zhong Xiao hurried to assist her father, questioning as they walked. "Even if it's severe, it's still just a mining accident. Did you not already instruct Zhao Lichuan to handle it properly? Why must you go to the site personally?" Zhong Zhenguo shot her a fierce glare. "What do you know? This illegal coal mine has been in operation for many years. Once the incident occurs, many will seek to cover it up. That if Zhao Lichuan cannot manage the situation well, it will only lead to further complications. It's better to escalate the matter. Now it is settled." He put on quite a show in front of the audience, and the media went into a frenzy reporting on it, portraying him as a compassionate governor who cares for the people and acts on their behalf. The higher-ups have dispatched a special investigation team to conduct a thorough inquiry. "Do you think he won't seize this opportunity to orchestrate a grand purge of those loyal to me?" A sudden pang of realization struck Zhong Xiao's heart. She finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Just a couple of days ago, during dinner with her family of 3, they were still scheming. Even if Zhao Ruilong made contributions to national defense, it would not matter. When Zhao Lichuan assumes power and officially implements the pilot program, they could take advantage of his unstable foundation to secretly undermine him, causing him to be the butt of a grand joke. Yet now, while he strolls through the marketplace, calamity descends from Linqing. Not only has he failed to create a laughingstock out of Zhao Lichuan, but it is also his father who is still in office, who risks losing his integrity. Chapter 50. The Caprice of Zhong Xiao. The ignorance of Ho Yongping. "Make way. Excuse us. Please make way. We have urgent matters to attend to at home." Ho Yongping and Zhong Xiao shouted as they attempted to break through the crowd with their father. In the bustling and densely packed streets, trying to move quickly was a daunting challenge. Their voices grew hoarse from shouting, but it was of little use. They could only inch forward with the throng of people. Zhong Zhenguo, protected by the two, was increasingly anxious that he had just called someone to inquire about flights from Yanjing to Jingzhou, only to learn that tickets for the next couple of days were completely sold out. With only a handful of flights each day and the upcoming 3-day New Year's holiday, it was hardly surprising that no tickets were available. Now, he could only pray for flights from surrounding cities to Jingzhou to still have availability. Yet reason told him that hope was bleak. The civil aviation industry in Longwo was neither prosperous nor developed. There were only 4 or 5 flights daily from Yanjing to Jingzhou. Surrounding cities might have only 1 flight a day, or none at all. Furthermore, given that it was the holiday season, the number of travelers was already considerable, that if all else failed, he would have to take the train. If he could snag a ticket for a train departing tonight, he could arrive in Jingzhou by noon the next day. Just as Zhong Zhenguo resolved to instruct his secretary to check for train tickets, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he hurriedly answered. "Hello, is it you? Are they all sold out? There are none for the next couple of days? Then please check if there are any train tickets to Jingzhou, that if I can't get a flight." Surely there are still train tickets available, right? The Spring Festival is still a ways off. It's just a short 3-day holiday, so there shouldn't be that many people going home. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Zhenguo looked ahead. IT was truly despairing. He could not see the end of the crowd. Could it be that millions of people from Yanjing had come to the market? After struggling to walk for a while, his phone rang again. The secretary brought good news that a special express train departing from Yanjing to Jingzhou in half an hour had its tickets sold out, but the station could arrange seats for Zhong Zhenguo. However, half an hour until departure. Looking at the throng of people ahead, it seemed that half an hour would barely suffice to exit, let alone make it to the train station in time. At this moment, Zhong Xiao suddenly snatched Zhong Jingguo's phone. "That I don't care what means you use, be it a sudden malfunction or inclement weather. My father must not board that train. The train cannot depart. Do you hear me?" Zhong Jinghua looked at his daughter in astonishment. Make an entire train of 1,000 people wait for me. Is that even possible? Special arrangements must be made. This is the only way for you to return to Handong swiftly. Otherwise, if a private plane is arranged, wouldn't that just invite more ridicule? Zhong Xiao AI spoke with unwavering determination. The small caprice of power was vividly displayed at this moment. Yet this was not the end. After squeezing out of the crowd, Zhong Xiao AI revealed her identity and requested a police car to take the three of them home to prepare. Then they sped towards the train station. The train, which was supposed to depart on time, remained stationary on the platform. Inside the cramped hard-seat carriages, people were packed in like sardines in a can. Although the outside was frigid, the interior was stifling due to the sheer number of passengers. Everyone anxiously awaited the departure, eager to commence their journeys. Among them were business travelers, those visiting family, and individuals accompanying relatives suffering from rare ailments to seek treatment at the Yanjing hospital. The conductor, pushing a cart, called out for sunflower seeds, cigarettes, and ate treasure porridge, struggling to maneuver through the crowd. Faced with passengers' inquiries, he could only shake his head and smile, attributing the delay to either bad weather or equipment malfunctions. Yet on other platforms, trains came and went. How could it be due to bad weather? How could there be equipment failures? Time passed slowly. The train that was supposed to depart at 3:20 was still halted close to 4 o'clock. With no sign of movement, an increasing number of people grew restless. Suddenly, the blaring sound of a siren pierced the air as a police car with flashing lights drove onto the platform. My goodness! After all this time, it turns out they were waiting for someone. Who has such clout that they can make a train wait for them? If they have that kind of influence, why not take a plane? The police car's arrival sparked curious whispers. Could they be criminals? Who knows, oh dear, the train has stopped. 2 men, without handcuffs. Did you see their faces? No, they went straight to the sleeper carriage. With a long, mournful whistle, the train that had been delayed for nearly 40 minutes finally began to move, aware that Zhong Jinghua, the provincial secretary of Handong, had an urgent matter to address. The train manager took the initiative to arrange for staff to vacate sleeping berths for them. Since Zhong Xiao AI was concerned about her father traveling alone, she specifically requested her husband, Ho Liangping, to accompany them to Jingzhou. Thank you all for the trouble you've caused us. Zhong Jinghua expressed his gratitude amicably. Standing beside him, Ho Liangping, however, remained silent, that in his view, offering a seat to his esteemed father-in-law was a stroke of luck for the train manager and hardly warranted such courtesy. After the others departed, he promptly prepared a cup of hot tea for his father-in-law. Closing the door, he respectfully handed it to Zhong Jinghua. Dad, have some hot water to warm yourself. Zhong Jinghua gazed somberly out of the window. After placing the luggage, Ho Liangping naturally took a seat on the lower berth opposite Zhong Jinghua. Dad, you need not worry. The train will arrive in Jingzhou by 9 tomorrow morning. Secretary Li and the others will be waiting at the platform to greet us. And then we will head directly to Linsheng, reaching the site of the mining disaster by noon. Zhong Jinghua looked outside, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. However, the special investigation team from the general office would arrive on site tonight. Moreover, the first leader to appear at the scene would be Zhao Ruilong. It was he, unafraid of the biting cold and mud, organizing the rescue efforts. It was he who captured the attention of countless citizens and media outlets. At this point, Zhong Jinghua let out a wistful sigh. The tide has turned. The tide has turned. Ho Liangping furrowed his brows, leaning forward. Dad, isn't it just a mining accident with a slightly higher casualty count? Are you overly concerned? Zhong Jinghua glanced back at Ho Liangping, observing his dark hair and youthful, naive expression, reminiscent of a recent graduate. You, like Xiao AI, are still too young and too innocent. However, this is also my fault for providing you both with such favorable conditions that, even after years within the system, you have failed to mature. Your backgrounds are too strong, allowing everything to go smoothly, shielding you from the treacherous struggles of life, so you remain unaware of the brutality of conflict. Lifting his teacup, Zhong Jinghua gently blew on in his mind. He began to anticipate the series of actions Zhao Lichuan would undertake, successfully inciting the fury of the higher-ups, drawing nationwide attention, and mobilizing countless rescue resources and machinery under the powerful will of the state. Even if they had to dig a massive pit from top to bottom, they would undoubtedly recover all the bodies of the deceased miners. But this search would likely uncover more than just the miners who perished in this collapse. Those previously concealed mining disasters would also be revealed. The casualty count would be staggering. The layers of concealment and mutual protection would inevitably provoke public outrage, compelling the higher-ups to ensure a thorough investigation. Should such an investigation take place, it would not merely shake the political landscape of lynching. With the authority of a sword granted by the emperor, Zhao Lichuan would undoubtedly orchestrate a sweeping overhaul of the entire Handong political arena. Those whom he and Liang Xuanfeng had painstakingly cultivated, thinking they could advance further and retain their power. It would be a stroke of luck for them to remain unscathed by this mining disaster. From Ho Yangping's perspective, he was certainly unconcerned about the number of casualties from the mining disaster, but he did not care whether Handong's political landscape would undergo a significant overhaul. His only worry was whether his father-in-law would be adversely affected by this matter, hindering his smooth transfer to the General Bureau of Supervision and Audit. Governor Zhao has escalated this situation to such a scale. Could it possibly impact your transfer? Zhong Jinghua took a sip of tea and chuckled lightly. What do you think? If it didn't affect anything, why would Ge Lao be so furious? Why would I be in such a rush to return? Setting down the teacup, Zhong Jinghua removed his glasses, his tone turning grave. Since your political awareness is still quite low and your vision not sufficiently far-reaching, I shall be blunt with you. Zhao Lichuan's ascension to power was initially merely a formality. Yet upon his rise, inevitable adjustments to the personnel in Handong were anticipated, though achieving this proved to be far from straightforward. However, the sudden occurrence of a mining disaster provided him with a pretext to launch an anti-corruption campaign, enabling him to reorganize personnel with an air of legitimacy, against which I found myself powerless to object. That he had positioned himself atop the moral high ground, embraced by the populace, and garnered unwavering support from the upper echelons. Brandishing the banner of anti-corruption, how many could withstand scrutiny? My sole recourse now was to return to my duties, ensuring a clear demarcation from those whom Zhao Lichuan intended to purge, thereby safeguarding myself from any repercussions. Do you comprehend? At this point, Ho Yangping certainly understood. The tide had turned. Those elevated by my father-in-law within Handong could not be preserved, nor could they be protected if my father-in-law could remain unscathed and ensure his own transfer was unaffected. It would be considered fortunate for those minor players who had the bandwidth to concern themselves with them. Liang Shuji, for instance, would he encounter any issues? He likely would not, but his younger son, Liang Wei, was a different story entirely. Chapter 51. The Ill-Gotten Wealth of Liang Wei. The Foolish Liang Lu Jingzhou. Opposite the north gate of Handong University, that a cargo van slowly entered the Mingfu Jiyuan community, its interior brimming with an array of brand-new high-end appliances. To be gentle, masters, don't bump or damage anything. Please handle with care, even if it means moving slowly. Having cautioned the workers, Liang Lu turned to cast a glance at the dazed Qi Tongwei. What are you pondering? I was contemplating why everyone prefers foreign brands for household appliances. The domestic products are just as capable and more affordable, yet they don't enjoy the same popularity. Qi Tongwei uttered a small falsehood, but he was well aware that the disparity lay not merely in brand value, but in the fact that many had knelt for so long that they could no longer rise. The true matter occupying his thoughts was that his brother-in-law, Liang Wei, had undoubtedly strayed from the righteous path. Not only had he repurchased the new house Liang Lu had sold to assist him, but he had also bestowed upon her a considerable sum, enabling her to lavishly acquire these international brand appliances. Rumor had it that he had even bought a house and a car for his elder sister, who had refrained from divorce after her brother's imprisonment. Once, Liang Wei had nearly depleted his family's savings to gift Lu Yike a Santana sedan worth $12,000. How could he have amassed wealth so rapidly in just over 3 months? Was he truly a commercial prodigy? It was inconceivable that one could achieve such wealth through legitimate means in such a short span. Only by leveraging his father's long-accumulated power and engaging in corrupt transactions could he amass such fortunes so swiftly. With his political acumen, Qi Tongwei had drawn a conclusion. Meanwhile, Liang Lu, enchanted by the pleasures of affluence, remained oblivious to the dubious origins of her brother's wealth. An hour later, all the appliances were installed and tested successfully. Liang Lu reclined on the imported leather sofa, releasing a contented sigh. This new home has finally transformed into my dream abode. When I sold the house, I thought I would never return. Who would have imagined that not only have I returned, but that I have also acquired splendid furniture and appliances? Chi Tongwei, disinterested, continued to clean, like a servant, picking up a cloth to wipe surfaces. Even though the workers wore shoe covers and gloves, and the appliances had just had their protective films removed, he felt compelled to wipe down every surface, for Liang Lu harbored a cleanliness obsession. As for Liang Lu, with her new home ready, tomorrow marked the New Year's Day of 2001, a perfect occasion to invite friends and celebrate. Her first call, naturally, went to her close friend and colleague Wu Huifan at Handong University. After a jovial conversation, she made her second call to her sister-in-law Yang Mei, followed by a third to her brother-in-law Yang Wei. "What? You've gone to Luoding City in Zhejiang Province. That's quite far. What are you doing there? The New Year is almost upon us. When will you return? All right, I'll prepare the offerings. Take care of yourself out there, especially with all those steel pins and plates in you. Drink less." After advising her brother, Liang Lu ended the call. Liang Wei had gone out of town with friends to discuss business and wouldn't be back for a few days. That Chi Tongwei, mopping the floor, made a non-committal noise. Inwardly, he mused, does he really need to discuss business? His father is Liang Chuanfeng. Even if he resigns from his position as Secretary of Politics and Law in a few days. After over 30 years in the Handong political system, he has countless connections. There are throngs of people eager to offer him money. Does he really need to negotiate business? His trip to another province is likely not for business, but rather for leisure and indulgence. By the way, since we're moving to our new home tomorrow, you should invite some old colleagues and schoolmates over to celebrate. The more, the merrier, Liang Lu suggested. However, Chi Tongwei promptly shook his head. Let us skip that. You know how busy we are as police officers during holidays. His words were merely an excuse. His true concern was that this luxurious school district property would not be suitable for old colleagues to see. Just one plasma television was equivalent to their annual salary. Wasn't it said that the Liang family was untainted by greed? Wasn't it claimed that Liang Chuanfeng upheld strict family values? If they entered, the Liang family's reputation, built over many years, would be irrevocably shattered. Aspiring for advancement, it was best not to let old colleagues from Jingzhou witness this. Moments later, as Chi Tongwei continued cleaning, Liang Lu had finished making her guest list. This was primarily due to her prideful nature, which left her with few genuine friends. With Liang Lu preoccupied, Chi Tongwei's nightmare was only beginning. As she found every corner inadequately cleaned, every surface still dusty. After laboring until dusk, they finally achieved a spotless home. Exiting the community, she hailed a taxi back to the provincial government compound. Liang Lu, now unwilling to endure the bus, chatted with Chi Tongwei during the ride. With over 100,000 in hand, she planned to purchase a car for convenience to this. Chi Tongwei had no objections. Upon returning home, they found Liang Chuanfeng seated on the sofa, perusing newspapers while the television played. Liang Lu approached her father-in-law to discuss the housewarming gathering. Meanwhile, Chi Tongwei busied himself in the kitchen. As he prepared the dishes and set the table, he entered the living room to call the father and daughter to dinner, only to be instantly taken aback. The television was broadcasting news about the lynching Longxi coal mine disaster. Was that Zhao Lichuan, covered in mud, leading the observance of silence by removing his helmet? What Zhao Lichuan? That is Zhao Shuju. Liang Chuanfeng suddenly barked with authority. Chi Tongwei was momentarily stunned, unsure why his father-in-law had become so incensed. He slowly took a seat beside the sofa, fixated on the television. The collapse had occurred, yet they managed to excavate a rescue tunnel. Truly remarkable. Liang Lu had just finished expressing her awe when Liang Chuanfeng intoned gravely. All the available rescue forces in Handong have been mobilized. The National Rescue Team has also arrived. With so many individuals taking turns, even a mountain could be leveled in a matter of hours. Chi Tongwei remained silent, his gaze glued to the screen. The footage returned to the live studio that as of now, the catastrophe had tragically claimed the lives of 36 individuals, with ongoing search and recovery efforts still underway. Next, let us watch a short film reviewing the lynching Longxi coal mine disaster, the host announced, and the film began to play down on the night of December 27th. Around 11 o'clock, the Handong Safety Production Reporting Hotline and the governor's hotline suddenly rang, with citizens reporting an accident at the lynching Longxi coal mine. Upon receiving the news, Governor Zhao Lichuan immediately ordered the activation of the emergency response mechanism, organizing various forces for rescue, and promptly headed to the scene. Reporting to Provincial Secretary Zhong Zheng, the host narrated, The footage smoothly transitioned to a multitude of police and rescue vehicles, with flashing lights and wailing sirens, filled the screen. The scene of a late-night mobilization was grand and nerve-wracking. Yet, the heart-wrenching cries of the miners' families soon followed that in the footage. Zhao Lichuan supported a weeping elderly woman, comforting the distraught crowd and coordinating the rescue efforts. The ASA group of exhausted rescue workers emerged. Zhao Lichuan, unfazed by the mud, stepped forward to express his gratitude. When the logistics team provided hot meals, Zhao Lichuan took the initiative to distribute them to the surrounding crowd and rescuers, from dawn to dusk and then dawn again. Although the host did not continuously highlight Zhao Lichuan, his figure was ever present in the footage as the bodies of the deceased were carried out. He was the first to remove his hat and observe a moment of silence. Caked in mud, the image froze. Beneath the fluttering red flag, Zhao Lichuan appeared utterly unrecognizable as a governor, yet behind him stood countless rescuers and members of the public. The accompanying music and editing were nothing short of a masterpiece. A catastrophic mining disaster, skillfully edited and publicized, fully showcased the spirit of putting people first and the formidable will of the state. Liang Lu, typically proud and haughty, could not help but commend the short film. However, her words only deepened Liang Qiwenfeng's solemn expression. But have you not noticed? This short film resembles nothing less than Zhao Lichuan's own promotional video. Indeed, from beginning to end, all I heard were the directives of Zhong Shuji. Why didn't he attend the scene? Liang Lu, known for her candidness, turned her head and inquired curiously. Liang Qiwenfeng retorted with irritation. Did I not also stay behind? You are in charge of political and legal affairs, so it's quite normal for you not to be present. However, before Liang Lu could finish her statement, she noticed Qi Tongwei shaking his head at her repeatedly. Why are you shaking your head at me? She asked. That I am merely stating the facts. Such a significant event warrants Zhong Shuji's presence. Suddenly, Liang Qiwenfeng stood up abruptly and departed. Hey, Dad. Where are you going? Tongwei has prepared the meal. Won't you have a bite? Liang Lu called after him, but Liang Qiwenfeng ascended the stairs without looking back. How strange. What did I say wrong? For an incident of this magnitude, Zhong Shuji should undoubtedly be on site. Just look at this. A catastrophic mining disaster has instead become the stage for Zhao, the provincial governor. Even if Zhong Shuji is confirmed for a transfer to Yanjing, he should at least fulfill his last duty properly to avoid public criticism. Qi Tongwei observed the incessant chatter of Liang Lu. Her naive and foolish demeanor made him wish to give her a sharp reprimand. Ultimately, however, he returned silently to the dining table, gazing at the meal he had personally prepared. He felt no appetite. His keen political instincts alerted him that trouble was brewing, potentially leading to a calamitous fallout for the Liang family due to Liang Wei's reckless behavior. Chapter 52. An exemplary burden. Are you trying to drive me, Liang Qiwenfeng, to my grave? Ding ding. Liang Lu tapped her chopsticks against her plate. What are you thinking about? It's time to eat. Qi Tongwei, lost in thought, returned to reality. When I got back, I noticed the #1 villa was dark. Zhong Shuji was not at home. That, of course, it's New Year's Day. Why would he stay in Jingzhou when he could be in Yanjing with his daughter? Liang Lu teased before starting to serve herself. That Qi Tongwei smiled awkwardly, reflecting privately. One person braves the wind and snow, tirelessly dedicating themselves to the rescue efforts, while another flies back to Yanjing to enjoy a holiday with family. Such a stark contrast is truly a bitter irony. Picking up his bowl and chopsticks, Qi Tongwei began to eat. Even if Handong were to experience a shift in power, one must first attend to the meal. Besides, even if the sky were to fall, wouldn't his father-in-law, Liang Qiwenfeng, be there to support him? Although he was about to step down from his position as the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission and retire to a life of leisure. Over the years, aside from a bit of nepotism, there had been no economic issues. But isn't nepotism always a part of the game? When opportunities arise, it is only natural to prioritize those who are close and obedient. This way, they would be grateful and useful. Thus, through this accumulation of support, one can climb higher under the collective effort of others. Just like when his father-in-law appointed Gao Yuliang, who was teaching at Handong University. To enter politics, the AS Gao Yuliang rose through the ranks. He also provided significant support to his father-in-law in his work. After his transfer to Elzhu, Gao Yuliang took great care of him, naturally hoping that he would be obedient and assist him in advancing. Therefore, to utilize people and achieve progress, one cannot avoid the practice of nepotism. Even the currently rising Zhao Lichuan would undoubtedly prioritize those close to him once he ascends. The storm is brewing, while Liang Wei continues to recklessly amass wealth, that if he were to face trouble, his father-in-law might hesitate to step back into retirement and instead choose to retire altogether. Without the shelter of his father-in-law, a multitude of people would find themselves in dire straits. And what about me? What the hell am I supposed to do? I am still just a mere deputy division chief. I still wish to advance. Qi Tongwei's mind was in turmoil at this moment. He felt an overwhelming desire to rush to Linsheng and stay close to Zhao Lichuan. Xiao Lu, a voice of authority, suddenly called out, startling Qi Tongwei, who was on the verge of fleeing. "Dad, what is it?" Liang Lu turned around in surprise. She saw her father, Liang Chuanfeng, standing at the staircase corner, his expression grave as he clutched his phone. "Did Xiao Wei truly spend money to buy that house for you?" "Yes, he offered an additional 50,000, and the seller readily agreed 50,000 more." Liang Chuanfeng's expression tightened. "He must be quite wealthy. After only 3 months of resigning to start a business, he can buy cars and houses for his brother and sister-in-law, and even help you repurchase the sold new house at a markup." Even Liang Lu, despite her lack of insight, could sense her father's discontent. Setting down her bowl and chopsticks, she approached him. "Dad, you aren't worried that Xiao Wei has accepted bribes, are you?" "What else could it be?" Liang Chuanfeng retorted, annoyed that you really think your brother is some kind of business genius. In just over 3 months, he can start from scratch and earn millions. Liang Lu was momentarily taken aback. That shouldn't be the case, right? He told me he partnered with friends to operate a business, earning money legally and legitimately, that I even visited their antique shop. It was thriving, so earning millions would be quite normal, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Qi Tongwei nearly burst into laughter. That an antique shop. Thriving. Do you think that's a market stall? The number of people who are passionate about antique collecting is inherently small. The number of those willing to spend lavishly on antiques is even fewer. One misstep could lead them to buy a counterfeit. Therefore, buyers who have both the means and interest are bound to be exceedingly cautious. How could an antique shop possibly be thriving? The only reason it is so is that the shop's owner is your father. Liang Chuanfeng's youngest son, that if anyone else were to try, they might not even open for business in days. In contrast to the silent Qi Tongwei, Liang Chuanfeng was rapidly reaching a breaking point due to his daughter Liang Lu's foolishness. Descending the staircase, he approached Liang Lu and scrutinized her from head to toe. "Dad, what are you doing?" "I am assessing what sort of breed I, Liang Chuanfeng, have raised, Dad." "Don't call me Dad. I don't have a daughter as foolish as you." Liang Chuanfeng suddenly bellowed. "It's a wonder you are a teacher at Handong University. I find you to be more foolish than a primary school student who doesn't know that antique shops are rife with fakes and scarce and genuine items. Where could there be so many antique enthusiasts willing to spend extravagantly? Do you think everyone is insane? Those who don't spend tens of millions on a purchase are hardly going to struggle to get by." Liang Lu's lips quivered. "So, are you implying that they are using this method to funnel money to Xiao Wei?" "Indeed, but why would they choose to give money to Xiao Wei?" Qi Tongwei could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing. Liang Lu's utter ignorance was so profound that it made one seriously question whether her brain was misplaced. As for Liang Chuanfeng, he was predictably driven to the brink, clutching his chest in distress. Dad, are you all right? Is your heart acting up again?" Tongwei, quickly fetch the medicine." Liang Lu frantically supported Liang Chuanfeng, crying out in alarm that Qi Tongwei hastily set down his bowl and rushed to assist. After a flurry of activity, Liang Chuanfeng was laid back on the sofa, gasping for oxygen. Appearing on the verge of collapse, Qi Tongwei could no longer hold back. He feared that if he didn't intervene with Liang Lu, his father-in-law might very well be driven to his grave by her antics. Those people are frantically purchasing antiques to curry favor with Xiao Wei, hoping to use him for their own ends. Xiao Wei has already resigned. What can he still do? Liang Lu again posed an incredibly foolish question. Liang Chuanfeng, lying down, had his eyes bulging. Meanwhile, Qi Tongwei felt as though he might collapse, that he longed to take a couple of deep breaths of oxygen. His brain was nearing oxygen deprivation. Taking a deep breath, Qi Tongwei gestured toward his father-in-law, lying on the sofa. "Isn't our dad still in office?" He has worked in the Handong political and legal system for many years, from the provincial level to various cities and counties, with countless old colleagues and subordinates. These individuals now wield significant power. If Xiao Wei reaches out to them, do you think they would dare to disregard him? Upon reaching this point, noticing that Liang Lu seemed poised to inquire further, Qi Tongwei quickly interjected. As for what he could assist with, there is an abundance of possibilities. Helping to secure project contracts, mediating disputes, facilitating job transfers, and so on. In short, these individuals can gain shortcuts through Xiao Wei, obtain benefits, and resolve issues, and naturally, they would be inclined to offer Xiao Wei favors in return. Of course, Xiao Wei does not accept money directly, but rather receives benefits indirectly through the sale of antiques. Yet this method is merely a case of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. At this point, the explanation was so simple and straightforward that Liang Lu finally grasped the situation. She now understood why her brother had suddenly become wealthy. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she abruptly retreated 2 steps and collapsed onto the sofa. That it's over. This time it's really over. Zhong Shuji is being transferred, and Dad is stepping back that he has amassed so much money. Zhao Lichun will undoubtedly not let him off the hook. Back when Zhao Ruilong and Lu Yike went to a hotel, they nearly got taken to the police station. Once Zhao Lichun ascends, the anti-corruption campaign will eliminate a large number of people, replacing them with his own, and he will seek revenge on those who wronged his precious son. Only a fool would allow Xiao Wei to evade the consequences. Liang Lu's remarks were both rational and well-founded, leaving Qi Tongwei suddenly perplexed. Why had his intelligence seemingly returned to normal? Meanwhile, Liang Xuanfeng, who had been reclining and receiving oxygen, abruptly sat up. That I called him, but he didn't answer. My messages went unanswered as well. Do you know where he is? He has gone to Zhongjiang of Tang City. I only spoke with him on the phone this afternoon. He is probably dining now and hasn't noticed his phone. After Liang Lu finished speaking, she hurriedly asked, Dad, can I still keep my new apartment? We agreed to officially move in tomorrow, and I've invited guests. Liang Xuanfeng suddenly hurled the oxygen mask at Liang Lu. What the hell? Do you still want to keep your house at a time like this? Are you trying to drive me to my grave tonight? Liang Lu? The mask struck Liang Lu on the head, causing her to pout and burst into tears, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Qi Tongwei quickly picked up the oxygen mask and handed it to his father-in-law. Dad, your health is paramount. Please wear it. Liang Xuanfeng swatted the oxygen mask away. What is the point of wearing it? It is utterly humiliating. I, Liang Xuanfeng, have been in politics for 34 years, never taking a cent or accepting any benefits. I never expected that just as I was about to retire and enjoy my twilight years, I would be dragged down by my own son. Qi Tongwei hastily reassured him. You are upright and incorruptible. There won't be any issues, and no one would dare speak ill of you. What nonsense about being upright and incorruptible? Liang Xuanfeng suddenly erupted, his fury uncontrollable. Every single penny that Liang Wei has collected out there will be attributed to me. It's the father's fault for failing to educate his son. How on earth did I raise such a scoundrel? Having vented his anger, Liang Xuanfeng turned to leave, completely oblivious to the oxygen tube beneath his feet. Suddenly, he stumbled that Qi Tongwei barely had time to reach out. With a loud thud, Liang Xuanfeng's head struck the corner of the coffee table, rendering him motionless and instantly covered in blood. Chapter 53. Unexpected joy. The opportunity to bring down the Liang family has arrived. The piercing sound of an alarm echoed through the night. Zhao Xiaowei, who had just managed to lull her daughter to sleep, hurriedly rushed to the balcony. Heavens! Why has an ambulance entered the provincial committee compound? Turning to close the sliding door, Zhao Xiaowei grabbed her phone and a blanket, hastily wrapping herself in the blanket as she descended the stairs. Upon seeing the ambulance parked at the entrance of Villa No. 3, she immediately thought of Liang Xuanfeng. She dashed into the villa, only to find the living room floor strewn with blood-soaked gauze. Liang Xuanfeng lay on the ground, his face a bloody mess that a doctor was performing a simple bandage, while 2 nurses were unfolding a stretcher. Dad, wake up! Please don't scare me, Dad. Liang Lu wailed, her voice hoarse. If it weren't for Qi Tongwei holding her tightly, she would have likely lunged forward. Noticing that Qi Tongwei's shirt and cuffs were stained with blood, it was evident that he had been staunching Liang Xuanfeng's bleeding before the doctor arrived. Zhao Xiaowei was at a loss for how to comfort her, but then noticed the portable oxygen machine, blood pressure monitor, defibrillator, and fast-acting heart-saving pills on the coffee table. Soon, after the doctor had briefly treated Liang Xuanfeng's injuries, the 2 nurses carefully placed him on the stretcher and prepared to take him away. Family members, please hurry and get in the car to the hospital, the doctor urged before swiftly departing with his emergency kit. You go ahead. I'll grab my bag and clothes, Chi Tongwei shouted, but Liang Lu could only cry. Zhao Xiaowei quickly stepped forward to support Liang Lu. Stop crying. We need to get to the hospital. Okay. Liang Lu sobbed, gripping Zhao Xiaowei's hand tightly to that moment. She was utterly panicked, completely lacking composure. The two slowly exited the living room. Zhao Xiaowei glanced back to see Chi Tongwei rapidly gathering the medical equipment and medications. Clearly, these were items that had always been in their home, not brought by the doctor. How strange. Wasn't it said that Liang Shuju's health had always been quite good? Why did they have so many medications and devices at home? Zhao Xiaowei had no time to ponder further. Once outside, she helped Liang Lu into the ambulance. Don't worry, Uncle Liang will be fine. With that, Zhao Xiaowei immediately turned her attention to the doctor and nurses. They were skillfully attaching various tubes to the motionless Liang Chuanfeng on the stretcher. Dad, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have made you angry. I'm so foolish and stupid. You must hold on. I'll call Xiao Wei to persuade him to turn himself in. Turn himself in? Upon hearing those words, Zhao Xiaowei instantly understood. It must be that Liang Wei was engaged in rampant power for money dealings and was amassing wealth, which Liang Chuanfeng had discovered. The self-righteous Liang Chuanfeng could hardly bear such a shock. In his rage, he likely stumbled and hit his head. The edge of the coffee table was clearly chipped. Liang Lu's words were evidently more potent than a heart stimulant, causing Liang Chuanfeng to glare furiously, struggling to rise, yanking off the oxygen tube, and kicking wildly. Get out! Just get out! His outburst caused his wound to reopen, blood gushing forth and soaking the gauze. Calm down. Stay still, the doctor and nurses urgently commanded, forcibly restraining Liang Chuanfeng. Meanwhile, Liang Lu, with tears in her eyes, appeared utterly bewildered, not understanding what she had said wrong this time. At that moment, Chi Tongwei dashed out, his left hand holding a woman's handbag, with two coats draped over his wrist. In his right hand, he carried a pair of women's knee-high snow boots. Zhao Xiaowei suddenly remembered that in her haste to help Liang Lu, she had forgotten to remind her to wear a coat and change into proper shoes. This Chi Tongwei was remarkably calm and attentive in a crisis. Not only did he know to secure the medications and equipment, but he also thought to bring something for Liang Lu. Taking a couple of steps back, Zhao Xiaowei urged Chi Tongwei to get in the car quickly. Thank you, second sister, that it's nothing. You all hurry to the hospital. Zhao Xiaowei stepped aside to watch the ambulance drive away. At this moment, the families residing in the other villas of the provincial committee began to gather. Who was taken away? It can't be Chi Tongwei. I saw him get in the sea air. It seems to be Liang Shuju. I even heard him scolding Liang Lu. How strange. He can still scold someone and was taken away by the ambulance. Could it be that he is ill? Liang Shuju just had a fall. Everyone, hurry back to sleep. Wrapping her blanket tighter around herself, Zhao Xiaowei hurried home. Before closing the door, she noticed a group of people gathered at the entrance of Villa No. 3, deep in discussion. However, no matter how they speculated, it was evident that they would find it difficult to discern the truth. After locking the door and ascending the stairs, Zhao Xiaowei drew the curtains and sat at the head of her bed, pulling the blanket over herself. She then immediately called her brother, Zhao Ruilong. After a considerable wait, the call finally connected. What is the matter, second sister? Are you in a position to talk right now? Hold on. After about 10 seconds, she heard the sound of a car door closing before her brother's voice came through. What happened? What is wrong? Liang Shuji got so worked up that he fell and hit his face on the coffee table, bleeding profusely. That he has just been taken away by an ambulance. Liang Lu mentioned persuading Liang Wei to turn himself in, which infuriated Liang Chuanfeng, causing him to scold her to leave. Zhao Xiaowei instinctively glanced around before whispering. Also, I noticed the coffee table had an oxygen machine, defibrillator, and fast-acting heart-saving pills that I suspect Liang Shuju's heart has been failing for a while, and his annual health checkup reports were fabricated. Zhao Ruilong chuckled lightly. If you think about it, it's not hard to understand he likely had high hopes of advancing further and certainly didn't want anyone to know about his health issues. However, even if tonight's incident exposes his secret, it doesn't matter. He was already planning to step back. Of course, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The recent mining disaster in Lincheng hasn't yet triggered a wave of anti-corruption, but as a prominent figure in the judicial system of Handong, he has encountered trouble first, which is a significant boon for our father. Zhao Xiaowei urged, You need to find an opportunity to tell Dad quickly that he is currently busy receiving the General Office's investigation team. But even if I don't say anything, Secretary Zhou will likely inform him soon. At this point, Zhao Ruilong shifted the topic to maximize the anti-corruption wave triggered by the mining disaster. Liang Wei is an excellent breakthrough point. In just over 3 months after his discharge from the hospital, he has amassed a fortune, undoubtedly engaging in numerous power-for-money transactions. Therefore, we need to find a way to locate him quickly and bring him under control. Otherwise, this storm may only shake Linqing's political arena and will be difficult to expand to the entire Handong judicial system. Zhao Shui sighed softly. But we have no idea where he is. Moreover, we lack evidence, making it impossible to have the police apprehend him. Besides, the Liang family has deep connections in the judicial system. If they were to arrest him, he would surely receive word immediately. Zhao Ruilong replied with a smile. That will actually become his fatal weakness. Huh? What do you mean? Zhao Shaohui was filled with perplexity. Zhao Ruilong responded with a cold smile that it was precisely due to his deeply entrenched connections that he was always the first to be informed of any anomalies. Escaping from any predicament was particularly effortless for him, which naturally instilled a profound sense of confidence. Once blinded by such confidence, he would dismiss the impending anti-corruption storm, believing it would not affect him in the immediate future. And thus he would undoubtedly return to Jingzhou to visit his father in the hospital. Upon hearing her brother's analysis, Zhao Shaohui suddenly stepped forward. Indeed, if I were in his shoes, I would certainly feel invulnerable. With acquaintances in nearly every sector of the judicial system in Handong, what is there to fear? Moreover, with the change of leadership only 10 days away, our father has yet to formally assume power and is not in a position of great authority. At this moment, visiting his own father in the hospital is only natural. He would never dare to be unfilial. Zhao Ruilong commanded, therefore, you must immediately arrange for someone to keep a close watch at the hospital. Furthermore, send individuals who are particularly astute, rotating them frequently to avoid alarming the prey. Liang Chuanfeng has been involved in political and legal affairs for many years. Under his influence, Liang Wei is undoubtedly more vigilant than the average person. Zhao Shaohui hastily inquired, but what if we discover he has returned? What should we do then? Surely we cannot resort to forcibly abducting him. That would be unnecessary. Our objective is merely to ensure he remains in Jingzhou without the means to escape. Therefore, at a crucial moment, a beating would suffice. If he sustains injuries, he would need to be hospitalized, and how could he possibly flee then? At this point, Zhao Ruilong suddenly chuckled. I suspect that upon receiving the news, he is quite likely to rush to the hospital overnight, that if that is the case, then I shall return promptly as well. Zhao Shaohui quickly asked, why are you coming back? Zhao Ruilong replied with a grin. If anyone is to give him a beating, it would be best if I did it personally. This fellow harbors a strong desire for revenge, and has undoubtedly longed to thrash me. So it would be difficult for us to meet without conflict. Zhao Shaohui hurriedly shook her head. No. If you injure him, you will surely be detained. What does detention matter? I have spent 7 years in prison. As long as I can capture him and topple a significant faction of the Liang family, what harm is there in spending a few days inside? With that, Zhao Ruilong sighed deeply. To immerse oneself in the fray is to seize half the advantage. Without paying a price, how can it be so easy to dismantle the Liang family, which has been meticulously cultivated for over 30 years? Zhao Shaohui bit her lip. After a moment of hesitation, she sighed, very well. But if it comes to blows, you must be gentle that not render him incapable of enduring interrogation in the future. Zhao Ruilong chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, I will ensure he lives to face trial. Chapter 54. Seeking a strong ally? Requesting an opportunity from Brother Long. Tap, tap. A gentle knock sounded on the car window. Zhao Ruilong vaguely discerned that it was the secretary of Ishuji from Lin City. Keep a close eye on him. I will return early tomorrow morning. With that, he hung up the phone and lowered the car window. Secretary's son, what brings you here? Is it convenient for a brief chat? Secretary's son wore a sycophantic smile. After speaking, he glanced around as if feeling somewhat guilty, fearful of being seen. Observing his demeanor, Zhao Ruilong immediately surmised what he wished to discuss. Come in, it's fine. Excellent. Secretary's son beamed with delight, quickly circumventing the front of the car to enter from the other side. Zhao Ruilong swiftly reached into his pocket to activate the recording pin he carried to conveniently capture his father's voice. Care for a smoke? Zhao Ruilong produced a cigarette case. Then I'll take one of yours. Brother Long's secretary's son hurriedly extracted a cigarette, presenting it to Zhao Ruilong with utmost reverence. Then I asked the secretary to Hishuji. His position was undoubtedly significant in Lin City. He was certainly a figure whom many sought to curry favor with. Yet now he stood there with a beaming smile, being excessively polite. After lighting the cigarette for Zhao Ruilong, Secretary's son cheerfully remarked, I heard from the people at Central Television that the touching and inspiring short film aired tonight, which moved many to tears, was edited and narrated by you, Brother Long. You are truly remarkable. Those television folks mentioned needing specialized editing machines to cut the footage, yet you managed to accomplish it with just a computer. Truly impressive. Zhao Ruilong smiled faintly. What is so impressive about it? The actual editing work was carried out by the television staff. I merely utilized a small software on my computer. Secretary's son replied, that may be so, but your software certainly played a pivotal role. Otherwise, how could they have produced such an excellent short film so swiftly? Zhao Ruilong took a drag from his cigarette. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Why has Lin City, once a leader in the province's economy, been in continuous decline over the years, now ranking at the bottom? Is it merely due to the depletion of coal resources, losing coal revenue as support? The recent horrifying mining accident at the Longxi coal mine contradicts this notion. Lin City has not run out of coal to mine. Rather, large-scale illegal mining has funneled profits into many private pockets. As the head of Lin City, how could Hishuji remain oblivious to the numerous illegal small coal mines and the frequent mining accidents within his jurisdiction, without his collusion and indulgence? How could Lin City have fallen to the depths of the provincial rankings? This sizable illegal coal mine could not have existed for so many years without his tacit approval. Today, witnessing his rotund figure, glowing demeanor, and ostentatiously fine attire, contrasted with the emaciated and impoverished appearance of the local populace, it was evident that he had siphoned off countless resources from the citizens of Lin City. Currently, the mining accident has shocked the entire nation. The special task force from the State Council has already arrived. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence knows that with so many lives lost, Lin City is bound to face a wave of anti-corruption scrutiny. Secretary's son sneaked into his car. Without needing to ask, it was clear he was there on behalf of Hishuji. His aim was to navigate through the crisis and land safely. The most straightforward and effective method at this juncture was, of course, to latch onto his father's influence. Secretary's son, enough flattery. Let us discuss the purpose of your visit. In truth, there is nothing much else. Secretary's son glanced around and leaned in closer, whispering, Hishuji has been eager to request a private meeting with Governor Zhao to provide a report regarding the recent mining accident. However, Secretary Zhou mentioned that Governor Zhao is too busy. So he hoped Brother Long could assist with arranging this. Zhao Ruilong couldn't help but sneer internally that a private briefing. More like begging for mercy. Is it not a tad too late to express loyalty now? In pursuit of valuable information, Zhao Ruilong feigned curiosity and inquired, really? The rescue passage has been opened, the bodies of the deceased miners are being recovered, and a special task force has been established for the follow-up investigation. What more could Hishuji possibly want to report? Secretary's son turned slightly and lowered his voice, stating, the content Hishuji wishes to report is not about this mining accident, but rather about this coal mine and the entire private coal industry in Lin City. ISNT Governor Zhao always furious about why these coal mines have been operating illegally for so many years without proper permits. There are many matters that require a separate report. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruilong understood that Hishuji's desire for a private audience with his father was not merely to report work, but was undoubtedly aimed at seeking a quid pro quo. This group of individuals has wreaked havoc in Lin City for so many years, having feasted well and profited immensely. Now that a major incident has occurred, drawing the attention of higher-ups, someone must step forward to take responsibility. Thus, they have evidently conspired to sacrifice the small for the greater good, abandoning pawns to protect the king. As long as his father nods in agreement, there will be a slew of subordinate leaders who will readily comply. Moreover, in order to placate public outrage and facilitate the Task Force's report, aside from a few minor players, there will surely be one or two significant figures implicated. After all, no one would believe that a group of small fry, could sustain illegal operations at this coal mine for so many years. However, having deceived and colluded for so many years, it is absurd that they now attempt to cling to power after a crisis. Such fools, who have driven Lin City to the bottom of the economic ladder, have no right to seek protection. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Zhao Ruilong smiled faintly. Secretary Sun, there are no third parties in this car, that you've managed to attain the position of city secretary. So you must be intelligent, but please do not mistake me for a fool. Secretary Sun repeatedly shook his head and waved his hands that no, I would never. Zhao Ruilong scoffed. I have never referred to Governor Zhao as dad during my time in Lin City. Many perceive me as merely a staff member, yet you are aware that I am the son of Governor Zhao. Moreover, I just received a phone call in the car, and you followed me here almost immediately. What does that indicate? Does it not prove that you have been keeping an eye on me, seeking opportunities to approach me alone? In the dimly lit car, Secretary Sun's smile appeared distinctly awkward. Given that you know who I am, you must also be aware of my past, that I am particularly curious to know. Do you consider me a good person? Secretary Sun immediately responded, Of course, you are a good person. You assist in editing videos, distributing boxed meals to the families of the deceased miners, and as you converse, Secretary Sun finds himself at a loss for words. Zhao Ruilong takes a drag from his cigarette. It seems you are well aware of my every action. Given your familiarity with me, you must know that I have served time in prison and was only released this year, correct? Secretary Sun nods slightly. I am aware. Then, knowing this, do you still consider me a good person? Does a good person kill others and serve 7 years in prison? Zhao Ruilong counters with a series of questions. Secretary Sun falls silent. After a few moments, he speaks in a low voice. Very well, Brother Long, let me be frank with you. The coal mining industry in lynching has long been chaotic due to vested interests. Not only do illegal small coal mines engage in rampant theft, but even the legally compliant mines subcontract extensively in pursuit of greater profits, resulting in illicit extraction that Shuji has contemplated reform. But the intricate web of interests from villages to counties involves far too many parties. The most critical issue is that these coal barons do not merely resort to bribery. They also employ violent coercion, compelling relevant personnel to turn a blind eye. Take the coal mine where the incident occurred, for instance. One of the shadowy owners, Biao, notorious for his brutality, commands 100 loyal henchmen, all of whom are willing to fight and kill. Who would dare to shut down his coal mine? Zhao Ruilong scoffs. Spare me the excuses, will you? No matter how ruthless a criminal may be, can he stand against the forces of law and order? How many firearms does he possess? A mere deployment of a police unit could swiftly bring him down. That it's clear that you are colluding in this chaos for profit, yet you speak of it being difficult to rectify. Do you take me for a child? If it were anyone else, they would have long since exploded with rage at such disrespect, but under the current circumstances, he must yield. How could he dare to confront young Master Zhao? Brother Long, Shuji truly has his difficulties. There are too many individuals below who have deep ties with the coal barons that if we were to enforce the law strictly, it would likely throw the entire city of Lin into disarray. With the severe mining accident causing public outrage and the higher-ups furious, there is finally an opportunity for substantial punishment, which genuinely pleases Shuji. However, due to the extensive implications, he wishes to report to Governor Zhao privately, with no ulterior motives, merely seeking to prevent future misdeeds and help those who are willing to amend their ways. Those guilty of heinous crimes who show no remorse should be apprehended and punished. But for those who are coerced and willing to reform, they ought to be given a chance, rather than being condemned outright. Zhao Ruilong asks with a smile. So, does Shuji not wish to be apprehended or punished? And is he eager to make amends? Secretary Sun flatters. I believe that as long as Brother Long is willing to assist, Governor Zhao would undoubtedly grant Shuji the opportunity to redeem himself. As he speaks, Secretary Sun presents a set of Audi car keys that it goes without saying that it is not merely a car. The trunk is likely filled with the local specialties of lynching. Chapter 55, Desperate Measures, a Bold Deception. What do you need a car key for? And an Audi, no less. Zhao Ruilong feigns ignorance, having no intention of aiding their escape from culpability. Naturally, he seeks to extract more useful information. Without articulating his thoughts, how could he ensure the recording captures everything? Secretary Sun, sensing urgency, becomes anxious. The special task force from the general office has arrived overnight and has begun to work tirelessly. In desperate times, one cannot afford to be overly cautious. Brother Long, let us speak plainly that if you are willing to help, allowing Hishuji to meet with Governor Zhao alone, not only will this Audi and its contents be yours, but we will also express our profound gratitude afterward. Zhao Ruilong coldly inquires, just how substantial is this gratitude? Secretary Sun flatters. It will undoubtedly satisfy you. Flicking off the ash from his cigarette, Zhao Ruilong slightly turns, playing with the Audi keys in the dim light, filtering into the C.A.R.is this the latest model. Indeed, the latest Audi 200, equipped with a 2.6-liter V6 fuel-injected engine, has a guide price of 415,000 yuan. Zhao Ruilong weighs the car keys in his hand. The trunk's capacity is approximately 400 liters, while a banknote measures roughly 100 millimeters in length, 70 millimeters in width, and is 0.1 millimeters thick. A cash sum of 10 million yuan in new notes would occupy at least 0.15 cubic meters, yet you would surely present older notes to ease transportation. All things considered, the trunk would hold at most 10 million yuan, so a new car plus no more than 10 million in cash is all you expect in exchange for my assistance. Secretary Sun hastily replies, this is merely a token of goodwill. We will provide even more substantial rewards later. Zhao Ruilong scoffs. Just this small illegal coal mine has generated net profits exceeding 10 million each year for several years, not to mention the many other mines in lynching. Even if you split profits evenly with those coal barons, you must have amassed several billion over the years, with Hishuji pocketing at least a few hundred million, right? And now you think I would help you for just a car and a mere 10 million? Secretary Sun quickly responds, this is just an initial offering. We will provide much more substantial compensation later. Zhao Ruilong continues to scoff. You think I am a beggar or that I, Zhao Ruilong, have just emerged from prison without ever seeing wealth? After saying this, Zhao Ruilong tosses the car keys back to Secretary Sunday. Secretary Sun urgently insists. Then why don't you name your price? Hearing Zhao Ruilong's previous analysis, he instinctively assumes that Zhao Ruilong is willing to accept payment for assistance. After all, such matters carry minimal risk for Zhao Ruilong while offering significant benefits. That it is merely a matter of facilitating introductions. The subsequent confessions and returns of ill-gotten gains have already been arranged. However, Governor Zhao's discretion does not imply protection for everyone that name my price. How can I name a price without knowing all the details? If you do not disclose everything, how can I accurately quote? What if I agree to assist, only for you to conceal crucial information? That would be a grave mistake on my part, wouldn't it? You previously mentioned that those coal barons not only corrupt you with money, but also resort to violent coercion. Individuals like Biao undoubtedly carry blood on their hands. Without clarity on the situation, I wouldn't know how to assist. How can I name a price? Zhao Ruilong articulates his reasoning with clarity. The thought of the special task force being so near the command center pushes Secretary Sun to the brink. 8 years ago, Hishuji was transferred to lynching. Time passes slowly as Zhao Ruilong's second cigarette nears its end. Secretary Sun finally completes his explanation. The situation is as such. Hishuji promises to deliver several significant figures and will apprehend the coal barons to quell public anger, especially those like Biao, who are guilty of numerous crimes and instill fear in the populace. Hishuji is eager to have them swiftly executed. Zhao Ruilong extinguishes his cigarette. You haven't sought assistance from anyone else. Have you? To be honest, Biao has reached out. Secretary Sun grits his teeth. This mining disaster has caused an overwhelming number of casualties and has directly alarmed Governor Zhao. We have stated that we could not assist Biao, allowing him to face his own misfortune. Yet, this fellow remains undeterred, even traveling to the provincial capital, where he befriended Liang Wei, the youngest son of Liang Chuanfeng, the provincial secretary of politics and law. Through Yu Haifeng, who was involved in engineering, that it was because he claimed to have everything under control that we let our guard down, only for the situation to escalate suddenly, with the rescue channels now established. At this point, Secretary Sun leans forward. Brother Long, I have said everything that needed to be said and more. That we had no dealings while you were in prison, but if you help us this time, we will absolutely comply with your orders in the future. Whatever business you wish to pursue or projects you wish to undertake, even those you wish to deal with, we will wholeheartedly assist you and ensure your satisfaction. Zhao Ruilong responds with a smile. Now that's more like it. Had we been this straightforward from the start, we wouldn't have had to endure this lengthy wait in the car. It has been suffocating. Secretary Sun, with a flattering smile, slips the car keys into Zhao Ruilong's coat pocket. Brother Long, can you now provide me with a definite figure? Zhao Ruilong turns back that in truth, I do not care for such trivial matters. You know my father is soon to take office, right? Understood, understood. A new official must establish authority. After all, therefore, my request for a meeting gift is simple. You must swiftly apprehend those coal barons who have incited public outrage. This will also provide a satisfactory explanation for the special task force. Understood. With the envoy present, immediate results are certainly required that we will arrange for that, but He Biao may be a bit tricky since he has traveled out of town with Liang Wei. That is of little concern. With solid evidence, expedite the filing of a warrant for his arrest that if he resists or attempts to flee, we shall execute him on the spot. Upon hearing this, Secretary Sun's face lights up with joy. Ah, Brother Long, you truly are remarkable, possessing unparalleled wisdom. If he were to be eliminated, countless burdens could be shifted onto him. Living witnesses may speak, but the dead cannot testify. I will arrange for this immediately. As he spoke, Secretary Sun promptly retrieved his mobile phone to make a call. Over the years, he had concealed countless crimes for Zhang Biao and others, and deep down, they were all too aware of it. Those criminal acts and their evidence had once been a lucrative source of income. Now, they had become a death warrant. Hello, Chengju. It's me. The Special Task Force from the General Affairs Office has arrived. If we wish to expedite this matter, we must hand over the individuals involved without fail that weren't those coal barons previously implicated in extortion and violent assaults. Let us initiate investigations immediately and apprehend those who deserve it. Anyone daring to resist should be eliminated on the spot, especially that He Biao, who bears the weight of several lives lost. You will personally oversee his case and ensure his swift capture. Do not fear his threats. We have already negotiated with the higher-ups. Do you understand? Previously, it was merely a matter of coercion and regret, nothing of great consequence. Now let us take action. After hanging up, Secretary Sun immediately donned a more congenial demeanor. He offered Zhao Ruilong a cigarette, smiling as he lit it. You all must complete the necessary tasks. Only then can we proceed with the subsequent work. Understood? Understood, Brother Long, came the reply. Also, prepare a list for me detailing who is willing to admit their mistakes and who is ready to cooperate. We must be clear to avoid any unfortunate missteps. Yes, clarity is crucial. Confusion would lead to complications. Zhao Ruilong switched on the reading light inside the car. There's no time to waste. Hurry and write it down. Otherwise, if the task force acts unexpectedly, it will be too late. Secretary Sun nodded repeatedly, showing no hesitation as he pulled out his notepad and pen. Watching him jot down name after name, Zhao Ruilong struggled to suppress his laughter. It would be prudent to abbreviate the units and positions. What if there are namesakes? What if we mix them up? Minutes later, with the list in hand, Zhao Ruilong switched off the reading light. All right, you may return now. I will leave shortly. Remember, we did not meet tonight. Secretary Sun nodded vigorously, unable to hide his delight. Rest assured, Brother Long, I understand. As he watched the shifty-eyed Secretary Sun depart, Zhao Ruilong quickly retrieved his voice recorder to save the information. In the early hours, the Special Task Force temporarily left the mine and headed to a hotel in the town for accommodation. After bidding farewell to the convoy, Zhao Lichuan noticed the expression in his son's eyes. After briefly outlining the tasks for the remainder of the night, Zhao Lichuan returned to the makeshift dormitory. Having not finished listening to the recording, Zhao Lichuan's face darkened, veins bulging on his hands. Calm down. Do not lose your temper. Let us use others to do our dirty work. Let them capture those deeply sinful coal barons. When disaster strikes, they will turn on each other, and their actions will be far more precise and ruthless than ours. Zhao Lichuan smiled knowingly, tucking away the list that I know what to do. But what about the Audi they sent? Zhao Ruilong quickly replied, I'll have someone drive it back to Jingzhou tomorrow morning to avoid raising suspicions. But rest assured, I have no interest in such trivial amounts. Zhao Lichuan nodded in agreement. If Liang Chuanfeng can be so enraged as to collapse, it seems that Liang Wei has truly profited significantly. Zhao Ruilong chuckled darkly. Isn't that splendid? The more he profits, the more he drags others down with him. Once we capture him and topple the Liang family, we can implement our pilot scheme without facing any resistance. Just then, Zhao Ruilong's phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, second sister. Is there any new information? A friend from the hospital informed me that Liang Chuanfeng is on the brink of death." Chapter 56. A frantic dash. Walking into the trap, the cold wind howled the toll station on the border of Zhejiang province. A procession of large trucks clogged the lanes entirely. It took a long while for the vehicles to inch forward. In this era, without EDC, each province's highways operated independently. The TO enter Handong province from Zhejiang. One must first pay the toll before receiving a card to enter. Cash transactions were inherently slow, compounded by the strict inspections for overloading during the New Year holiday. Thus, even an expensive imported Mercedes could only crawl through the congested traffic. His phone battery neared depletion. Liang Wei hastily called his second sister, Liang Lu. "Sister, I'm about to enter Handong province and should reach Jingzhou by noon tomorrow. My phone is nearly dead and will shut down soon, no matter what it takes. You must get the best doctors in Jingzhou to save our father. Money is no object. I would be willing to distribute a $100,000 bonus to each if it means saving him." Before he could finish his sentence, the phone screen went black. "Damn it. What kind of piece of junk is this? It cost over 7,000. Liang Wei cursed in frustration. Sitting beside him, He Biao quickly tried to console him. "Don't worry. Wei Go. Liang Shuji is the third-ranking official in Handong. The province will certainly spare no effort to save him. Moreover, modern medicine is quite advanced. There shouldn't be any issues. Just rest assured," as he spoke. He Biao offered a cigarette, lighting it for Liang Wei with great respect. Taking a deep drag, Liang Wei glanced ahead. "Damn it, can't they just tear down this wretched toll station? It's incredibly inconvenient for long-distance travelers." He Biao immediately chimed in, "Exactly, and they strictly limit overloading. Without bribing a scalper, it's impossible to access the highway. I just can't comprehend why they built these highways at such great expense, only to have a truck carrying a few extra tons of coal potentially crush them." The two engaged in a bout of complaints, yet the congestion persisted. It took nearly 10 minutes to finally pass through the provincial toll station. Once they entered the highway of Handong province, the driver immediately accelerated, racing forward. Meanwhile, Liang Wei and He Biao, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol the previous night, quickly succumbed to sleep under its influence. The two drivers in the front, however, took turns driving without pause. Knowing their boss was anxious to return to Jingzhou, who would dare to slack off? Besides, the passenger in the back was none other than the beloved son of Liang Chuanfeng, the political commissar of Handong province. What did speeding or violating rules matter? Such a rare opportunity to drive a luxury Mercedes at breakneck speed was not to be missed. Thus, the two drivers drove like madmen. When Liang Wei awoke, bursting with urgency, the sun had already risen. "Have we crossed into Handong province yet?" "Not yet, Wei Go, but we're almost at Winshan City." Winshan, the industrial city of Winshan in Handong, is notorious for its heavy industry. Yes, there are many steel mills. Just look at this weather. It's all hazy from pollution. Heavy industry pollution is too severe. Let us find a service area ahead to stop for a moment. I need to relieve myself. A few minutes later, the sleek sedan pulled into the Winshan South service area. The moment the car came to a halt, Liang Wei rushed out, heading straight for the restroom. After relieving himself, he intended to call his sister to check on their father's condition, only to realize his phone had long since died. He hesitated, contemplating whether to pry out the battery to borrow a universal charger from a vendor. He Biao urged, "Let us go. Wei Go. We need to hurry. Let us grab something to eat. We only drank last night and hardly touched any food." With that, Liang Wei returned to the car. He intended to borrow the driver's phone to inquire about his sister's situation, but found himself unable to recall the phone number for quite some time. That severe car accident had left him with some residual effects. His memory was not as sharp as it once was. When He Biao returned, he immediately instructed, "I can't remember my sister's number. Please send someone to Jingzhou People's Hospital to inquire about my father's condition." "No problem. ISNT Lao Yu in Jingzhou. I'll have him send someone over and also give your sister some money." The bigger the red envelopes for the doctors, the more dedicated they will be. Upon hearing this, Liang Wei, who initially wanted to speak to Yu Haifeng personally, quickly dismissed the idea that TO asking for money would seem too demeaning. Soon, the Mercedes sped out of the service area and continued its frantic dash. Around 10 in the morning, they finally exited Handong province. Seeing the welcoming sign for Handong province and learning that the surgery had gone relatively well. With his father now in the intensive care unit for observation, Liang Wei felt a weight lift from his anxious heart. Hey, 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 why are we slowing down? Keep going. Step on it. Don't worry about speeding. Points and fines mean nothing. With just one call, I can make all your violations disappear. Hurry up. With a heart racing like an arrow, Liang Wei found himself unwilling to even pause at the service area for a moment's respite. He longed for his speeding Mercedes to soar into the sky, flying directly to the hospital that it was midday. The excessively speeding luxury sedan pulled into the People's Hospital of Jingzhou City that as soon as the vehicle came to a halt outside the emergency building. Liang Wei proactively opened the door and stepped out. Hio quickly followed suit, opening the trunk to retrieve a small suitcase filled with cash. Having spent nearly 2 months in this very hospital, Liang Wei was well acquainted with the surroundings that in no time. He spotted Qi Tongwei in the corridor outside the intensive care unit, engrossed in his meal from a takeout box. However, an abundance of flowers and fruit baskets lined the corridor. Stacked high like a small hill, it was evident that many had come to visit his father earlier that morning. With such a high-ranking father, it was clear that his connections ran deep. During his own hospitalization lasting almost 2 months, he received hardly any flowers or baskets. Liang Wei slowed his pace and approached. "Where are my sister and sister-in-law?" Qi Tongwei abruptly looked up from his meal. Dropping his takeout box, he suddenly seized Liang Wei by the collar. "How dare you return here with such audacity?" Years of silent endurance as a son-in-law had finally erupted within Qi Tongwei. He had bided his time, hoping for quicker advancement. Yet today, Liang Wei and his sister had utterly spoiled everything. Caught off guard, Liang Wei's mind went blank. What on earth was Qi Tongwei, who usually held no status or presence at home, acting out of character? Did he dare to lay hands on him, risking everything? Before Liang Wei could speak, the burly Hio let out a thunderous roar. "What the hell are you doing?" Dropping the suitcase, Hio prepared to strike. "This is none of your business." Qi Tongwei forcefully shoved Liang Wei. Liang Wei staggered back, colliding solidly with the wall behind him. "Who the hell are you?" Hio clenched his fists, ready to charge at Qi Tongwei. "Stop it!" Liang Wei shouted, regaining his balance and stepping forward. "He is my brother-in-law. You need to step aside, brother-in-law." Hio quickly donned a fawning smile. My apologies, brother-in-law. It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." Qi Tongwei cast a cold, piercing glance at Hio, noting the suitcase he had discarded on the ground. His gaze returned to Liang Wei, seething with anger as he said, "You're not satisfied with the trouble you've caused already, are you? You even brought someone to deliver money. Do you have any idea that your second sister and sister-in-law have already been taken away by the provincial disciplinary inspection?" "Huh?" Liang Wei, who had been ready to unleash a torrent of fury, now stared in disbelief. "What is going on? What do you mean? What is going on? Didn't you send someone with money?" Qi Tongwei glared fiercely at Liang Wei, his anger palpable. "Your sister is out of her mind, and you must have had your brains eaten by a dog, knowing full well that Dad was in trouble. It was obvious many would come to visit. How could she possibly think it wise to send a whole suitcase of money? That foolish sister of yours, alongside your sister-in-law, actually went around distributing cash to doctors. Isn't that a slap in the face to the provincial disciplinary inspection? And to make matters worse, she started with a thick stack of 100,000. Where on earth did our family come by such sums? And to publicly hand money to doctors in broad daylight. What was she thinking?" A barrage of accusations left Liang Wei utterly bewildered. He knew his second sister, Liang Lu, to be somewhat obsessive and impulsive in matters of the heart. Faced with even a minor crisis, her intelligence seemed to vanish, leading her to act completely on impulse. Thus, consumed with the desire to see their father survive, she would indeed go to great lengths to express gratitude to the doctors for saving him. Oblivious to time or place when offering substantial monetary rewards that as for why his sister-in-law was equally confused, Liang Wei had no time to ponder that. "But where are they now?" Qi Tongwei pointed down the corridor in another direction. "The provincial disciplinary inspection has taken them, along with everyone who came to visit your father-in-law, to the hospital's academic hall for questioning. They haven't emerged yet." "Why weren't you called in?" "I spent the night here, dozing in the car, and when I was awakened by the hospital staff to come here, they had already been taken away." Liang Wei felt his body go limp, as if all the air had been let out of a balloon. "You still brought someone with money now. Aren't you just walking into a trap?" Qi Tongwei shouted sharply. Liang Wei was startled, his whole body shivering. "Let us go, quickly!" In a daze, Liang Wei called for Ihio and turned to leave. However, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. The thin one is Liang Wei. Grab him. Chapter 57. Still want to escape? I, Chi Tong Wei, must achieve some merit. Brother Wei, run. Ihio shouted loudly, swinging the suitcase filled with cash and hurling it at a few approaching figures. Then, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, he charged forward. Tall and robust, he would undoubtedly have been a formidable warrior on an ancient battlefield. His powerful advance sent the others retreating in fear. No one dared to engage with him. This sudden move caught Liang Wei completely off guard. He had thought Ihio's earlier words about being willing to serve were mere rhetoric. He never imagined he would genuinely leap into action. Completely disregarding how many were provincial disciplinary inspection officers, he fought valiantly. Good brother. Liang Wei could hardly spare more words that he shouted, and then turned to flee. Stop, Liang Wei. You can't get away. Your father is still here lying in bed. Where do you think you're going? The others shouted as they dodged Ihio's advance. Suddenly, one of them miscalculated and was struck in the head by Ihio's punch, collapsing immediately to the ground. Witnessing this, Chi Tongwei turned his gaze toward Liang Wei, who was hastily retreating that a few months prior. A car accident had left him with multiple fractures, and there were still many steel plates and nails in his legs that had yet to be removed. Naturally, he couldn't run like a normal person. The shouts to capture him only served to further assert that the Liang family was doomed if he let Liang Wei escape in front of him. His own life would be utterly ruined. Chi Tongwei, quick on the uptake, took less than 2 seconds to react that he surged forward, sprinting toward Liang Wei. Meanwhile, Liang Wei, who was walking briskly while occasionally glancing back, noticed Chi Tongwei also running and smiled. However, the next moment, with a loud thud, Chi Tongwei suddenly tackled him from behind. Liang Wei, caught completely off guard, was slammed to the ground. His nose struck the floor, causing excruciating pain and blood to gush forth. You bastard. You actually thought you could run. My bright future has been completely ruined by you. Now, to keep my job, I can't let you get away. Chi Tongwei pinned Liang Wei down, instinctively reaching for his handcuffs from his waist. However, he evidently forgot that he was on leave and had not brought them to AT this moment. Liang Wei, intent on escaping, couldn't care less about anything else. Summoning every ounce of strength, he twisted and struggled that in moments of peril, humans often unleash incredible potential. Thus, Chi Tongwei found it challenging to keep him subdued, blood streaming from his nose. Liang Wei fought to break free, scrambling to his feet in an attempt to flee. Still running, Chi Tongwei lunged forward, grabbing Liang Wei's right calf, then springing upward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. He drove his elbow into the back of Liang Wei's neck that Liang Wei let out a wail of agony, for Chi Tongwei was indeed using all his strength. Having once served as a narcotics officer, he had battled drug traffickers at Lone Eagle Ridge, thus possessing some skill. Pressing his elbow firmly against Liang Wei's neck not only prevented him from lifting his head, but also caused immense pain. Hearing the cry of distress, Ihio swiftly turned around and sprinted toward them. His imposing presence suggested that, given a war horse and a long sword, he would undoubtedly be a valiant warrior on the battlefield. Watch out! Someone shouted that Chi Tongwei quickly turned to evade, narrowly dodging a powerful kick from Ihio. With no time for words, Ihio tightened his fists and launched a furious assault that was precisely because he was skilled in combat that he had risen to wealth through intimidation. Even after becoming rich, he had not neglected his training. He practiced daily against a sandbag and occasionally sparred with some fighters. Thus, his strong physique and martial arts training soon had him gaining the upper hand against Chi Tongwei, who found it difficult to defend himself. The two were not even in the same weight class. It was like a heavyweight boxer facing a lightweight. Naturally, Chi Tongwei was at a disadvantage. Yet at this critical juncture, he saw no retreat that he fought fiercely against Ihio's for Liang Wei, who had initially been on the ground. He seized the opportunity to flee, wiping his nose and hastily making his way toward the stairwell. However, just as he reached the stairwell, he abruptly halted. Zhao Ruilong. Long time no see. Why are you bleeding from your nose? Zhao Ruilong ascended the stairs at a measured pace. Liang Wei glanced back at Biao, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with Chi Tongwei that a few individuals from the provincial disciplinary inspection team had already circled around, poised to encircle him. Step aside, I have no time for your nonsense today. Zhao Ruilong shot a glance at the encroaching group. You may have no time, but I certainly do. This statement was indeed truthful. Upon learning last night that Liang Chuanfeng was nearing his end, he surmised that Liang Wei would undoubtedly rush back to Jingzhou overnight. Filial piety is paramount. This has been a time-honored tradition among the people of Longhua for centuries that as Liang Wei still hoped to leverage his father's connections for financial gain. He would naturally hasten his return. Unaware of Liang Wei's exact whereabouts, Zhao Ruilong had been waiting in the hospital parking lot until notified by his informant that Liang Wei had arrived. Get the hell out of my way! Liang Wei attempted to force his way past Zhao Ruilong's obstruction. However, Zhao Ruilong suddenly delivered a swift kick, causing Liang Wei to feel as if his calf had snapped. With a cry of agony, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and writhing in pain. That Qi Tongwei, move aside. Zhao Ruilong strode forward to don't interfere. Qi Tongwei shouted, having already endured several strikes and knowing the opponent's strength. He Biao suddenly unleashed a hook punch, prompting Qi Tongwei to raise his arm in defense that in an instant, excruciating pain pierced through him, as if his bones were being mercilessly shattered by a hammer. Unable to withstand the agony, he instinctively retreated. Just as he Biao prepared to follow up with another strike, he noticed a figure rapidly closing in. Reacting instinctively, he lowered his arms to block the savage kick aimed at him. The overwhelming force was unlike anything he had encountered before. Well now, a bit of skill. He Biao had no intention of fleeing. Having come across a formidable opponent, he yearned for an exhilarating confrontation. Observing Zhao Ruilong's prowess against Qi Tongwei, along with his formidable physique, he Biao deduced that this individual was indeed Zhao Ruilong, a notorious figure in Lincheng, also known as Brother Biao, and the shadowy owner behind the recent mining accident. Determined to subdue him, Zhao Ruilong naturally spared no effort. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce melee within the hospital corridor. Although he Biao lacked Zhao Ruilong's finesse and agility, he compensated with his sheer strength and resilience. Like a heavy tank, he could withstand several blows without succumbing to a for Qi Tongwei. He bore the pain to assist in restraining Liang Wei, who in a state of agony, was completely unhinged, struggling and cursing incessantly. You bastard Qi Tongwei! You ungrateful wretch! Without my sister, where would you be today? Driven to the brink, Qi Tongwei retaliated with a punch to Liang Wei's face, rendering him unconscious. Rest assured, I merely struck the acupoint to induce temporary unconsciousness. With that, Qi Tongwei hurriedly unbuckled his belt, using it to bind Liang Wei's hands behind his back, while another individual quickly followed suit, securing Liang Wei's legs. Find a doctor to staunch his bleeding. I shall assist. Qi Tongwei turned to return to aid Zhao Ruilong, but with his exceptional combat skills, Zhao Ruilong no longer required assistance. Despite He Biao's ruggedness, he could not withstand the relentless barrage of powerful punches. Elbow strikes and knee thrusts to be why the time Qi Tongwei sought to intervene. He Biao was already battered and bloodied, barely able to stand. Under Zhao Ruilong's furious onslaught, he was struggling to keep up. After receiving another powerful side kick, he staggered back several paces. Realizing that Liang Wei had already been captured, his mind finally registered that he must flee or face capture himself. He abruptly dashed towards the stairwell, but Zhao Ruilong would not grant him the luxury of escape. In a matter of strides, he lunged forward, delivering a forceful kick that sent He Biao tumbling down the staircase corner as if struck by a vehicle to Qi Tongwei. Watching the spectacle, was wide-eyed in disbelief. Such skill is astonishing. Is it a rule that those with dragon in their name are exceptional fighters? In a state of shock, Qi Tongwei rushed down the staircase and around the corner, only to find the formidable figure now crumpled into a heap. Completely unconscious, this was He Biao, a notorious thug in Lincheng, infamously dubbed Brother Biao. Now a wanted criminal, capturing him was no small feat. Hearing Zhao Ruilong's words, Qi Tongwei snapped back to reality, instinctively reaching for his waist. He recalled that his belt had already been utilized, that in a moment of urgency, he quickly removed his shoes, preparing to use the shoelaces to bind the man. Almost simultaneously, several armed officers rushed up to the scene. Finally, you're here. Quickly, handcuffs, Qi Tongwei urged fervently, fearing that the captured criminal He Biao might suddenly escape. After a flurry of activity, he remembered Zhao Ruilong. Limping, he made his way to the entrance of the intensive care unit, where he found Zhao Ruilong sitting on a bench, catching his breath. Given that Qi Tongwei had also engaged in a brief tussle with Yi Biao, he understood the toll it had taken. Seeing the piles of fruits, flowers, and milk nearby, he immediately set to work, kneeling to offer Zhao Ruilong a bottle of milk. "Brother Long, have some milk to replenish your strength." Chapter 58. The enraged Zhong Jinghua. The relieved Gao Yuliang. The piercing sound of alarms grew louder. Shortly, 2 police vehicles escorted a minibus, which slowly entered the lynching Longxi coal mine. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Zhong Jinghua immediately rose. "Zhong Shuji," Secretary Li suddenly called out, gesturing to the phone in his hand, indicating an important call. Zhong Jinghua promptly reseated himself. "Whose call is it?" "It's a call from Provincial Disciplinary Inspection," Zhang Shujin, reporting an urgent matter. Accepting the phone, Zhong Jinghua forced a smile. "Hello, old Zhang, it's me. Yes, I've arrived at lynching Longxi coal mine and am about to disembark. What is the matter?" Please be concise. Little did he know, the news would shock him. Originally seated with a smile, Zhong Jinghua abruptly stood up. Thankfully, the minibus was specially customized, lacking overhead luggage racks, or else he would have surely hit his head. Noticing his father-in-law's tense demeanor, Ho Liangping couldn't help but feel concerned. He pondered anxiously, could there be something more serious than the mining accident? Could Liang Chuanfeng's condition have suddenly deteriorated? Last night, when Liang Chuanfeng had his accident, he and Zhong Jinghua had been on the train. Throughout the journey, they had little to no signal, and after a tiring day at the market, they had gone to bed early. It was only upon arriving at Jingzhou train station in the morning that they learned of Liang Chuanfeng's unfortunate fall, resulting in a shattered nasal bone and cranial trauma. Governor Zhao Lichuan of Handong province had acted decisively, ordering the most elite medical personnel from the provincial capital to save his life overnight. So now, what exactly was the situation? Did Liang Lu have some grave illness? Was her mental state intact? It was outrageous enough to be handing out red envelopes to doctors during the day. And each one at that, for 10,000. What audacity! And what was Liang Wei doing in cahoots with the wanted criminal Yi Biao? Bringing in a suitcase full of money to the hospital. What were they planning? Were they intending to bribe the doctors further? Truly outrageous. Zhong Jinghua was seething with anger. Meanwhile, Ho Liangping was left astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. While giving doctors red envelopes was not unheard of, handing out 10,000 each was simply shocking. 10,000. He and his wife, Zhong Xiaoai, could not save that much even if they scrimped for an entire year. Yet, Liang Lu could casually give 10,000 to every doctor. And it seemed it wasn't enough. Liang Wei had brought even more money with Yi Biao to the hospital. Goodness gracious! Was this the renowned Liang family known for their integrity? Was this the exemplary offspring of Liang Shuju, who had maintained a spotless reputation for over 30 years? In an instant, Ho Liangping felt his entire worldview had been turned upside down, and oh wonder his father-in-law was so furious. Anyone in his position would be incensed. After all, his father-in-law had trusted Liang Chuanfeng immensely, even supporting him in his succession as the head of Handong. Yet, this was the outcome. What a slap in the face. It was likely that his father-in-law would want to throttle those 2 oddball siblings. After all, just yesterday, his father-in-law had been chastised by Elder Gu for not arriving on site immediately after the mining accident, and instead returning to Yinjing to celebrate the festival and visit the market. If Elder Gu were to find out that the family of the person his father-in-law had ardently recommended, Liang Chuanfeng, was comprised of such characters, heaven forbid, his father-in-law would surely face another tirade. Those 2 bizarre Liang siblings truly deserved a reckoning. As Ho Liangping brooded silently, Zhong Jinghua was already trembling with fury. Investigate thoroughly, regardless of who is involved, impose strict punishment without leniency, and show no mercy. He Huanbiao's illicit coal mine has tragically claimed the lives of numerous miners, and Liang Wei dares to associate with him, displaying an audacity akin to that of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. After abruptly ending the call, Zhong Jinghua returned the phone to Secretary Li. "Father, please calm down. Do not let your anger jeopardize your health." Ho Liangping quickly rose, unscrewing the lid to offer a thermos cup. "Truly, one can recognize a person's face but not their heart. I once placed my trust in him and his family, only to be met with disillusionment." With a heavy sigh, Zhong Jinghua inhaled deeply several times. "Very well, I shall shed tears as I cut ties with Ma Su. I shall use Liang's family's public resentment to my advantage." At this juncture, Zhong Jingwei cast a sidelong glance at Ho Liangping. You should remain out of sight in the car. We wouldn't want to create misunderstandings. Ho Liangping smiled knowingly. He was well aware that his presence in such a public setting might lead others to mistakenly believe he was Zhong Jingwei's son-in-law, rather than a representative of the Supreme Procuratorate. That would only exacerbate the situation. Rest assured, I shall not exit the vehicle. Zhong Jingwei strode towards the door, and Secretary Li hurriedly followed with the thermos cup. Inside the car, Ho Liangping gently lifted a corner of the curtain. Through the one-way transparent privacy glass, he observed Zhong Jingwei shaking hands with his father-in-law and Zhao Lichuan, before promptly visiting the families of the deceased miners. Lowering the curtain, Ho Liangping leaned back in his seat. Master, you should step out for some fresh air. Very well, the driver replied understandingly, exiting the vehicle without turning off the engine, ensuring the air conditioning remained on to keep the interior warm. Taking out his phone, Ho Liangping called his dear wife. Hello, my love. We have arrived at the site of the mining disaster, and I must share with you a bizarre occurrence that you would never have imagined. Soon enough, Ho Liangping recounted the entire incident in a teasing tone, not forgetting to add a touch of mockery at the end that I believe in Liang Shuju's character. He has been honest for the better part of his life. It is a pity that as he nears retirement, he has been betrayed by his own children. What a classic case of a father being undermined. On the other end of the line, Zhong Xiaoa expressed her bewilderment. Goodness, do they have tumors on their necks? Ho Liangping laughed heartily. I cannot say, but you know Liang Lu well. She was utterly unperturbed by the opinions of those around her in her quest to secure Qi Tongwei. And she effectively tore apart his relationship with Chen Yang. At this point, I suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for my senior brother. He resisted Liang Lu's advances and was relegated to a remote judicial office. Even after becoming a hero in drug enforcement, he still could not attain promotion, but he was the first college student in the entire village. Consuming leftovers and wearing secondhand clothes, he finally managed to enroll at Handong University. With tuition and living expenses contributed by the villagers, that he bore the hopes of the entire village, aspiring to achieve greatness. Yet Liang Lu's machinations left his future bleak. Reflecting on this, I found myself understanding why he publicly knelt before Liang Lu on the playground. He was truly left with no choice. Otherwise, given Liang Lu's nature, as long as the Liang family retained power, Qi Tongwei would have no chance to rise. That it is not surprising that she would act so whimsically today. Indulging her personal preferences, after listening to her husband's analysis, Zhong Xiaoa smiled contentedly. What a pity that Neil only earned him a fleeting rise to prominence. Now that the Liang family has been utterly dismantled, how could he possibly escape? Ho Liangping scoffed that it is beyond remedy. As the saying goes, all of fate's gifts have already been secretly priced, the moment he knelt publicly to propose to Liang Lu. His fate was irrevocably intertwined with the Liang family, sharing in their glory and their downfall. While delivering this seemingly righteous statement, Ho Liangping did not consider that his own rise was also due to being Zhong Jingwei's son-in-law. He mocked Qi Tongwei, binding himself to the Liang family, yet failed to realize he and the Zhong family were on the same boat at Jingzhou People's Hospital. As an Audi from Lezhou approached the entrance, it suddenly veered sharply. The car accelerated quickly, merging into the flow of traffic, distancing itself from the hospital. Glancing back at the receding hospital, Gao Yuliang slowly sat down, his heart racing uncontrollably. After a while, he finally managed to utter a thank you. Let us pull over by the Riverside Park. I need to get some fresh air. After giving this command, Gao Yuliang discreetly caught his breath. Once the car came to a stop, he took the initiative to open the door and step out. The biting cold wind immediately invigorated him. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he strolled toward the riverbank, leaning against the icy railing. He gazed at the expansive river. After some time, Gao Yuliang's anxious heart gradually calmed. That time, I resolutely refused to approve their siblings' lakeside food city project, believing they would harbor deep resentment towards me. I never anticipated that they would not hold a grudge, allowing me to sink alongside the Liang family, and at a critical moment, they would extend a helping hand. A relieved smile crept onto Gao Yuliang's face. The cold wind howled, and with leaves swirling about, he turned to leave. The Audi quickly returned to Lezhou. That night, he remained awake, reflecting on all his past interactions with the Liang family, drafting materials in preparation for a potential summons. Over the following days, an anti-corruption storm swept across Handong. Rumors circulated of individuals being taken away, with some even jumping from buildings. However, Zhao Ruilong, who had been promoted and entrusted by Liang Chuanfeng, swiftly transitioned from a university professor to the secretary of Luzhu, seemed to have been forgotten. Even when he attended a conference in Jingzhou, no one approached him for a conversation. When the conference voted to elect Zhao Lichuan as secretary, Zhao Ruilong did not hesitate to press the approval button. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Li Dakong, seated beside him, suddenly leaned in. After today, we shall not meet frequently. Why is that? Secretary Zhao has appointed me to Linqing to manage water diversion and lake construction, to carve out a new territory. Chapter 59. Transferred to Linqing. What a triumphant season, Li Dakong. Zhao Ruilong's heart leaped with joy that he had long grown weary of the overbearing Li Dakong. This fellow, relying on his former position as Zhao Lichuan's secretary, not only frequently opposed him, but also muddied the municipal planning he had painstakingly crafted, making Zhao Ruilong seem less like the head of Luzhu. Once upon a time, due to differing political views, he had dreamt of hastening Li Dakong's transfer. He had silently vowed that anyone who could help him realize that dream, even at a cost, would be worthy of his gratitude. To his surprise, no one intervened, and he incurred no cost. Yet Li Dakong was to be reassigned to Linqing in an instant. A smile broke across Zhao Ruilong's face, more difficult to suppress than an AK. The past grievances seemed to evaporate in that moment. Glancing slightly, he noticed Li Dakong wearing a relaxed smile, clearly pleased as well. The once domineering figure was finally free to become a local lord, ready to undertake grand endeavors. Linqing is a veritable mess. How can you still be smiling? Zhao Ruilong teased, unable to conceal his amusement. Though it is a mess, it is still a prefecture-level city. Moreover, having just undergone an anti-corruption storm, a large number of corrupt officials have fallen, and unscrupulous businessmen have been apprehended. It is the perfect opportunity for me to start from scratch. Li Dakong replied with unwavering confidence that he had long desired to leave Luzhu. Better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. In Luzhu, he was the mayor but merely a deputy, overshadowed by Zhao Ruilong, unable to implement his ideas. However, in Linqing, he would have full authority that if he wished to take action, who would dare to oppose him? That would truly be a case of the sea being vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to soar. Zhao Ruilong had originally intended to inquire about the water diversion and lake construction project. But the applause had already ceased and the conference continued. Turning back to the stage, he saw Zhao Lichuan, elected with overwhelming votes, making his way to the podium. Unexpectedly, he came without a manuscript. Esteemed representatives, thank you for electing me as the new secretary of the Handong Provincial Committee. Zhao Lichuan began, eloquently addressing the assembly that he acknowledged the achievements of Handong's economy over the past 2 decades of reform and development, while also highlighting the numerous challenges faced in the new circumstances of the 21st century. He subsequently discussed the State Council's officially issued pilot program for high-quality development and reform in Handong Province, emphasizing the need to establish robust policies and regulations, eliminate barriers to the development of the non-public sector economy, dismantle hidden market obstacles, and support the growth of the private economy. The focus was also on promoting high-end manufacturing industries, such as electronic information, aerospace, precision manufacturing, special materials, biopharmaceuticals, and transportation equipment. Lastly, he provided a detailed interpretation of various aspects, including infrastructure, talent cultivation, investment attraction, financial support, and the implementation of regulations, all underscoring sustainability and high quality. His in-depth yet accessible extemporaneous discourse left the audience in awe. Even reciting from a manuscript would be a lengthy composition of thousands of words. However, observing Zhao Lichuan, one cannot help but admire his eloquence and clarity of thought. It is evident that his mastery is not a result of rote memorization. Only through the painstaking process of drafting a report, coupled with thorough contemplation and refinement, can one achieve such coherence and fluidity. The decision by the higher-ups to appoint Governor Zhao as a successor to Zhong Shuji is indeed a stroke of brilliance. In contrast to Zhong Shuji, who merely recited prepared speeches filled with empty rhetoric, Zhao Shuji perfectly embodies the essence of a pragmatic leader, delivering impromptu addresses devoid of superfluous words. His speech undoubtedly represents the most exquisite interpretation of the pilot program. deserving of meticulous study and dissemination of its spirit at meetings. By implementing such a framework, the economy of Handong will inevitably ascend to new heights, serving as a high-quality development model for other provinces to emulate. Zhao Ruilong applauded fervently, while secretly resolving to take action. When the meeting concluded successfully and the representatives began to depart, Li Dakong did not hastily make his exit. Instead, he leisurely carried his briefcase alongside Zhao Ruilong. Old Gao, before we part ways, I wish to share some heartfelt words. Upon hearing Li Dakong address him as Old Gao, Zhao Ruilong chuckled lightly, responding, "Please go ahead." As they walked, Li Dakong remarked, "You pride yourself on being a refined intellectual, capable and decisive, yet your methods are gentle. I, on the other hand, relish innovation and change, and I have little patience for adhering to convention." Thus, as Zhao Shuju leads the entire province in vigorously promoting high-quality economic development, our approaches will undoubtedly diverge, and the outcomes will be markedly different. Moreover, with Linqing's economy languishing at the bottom of the province, I must achieve results swiftly, employing unconventional methods. However, I assure you, my actions will be entirely legal and compliant. We shall prosper through our own capabilities. Zhao Ruilong narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "You haven't even assumed office yet, and you're already issuing a challenge. This is quite commendable, as it shows your forthrightness. At least you didn't poach any of my enterprises in Elzhou without prior notice. However, as we work together, I would like to offer you a word of advice. When governing a region, always consider the welfare of the people. Be cautious not to focus solely on economic competition, lest you find yourself facing another anti-corruption storm in the future." With that, Zhao Ruilong took his leave. Entering his official vehicle, Li Dakong was taken aback. "You old rascal. Here I am, yet to take office, and you're already warning me about anti-corruption storms. I see you're afraid that I might flourish in Linqing and soon surpass you in Elzhou." With a heavy snort, Li Dakong did not smile or wave goodbye. He then entered his own vehicle, instructing, to the provincial committee compound. Everyone was aware that Li Dakong had once been Zhao Lichuan's secretary. Now, with Zhao Shuju fulfilling his wish to avoid staying in Elzhou amidst disagreements with Zhao Ruilong, even his transition to Linqing pointed him toward a clear path for development. Such dedicated nurturing surely warranted a visit of gratitude. Since the two locations were not far apart, a few minutes later, the Audi arrived at the provincial committee compound, halting outside Villa No. 2, noticing a delivery truck parked at the entrance of Villa No. 1. He observed workers bustling in and out, carrying items. Li Dakong did not bother to investigate the commotion, deeming it unremarkable. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Zhong Zhengwo was no longer the secretary of Handong province and was set to be reassigned to Yanjing. Therefore, the villa he occupied would naturally need to be vacated at this moment. Zhong Xiaoa and Ho Liangping, who had flown in from Yanjing to assist with the relocation, spotted Li Dakong, accepting a box of tea from his secretary. They strode confidently toward Villa No. 2. Truly, one could not underestimate the former secretary Li, who had served Zhao Lichuan for 5 years. Immediately after the conference concluded, he rushed to the Zhao residence to deliver tea. Ho Liangping, wearing a cold smile, placed the cardboard box onto the vehicle. What is so surprising about this? If he hadn't come, it would have seemed rude that as Zhong Xiaoa handed the box to the workers inside the vehicle. She cautioned, "Be gentle with it. The porcelain tea set cannot be crushed." Just as the couple was about to enter the house to continue moving items, another vehicle approached and stopped behind Li Dakong's official car. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a stark contrast emerged, highlighting the truth of a new emperor brings forth new ministers. Ho Liangping scoffed and shook his head, continuing with the move. Zhong Xiaoan nonchalantly remarked, "Rest assured. The Zhao family will eventually face a similar fate." In Villa No. 2, Zhao Ruilong hurried into the living room, prompting Li Dakong, who was sitting alone on the sofa, to rise immediately. "Ruilong, Li go." The two greeted each other warmly. Shaking hands, "It's been several months since we last met. I can hardly believe how much younger and more handsome you've become." "You flatter me. It is you, Li Go, who remains as impressive as ever." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Ruilong gestured for Li Dakong to sit down and enjoy some tea. With a hint of impatience, Li Dakong had barely settled into his seat when he turned to smile and ask, "You wouldn't hold a grudge against me for not approving the Lakeside Gourmet City project, would you?" "Oh, certainly not. If you had approved it back then, we would have been in quite a predicament. It seemed profitable, but it would have polluted the environment and harmed the ecosystem. The residents along the Moonlight Lake would surely have resented us. With a snap, Li Dakong lit a cigarette, extending the flame to Zhao Ruilong's cigarette. After taking a deep puff, he chuckled. In retrospect, my insistence back then was indeed justified. Otherwise, you and your sister would not have ventured into opening a chain of internet cafes and selling pagers, allowing you to amass wealth so swiftly. Zhao Ruilong shook his head and laughed. What wealth are you talking about? Li Gu, you truly have a knack for humor.